In the lively town of Hunan, the night had settled under a sky sprinkled with stars, while rows of red lanterns cast a soft, warm glow across the busy streets. All around, laughter rose and mingled with the sound of casual chatter, as the people of the town let themselves drift deeper into the excitement of the night. But then, little by little, the smooth rhythm of the crowd began to break, as if everyone had sensed something strange at the same time. Right in the middle of it all sat a man eating like the world might end before morning, stuffing food into his mouth without pause, while tears kept rolling freely down his cheeks. One uneasy onlooker stared at him and muttered that someone really ought to stop him, wondering out loud how any man could survive eating that much, and why he would be sobbing while swallowing down such a massive feast. A local standing nearby only shook his head with a faint, almost amused look, saying this had to be the newcomer's first night in town, seeing that man for himself. After all, that man was not some random stranger. In Hainan, almost everyone already knew who he was. The newcomer assumed it must be because of the man's unusual appearance, but the local immediately scoffed, cutting him off before he could keep guessing. With a sharp tone, the local told him that any real merchant should know better than to judge someone by looks alone. There were things an outsider simply would not understand yet, and then, lowering his voice, he added that even if the man was not from Henan, he should have at least heard the story. It was the kind of impossible achievement that had once shaken all of Hainan. The man sitting there had brought every merchant union in the entire region under one banner, and the moment those words landed, the newcomer's eyes widened in disbelief. He repeated it quietly to himself, barely able to accept the idea that one man alone could force every merchant union to submit to his will. The local nodded without the slightest doubt, and only then did he finally say the name with a trace of respect in his voice, Yan Hua of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. He was the great merchant who had gathered every scattered banner and placed them all beneath a single rule. But at that very moment, a sudden shout burst out from somewhere behind him. Someone thrust out a finger, pointing straight at Yan Hua as they accused him of living far beyond any reasonable limit. The voice snapped that while ordinary people only ate 3 meals in a day, Yan Hua was sitting there devouring enough food for 3 entire days in one single meal. Then a woman forced her way through the crowd and grabbed tightly at his clothes, her face full of panic and helplessness. With a trembling voice, she begged him to stop, warning him that if he kept eating like this, his body would not be able to endure it. Yan Hua slowly raised his tear-streaked face toward her, his eyes still wet and hollow. His voice trembled as he answered that if he stopped, all those memories would return, the night, the day, the nightmare he could never erase. The woman went still at once, her fingers loosening around his clothing as the heaviness behind his words finally reached her. Pain filled her eyes as she looked at him and asked whether he truly intended to keep living this way until it eventually destroyed him. Yan Hua had no real answer for her. All he could do was lower his voice and whisper her name, so broken and faint that it barely held together. Yan Hua. Later that same night, the two of them left the noisy town behind, sitting across from each other in a carriage that rolled forward in heavy silence. Inside the dim carriage, Yan Hua slowly took off the jewelry hanging from his body, placing each glittering piece aside with exhausted hands, as though every ornament weighed far more than gold. He admitted that all the wealth, all the shine, and all the precious gems meant nothing to him anymore. Those endless banquets and reckless indulgences had never truly been about enjoyment. To him they were only a shield, one desperate layer after another thrown over a wound that had never really healed. The loss of the people he once cared about had carved an empty space deep inside him, and only being surrounded by others could make that hollow feeling quiet down, even if only for a brief moment. But no matter what he did, the nightmares from that tragic day kept returning again and again, refusing to let him go. Yan Hua watched him carefully from across the carriage, worry gathering in her gaze as she gently called him young master. Yan Hua gave a small smile, one that looked more bitter than happy, and reminded her that many years had already passed since he became the head of the Sky Ocean Union. Yet even now, she still called him the same way, never once addressing him as head merchant. Her voice remained steady as she answered that, in her heart, he would always be the master of the Tianzhong clan. His expression grew heavier as he looked closely at her face, and only then did he notice the fine lines time had quietly left behind. He remembered how she had stayed with him through everything, even after he turned his back on his clan and married into another family. To him, she had never been merely a servant standing at his side. She was family, and without her he was certain he would have fallen apart long ago. As that thought settled in his chest, the old memories surged back like a violent storm. The Tianzhong clan, which had once stood proud, powerful, and full of life, had been reduced to nothing but ash. He remembered how deeply he had once despised his own family, and above all, how fiercely he had hated his father. Back when he was young and reckless, he had spoken words so cruel that even time could never take them back. He had declared that a statue would stand in his place, and that if his father ever came looking for him, then his father should go speak to that cold, lifeless stone instead. With those words, he had cut himself away from his clan. As the eldest son of a martial arts family, his life should have followed a completely different path. But instead, he had been sent into the Sky Ocean Merchant Union through an arranged marriage, and at the time, he had accepted that fate without fighting back. Then, years later, the Davies sect came crashing down upon them. All he could do was stand there and watch as the place he once called home was swallowed by raging flames. And only in that terrible moment did he finally understand that beneath all the anger and resentment, he had loved his father just as deeply as he had hated him. In his mind, he saw his younger self again, slamming his head against the very statue that had once mocked his father's authority, blood pouring down as Manhwa cried out beside him, begging him to stop before he completely destroyed himself. Then the vision slowly faded away, and he found himself once more inside the quiet carriage, surrounded only by the dull sound of the wheels. He sat up straighter, and a firm, unfamiliar resolve began to settle into his eyes. From that moment forward, he decided he would change. He would repair his marriage, take back control of his own life, and finally throw away the body and habits that had kept him chained to the past. Then he broke into a wide, somewhat awkward smile, and scratched the back of his head, admitting that he was afraid his wife might have grown distant from him after all this time. Even so, he swore that from this day on, he would devote himself properly to his family. He told Manhwa once more that, in his eyes, she was not a servant at all, but his own kin. Her expression softened, relief spreading across her face as she started to answer, promising that she would continue staying by his side. But she never got the chance to finish. Without the slightest warning, an old man's body smashed straight through the carriage like a falling boulder, tearing into the space between them and crashing into her with terrifying force. The blow was so brutal that it ended her life instantly. The carriage exploded, apart from the impact, and Manhwa was thrown violently outside, his body crashing hard against the ground. Nearby, the old man was drenched in blood, barely managing to stay upright as he leaned against a tree and coughed over and over with painful force. His voice came out rough, bitter, and hoarse as he muttered that his organs were already completely ruined. Then shadows rushed in from every direction, and masked figures charged forward all at once, closing in from every side. One of the masked attackers suddenly lunged at the old man with a blade. But the old man snapped up his bare hand and caught the weapon directly, stopping the strike as if it had slammed into iron. The attacker's voice turned icy as he reminded him that they had already warned him there was nowhere left for him to run. The old man's face twisted with fury, and a roar burst from his throat as he demanded to know how they had the nerve to betray him. But before he could finish, the answer came in the form of steel, as several more blades pierced straight into his body. One of the masked men sneered at him, cold satisfaction dripping from his voice as he declared that this was the end of the so-called demonic master, even mocking him with a final farewell as their dear master. The old man's voice shook the air with hatred as he cursed them all, swearing that he would grind the blood demon castle into dust and drink every drop of their blood. If he failed to do even that, then he said he would not be worthy of the title he carried. In the next instant, his rage exploded outward, and a violent wave of crimson aura blasted from his body, sending the masked men flying backward. Not far away, Manhwa let out a painful groan and forced his battered body to rise from the ground. Then his eyes landed on Manhwa, lying motionless nearby, her body surrounded by a spreading pool of blood, and panic swallowed every thought in his mind. He staggered toward her with uneven steps, screaming her name as he dropped down and pulled her tightly into his arms. Tears streamed down his face without stopping, and his broken cry tore through the night as he cursed the merciless cruelty of fate itself. Meanwhile, the old man, still barely clinging to life, stumbled away from the chaos before his legs finally gave out and he collapsed heavily to his knees. His breath came thinner and weaker with every moment, and he realized with grim clarity that he needed a new body before his failing heart stopped for good. With his voice reduced to a trembling whisper, he muttered about the spirit possession technique, doubt flickering through him as he wondered if this was truly where everything ended. Then, through the broken silence and blood-soaked wreckage, a cold voice cut sharply across the scene. Overcome by grief and rage, Manhwa turned his fury toward the old man, accusing him of dragging Manhwa into this nightmare, bringing his battle straight to this place, and causing her death. He grabbed the old man by the collar with trembling hands and demanded an answer, his voice shaking as anger and despair tangled together. His scream cracked apart as he cried that everything he still had left in this world had just been torn away from him. The old man's lips barely moved as he whispered that he should not do this. Then, in the very next heartbeat, the old man's left hand suddenly flashed. 2 fingers struck out with terrifying precision, landing on a hidden point before Yan Hua could react. Yan Hua gasped sharply as an icy numbness spread through his entire body. Realization hit him all at once as his strength disappeared, and he collapsed in disbelief, whispering that he could no longer move. The old man moved closer, his voice rough and hoarse, yet still carrying a mocking edge as he told Yan Hua not to handle a wounded elder so violently. Deep inside, Yan Hua cursed himself bitterly. He had known the old man was a martial artist, but his rage had blinded him completely. The old man lowered himself beside him and finally revealed what he truly intended to do. He had planned to use the spirit possession technique one last time, stealing the body of someone young and talented so he could keep living. But now that death was pressing down on him, he no longer cared about finding a perfect vessel. At this point, even the body of a pig would be enough. Then he began. 160 years of martial essence surged into his left hand, and pure chi compressed there until it reached its absolute peak. With his right hand, he dragged out something even more terrifying. His very soul. In one violent motion, he forced both the overwhelming martial essence and his soul straight into Yan Hua's body. A torrent of red light burst into the sky, so intense that the earth beneath them trembled from the force. A few moments later, that terrifying aura vanished completely, and the old man's original body dropped still and lifeless. Yan Hua's body convulsed violently, then suddenly jerked upright, shoving the old corpse aside as if waking from death itself. He stared down at his hand and slowly flexed his fingers, while a twisted smile spread across his face. His eyes burned with a sinister glow as he whispered that he had succeeded. But almost immediately, his expression distorted. The body began resisting him, and deep within 2 separate wills crashed against each other. The old man's spirit snarled in frustration, unable to understand why he had not already crushed Yan Hua completely with his overwhelming chi and soul power. But Yan Hua's spirit roared back with everything he had, refusing to vanish. He would not die like this. He had to survive, and he still had to avenge his clan. Their 2 essences slammed into each other again and again, tearing through the body like a storm trapped beneath the skin. Under that crushing pressure, Yan Hua's spirit began to crack, piece by painful piece. The old man mocked him coldly, saying that although his will was stubborn, it was still far too fragile. Yan Hua could feel his consciousness slipping away, sinking slowly into darkness. Outside, one of the masked men returned and looked down at the body still struggling on the ground. He sneered as he recognized the forbidden art, remarking that the demonic master truly lived up to his terrifying name. He said that the demons of the 3 heavens had once revered this man, but this twisted, parasitic way of surviving would end right here. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the masked man drove his blade straight into Yan Hua's neck. The possessed body lost all strength and collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. When awareness finally returned, it was no longer beneath blood and darkness, but under a bright and peaceful sky. A man groaned in pain, clutching his head as if it were about to split open. Slowly, he forced his eyes open, dazed and confused, with no idea where he was, while the faint scent of herbs drifted through the air. As his blurry vision cleared, he realized he was lying inside an apothecary. His throat burned from thirst, so he reached weakly toward a cup placed beside him. But the instant the liquid touched his tongue, a bitter taste spread through his mouth. It was medicine. He lowered the cup, and his entire body suddenly froze. His hand was wrong. It looked far too young, far too unfamiliar, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. His eyes flew wide open, and a shocked shout burst from his chest, loud enough to shake the quiet room around him. The cup slipped from his fingers and smashed against the floor, shattering into pieces. He stared at his hands in horror, demanding to know what had happened to them. A young woman hurried into the room, her face pale with alarm as she rushed straight toward him. She called out to him as young master, her voice tight with worry as she quickly asked whether he was hurt or feeling unwell. Ignoring the pain still pounding through his body, he suddenly sprang up and grabbed her by both shoulders. His eyes locked onto her face as if he had just seen a ghost, and he asked if she was truly Yan Hua and why she looked so unbelievably young. Yan Hua let out a soft, helpless sigh, as though she had seen him like this before, and gently said he must have suffered through another nightmare. But his thoughts immediately spun out of control. A nightmare? Was that really all it was? Then his foot came down on the broken shards scattered across the floor, and a sharp, burning pain instantly shot up through him. He sucked in a cold breath, his eyes widening as the sudden sting snapped through his senses. That pain was real, far too clear, far too vivid to belong to a dream. Before Yanhua could stop him, he rushed out of the room, completely ignoring her frantic warnings as she called after him. Outside, his gaze immediately fixed on a statue standing nearby, and everything around him seemed to fall silent. His entire body trembled as he slowly lifted one hand toward that familiar stone figure. Memories crashed through him all at once, showing his younger self striking his head against that very statue in stubborn defiance of his father. Tears spilled down his face as he stared at it, and in a trembling whisper, he called Yanhua's name. He forced himself to ask when the statue had been placed there. Yanhua blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding why it mattered so much, and answered that it had only been erected 5 days ago. His chest tightened painfully as he repeated those words, barely able to believe what he had just heard. 5 days. Only 5 days had passed. To make absolutely sure, he lowered his head without hesitation and slammed it into the statue with all the strength he had. The stone cracked under the impact, then began to crumble apart before everyone's eyes. Shocked gasps burst out all around him, and the people nearby cried out in disbelief at what he had just done. Blood ran down from his forehead, but his eyes burned brighter than ever with fierce resolve. This was not a dream. Somehow, against all reason, he had truly returned to the past. And now he understood the truth. He still had 3 years before the day the Tianzhong clan would be destroyed. His voice trembled, but not from fear. It shook with burning determination as he swore that no matter the cost, he would protect his people and his clan. The man making that vow was none other than Yong Huaren. Once the Tianzhong clan had been a proud and feared martial lineage, its banners standing tall near Tianzhong Mountain in Hunan, and its name spoken with respect throughout the region. They had never been some ordinary clan barely clinging to survival. They had once represented strength, discipline, and honor itself, but the passage of time had slowly worn down the glory they once possessed. Even so, in Yong Huarin's eyes, that legacy was not something to simply mourn and bury in the past. It was something that had to be reclaimed. Every word he spoke carried the weight of generations, a promise carved deep into his heart that no matter how far the clan had fallen, he would raise it again and defend it with everything he had. From that powerful bloodline, countless families across the generations had taken the mountain's name as their own. Yet among them all, it was the Yong clan alone that had gathered those branches together and stood at the center of that great legacy. Back in those days, people throughout Hunan called them the Tianzhong Yong clan, and that name carried weight wherever it was heard. Those who still remembered that era spoke of its former glory with quiet reverence. But that proud world had long since faded into memory. The clan's reputation had collapsed, its name no longer praised with awe until people eventually knew them only as the Tianzhong clan. Inside the main hall, Yong Byung, the current clan head, sat holding a cup of tea, his face heavy with fatigue. He released a long, tired sigh and admitted that 30 years had already passed, yet not a single true martial expert had emerged from their bloodline. After Elder Yong Gong, once revered as the supreme dragon of Hunan, the clan had withered into nothing more than a shadow of its former self. Even common people now looked down on them, and with bitter honesty he confessed that this was a truth they could no longer deny. His wife gently refilled his cup, trying to soften the weight pressing on him. She told him that their hopes should rest on Yong Huaren, praying that he would recover and one day guide the clan toward a brighter future. But Yong Byung only shook his head slowly. He reminded her that she knew better than anyone how deeply Yong Huaren despised him. Everything he had done had come from care, yet in his son's eyes it had only looked like cruelty. The guilt sat heavily on his shoulders, and he blamed himself, believing it all began because he had remarried too quickly after his first wife's death, before he had even properly mourned her. His wife gave him a gentle smile and said that perhaps what they needed most was patience, and that Yong Huaren might simply need more time to understand. Yong Byung frowned, his expression darkening as he admitted that he had once believed the same thing. But with each passing year, the distance between father and son had only grown wider. Just 5 days earlier, when he went to see his son, Yong Huaren had placed a statue in the garden and told him to treat that lifeless stone as if it were him instead. Yong Byung let out a bitter laugh, then apologized to his wife, saying he had complained far too much. At that very moment, Yanhua came rushing toward them in a panic, her eyes red and wet with tears as she cried out for the clan head. Yong Byung was startled by her sudden arrival and demanded to know why she was running in such a hurry. Yanhua struggled to catch her breath, tears streaming down her face as she tried to force the words out. His sharp voice cut through the hall, ordering her to stop crying and explain clearly what had happened. Through her broken sobs, she finally managed to say that young Master Yong Huaren had injured himself and fallen unconscious. Yong Byung and his wife froze where they stood, the words striking them like lightning. The clan head's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out, unable to accept what he had just heard. Back inside Yong Hwarin's quarters, the young man lay motionless on his bed, his body slick with sweat as he tossed and struggled in the grip of a vivid dream. In that dream, he was standing beside a crystal-clear waterfall, with cool mist drifting through the air around him. A younger version of himself laughed brightly as he splashed around in the rushing water, while his real mother sat nearby and watched him with a warm, gentle smile. She called out softly, asking if he really liked the roaring waterfall that much. The child shouted back that he did, pointing excitedly at the koi swimming all around, then proudly lifted up a huge fish he had caught and called for her to look at how big it was. But the moment he turned back toward her, the smile on his face disappeared. She was no longer sitting there peacefully. Her body had collapsed onto the ground. The scene changed in an instant. Now he was inside her room, where she lay pale and fragile on the bed, her breathing weak and uneven. Tears streamed down his face as she reached out toward him and told him to come closer. With a faint, sorrowful voice, she apologized and said she could no longer go with him to the waterfall to catch koi. Yong Hwarin pressed his face against her chest, sobbing as he called her mother again and again. She weakly stroked his hair, whispering that she was fine and begging him not to cry anymore. Then her voice suddenly twisted, sinking into something deep, cold, and cruel. It told him to stop shedding useless tears, mocking him as nothing but a weakling, while her gentle features warped and cracked into something horrifying. In her place stood a demonic old man, his eyes brimming with malice and a sinister grin stretching across his face. He declared that he would take Yong Hwarin's head as a trophy. With his sharp teeth exposed, the old man opened his mouth impossibly wide. The boy screamed into the darkness, his desperate cry tearing through the nightmare as he begged for someone to save him. Then, with a violent gasp, Yong Hwarin jolted awake. Yong Hwarin shot upright from the bed, his chest rising and falling violently as he struggled to pull air back into his lungs. He swept his eyes around the room in confusion, his heart still pounding from the nightmare, and only after a long moment did he begin to understand where he was. Everything around him felt familiar, yet strangely far away, like an old memory that had somehow been brought back to life. This was the room he had lived in during his younger years. As his breathing slowly calmed, one thought became clearer and clearer in his mind. If this place truly was his old room, then there was no doubt he had really returned to the past. This was the era when he had hated his father, when he had cut himself off from his own family, and when the clan had already begun its slow fall toward ruin. But if he had truly come back to this exact moment, then maybe all of that tragedy could still be stopped. He pressed his lips together as a hard resolve settled deep in his chest, silently swearing that he would change the fate of his father, his family, and the entire clan, because this time he knew exactly what the future was waiting to bring. But right then, a scorching heat suddenly burst to life inside his body. His eyes widened as that strange sensation spread through him, racing beneath his skin like a fire he could not control. Outside his room, several attendants gathered in nervous whispers, still shaken by what had happened earlier. One of them insisted that young Master Yong Hwarin had smashed his own head into the statue and shattered it. Another attendant scoffed and said that was impossible because Yong Hwarin had always been weak and bedridden and had never properly practiced martial arts even once. But a third voice insisted she had seen it with her own eyes, and the more they spoke, the more uneasy they became, until one of them even muttered that he must have been possessed by something. Suddenly, the door to Yong Hwarin's quarters burst open, and the women froze in shock when they saw him inside, his whole body trembling violently. One of them tried to speak, stammering out "Young Master," but the words caught in her throat before she could finish. Yong Hwarin clutched at his head and stomach as his body convulsed uncontrollably, while panic tore through his thoughts. Something was terribly wrong with him. His entire body felt as if it were burning from the inside out, and a fierce surge of energy erupted from his lower dantian like a blazing wildfire. Horror flashed through his eyes as one desperate realization rose in his mind. He needed a woman. The thought itself shocked him, but the power flooding through his body was far too intense, an uncontrollable wave of violent yang energy crashing through him. Inwardly, he cursed through gritted teeth. This was the power left behind by that demonic old man. It was too overwhelming, too dangerous. And if Yong Hwarin did nothing, he knew he might lose control completely. His body jerked again as the heat grew even more unbearable, and fear clawed at his chest. If he failed to suppress it, he might do something so unforgivable that he would never be able to face himself again. Without wasting another second, he charged past the stunned attendants and rushed straight outside. The attendants cried out behind him in panic, shouting that the weather was freezing and that he was barely dressed. They begged him not to run around like that, terrified that if anything happened to him, they would be the ones held responsible. But Yong Hwarin did not slow down. He kept running with his body shaking from the unbearable heat, pushing forward until he finally reached the bamboo forest. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to keep moving. If he hesitated even for a moment, the old man's energy would swallow him whole. At last, he arrived at a place carved deep into his memories. The waterfall. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw himself straight into the violent current. The instant the icy water crashed against the burning heat inside him, steam rose sharply into the air. Relief spread across his face, and a shaky smile escaped him as the unbearable fire finally began to ease. Deep in his heart, he silently thanked the heavens. He had been saved. But before he could even catch his breath, a voice suddenly cut through the mist, calling his name. Yong Hwarin's eyes widened, and he quickly turned toward the sound. His father, Yong Byung, was rushing toward him with panic written across his face. "Father!" Yong Hwarin whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Yong Byung stepped straight into the freezing water, his face drained of color as he forced his way toward his son. He grabbed Yong Hwarin and pulled him tightly into his arms, tears streaming down his face as he shouted and asked whether his son truly wanted to die. He said that even if Yong Hwarin hated him, he still should never throw his life away like this, especially not on such a bitter, freezing day. His eyes searched his son's forehead in panic, checking the injury as he asked again and again if he was all right. For a moment, Yong Hwarin could not say a single word because his heart was shaking too hard inside his chest. He had missed his father more than he could ever openly admit. But he also knew he could not suddenly show too much affection, or everyone around them would find it strange. For now, he decided he would draw closer to his father naturally, one careful step at a time. Slowly, he lifted his arms and wrapped them around his father in return. His eyes burned with emotion as his inner voice whispered that he had truly come back. If this was only a dream, then he never wanted to wake from it. And if this was nothing more than an illusion, then he prayed that his eyes would remain closed forever. 3 months passed. On a quiet afternoon, Yong Hwarin sat on a wooden dock beside his younger half-brother, Yong Ki-jung, and the two of them fished together in the calm water. Yong Ki-jung laughed brightly and teased that he was definitely going to win their bet. Yong Hwarin chuckled and asked if Yong Ki-jung had been fishing his whole life to sound that confident, yet deep down, Yong Hwarin was thinking about how different everything had become. Over these 3 months, he had grown closer to his family than he had ever been before. In his previous life, he had barely spoken to Yong Ki-jung at all. He still remembered how his younger brother had once trained in the clan's secret martial technique, only to suffer from severe chi blockage afterward. From that point on, Yong Ki-jung had been unable to advance, and the Tianzhong clan had lost much of its remaining standing. Eventually, they had been reduced to nothing more than a branch of the Yuki clan. By then, Yong Hwarin had already become the son-in-law of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, and he had been too busy with his own life to notice. When he finally learned the truth, it was already far too late. Yong Ki-jung's voice pulled him back from those memories. The boy quietly asked if it was really all right for Yong Hwarin to stop taking the medicine he had been prescribed. Yong Hwarin answered casually that those medicines were exactly what had made him fat in the first place. Yong Ki-jung tilted his head in confusion and asked when his brother had ever been fat. Yong Hwarin flinched, realizing his mistake, then quickly stumbled over his words and corrected himself, saying he only meant he might become fat if he kept drinking them. Yong Ki-jung grinned and lifted his basket, proudly showing off the fish he had caught. Then he teased that he really liked the way Yong Hwarin had been lately, especially since his older brother always gave him extra allowance under the excuse of making little bets. Then, with a proud look, Yong Ki-jung asked if that meant he had won, raising his overflowing basket for Yong Hwarin to see. But Yong Hwarin's lips slowly curved into a mischievous smirk. Without any warning, Yong Hwarin flung his own basket high into the air and shouted that he could not afford to lose again. Yong Ki-jung's jaw dropped instantly as he yelled that his brother was cheating. Yong Hwarin only laughed, grabbed him with a wide grin, and declared that he had already caught an even bigger fish before Yong Ki-jung could react. Yong Hwarin leapt forward and dragged him straight into the lake. Water exploded around them in a huge splash as Yong Ki-jung screamed in surprise, while Yong Hwarin burst into carefree laughter. Deep inside, Yong Hwarin's heart softened with regret. In his previous life, he had never realized just how bright, cheerful, and full of life Yong Ki-jung truly was. Back then, he had placed far too much weight on his younger brother's shoulders. Quietly, from the bottom of his heart, he apologized to him. As time continued to pass, Yong Hwarin threw himself fully into training. Every day, he pushed his body harder, building up his strength, before officially beginning his martial cultivation. He was still wary of the demonic old man's energy lingering inside him, but thankfully, it had not caused another disaster. Ever since the day it had first surged out of control, he had made it a habit to meditate beneath the waterfall every morning, using the cold water and steady breathing to stabilize his qi. One day, after finishing his meditation, he noticed his younger half-sister, Yong Xiaolin, walking toward him with a towel held carefully in her hands. Yong Hurin went over to meet her and told her she did not need to go out of her way to do this for him. But Yong Xiaolin laughed shyly and said she enjoyed it, because she liked being friends with him now. As Yong Hurin looked at Yong Xiaolin's gentle smile, regret squeezed tightly around his heart. In his previous life, she had always treated him with warmth, yet he had answered that kindness with nothing but coldness. Yong Xiaolin had been bright, lively, and full of affection, the kind of girl who loved festivals, fireworks, and sharing those happy moments with the people she cared about. But every time she came to him with that hopeful look in her eyes, he had pushed her away with cruel words. He could still remember one day clearly, when she had asked in a soft, hesitant voice if he would go with her to the festival. Back then, he had stared at her with eyes so cold they held no mercy at all, cutting her off before she could even finish speaking. He told her he had no time to waste on childish games, and with a chilling glare, warned her never to ask him something like that again. That brief and painful exchange had become the last real conversation the two of them ever had. After that, Yong Xiaolin had gone to the festival alone, and there she was murdered. Their father had personally looked into the truth behind her death, but not long after beginning that investigation, he too was assassinated. Now, back in the present, Yong Hurin pulled his outer robe over his shoulders, then turned toward Yong Xiaolin and asked if today was not the moon festival she had once mentioned. Her eyes widened in surprise, and almost immediately they lit up with pure joy as she exclaimed that she thought he had forgotten. Yong Hurin calmly confirmed that he would go with her, and the moment she heard it, she practically jumped with excitement. Yong Hurin smiled at her and said that before the festival began, they should go shopping and pick out something nice for her. Yong Xiaolin clapped her hands happily and urged him to leave right away. Watching her cheerful face, Yong Hurin felt his resolve grow even firmer. This was a second chance, and this time he would live differently. He would never allow those same tragedies to repeat themselves. If he wanted to protect Yong Xiaolin, Yong Qizheng, his father, and the entire Tianzhong clan, then kind intentions alone would never be enough. He needed strength. He had to become powerful enough to shield his family with his own hands and restore the lost glory of the clan. Back in the training yard, Yong Hurin ran laps alongside the other young men of the clan, his footsteps landing steadily against the packed earth. With every breath he took, he could feel just how much his life had changed. In the past, he had spent his days shut inside his room, drinking medicine and burying himself in books, hardly ever stepping beyond the door. But now, everything was different. Strangely enough, the beginning of that change could be traced back to the ominous energy left behind by the old man. His body wanted to move, his muscles begged to be pushed harder, and deep down he wanted to test exactly how far he had come. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when his father's voice called out to him from nearby. When Yong Hurin turned around, he saw Yong Byung standing there with a warm smile on his face, his eyes shining with unmistakable pride. Yong Byung said that Yong Hurin had truly changed and that his son had finally grown up. Feeling embarrassed, Yong Hurin glanced toward the other disciples and muttered that everyone was watching. But Yong Byung did not seem to care at all. He stepped forward and placed a firm, affectionate hand on his son's shoulder. With a laugh, Yong Byung said that it did not matter in the slightest, then asked if Yong Hurin was ready to stop merely exercising and officially begin learning the clan's martial arts. Yong Hurin paused for a moment, then nodded and admitted that he had been thinking about that very same thing. Yong Byung's face immediately brightened, and he exclaimed that he would arrange an instructor for him right away. Yong Hurin hesitated, then confessed that he already had someone in mind. Curiosity stirred in Yong Byung's eyes, but before he could ask who it was, Yong Xiaolin suddenly came running over. With a bright smile spread across her face, she threw herself straight into her brother's arms. Yong Byung, looking both amused and a little jealous, playfully scolded her for only looking for her brother now. Yong Xiaolin laughed and spun around to show off her new clothes, proudly saying that her brother had chosen them for her and asking if she looked pretty. Yong Byung sighed as if he had no way to argue with that, and Yong Xiaolin chuckled before sweetly telling him that she loved him too. Warm laughter filled the training yard, and Yong Hurin stood there with a soft smile, quietly taking in the scene. Yet in his heart he reminded himself that changing his body was still not enough. If he truly wanted to protect the people he loved, he needed real strength. He needed martial arts. Elsewhere, in a quiet and weathered training ground far from the noise, a graceful figure practiced alone. A slender woman moved with smooth, elegant precision, her sword cutting through the air as each motion flowed into the next like running water. The moment she sensed someone approaching, she stopped, turned around, and fixed her calm, distant gaze on the visitor. She asked what had brought young Master Yong to such a secluded place. This woman was Mo Bayang, known throughout the clan as the Dragonflower Sword. Yong Huarin greeted her with a faint smile and said it had been a long time since they had spoken, then admitted that he had come because there was something he wanted to ask of her. His words sounded stiff, as if he was unsure how to begin properly. Mo Bayang studied him in silence. It seemed the rumors about his recovery were true, but she had never truly spoken with this twisted young man before, and she could not imagine what kind of request he would bring to her. When she finally asked him directly, the answer he gave left her completely stunned. Yong Huarin bowed deeply before her, his posture firm and his resolve unwavering, and declared that he wished to learn her sword skills. Then he asked her to accept him as her disciple. Mo Bayang had heard the whispers claiming that Yong Huarin had changed, and although he did appear different from before, she could not help questioning whether a person could truly transform so suddenly. After all, many people endured hardship and still managed to remain upright. But Yong Huarin had once allowed himself to drown in hatred, cutting away both his family and his clan without looking back. After a long silence, Mo Bayang turned away from him and refused his request. Yong Huarin froze in surprise, then hurriedly asked why she would not accept him. Mo Bayang answered in a calm voice that she was already occupied with investigating the stagnation in the Tianzhong clan's secret arts, so she had no room to take on a disciple. As she walked away, she silently apologized to him in her heart. Even so, she could not bring herself to believe that a person could change that quickly. The rejection tightened around Yong Huarin's chest, and bitterness rose inside him as he thought that she still saw him as someone worthless. In his previous life, Mo Bayang had rarely interacted with other people, and even within the clan, very few truly understood the depth of her strength. But Yong Huarin had already lived through the future once, so he knew better than anyone just how terrifying her power really was. Her martial depth surpassed every other person in the clan by far. Driven by desperation, Yong Huarin dropped to his knees before her without hesitation. Mo Bayang spun back toward him, her voice turning sharp as she demanded to know why the eldest son of the clan would lower himself over something so trivial. Yong Huarin answered quietly at first, but then his voice grew stronger as he said this was not insignificant to him at all. His mind returned to the life he had already lived. In the battle against the Davies sect, Mo Bayang had been the one who contributed more than anyone else. Because of her valor, she had been granted the title Dragon Bloodflower, a name that was never meant to belong to a woman. Even so, she had accepted that name and kept fighting. She poured everything she had into rebuilding the Tianzhong clan, only to meet a mysterious death in the end. She had given her entire life for them. Yong Huarin's hands tightened into fists at his sides, the knuckles pressing hard as a fierce resolve began to burn deep in his chest. This time, he swore he would never let her walk down that same painful road again. No matter what it took, he would protect her, and he would protect the clan with everything he had. Oh Bayang quietly studied him without saying a word. The young man standing in front of her felt completely different from the boy she remembered, and for the first time she wondered if he truly had changed. After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth. She told him she would accept his request, but there was one condition he had to meet first. Yong Huarin's heart jumped the moment he heard her answer, and he listened closely as she calmly explained the terms. If he could land even a single touch on her during a sparring match, just once, then she would agree to take him in as her disciple. She made it clear that she would not use Chai, and she would not rely on the clan's martial arts either. Even so, her calm confidence showed that she believed he still had no chance of succeeding. Yong Huarin hesitated for a brief moment, feeling the weight of her challenge settle over him. Then his eyes firmed, his resolve hardened, and he nodded, accepting the condition. But only moments later he was already sprawled across the ground, his body aching, unable to so much as brush a single strand of her hair. The gap between them was not just large, it was so overwhelming that every exchange made it painfully clear. When Mo Bayang turned her back and calmly declared that the duel was over, Yong Huarin clenched his teeth from the ground. He could not bring himself to accept that ending. With a rough hoarse roar tearing from his throat, he forced himself forward again and shouted that the fight was not over yet. Each time he struggled back to his feet. She knocked him down with effortless precision. Her strikes landed one after another, driving his body into the ground and forcing him to face the harsh truth of just how weak he still was. At last, his strength finally gave out, and he collapsed completely, though his hand still refused to let go of the wooden sword. Oh Bayang looked down at him in silence, then admitted that his persistence and effort were at least worthy of respect. But just as she turned away to leave, something buried deep inside Yong suddenly erupted. A violent crimson aura burst out from his body, surging wildly around him like an unstable flame that could no longer be contained. Oh Bayang stopped in her tracks, her eyes sharpening with shock as she whispered the words, "Red aura." She immediately realized that this power was not part of the Tianzhong art. Staring at him with growing unease, she demanded to know what he really was. Alarm rushed into her voice as she called out for him to come back to his senses, but Yong gave no answer at all. In the very next instant, he appeared directly in front of her, his wooden sword already raised and ready to strike. Oh Bayang barely managed to twist away in time, avoiding the blow by the smallest margin. Her eyes widened as she realized what had just happened. His speed had suddenly become frightening, far beyond what it had been before. He attacked again without pause, and although she dodged once more, the force and pressure of his movements pushed her backward step by step, driving her toward the wall. Sensing the danger closing in, she drew her blade and began gathering her power, preparing to unleash the first form of the soaring dragon emperor sword. But before she could release the technique, Yong wooden sword swept close enough to brush against her hair. Oh Bayang froze on the spot. Yong stood there with a faint, exhausted smile on his face, and through his fading strength he whispered that he had touched her. Then, with the same weak breath, he called her Master Mo Bayang. The words had barely left his mouth before his body completely gave out, and he collapsed at her feet. Oh Bayang remained frozen where she stood, staring down at him as if she could not fully understand what had just happened. Slowly, almost cautiously, she turned her gaze toward the wall behind her, and the moment she saw it, her breath caught. The wooden sword had torn straight into the wall. The surface was smashed and split open by nothing but raw force, and as Mo Bayang's eyes widened, the reality of it struck her hard. Just what had that power been? Several days passed after that. Yong threw himself into training without giving his body any real rest, his focus never wavering for even a moment. Sweat soaked through his clothes as his breathing grew heavy, yet he kept cutting each movement through the air, his blade flashing again and again with every swing. Not far away, Mo Bayang watched him in silence. Her sharp eyes followed every step, every stance, and every strike, while deep inside, her disbelief continued to grow. She had never imagined that the young master could possess this level of talent. In only a few short days, Yong had already begun to grasp the forms of both the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword and the Azure Bamboo Sword. This was the same person who had once been dismissed as someone with no martial potential at all. Yet now, he moved through the techniques with such natural ease that it almost felt unreal. When Yong finally lowered his sword, gasping hard for breath, he looked toward her with bright, expectant eyes and asked how he had done. Oh Bayang kept her voice firm as she answered. He had not yet reached the true secrets hidden within the techniques, but even so, he was already using both sword styles without any visible flaws. For someone who had trained for such a short time, his progress was outstanding. Yong let out a soft laugh and lightly waved off her praise, saying that she was giving him far too much credit. But Mo Bayang's expression grew sharper. She stared at him with a serious gaze and told him plainly that his growth was beyond anything believable. She could barely connect the young man standing before her now with the frail young master who had once been trapped in bed by his sickly body. His speed, especially, was abnormal. There was no softer way to say it. The talent he was showing was nothing short of incredible. Then her expression darkened as the memory of that crimson aura rose in her mind again. Yong scratched the back of his head awkwardly and insisted once more that he could not remember anything from that moment. He said that during their spar, he had taken so many blows from her that everything after a certain point had blurred together in his mind. With a crooked little smile, Yong added that only Mo Bayang would dare treat the eldest son of the clan so brutally with her dragonflower sword. Oh Bayang, however, did not return the smile. She stood there quietly for a long while, her gaze unreadable, before finally turning away from him. Since he refused to give her a proper answer, she told him she would not force the truth from his mouth. But she reminded him that she was someone who served the Tianzhong clan, and that duty still weighed on her shoulders. Because of that, she warned him that from now on she would be watching every moment of his life. Yong gave her an awkward smile, his expression stiffening slightly as he admitted that her words sounded more than a little frightening. That night, Yong sat alone inside his dim chamber, with several martial arts manuals spread wide across the desk in front of him. A weak candle flickered beside him, casting restless shadows across the pages while his eyes swept through each line. His thoughts moved faster and faster, and after personally using both the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword and the Azure Bamboo Sword, he could now feel the truth with absolute clarity. The Tianzhong clan's martial arts were incomplete. And as Yong Huaren thought it through, he realized that this flaw had been unavoidable from the very beginning, because their roots had never been purely orthodox. Inside his mind, he traced the origins of the clan's techniques back to the distant past. Long ago, the founder of the Tianzhong clan had been a wandering martial artist who roamed across Annan in pursuit of justice. During those travels, the founder had obtained demonic arts from the master of the hidden saint cult, techniques that stood in a strange place, neither fully orthodox nor completely demonic. Although the progenitor had studied those dark methods, he had not simply accepted them as they were. With his own hands and understanding, he reshaped them into something different. He transformed those arts into the soaring dragon sword and the azure bamboo sword, all while forcing himself to remain on the road of justice. Because of that transformation, the techniques lost some of their original raw power. Even so, they were still strong enough to produce the greatest swordsmen in Hunan during that era. But the deeper problem never disappeared. Mixing demonic martial arts with orthodox cultivation created a system that was unstable at its core, and although the founder had climbed to an astonishing height, he had never reached the true supreme peak. To prevent chaos and unrest within the clan, the founder had hidden the true origins of the arts. Then, over countless generations, that secret sank deeper and deeper until it was almost completely buried. And now, that buried truth had finally surfaced again. The realization sent a thrill through Yong Huaren's body, and as a sharp smirk crossed his face, he clenched his fists while excitement burned through his blood. He alone could complete these broken and unstable martial arts. Only he had lived through the future, and only he possessed the knowledge needed to finish what even the founder had failed to complete. The next day, Yong Huaren sat in the garden with his father and stepmother, sharing tea beneath the soft sunlight filtering through the trees. With a calm but firm resolve in his voice, he announced that he intended to visit the Jagal clan. His father lifted his gaze in mild surprise, then asked what business he had with the Jagal clan. Yong Huaren answered that since he had regained his health through martial arts, it was only proper for him to pay the Jagal clan a respectful visit, especially since he had been arranged to marry one of their daughters before he was even born. Yong Byung leaned back with a thoughtful sigh, then nodded slowly. Time truly had flown by, and that marriage arrangement had indeed been decided many years ago. Yong Huaren was destined to wed into the Jagal clan, and the girl's name, Yong Byung recalled, was Jagal Chongyong. When Yong Huaren confirmed it, Yong Byung's expression softened into a warm smile. He said that he had once been close friends with Jagal Yujiao, and if his old companion saw Yong Huaren again, he would surely be delighted. Yong Byung even added that he had heard Jagal Shongyong had grown into an incredible beauty. Then, with curiosity in his voice, he asked when his son planned to leave. Before Yong Huaren could answer, his stepmother immediately objected. She insisted that he had only just recovered, and that it would be much wiser for him to rest a while longer. Yong Byung simply laughed, his voice loud and carefree. He said their son was already of age, and traveling, meeting friends, and seeing the wider world were all things a young man should experience. He even recalled that he himself had met Jagal Yujiao at around the same age. Reluctantly, his wife finally gave in. Even so, she warned him sternly that Yong Huaren had to be careful because the journey would take more than a month, and he would need a reliable bodyguard to keep him safe. A few days later, Yong Huaren met with Mo Beiyang again, and the moment he arrived, she looked him over with a faintly irritated expression. He greeted her in a cheerful tone, but his attention quickly shifted when he noticed two unfamiliar men standing behind her. Curious, he looked past her and asked who they were. The two men stepped forward without hesitation, slowly circling around Yong Huaren as they examined his body from different angles. One of them muttered in surprise under his breath, while the other remarked that although Yong Huaren's frame was not especially large, his body seemed unusually flexible. After looking him over, they both agreed that the rumors were true. Yong Huaren really had changed. Yong Huaren recognized them almost immediately. They were the rising ghost blades Yung Wook and Nam Wook. He gave them a slight bow and said it was an honor to meet them. One of the men laughed, saying that he and the dragonflower sword would do everything in their power to protect him, while the other tilted his head and noted that Yong Huaren's body still held even more potential for strength. Inwardly, Yong Huaren thought the two of them looked like muscle-headed brutes, but he knew very well that their reputation was not empty. The rising ghost blades were masters of the ghost blade technique, and it was obvious that his father had gone to great lengths to secure them as his guards. When the time came to plan their departure, Yong Huaren gathered them together and clearly stated that he would be the one choosing their route. All he asked was that they follow him without question. Jung Wook held Yong Huaren's gaze for a long moment, as if measuring his resolve before giving a firm nod. Of course, he said, he would obey. With their agreement settled, Yong Hwarin began making his final preparations to leave. Before setting out, he went to say goodbye to his family. Yong Xiaolin immediately burst into tears, clinging tightly to him as she looked up and asked if he truly had to go. Yong Hwarin gently patted her head and promised that when he returned he would take her to the festival. She looked up at him with tearful eyes and asked if he really meant it, and he smiled softly, assuring her that he did. Then Yong Hwarin turned toward Yong Kijong, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and told him to protect Yong Xiaolin and the rest of the family while he was away. Yong Kijong stared up at him in surprise, suddenly feeling as though his older brother somehow looked taller and more dependable than ever before. Then he answered with firm resolve, promising that he would guard their family with his life. At last, Yong Hwarin bowed deeply to his parents, straightened himself, and stepped toward his waiting horse. But just as he was about to leave, a desperate cry suddenly rang out from behind him. Someone was running toward him in a hurry, calling his name again and again, while begging him to wait. Yong Hwarin turned around and saw Yan Hua rushing straight toward him. She skidded to a stop in front of him, breathless from running, and pleaded with him to let her go with him. For a brief moment, Yong Hwarin simply stood there in silence, his gaze fixed on Yan Hua as her desperate words hung in the air. Jung Wook quickly stepped in and spoke before Yong Hwarin could answer. He urged Yong Hwarin to refuse her request at once, warning that the road ahead was far too dangerous for a girl to follow. But Yong Hwarin calmly raised one hand, stopping him before he could say any more. Then Yong Hwarin stepped down from his horse, his movements slow and steady, and walked straight toward Yan Hua. When he stopped in front of her, he quietly reached out his hand. Yan Hua flinched on instinct, her body tensing as if she expected to be scolded, and she lowered her voice to whisper an apology. But instead of pushing her away, Yong Hwarin pulled her gently into a tight embrace. Yan Hua gasped in surprise, her eyes widening as she froze in his arms, completely caught off guard. Yong Hwarin spoke to her in a soft voice, telling her that he knew she had always wanted to remain by his side, and that he was truly grateful for her devotion. But the road he was about to walk was filled with danger, and right now he did not yet have enough strength to protect her properly if she followed him. He told her that he could not bear the thought of placing her in harm's way, because to him she was not just someone close. She was his beloved family. So he asked her to stay behind with his parents, Yong Kijung and Yong Xiaolin, and to wait safely for the day he returned. Tears gathered in Yan Hua's eyes, but even through the pain of holding herself back, she managed to smile and promise that she would do as he asked. Yong Hwarin mounted his horse once more, gathered the reins, and rode away with his companions behind him. As the road stretched endlessly before him, Yong Hwarin knew in his heart that when he returned to the Tianzhong clan, nothing would be the same as before. He would protect his family, and no matter what stood in his way, he would stop the clan from falling into ruin. And everything would begin with completing the clan's unfinished martial arts. Visiting the Jaegal clan was only the excuse he needed. Their true destination lay somewhere beyond that. The Jaegal clan happened to be close to Wudang Mountain. And on that sacred peak, Yong Hwarin believed the secret to perfecting the martial arts of the Tianzhong clan was waiting for him. His hand tightened around the reins as that conviction settled deeper in his chest. In his heart, he quietly whispered the real destination of their journey. They would be heading to Wudang. Several days later, Yong Hwarin lay still in the shallow waters of a stream, staring up at the wide, open sky above him. The scenery was beautiful, but somehow that beauty felt wrong, as if everything around him was far too still and far too quiet. A strange uneasiness slowly settled over his chest. In a low murmur, he admitted to himself that this place did not feel ordinary. He slowly sat up and waded through the rippling current. That was when his eyes caught sight of something half buried beneath the water, a broken wooden sign covered in mud. Yong Hwarin picked it up from the stream and brushed the wet dirt away from its surface. The instant he read the carved letters, his expression turned hard. Tianzhong clan. A cold chill ran through his entire body. In the next moment, the peaceful stream seemed to vanish before his eyes, replaced by a horrifying vision. The Tianzhong clan appeared before him, swallowed whole by raging flames. The night sky burned a terrifying shade of red, buildings collapsed one after another in the fire, and thick smoke mixed with ash filled the air around him. Yong Hwarin dropped the wooden sign as his heart began pounding violently. He stumbled forward, his voice breaking as he screamed in disbelief. No, no. His voice echoed through the burning ruins as he ran deeper inside, calling out desperately as if someone might still be alive. Then from within the chaos, a deep and chilling voice tore through the flames. Yong Hwarin froze where he stood because he knew that voice. It belonged to the old demonic man, the one who had once possessed his body in his past life before his regression. Just feeling that presence again made every nerve in his body tremble. The voice was filled with scorn, mocking him for receiving a chance that defied the heavens only to waste his time on childish pursuits. It told him that nothing could be changed. Then the voice ordered him to surrender his body, and fear pressed down on Yong Huaren so heavily that it nearly crushed him. Yong Huaren stammered through his fear, demanding to know how the old man had returned. But before the demonic figure could finish speaking, the entire vision shattered around him like breaking glass. A sharp slash cut through his scattered thoughts and dragged him violently back to reality. Obayang's voice rang out, demanding to know what he had been thinking about in the middle of their spar. Startled, Yong Huaren stumbled backward with wide eyes, only then realizing that he had fallen completely into a trance. In a low, unsteady voice, he said that he surrendered. Obayang narrowed her eyes slightly and studied him closely. She told him that he seemed unable to focus, then asked if something was wrong with his body. Yong Huaren looked away from her gaze and quietly answered that he was fine, only adding that his sleep had been disturbed over the past few days. Nearby, Young Wook and Nam Wook were training with massive stones, their muscles straining as sweat poured down their bodies. Between heavy breaths, Young Wook glanced toward Yong Huaren and suggested that if the young master was feeling unwell, he could train with them instead. He explained that the techniques they were practicing, matching river and lifting thrust flow, were meant to build raw strength. Nam Wook added his own advice while panting hard, telling his brother to use his side muscles properly and keep the heavy stones perfectly upright. Watching the two of them struggle with their brutal training, Yong Huaren gave an awkward laugh and shook his head, saying maybe next time. Then his expression grew sharper, and he told them there was something important he needed to say about their journey. Later, as they rode on horseback along the dusty road, Yong Huaren finally revealed the plan he had been holding back. Before going to the Jagal clan, he wanted to stop at Mount Seven Sages. Young Wook turned toward him in surprise and repeated the mountain's name. Yong Huaren explained that he had once read a book written by a famous herbalist, and according to that record, a certain part of Mount Seven Sages was said to hold 100-year-old ginseng. The same book also mentioned an even rarer treasure known as monkey wine, something so precious and elusive that it was nearly impossible to find anywhere else in the Jianghu. The instant the words monkey wine left his mouth, Young Wook and Nam Wook both froze in place. Their eyes glazed over, their mouths practically watered, and they repeated the name dreamily, as though the taste was already spreading across their tongues. Seeing their reaction, Yong Huaren's lips curled into a teasing smirk as he said he had heard plenty about their reputation. After all, the two of them were widely known as the Rising Drunken Ghosts because of their deep love for liquor. Young Wook immediately looked flustered, cleared his throat, and tried to recover his dignity by insisting that they fully supported the detour. But before Young Wook could finish speaking, Obayang cut in with a sharp, cold voice. She reminded Yong Huaren that Mount Seven Sages was dangerously close to demonic sect territory and warned that if an orthodox clan like the Tianzhong went there carelessly, they would be inviting disaster with their own hands. Yong Huaren met her stern gaze without flinching and calmly asked how anyone would even know they were from the Tianzhong clan in the first place. If they were discovered, he said, they could simply claim to belong to some other group. Obayang's face darkened at once, anger flashing in her eyes as she demanded how the heir of the Tianzhong clan could speak so lightly about such a disgrace. To her, the pride of their clan was not something that could be thrown away whenever it became inconvenient. Yong Huaren interrupted her without the slightest hesitation, asking whether pride truly meant anything when survival itself was at stake. If a powerful enemy demanded to know his origin, he said, then he would not hesitate for even a second to claim allegiance to a demonic sect, as long as that lie kept him alive. Young Wook stepped forward and sided with Yong Huaren's reasoning. He argued that there was no reason for an orthodox sect to tremble before demonic ones, and that in this situation, following the young master's judgment would be the wiser choice. Obayang let out a cold scoff, clearly unconvinced, and accused the two ghost blades of only supporting him because their minds were already filled with thoughts of monkey wine. Yong Huaren placed a hand over his chest and put on an exaggeratedly sincere expression. He claimed that his true purpose was to bring back ginseng for his parents, saying that he had caused them far too much worry in the past and wanted to do something to make up for it. Obayang hesitated at that. The anger in her expression slowly softened, and after a long pause, she finally gave a reluctant nod. If he was truly determined to go, then they would head for Mount Seven Sages. Relief appeared across Yong Huaren's face as he thanked all of them, then suggested that they stop at a nearby inn and make their preparations there. Yet, deep inside, where no one else could see, his lips curved into a quiet and sly grin. He knew better than anyone that everything he had just said was a lie. There was no 100-year-old ginseng waiting for them, and there was no monkey wine either. What truly waited on that mountain was something far more valuable: the demonic poison stone flower. Yong remembered its origin with perfect clarity. There were certain places where poisonous insects gathered when they reached the end of their lives. Over countless years, the venom left behind by those insects would condense, harden, and slowly become a crystal of pure poison. And when a seed happened to fall upon such a crystal, it would absorb that poisonous essence, take in the demonic energy, and eventually bloom into a flower filled with deadly power. That was the demonic poison stone flower. And Yong knew it was hidden somewhere within Mount Seven Sages, but that evening at the inn, troubling rumors were already spreading through the air. From a nearby table, Yong quietly overheard several martial artists whispering among themselves about demonic masters gathering near Mount Seven Sages. One man leaned closer to his companions and lowered his voice, revealing that a rare medicine had been discovered there. Its name was the demonic poison stone flower. Yong body stiffened the moment he heard it. Frustration flared inside him as he wondered how the entire world could already know about the flower. Later that night, as their group sat together and drank, Mo Baiyang spoke to Yong in a grave and serious tone. She reminded him that he must have heard the same rumors about demonic masters converging on Mount Seven Sages because of the flower. With danger gathering so openly, she insisted that going there now was far too reckless. Yong knew in his heart that she was right. The demonic sects would fight savagely and without mercy to claim something like that. But he also knew he did not need to defeat every single one of them. He only needed to overcome Go, the one who would eventually claim the flower at the end. In his previous life, Go had risen from a first-rate warrior to the very peak in just half a year. The demonic poison stone flower was exactly the kind of ingredient Yong needed to perfect his own martial arts. The martial arts of the Tianzhong clan were demonic at their core, yet Yong only lifted his cup calmly and spoke as if nothing about the situation had changed. Their destination remained Mount Seven Sages. His voice was steady, firm, and left no room for argument. Baiyang shot to her feet, disbelief flashing across her face as she demanded whether he truly had not heard that the demonic sects were already gathering there. Yong answered without hesitation, reminding her that Mount Seven Sages was one of the roots of the Jaegal clan. If the Jaegal clan was involved, then this was exactly where they needed to go. Meeting the situation there, he said, might even turn out to be in their favor. Baiyang hesitated for a long moment before finally agreeing, though her agreement came with one strict condition. If they encountered martial artists far beyond their level, they would retreat immediately without hesitation. Yong nodded and promised that he would avoid reckless fights and not throw himself into unnecessary danger. Then he turned toward Yong and Nam only to find both ghost blades already slumped over the table, completely drunk and useless. Seeing them like that, Yong could only let out a quiet sigh. Even so, he repeated his vow once more, saying that he would remain cautious. Several days later, their group finally arrived near Mount Seven Sages and checked into an inn close to the mountain. Yong told the others that they would stay there for the time being, but inwardly, he already felt as if the entire mountain had become a gallery of chaos. He knew he was still too weak to charge in blindly, yet a dark smile still touched his lips. In the end, the one who laughed last would be the one who truly won. Earlier, he had already given his orders. They were to search for inns and taverns connected to the Serpent Dragon sect, especially places with very few guests but an unusual number of horses. Jayak, as the young sect leader, would never travel alone. He would bring his men with him, and those men would need mounts, stables, and a place to hide their movements. Even if Jayak obtained the flower, he would not leave the area immediately. He would first secure it somewhere safe, most likely at an inn secretly under his sect's control. If they could find that place, then Yong believed they would have a chance to intercept Go before the flower disappeared from reach. In the past, Go had been the one to claim it. But this time, Yong intended to seize the demonic poison stone flower for himself. Later that day, Yong and Yong stood together on a balcony, looking down over the busy street below. Nam soon joined them on the balcony and followed their gaze, asking what exactly they were watching. Yong pointed down into the moving crowd and lowered his voice, telling Yong that the man they were looking at was Jayak, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect. Yong eyes widened the moment he heard that name. By now, Jayak should have already been at Mount Seven Sages, fighting over the demonic poison stone flower. So why was he still here, standing in the distance instead? Just then, one of Jayak's men leaned close and whispered something into his ear. Yong strained to catch even a fragment of their words, but the noise of the street swallowed everything before it could reach him. A quiet curse slipped from Yong lips as frustration tightened across his face. Then, in the next instant, Jayak's eyes flared with fury, and his voice exploded across the street like a crack of thunder. He barked his orders without holding anything back, demanding that the Serpent Dragon 8 Swords and the Serpent Dragon Slashers be summoned immediately to give chase. Even young Wook stiffened when he heard those names. In a low voice, he told Yong Hwarin that those two groups were the strongest forces of the Serpent Dragon sect, and Jayak had shouted so fiercely that even they could hear him clearly from where they stood. Yong Hwarin's gaze sharpened. If something urgent enough to shake Jayak had just happened, then a new path had opened before him. His chances of obtaining the demonic poison stone flower had just risen, and with steady resolve, he ordered his companions to prepare. They were going to follow. Oh Baiyang immediately rushed forward, her expression tight with protest. She demanded to know if he truly intended to chase after the demonic sect, warning that such a move was far too dangerous. In her eyes, every step he took seemed to drag him into even deeper peril. But Yong Hwarin did not waver. He told her that the Jianghu would soon be thrown into chaos, and if they wanted to survive what was coming, they had no choice but to become stronger. And the demonic poison stone flower was the key that could make that possible. Oh Baiyang cut him off sharply, insisting that the Jianghu was still at peace and that they were not so desperate that they had to rely on poisonous herbs to protect themselves. Yong Hwarin's voice turned cold as he answered her. She was wrong. Right now, they were weak. He asked whether she truly had no desire for the flower, then answered the question himself before she could speak. Of course she wanted it. No martial artist could resist a treasure like that. The only reason people like them had to stand aside was because they were still too weak to fight for it openly. His words carried the weight of his resolve. He had vowed to take the flower, use it to grow stronger, and shield their clan from the storms that would soon crash down on them. Then he stepped closer and locked eyes with Mo Baiyang. If she truly believed in him as the heir of their clan, then she would follow his command. Oh Baiyang took a step back, visibly shaken. The young master, who had once barely been able to stand on his own, was now facing her with a will she had never seen in him before. For the first time, she wondered if she had been wrong to keep seeing him as a child. Suddenly, young Wook burst into laughter and clapped his hands in delight, admitting that he had never imagined their clan heir carried such a fierce and fearless fire in his heart. Young Wook and Nam Wook both bowed deeply without hesitation. Introducing themselves as the two rising ghost blades, they pledged to follow the command of their young clan leader. After a long silence, Mo Baiyang finally lowered her head as well. She told Yong Hwarin that she would follow his will, though her voice turned grave as she warned him that the Jianghu was not a place to be treated lightly. Yong Hwarin accepted her warning with a calm nod, then ordered everyone to move out. Yet deep inside, his thoughts sank into darkness. He silently answered that no one in the entire Jianghu understood its cruelty better than he did, because he had already lived through it once. Yong Hwarin and his companions followed behind the Serpent Dragon sect, keeping a careful distance so they would not be discovered. As they moved through the shadows of the forest, Yong Hwarin watched the enemy with narrowed eyes, surprised by just how many sect members had gathered in this place. Crouched among the bushes nearby, Mo Baiyang whispered her concern, while quietly pointing out the movements of the enemy forces. Yong Hwarin replied in a low voice that Jayak and his men were forming the inescapable net formation. Young Wook's eyes widened in alarm the moment he heard the name, while Nam Wook nervously urged them to withdraw before it became too late. Yong Hwarin shook his head and explained that the main squad of the Serpent Dragon sect had not made its move yet. They would only act once they detected something suspicious or found the person carrying the miracle medicine. Until then, Yong Hwarin told them they had to stay patient and wait for the right moment. A short while later, a loud disturbance suddenly erupted from the direction of the Serpent Dragon sect. Yong Hwarin listened closely and immediately realized they had found the person carrying the miracle medicine. Without delay, he ordered his group to shift toward the riverbank instead. When Nam Wook asked why, Yong Hwarin explained that a person being hunted would be far more likely to flee toward water than deeper into the forest. He also pointed out that the shouting had already stopped, which meant the enemy was closing in. From that moment on, every movement had to be silent. Before long, a man staggered into view near the edge of the river. He lurched forward, gasping desperately for breath, and cried out weakly for help. But before he could take even another proper step, a surge of purple aura erupted from nowhere and struck him down, killing him instantly. The violent impact slammed into the riverbank with enough force to shake the ground beneath them. When the dust and scattered debris finally settled, only one figure remained standing. On the riverbank stood a man wrapped in a menacing purple aura. In his hand, the demonic poison stone flower pulsed with a sinister glow, feeding into the dreadful power that surrounded him. Oh Baiyang's face went pale the moment she recognized him. In a shaken whisper, She said that the man was none other than the flying demonic blood lion, and fear rippled through the group as soon as the name left her lips. Yong studied the figure carefully, his eyes fixed on the ominous aura swirling around him. Then he asked Mo Bayang if she knew more about him. Jung Wook answered before she could, explaining that among demonic martial artists, the flying demonic blood lion was an infamous name, one of the most feared figures to ever walk the Jianghu. But Yong noticed something else. The man's condition did not seem stable. Then his eyes widened as his gaze locked onto the object in the blood lion's hand, the demonic poison stone flower. Before anyone else could speak, the serpent dragon sect arrived in force, spreading out swiftly and surrounding the blood lion in a tight formation. Jayak stepped forward, his voice ringing with fury as he accused the blood lion of slaughtering their most elite warriors. He admitted that he had never imagined he would get the chance to corner such a monster, but now that moment had finally come. The flying demonic blood lion only laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. He sneered that he never expected to be surrounded by such weaklings, and claimed that if not for Tonglin's interference, he would have torn them all apart with ease. Jayak reached into his robes and revealed a small weapon, holding it up for the blood lion to see. Then he asked if he recognized it, announcing its name as the Thousand-Needle Downpour. The moment the blood lion laid eyes on it, his expression changed completely. Shock flashed across his face, and his eyes locked onto Jayak as he barked out a furious question, demanding to know how Jayak had gotten his hands on something like that. Jayak only curled his lips into a cold smirk, looking far too confident for someone standing before such a monster. He said they had paid a painful price to obtain it, then warned the blood lion not to make the mistake of thinking they had brought only one. As soon as those words fell, the other members of the serpent dragon sect moved at the same time. One after another, they reached for their hidden weapons and drew out identical devices, surrounding the riverbank with the same deadly threat. The blood lion's stunned look vanished in an instant, replaced by pure burning rage. His face twisted violently, as if the sight of those weapons had become an insult he could not tolerate. He snarled that cheap, inferior toys like those could never be enough to defeat him. As his voice thundered out, a violent surge of energy rushed through both of his arms, making the air around him tremble with pressure. Jayak did not waste even a single breath. With his eyes fixed firmly on the blood lion, he gave the command immediately, his voice sharp and merciless. In the next instant, the entire riverbank erupted with a deafening roar. The Thousand-Needle Downpour activated all at once, filling the air with a deadly rain that tore forward like a storm of metal. Countless razor-sharp projectiles shot through the air, densely packed and impossible to count, all pouring straight toward the flying demonic blood lion as he hovered before them. The blood lion answered with a furious roar, his voice shaking the surroundings. At the same time, he forced his chi outward with brutal power, pushing it from his body in a violent burst. A huge wall of purple aura exploded out from him and expanded in every direction. In only a moment, the glowing barrier spread across almost the entire riverbank, swallowing the space around him in overwhelming pressure. From their hidden position, Yong eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold. Disbelief flashed across his face, and his thoughts raced as he wondered how power on that scale could possibly exist in front of them. The serpent dragon sect's attack smashed directly into the purple barrier, but the flying demonic blood lion held firm. Every needle and every strike was pushed away, deflected so easily that it almost looked as though the assault could not touch him at all. A violent shockwave burst outward from the clash, ripping across the riverbank and forcing even Jayak to brace his stance. His expression tightened in disbelief as he shouted, demanding to know how the blood lion still had so much chi left. Then the blood lion kicked off the ground and soared high into the air, looking down at the serpent dragon sect with wild, bloodshot eyes. A moment later, he burst into crazed laughter, mocking them openly and declaring that all of them were still nothing compared to him. Jayak clenched his teeth so hard his jaw tightened. Rage flared across his face as he roared for the second serpent dragon squad to prepare and fire immediately. Once again, the Thousand-Needle Downpour erupted across the battlefield. This time, the attack was aimed straight at the blood lion while he was still suspended in the air, leaving him with nowhere easy to land or evade. The storm of projectiles struck him head-on, his body jerked under the impact, and a moment later, he came crashing down hard, falling heavily into the river below. One of the serpent dragon sect members immediately cried out in excitement, his voice carrying over the chaos as he shouted that the flying demonic blood lion had finally fallen. Jayak did not allow them to celebrate for long. He instantly barked out new orders, commanding the Serpent Dragon 8 Swords and the Serpent Dragon Bladesmen to move in, finish the blood lion off, and retrieve the miracle medicine. The warriors rushed forward without hesitation, blades in hand as they charged toward the section of the river where the blood lion had crashed down. But then, from the river, the blood lion rose again. Several needles were still buried deep in his body, yet he lifted his head with a defiant smirk, laughing coldly as he declared that they would never find the miracle medicine. He shouted for them to come at him, his voice filled with madness and hatred. If they wanted his life, then he would drag every last one of them down to hell with him. What came next was no longer a battle. It became a one-sided scene of pure slaughter, drenched in violence from the very first clash. The flying demonic blood lion stood alone against the serpent dragon forces, yet even surrounded on all sides, he tore into them without fear. As they swarmed around him, he ripped through their ranks with terrifying force. Far away from the blood-soaked fight, Yong and the others watched everything in heavy silence. No one spoke for a moment as the brutal scene before them left the air around their group tense and cold. Mo Baiyang realized with a chill running through her that she had never seen a bloodbath this horrifying before. The riverbank had turned into a nightmare right in front of her eyes. She quietly glanced toward the young master beside her, studying his calm expression. For someone with so little experience in the Jianghu, she could not understand how he remained so composed while facing such merciless carnage. At last, the tide began to shift. The blood lion was struck over and over until even his monstrous body could no longer endure it. Countless arrows pierced into him, and a sword was driven deep into his back. His blood spilled into the river in thick streams, staining the water a deep crimson. His strength finally gave out, and after staggering unsteadily, he collapsed into the red current, his lifeless body drifting away with the flow. Jayak reacted at once, shouting for his men to search the blood lion's body before it could be carried any farther away. The Serpent Dragon Sect members searched in a panic, but their faces quickly turned pale. One of them shouted back that the miracle medicine was nowhere to be found on the body. Jayak exploded with rage the moment he heard that. He screamed for them to search again, insisting they had chased the blood lion far too closely for him to have hidden the medicine somewhere else. With another sharp command, Jayak ordered them to check everything again, and to do it faster this time. He refused to accept that the miracle medicine had simply disappeared. At that same moment, Yong quietly signaled for the others to follow him, then spoke in a low, urgent voice as he revealed what he had figured out. Yong said the flower was not on the blood lion's body because it had already been sent away. He reminded them of the moment when the water barrier had suddenly risen during the fight. That barrier had blocked the attacks, but it had also blocked the blood lion's own vision. For someone at his level, hiding behind such a clumsy shield made no sense when he could have used Qinggong to dodge instead. To Yong that left only one possible answer, and the more he thought about it, the clearer it became. The blood lion had used the barrier as cover for something else. In that hidden moment, before anyone could question what he was doing, he must have released the miracle medicine into the current and trusted the river to carry it away to a place he could retrieve later. Just then, a loud echo rolled through the valley, spreading across the cliffs and cutting through the tension around them. Yong eyes sharpened immediately, his gaze turning cold and focused, as if that sound had confirmed the urgency of the situation. He urged the others to move at once, warning them that the Serpent Dragon Sect would soon come to the same conclusion if they hesitated for even a little longer. Without wasting another second, they raced downstream, keeping close to the river's flow. They followed the current until the water finally widened near the end. And there, floating gently on the surface as if nothing had happened, was the very flower they had risked everything to find. Yong reached out immediately, his voice low but certain as he confirmed the identity of the drifting flower. It was the demonic poison stone flower. But instead of storing the precious flower away right then and there, he took out a small container and pulled a vial of poison from it. He quickly scanned the nearby riverbank, then plucked an ordinary flower from the ground. Without hesitation, he poured the poison over it, letting the liquid soak into the petals and stem. In just a few seconds, the plain flower began to twist and change. Its shape, color, and aura shifted rapidly until it became a perfect copy of the real demonic poison stone flower. Mo Baiyang stared at the sight in complete shock. After a moment, she could not hold back and said that it was hardly proper for an orthodox martial artist to be carrying poison like that. Yong answered her without the slightest trace of shame, saying calmly that poison was simply another tool depending on how it was used. Then he placed the fake flower carefully into the container. He explained that the imitation would not deceive the demonic sect for very long, but it did not need to. As long as it bought them enough time to get away, they could escape with the real prize in hand. Jungwook stared at the whole thing with disbelief written across his face, then muttered under his breath that this all felt far too easy. Others had thrown themselves into battle and died for this treasure, yet Yong group had taken it simply by trailing behind at the right moment. Yong only gave a faint, unreadable smile and said they had just been lucky. then urged everyone to leave immediately. But just as his fingers tightened around the container, it suddenly vanished from his hand. The entire group froze on the spot. In that very instant, a familiar figure appeared directly in front of them. The flying demonic blood lion stood there, battered beyond belief and soaked from head to toe in blood, yet somehow still forcing his broken body upright. His voice sliced through the tense air like a blade as he declared that the demonic poison stone flower belonged to him and to him alone. Mo Baiyang rushed toward Yong Huarin in alarm. Her face paling as her voice cracked, she cried out to the young clan leader, desperate to pull him back from danger. But Yong Huarin could not move. He stood frozen in place, his thoughts spinning violently as he stared at the impossible figure before him. There was no mistaking it. The man standing in front of them could only be the flying demonic blood lion. The serpent dragon sect should have already finished him off by now, and yet here he was, alive and standing right before their eyes. Before anyone had the chance to react, the blood lion lunged forward. His attack cut through the air with terrifying speed, the force of his strike rushing toward them like a sudden storm. In that same swift movement, he snatched the container and crushed it in his grip. The shattered pieces fell away, leaving only the flower clutched tightly in his hand. Rage thundered out of his throat as he cursed them viciously. He called them greedy rats, snarling that they had actually dared to steal what rightfully belonged to him. He growled that he had originally planned to absorb the flower slowly and carefully, but because of them, he had been forced to burn away his own life essence. And since he no longer had the luxury of time, he swore he would tear apart every human standing there and refill his strength with their blood. Then, in one savage motion, he swallowed the demonic poison stone flower whole. The moment it disappeared down his throat, a violent aura exploded from his body and came crashing down over everyone nearby. Mo Baiyang froze where she stood. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat soaked through her clothes as that overwhelming pressure wrapped around her. Terror clawed at her thoughts, tightening around her heart. For the first time, she realized this was an opponent who made death feel not just possible, but completely unavoidable. Then Nam Wook and Young Wook stepped forward. While Mo Baiyang trembled under the pressure, the two brothers moved with a strange calm, placing themselves between their young leader and the monster. Nam Wook spoke first, his voice steady. He said that ever since birth, he had always been the kind of person who acted before thinking, and that was exactly why people had given him the name Ghostblade. Standing side by side, the brothers declared themselves as the two rising Ghostblades of the Tianzhong clan, their blades ready and their eyes fixed on the blood lion. They vowed to protect their young leader no matter what stood in their way. Even if their enemy was a demonic monster, they would stand before him and bring down the flying demonic blood lion. Mo Baiyang cried out in panic, her voice breaking as she tried to stop them. She warned them that the blood lion was far too powerful, and that if they rushed in like this, they would only be throwing their lives away. Jung Wook cut her off before she could say more. His tone was calm, sharp, and firm, as he told her to do what needed to be done, calling her by her title, the Dragonflower Sword. Nam Wook turned his head slightly toward her, a faint smirk touching his face. Then he reminded her of one simple fact. Their enemy had just swallowed poison. Mo Baiyang's eyes widened in an instant as the truth finally struck her, cutting through the fear that had been clouding her mind. She remembered what Yong Huarin had done earlier. He had secretly replaced the real flower with an ordinary one soaked in poison, turning it into a perfect imitation. That realization steadied her trembling heart. Nam Wook continued, pointing out that the blood lion was already gravely wounded from the battle before this. He had burned away his own life essence, and now he had swallowed poison on top of everything else. If they could hold him back for just long enough, then there was still a chance to survive this. Jung Wook shouted that they would take the first move. In the next breath, the two brothers rushed forward together, blades drawn and their bodies low as they charged straight at the blood lion. The blood lion watched them approach with a cruel look of admiration. He said he respected their refusal to run away, but then sneered that courage by itself meant absolutely nothing. He spread both arms wide, and his aura surged violently around him. The crushing force slammed down over the battlefield and seized both brothers at once, stopping their charge in its tracks. Just before that terrible pressure could tear them apart, a bright yellow light flared across the battlefield. A barrier formed in front of them and forced the blood lion back, and Mo Baiyang stepped into the fight. Her sword flashed as she called upon her technique, her voice ringing out with the soaring dragon emperor's sword. Without giving him a moment to recover, she followed with another fierce strike, unleashing heavenly lightning ascension. Her blade drove into the blood lion's left arm, cutting deep and forcing a roar of pain from his throat. The blood lion leapt backward, staggering as blood spilled from his mouth. He coughed violently, his body shaking as the damage finally began to show. Confusion churned inside him as a burning sensation spread through his body. He recognized it as poison, and briefly wondered whether the old crone from the Tang clan had somehow reached him. But he dismissed the thought almost immediately. If it had been Tang clan poison, his organs would have already begun melting by now. This poison felt different, and that only made his fury burn even hotter. His eyes narrowed with murderous rage as he glared at Mo Baiyang and the two ghost blades standing before him. He clenched his teeth and roared at them, demanding how they dared deceive him. Then he swore he would grind their bones into dust with his own hands. But before he could finish, another violent cough ripped through his body, cutting off his words and forcing more blood into his mouth. At a distance, Mo Baiyang steadied her breathing. Her grip tightened around her sword as she forced herself to calm down and watch him carefully. Ghostblades had been right. The blood lion's strength was no longer endless. He was already standing at the edge of his limit. If they could endure for just a little longer, if they could keep him from overwhelming them right away, victory was finally within reach. Then the blood lion suddenly burst into loud, bitter laughter, the sound echoing across the blood-stained riverbank. For a brief moment, that laughter still carried a trace of hollow strength. But almost immediately, it collapsed into a broken rasp, revealing just how ruined his body had become. He muttered to himself, as if the thought had only just reached him, wondering whether this place would truly become his grave. Gripping his own head, he snarled that it was impossible. He could not accept falling here, not to the Tang clan, not to the weak serpent dragon sect, and definitely not to a handful of nameless nobodies. Then his gaze lifted again, burning with hatred. He hissed that the person he had sent flying earlier must have been the one carrying the real demonic poison stone flower. If that was true, then he would rip open that person's stomach and drink down the contents himself, claiming the flower's power no matter what it took. Violent energy shook through his entire body as he stepped forward. At first, his movement was slow and heavy, but in the next instant, he suddenly launched himself forward. Nam Wook was his target. The blood lion locked onto him and struck without the slightest hesitation. Mo Baiyang tried to intercept him, her sword flashing out to block his path, but the blood lion twisted through his shifting step, slipping past her attack with frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he had been and reappeared directly in front of Yong Wook. There was no time for Yong Wook to even raise his guard. The blood lion's movement was too sudden, too fast, and the danger was already right in front of him. A brutal fist slammed straight into Yong Wook's face. The impact snapped his head back and sent his entire body flying away like he had been struck by a charging beast. With Yong Wook knocked down and thrown aside, the blood lion immediately shifted his attention. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Mo Baiyang, and without slowing down, he charged straight toward her. Fear gripped Mo Baiyang so tightly that her body refused to move. She stood frozen in place, fully aware that with the blood lion closing in, there was no way for her to escape in time. Just as his hand reached toward her, a blade suddenly flashed across the air. Yong Huarin appeared at that critical instant, as if he had stepped out of nowhere between Mo Baiyang and certain death. His strike moved faster than the eye could follow. In one clean, merciless motion, his blade cut through the blood lion's left arm and severed it completely. Not long before this, after being struck down, Yong Huarin had been left collapsed against the remains of a shattered tree, his body slumped and broken from the impact. He had coughed up blood, each breath coming out rough and ragged. No matter how hard he tried, his battered body refused to answer him. His mind spun as he realized the blood lion had gone as far as burning away his own life essence, just to hunt him down. The weight of that thought pressed down on him like a curse. Yong Huarin cursed himself under his breath and tried to force himself up, but his wounded body would not obey. Every attempt to move only sent sharper pain through him. His left leg had been dislocated, and even the simple act of breathing felt like something was tearing through his chest from the inside. More than anyone there, he understood the price of using that kind of power. It was not strength without consequence, it was something that demanded a terrible cost. Lying there with blood at the corner of his mouth, Yong Huarin stared up at the sky and muttered bitterly to himself. He had acted as if he understood everything, yet now he had ended up broken, helpless, and unable to protect anyone. When he tilted his head back, he suddenly felt something warm slide down across his forehead, slow and sticky against his skin. His eyes widened when he realized what it was. The warmth running down his face was blood. Then a chilling voice crept into his ears, low and sinister, commanding him to hand over his body. The voice did not stop there. It repeated itself again and again, pressing into his mind and urging him to surrender everything. A red aura began to coil around his battered body, curling through the air like a living mist as it wrapped itself around him. Yong Huarin's thoughts raced wildly. Deep inside himself, he had always sensed that something foreign was sleeping there, waiting in the darkness. It was the same power he had once glimpsed within that mysterious old man before his regression. A force that had left a deep mark in his memory. It was also the same power he had drawn upon once before, during his fight with Mo Baiyang, when that strange force had briefly awakened inside him. Now, he understood that he could call on it again. And if he did, that power might be strong enough to defeat the flying demonic blood lion. The voice continued to press against him, colder and more demanding than before, insisting that he hand over his body. Yong clenched his teeth, as that force pulled at his mind, trying to drag his consciousness down into a deep, suffocating darkness. He knew that if he gave in, if he closed his eyes even once, the thing inside him would not simply help him. It would swallow him whole. At the very edge of surrender, Yong forced his eyes open. Inside his own mind, he shouted at himself, questioning whether he was really going to depend on that power again. He ordered himself to get a grip. No matter how desperate the situation was, he refused to rely on a force he did not understand and could not trust. Since when had Yong become someone who leaned on an unknown power so easily? The phantom voice pushed even harder, but he roared back at it, commanding it to be silent. With sheer willpower, he struggled back to his feet. Blood still marked his face, but his voice was firm as he declared that this body belonged to him and to him alone. That voice was nothing more than a shadow left behind by the past. It had no right to claim him now. Yong swore that he would protect the people dear to him with his own strength, not by handing himself over to something he feared. At that moment, his aura flared around him, sharp and fierce, surging outward with renewed determination. In the next instant, Yong burst back onto the battlefield. His blade flashed with precise fury, cutting through the chaos like a streak of lightning. With one decisive stroke, he carved through the flying demonic blood lion's left arm, severing it cleanly before the monster could finish his attack. The blood lion screamed in agony, staggering back as his eyes dropped to the severed limb on the ground. Rage twisted his face as he cursed Yong like a wounded beast, but then his gaze locked onto the red aura surrounding Yong. In an instant, the fury in his eyes was joined by horror, because he recognized that terrible energy. Trembling, the blood lion shouted the name of the demonic master, demanding to know how a mere youth could possibly wield power like that. Before he could continue, his body suddenly convulsed. He bent forward violently and vomited blood onto the ground. Mo Baiyang's eyes widened as she watched Yong. That energy felt the same as before, the same frightening power that had once revealed itself in front of her. Jung Wook and Nam Wook, battered and barely standing, forced themselves back onto their feet. Jung Wook grinned through his exhaustion and shouted that their young clan leader had arrived at exactly the right moment. They regrouped immediately, blades raised as they faced the weakened blood lion together. Mo Baiyang quickly assessed his condition and said that he was already poisoned, and enough time had passed since he burned away his life essence. His body was reaching its limit now. No matter how monstrous he was, even the blood lion could not keep pushing himself forever. Yong expression hardened as he looked at the others. With steady resolve in his eyes, he gave his first command as the heir of the clan. He told them one thing above all else: survive. The others answered together without hesitation, swearing that they would. The blood lion fixed his gaze on Yong and fell silent for a long moment. He studied the young man as if trying to understand the impossible power standing before him. Then he tilted his head back and spoke in an eerily calm voice. He said that throughout his life in the Jianghu, he had witnessed countless strange mysteries. But what he was seeing now went beyond even his understanding. No matter how much he stared, he could not make sense of Yong power. With grim determination settling over his face, the blood lion declared that from this moment on, he would abandon any thought of his own survival. He raised both hands, drawing in a crushing tide of energy around him. The pressure gathered rapidly, signaling that he was preparing one final devastating strike. His voice thundered across the battlefield as he mocked Yong. No matter how the boy had reclaimed that power, the blood lion declared that it would not be enough to save him. Yong and the others braced themselves at the same time, their bodies tense beneath the crushing pressure. With their blades raised and their fighting spirit burning, they launched forward together and threw themselves straight into the final clash. Sometime later, the warriors of the Serpent Dragon sect finally arrived at the battlefield, stepping into the ruined ground left behind by the brutal fight. Jayak cursed under his breath as he surveyed the devastation, bitterness twisting through his voice. He could hardly believe the blood lion had gone so far as to burn away his own life essence. As Jayak crossed the torn-up battlefield, his steps slowed. His eyes widened slightly when he felt the heavy aura still lingering in the air, saturating the place like smoke after a fire. His expression turned hard at once. He recognized that feeling immediately, and the realization made his gaze grow colder. It was the trace of the blood lion arts. Just then, one of the soldiers called out from nearby, reporting that they had found the body. Jayak strode over and looked down at the corpse of the flying demonic blood lion. Beside him, another soldier stood pale and shaken, confirming in a tense voice that the man was truly dead. Jayak's eyes narrowed, and without wasting a breath, he demanded to know what had happened to the flower. The soldier hesitated immediately. His face tightened with fear, and even his voice began to tremble before he could force the words out. Jayak's fury exploded before the man could finish. He warned him in a deadly tone that if the answer was that the flower was missing, then his head would fall right there on the spot. The soldier finally stammered out the truth, barely daring to meet Jayak's eyes. The flower was gone. Jayak's rage surged like a blade leaving its sheath. He swung his sword in a furious arc and nearly cut the soldier down, only stopping the strike at the very last instant. His gaze then swept across the battlefield, sharp and calculating, taking in every trace left behind in the ruined earth. Behind that cold stare, his thoughts boiled with anger and suspicion, searching for the answer he refused to ignore. Who had dared interfere in his hunt? What reckless fool had fought the flying demonic blood lion, survived the chaos, and stolen the demonic poison stone flower from under his nose? Meanwhile, Yong and the others were already fleeing on horseback. Each of them was so badly injured that they could barely stay mounted without leaning on one another. Yong rested heavily against Mo Baiyang's back, his strength nearly drained as the horse carried them away from the battlefield. Nam Wook rode while being supported by Young Wook, who was covered in blood yet somehow still wearing a tired grin. Young Wook let out a breathless laugh, saying he could hardly believe it. They had actually defeated the flying demonic blood lion. Mo Baiyang immediately snapped at him, asking what exactly he meant by that. Her voice sharpened as she reminded him that if the blood lion had endured even a little longer, every one of them would have died. Jung Wook admitted that it had been dangerously close, and his grin slowly faded. But after a moment, he added in a quieter voice that, in the end, the ones who survived were the ones people called strong. Mo Baiyang answered him coldly. She said the flying demonic blood lion was only one martial artist among countless monsters in the Jianghu, and he had known that better than anyone, which was why he had fought with everything he had. Behind her, Yong suddenly coughed hard. Blood spilled from his mouth and stained the back of her clothes. Mo Baiyang stiffened in alarm and quickly asked if he was all right, her voice losing its sharpness in an instant. Yong forced out a faint laugh and said he agreed with her. Nothing about that fight had been as easy as it might have looked, and he had never imagined they would be forced to face someone like the flying demonic blood lion. Inside, his thoughts grew heavy. Any one of them could have died back there, and that truth weighed on him deeply. Even so, his resolve did not waver. He then spoke aloud, declaring that his promise to protect his family and his clan had never been empty words. Yong pulled out the demonic poison stone flower and gripped Mo Baiyang's shoulder, his voice growing firm, despite the weakness in his body. He told them the road ahead would not become easier. There would be more days like this, days when their lives hung by a thread, and one mistake could cost them everything. For that reason, he told Instructor Mo and the two brothers that they all had to become stronger. Young Wook answered immediately, promising without hesitation that they would. Mo Baiyang, however, shifted the mood with a colder tone. She said there was something else the young clan leader needed to explain, and Yong blinked in surprise, asking what she meant. Mo Baiyang glanced back while guiding her horse, her eyes narrowing as she questioned him directly about that ominous qi he had released earlier. Young Wook backed up her suspicion, saying the energy they had felt back then did not resemble the true power of the Tianzhong clan. That aura had been darker and far more sinister, closer to the chilling presence of the flying demonic blood lion than anything from their own clan. This time, Mo Baiyang turned more fully toward him, her voice sharp and uneasy as she demanded to know whether he had learned demonic arts. Yong froze for a moment, his mind racing. To answer honestly, he would have to reveal the truth about his regression, and if he revealed that now, the future could twist in ways even he would no longer be able to control. Now was not the time. After a brief silence, Yong answered that he had not learned demonic arts, but promised he would explain everything when the right moment came. Mo Baiyang's anger flared at once. She reminded him that they had just risked their lives together, then demanded to know what he could still be hiding from them after all of that. Before Yong could properly respond, he vomited blood again. His body weakened suddenly, and his strength began to falter. Mo Baiyang cried out in alarm, immediately asking if he was all right as she tried to steady him. In a strained voice, Yong admitted that all of them had risked their lives today. Then he promised that when the right moment arrived, they would be the first ones to hear the truth from him. Mo Baiyang fell silent, still unsettled but unable to keep pressing him in that condition. She wondered whether he was simply avoiding the question, and the group continued forward in uneasy silence until his coughing grew worse. At last, Mo Baiyang could not ignore it any longer. She ordered everyone to stop, saying Yong Huaren needed to rest before his body gave out completely. After helping him down from the horse, she studied his condition closely. His complexion looked terrible, so she suggested that they seek out a physician from the Zhao clan. Yong Huaren shook his head and refused right away. Jayak and the Serpent Dragon sect would still be hunting them, and going to the Zhao clan would only drag more trouble to their doorstep. Instead, Yong Huaren said they would head for Mount Wudang. Mo Baiyang frowned and asked if there really was a physician there. Yong Huaren confirmed it, saying he had heard of a skilled healer from the Qi family who lived on that mountain. Far away on Mount Wudang, a cat darted through the forest, weaving between the trees and leaping from side to side while a boy chased after it, calling for it to stop. The boy shouted the cat's name Baixiao, warning it that Mount Wudang was a dangerous place and that it should not run around carelessly. But Baixiao only glanced back at him with a mischievous little look, as if it had no intention of listening, before darting ahead again into the woods. The boy grew more frantic the farther Baixiao ran. His voice rose through the trees as he called out even louder, begging the cat to stop and wait for him. Baixiao suddenly came to a halt in front of a thick bush, its little body going still as it stared into the leaves with curious, watchful eyes. Then the leaves began to tremble. The moment the bush shook, Baixiao stiffened in alarm, its fur bristling as if it had sensed something hiding inside. The boy finally caught up at that exact moment. He lunged forward with both arms out and managed to trap Baixiao tightly against his chest. He laughed in triumph, proud that he had finally caught the runaway cat. But before his smile could last, another faint rustle came from inside the bush. His grin slowly faded. Holding Baixiao close, he leaned toward the shaking leaves, trying to see what was moving beyond the branches. In the very next instant, Yong Huaren, Yong Wook, Nam Wook, and Mo Baiyang suddenly burst out from the undergrowth, staggering into view from behind the bush. Yong Huaren reached toward the boy with trembling hands. His face was deathly pale, his cheeks streaked with tears, and in a weak, shaking voice he whispered that they had finally found someone. Both the boy and Baixiao recoiled in shock at the sudden appearance. The boy froze, and the cat jerked in his arms as if ready to leap away again. Inside a small wooden house, Yong Huaren lay beneath a blanket, his wounded body finally resting after everything he had endured. When his eyes snapped open, he jolted upright in panic and shouted the name of the flying demonic blood lion, as though the battle was still happening right before him. A few moments passed before his breathing steadied. Only then did Yong Huaren realize he was safe, and that his wounds had already been carefully treated. Confusion flickered across his face as he looked around the unfamiliar room, wondering who had brought him here and taken care of him while he was unconscious. Just then the door opened and the boy stepped inside. Seeing Yong Huaren awake, he smiled with clear relief on his face. The boy said he was glad Yong Huaren had finally woken up. He then explained that after finding him injured, he had carried him back to this place. He added that this small home was where he lived with his grandfather. Then, with a gentle tone, he told Yong Huaren to keep resting while he went to prepare more medicine. Yong Huaren studied the boy closely as if confirming something from memory, then asked whether his grandfather's name was Heir Dukong. The boy nodded without hesitation. After that, Yong Huaren asked another question, this time asking if the boy himself was Heir Koel Ryung. The boy froze in surprise, his eyes widening as he looked back at Yong Huaren. He asked how Yong Huaren could possibly know his name. Yong Huaren clenched his fist beneath the blanket, his heart pounding hard in his chest. This was the real reason he had come all the way to Mount Wudang. The Zhao clan had only been an excuse to get here. Yong Huaren remembered the future he had already lived, and he knew this boy was the key to completing the unstable martial arts of the Tianzhong clan. More than that, this boy was destined to become the strongest man beneath the heavens. The child standing before him was Heir Koel Ryung, the man who would one day be known as the One Supreme. In his previous life, Yong Huaren remembered a massive struggle over a martial arts tome. That conflict had dragged on for years, pulling in the unorthodox and demonic clans along with the 5 great clans. The scale of that struggle had been unlike anything the Jianghu had ever seen, and the reason everyone fought so fiercely over it was simple. That tome revealed an entirely new principle of martial arts. It taught that good and evil existed together inside every person, and when those two forces became one, a power far beyond ordinary strength could awaken. It was said to be the legacy of sage Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudang sect, who had ascended beyond the mortal world and left his wisdom behind. The tome was called the Yin-Yang Depth Heaven Tome. In Yong Huorin's previous life, this very child had obtained it after his family discovered it by chance while gathering medicinal herbs, and with that power, Heir had risen to become the strongest martial artist beneath the heavens. Because the tome embraced both good and evil, Yong Huorin believed that if he could obtain it, he could finally complete the long-held dream of the Tianzhong clan. Even so, he could not help feeling slightly strange about it. For someone destined to reach such unbelievable greatness, Yong Huorin had expected their first meeting to be far more dramatic. While Yong Huorin was lost in those thoughts, Heir quietly continued brewing medicine nearby, focused on the task in front of him. At that moment, a fly landed right on the boy's face, resting there as if it had chosen the worst possible place. Without losing focus for even a breath, Heir moved his hand in one smooth motion and caught the fly instantly. Yong Huorin's eyes widened at once. That tiny movement had been far too clean and precise for an ordinary child. He recognized the motion immediately and asked with surprise in his voice whether Heir had already started learning martial arts. Heir smiled naturally and answered that his grandfather had been the one teaching him. Yong Huorin stared in disbelief, asking how something like that could be possible. At that very moment, an elderly man passed by the doorway and calmly remarked that Yong Huorin had finally awakened. Yong Huorin recognized the elder at a glance. The old man standing there was none other than Heir. Later, Yong Huorin stepped outside together with the elder. His companions were already waiting there, gathered near the wooden house. Jung Wook lifted his broken hand and waved at him with a grin, calling out cheerfully to the young clan heir, despite the pain he was clearly still in. Yong Huorin, Mo Baiyang, Jung Wook, and Nam Wook all bowed respectfully. With proper courtesy, Yong Huorin introduced himself as Yong Huorin of the Hunan Tianzhong clan and thanked Heir for treating their injuries. Heir simply shook his head, saying there was no need for thanks. To him, treating the wounded was nothing more than his duty. But the moment he heard the name of the Tianzhong clan, something in his expression changed. His quiet interest had clearly been stirred. He repeated the clan name under his breath while studying Yong Huorin with calm curiosity. Then he asked what could have brought the young heir of the Tianzhong clan all the way to a remote place like this, and an uneasy silence settled heavily over the group. After a long pause, Yong Huorin forced a bright smile onto his face and finally answered, claiming that he had come here in search of wild ginseng. Heir gaze sharpened slightly. He admitted that he did possess medicinal herbs, but wild ginseng was no ordinary plant that could be handed over so easily. Narrowing his eyes, Heir pressed him further, asking why Yong Huorin needed such a rare and precious medicine in the first place. For a brief moment, Yong Huorin looked away as if struggling to answer. Then, almost unnoticed, a faint grin touched the corner of his lips. Suddenly, he pressed a hand to his chest and burst into tears. His voice trembled with emotion as he spoke of his mother, saying she was gravely ill and standing at the edge of death. He said his parents had always sheltered and protected him when he was weak, and because of their care, he had finally grown strong enough to leave the clan and see the wider world. Then the words poured out as he claimed he had received news that his mother had been struck by a deadly sickness and that only ginseng could save her life. Driven by desperation, he said he had climbed Mount Wudang, stumbling and falling again and again along the way. Mum stared at him with clear confusion on her face, unable to hide the doubt rising in her eyes. No matter how she turned it over in her mind, everything he had just said felt strange and impossible to believe. She remembered it all too clearly. When they had parted ways, his mother had looked perfectly healthy, with no sign of illness at all. So why would Yong Huorin suddenly create such a lie? And worse, if Heir discovered the truth, what kind of trouble would fall on them then? But then, to Mum's complete disbelief, the elder's eyes began to glisten as he listened. The lie had not only reached him, it had settled deep in his heart, moved almost to tears. Heir looked at Yong Huorin with genuine emotion and declared that he was truly a devoted son, the kind of child who cared deeply for his parents. The moment those words left his mouth, Heir turned and hurried back into the clinic. He began gathering his tools in a rush, calling out that they would go search for wild ginseng immediately. Watching the elder move so urgently, Yong Huorin's lips curved into the faintest smirk, as if everything had gone exactly the way he wanted. Meanwhile, everyone else remained rooted in place, stunned, speechless by how quickly the situation had turned. Several hours later, after they had searched through the mountain paths again and again without finding anything, Mo Baiyang was soaked in sweat. Her breathing came out rough and uneven as she struggled to keep up. At first, she had been completely convinced that Yong Hwarin was simply lying through his teeth. But now, as she looked at the fierce determination burning in his eyes, that certainty began to waver. Yong Hwarin was crawling through rocks, weeds, and tangled brush with desperate focus, searching as if someone's life truly depended on it. When he caught sight of Mo Bayang standing there without moving, he snapped at her sharply, telling her to move and help search instead of just watching. For a split second, the truth nearly slipped from his mouth, but he caught himself just in time and quickly repeated that the ginseng was for his mother. Mo Bayang flinched at the sudden harshness in his voice, then gave an awkward nod, clearly unsure how to respond. By the time the sun began sinking toward the edge of the horizon, He Dukong finally released a tired sigh. With exhaustion heavy in his voice, he told them they had no choice but to head back down for the day. One after another, they made their way back to the clinic, their bodies worn out from the long search and their steps heavier than before. Yong Hwarin wiped the sweat dripping from his chin and quietly admitted to himself that he had already known this would not be easy. Still, as he muttered that it was a shame, he understood one thing clearly. Even with knowledge of the future, success was never guaranteed. He Dukong looked at him with sympathy in his eyes and promised that if he ever found ginseng, he would make sure it was sent to Yong Hwarin's clan. Then he asked whether it should be delivered directly to the Tianzhong residence. Yong Hwarin lowered his head slightly in a polite bow and answered with quiet gratitude, saying he would truly appreciate it. After staring toward the mountain for a brief moment, Yong Hwarin turned back to the elder. With a respectful tone, he apologized first, then asked if he could remain there for a few more days and continue searching on his own. The next morning, Yong Hwarin sat cross-legged inside his room, his posture steady and composed. Around him, a faint red aura slowly swirled as he sank into meditation. His mind carefully traced the places He Dukong often visited. If he searched along those paths, he believed he would eventually uncover traces connected to the tome. Without this single clue to guide him, he might have spent years wandering blindly, without ever knowing where to begin. Once his meditation ended, Yong Hwarin opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and stepped outside. There, seated quietly near the doorway, was He Dukong. Yong Hwarin bowed to him with proper respect and greeted the elder in a calm, measured voice. The two of them exchanged a few quiet words. He Dukong then asked if Yong Hwarin intended to hike with him again, but Yong Hwarin answered that he planned to search alone today. The elder gave a small nod, accepting his decision and granting him permission without further objection. The morning air around the clinic was cool and clean, and a crisp breeze passed gently between them. Yong Hwarin glanced around the area, noticing someone was missing, and asked where He Ryong had gone. He Dukong had only just begun to answer when He Ryong suddenly came running toward them. The boy was panting heavily, his face tense with Bake Seal clutched tightly in his arms. Seeing his condition, both men immediately rose to their feet in alarm. He Dukong quickly asked whether the boy had run into a tiger. He Ryong shook his head hard, struggling to catch his breath. He gasped out that while he had been hunting with Bake Seal, some people had tried to capture the cat, forcing him to run away. He Dukong's expression darkened the moment he heard that. Repeating the boy's words under his breath, he realized that martial artists on Mount Wudong must have recognized Bake Seal as a mystic creature and tried to take it for themselves. He turned toward Yong Hwarin with worry written across his face, but before either of them could say more, the calm around the clinic was broken by the loud voices of approaching martial artists. A noisy group arrived moments later, and one of them shouted that they had finally found it. From among them, a young girl stepped forward, carrying herself with a sharp, commanding air that immediately drew everyone's attention. She looked He Ryong up and down, then remarked that he was surprisingly quick for a mere child. Her gaze dropped to Bake Seal, and she asked if he was the owner of the cat. Without giving him any time to explain, she ordered him to sell the cat to her. He Ryong tightened his arms around Bake Seal and shouted back that the cat was absolutely not for sale. The girl's eyebrows drew together in irritation. She said she would pay him well, as if that should settle everything, and insisted that he hand the cat over. He Ryong refused again without hesitation, his voice firm and unwavering despite the pressure in front of him. The commotion soon drew Young Wook, Nam Wook, and Moon out from their rooms. All three appeared startled as they took in the tense scene unfolding outside. He Dukong stepped forward, his manner calm, but his tone firm. He apologized politely, then made it clear that Bake Seal was part of their family and could not be sold. The girl let out a scornful laugh, acting as though they should be grateful. She said that if this had been anyone else, she would have already taken the cat by force, and he ought to appreciate that she was asking instead of simply seizing it. Yong Hwarin watched her closely, taking in her proud posture and the arrogance in her voice. Yet the more he studied her, the more something about her began to feel strangely familiar. In truth, the way she carried herself reminded him of his own younger self. Yong Hwarin finally stepped forward and spoke in a firm voice, telling her that once someone had already refused, it was wrong to keep demanding what belonged to them. The instant he intervened, one of the girl's guards drew his sword with a sharp motion. He shouted at Yong Hwarin to step back and demanded whether he even understood who he was speaking to. Yong Hwarin did not retreat an inch. Instead, he looked at them calmly and asked who they thought they were, threatening others so easily. The guards straightened with pride and announced in a loud, formal tone that they belonged to the Jaegal clan. Then one of them declared that the young girl standing before them was none other than the youngest daughter of their clan head. Yong Hwarin went still as those words sank in. His thoughts raced, and in the next moment realization struck him hard. This girl was Jaegal Yohi, the younger sister of his fiancée, Jaegal Shongyang. With that, her arrogance finally made sense. The moment Yong Hwarin understood who she was, his eyes settled, and instead of pushing back recklessly, he chose to hold himself with restraint. He lowered his head in a polite bow, keeping his voice composed as he said it was an honor to meet a lady from the Jaegal clan. The guard, however, only looked down at him with obvious contempt, his expression full of disdain as he demanded to know where Yong Hwarin had come from. Before Yong Hwarin could even open his mouth to answer, young Wook stepped forward, his face tightening into a deep frown. He declared that this kind of behavior could not be overlooked, then sharply rebuked the guard, asking whether he was not acting far too boldly for someone of his position. Jung Wook pressed in with rising anger, closing the distance until he was nearly face to face with the guard, and shouted that they were from Henet. Yong Hwarin immediately cut him off before he could say anything more. His voice turned firm as he ordered young Wook to stop, reminding him that they were only visitors on Mount Wudang and should not reveal anything beyond that. Jaegal Yohi's patience finally snapped, and the irritation she had been holding back showed plainly across her face. With a cold, dismissive scoff, she said she had no interest in wasting time on people who refused to reveal their true background. Her gaze slid back toward Heir Ryong. Then, leaning closer with a chilling look in her eyes, she spoke in a colder voice and gave him only two choices. Either he accepted her money and handed over the cat willingly, or she would stop asking and take it by force. Heir Ryong tightened both arms around Baekseal, holding the cat close against his chest as he instinctively stepped backward. At that very moment, his eyes caught Yong Hwarin making a small, discreet signal from the side. The message behind that subtle gesture was simple and clear. Yong Hwarin would pull everyone's attention toward himself, and Heir Ryong was supposed to throw Baekseal away at the right moment. The boy understood the plan immediately. Just as Jaegal Yohi reached out to grab Baekseal, Yong Hwarin stepped forward at the perfect time, cleared his throat, and calmly said there was actually a third option. Annoyed by the interruption, Jaegal Yohi turned her sharp gaze toward him and demanded to know what he meant. In that same instant, Heir Ryong hurled Baekseal high into the air and shouted for the cat to run. Baekseal landed on the ground with quick, nimble movement, then shot straight toward the forest, vanishing between the trees before anyone could react.
Jaegal Yohi cried out in furious disbelief and spun toward Yong Hwarin, her eyes blazing as she demanded how he dared interfere.
Yong Hwarin only let out a light scoff, answering as if it were the simplest thing in the world. If the cat had run away, then all she had to do was catch it. He added that if she managed to capture Baekseal herself, then the boy would have no reason to complain. Jaegal Yohi clenched her fist in anger and immediately barked out an order. At her command, the guards rushed off at once, scattering into the forest in pursuit of the fleeing cat. Yong Hwarin glanced back at Heir Ryong and quietly raised his thumb. The boy's tense face finally broke into a grin, and he returned the gesture with visible relief. Later that day, the guards came back in miserable condition, their clothes torn, their hair and faces disheveled, and all the confidence from earlier completely drained away. One of them lowered his head and admitted with clear shame in his voice that they had failed. Jaegal Yohi exploded in rage, shouting that warriors of the Jaegal clan could not even catch one cat. Another guard carefully stepped forward and explained that Baekseal was no ordinary animal at all, but a true mystic creature. Jaegal Yohi's face darkened into a scowl as she began calculating her next move. She announced that she would go to the Wudang sect herself, then ordered her men to keep chasing Baekseal until it was captured. Oh Baiyang quietly moved beside Yong Hwarin and whispered that if the girl really was the youngest daughter of the clan head, then she could only be Jaegal Yohi, a woman so notorious for her temper that people had given her the name Jaegal Yohi. Yong Hwarin thought back on what he knew about her. Even with her cruel and arrogant nature, she had still surpassed the other young talents of her clan and climbed all the way to the position of vice division leader. Yong then spoke to his companions in a low, serious voice, telling them it would be safer to keep their identities hidden for the time being. After all, none of them knew how Yohi would react if she learned the truth, and they still had something important to find on Mount Wudang. Noticing the sadness lingering on Ryung's face, Yong walked over and lowered himself down until they were at eye level. In a gentler tone, he asked if the boy was worried about baked seal. Ryung nodded quietly. Yong patted his head with a warm smile and told him not to worry, reminding him that baked seal was far too fast to be caught so easily. Moon watched the two of them from a short distance away, and as she looked at Yong calm expression, she could not help thinking that he had truly changed. That night, Dukong approached Young and Nam while carrying a jar of liquor in both hands. He thanked them sincerely for their help and offered them the drink, explaining that he had brewed it himself using medicinal herbs. The moment they saw the jar, their eyes lit up, and Young quickly said there was no need, though his eager voice betrayed him completely. Dukong modestly insisted, holding the jar forward and asking them not to refuse such a small gesture of thanks. Before the elder could even finish speaking, both men reached out eagerly and grabbed the jar. Dukong blinked in surprise as Young lifted it with obvious delight, still repeating that there was no need even as he began drinking. From the corner, Mo Bayang silently watched the whole thing unfold. After a moment, she quietly turned away. Dukong stared in shock as the two men emptied the drink almost immediately, then stammered that he would go fetch more. Outside, beneath the pale moonlight, Mo Bayang wandered slowly through the quiet grounds. Her eyes widened when she spotted Yong and Ryung standing face to face, each of them holding a wooden stick. She quickly realized they were sparring. As she studied Ryung's posture, she noticed the steadiness in his stance and understood that the boy had clearly learned martial arts. Ryung suddenly leapt forward, swinging his wooden stick toward Yong with a natural ease that seemed far beyond his age. Yong shifted aside from the blow with smooth precision, and the impact that followed sent the wooden stick spinning right out of the boy's grasp. From where she stood, Mo Bayang froze in shock, her mind replaying the movement she had just witnessed again and again. Ryung was still only a child, yet he already carried the presence of a true martial artist. Even more unbelievable, the young clan leader had been forced to respond with the azure bamboo sword technique. And all of that against nothing more than a wooden stick. It was absurd beyond words. People often spoke of geniuses who grew at impossible speeds, but this child's progress was on a level completely outside anything she had ever known. The next morning, Yong stepped outside, stretching into the fresh air with a lazy yawn still lingering on his face. Yohi was already standing there waiting for him, her arms folded tightly across her chest and her sharp gaze fixed on him as if she had been holding back her anger all morning. Yong on the other hand, looked completely relaxed. He gave her an easy smile, greeted her politely, and wished her a pleasant morning as if nothing tense had happened between them. Yohi ground her teeth, clearly in no mood for his calm attitude, and snapped that there was nothing good about this morning. Anger burned in her eyes as she clenched her fist and told him to wait, because she would capture that cat with her own hands. Yong only smiled back at her, his expression calm and almost teasing, before asking why she was not already continuing the search if she was so determined. Yohi folded her arms again and answered stiffly that she had other duties to handle first. Even so, she made it clear that she would return later and catch the cat herself no matter what. With that, she turned away sharply and began walking off. Yong lifted one hand with a cheerful little wave and casually told her to take care. Yohi suddenly stopped in her tracks. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing, and demanded to know which sect he belonged to. Yong answered with a humble tone, saying he came from a small sect in Henan, one so insignificant that someone like her probably would not recognize it. Yohi let out a scoff, turned her face away in obvious disbelief, and walked off without giving him another word. As Yong watched her figure retreat into the distance, he could tell just from her stiff back and angry steps that she was truly frustrated. He sincerely hoped he would not have to meet her again once he went to the Jaegal clan. But while he was thinking that, Yohi herself was already boiling with anger. In her mind, there was no doubt at all that Yong had lied to her right until the very end. The amount of chi he had revealed was far beyond anything a small sect should be able to produce, and even the people around him carried a presence that was difficult to ignore. At last, unable to hold back her irritation, she snapped at her guards and ordered them to investigate everything about him, his origin, his family, and even the martial arts he practiced. She wanted every single detail uncovered. The guards immediately bowed their heads and answered in unison that they understood. By midday, Yong Hurin was walking alone through the thick forest of the Wudang Mountains, his gaze carefully sweeping over the ground, the stones, and every hidden corner as he continued searching tirelessly for the elusive tome. But even after several days of searching, Yong Hurin had not managed to find a single solid clue. Each night, when the sun sank beyond the horizon and the forest darkened around him, the weight of yet another wasted day pressed heavily on his chest. He let out a quiet sigh, knowing all too well that he could not stay in this place forever. The question of how much longer he could afford to delay kept lingering in his mind, growing heavier with every passing day. When Yong Hurin finally returned to the clinic, his companions were already waiting for him there. He gathered them together and spoke in a calm but steady voice, telling everyone to listen carefully. Once their preparations were complete, they would leave this place. Jungwook and Namwook both looked eager at once, their expressions brightening as if they had been waiting for this moment for days. Jungwook muttered that he had been itching to move again, while Moon quietly accepted the decision and began preparing herself to pack their belongings. They had only just started making arrangements when Ryong suddenly came running out from the forest. The boy's face had gone pale, and his breathing came in uneven, frightened bursts as he cried out desperately for help. He rushed straight toward Yong Hurin, trembling so badly that something was clearly wrong. Alarmed, Yong Hurin immediately asked him what had happened. Tears welled in Ryong's eyes as he held out a small clump of fur, the white strands stained dark with blood. Between broken sobs, Ryong said that Bake Seal must have been hurt. The cat should have returned by now, but it still had not come back, and he was terrified that something terrible had happened to it. Yong Hurin took the blood-stained fur from him, his jaw tightening as he stared at it. Deep down, he knew Jaegul-yohe's men must have chased Bake Seal relentlessly, and now it seemed the poor creature had been wounded. Turning back toward Ryong, Yong Hurin asked whether the boy knew where Bake Seal's territory was. Ryong hesitated for a moment, repeating the word uncertainly as if he was not quite sure what Yong Hurin meant. So Yong Hurin explained more clearly, saying he meant the place where Ryong had first met the cat. Ryong quickly nodded, his eyes still wet with tears, and said that he knew exactly where it was. Without wasting another second, Yong Hurin told him they would go there right away. Ryong stared up at him in disbelief and asked if he truly meant it. Yong Hurin gave him a gentle smile and said that since Bake Seal was like family to him, of course they would help find it. Then Yong Hurin lifted Ryong onto his back and carried him swiftly into the forest, moving through the trees without hesitation. As they drew closer to the place, Ryong suddenly raised his voice and cried out that it was just ahead. They soon stopped before a massive formation of rock standing at the foot of the mountain, its rough stone walls rising heavily in front of them. Yong Hurin studied the jagged cliffs and hidden paths around them, then remarked that this place was not only far away, but also extremely well concealed. Ryong nodded quickly, confirming that this was indeed the place he remembered. Standing together in front of the rugged mountain rocks, they began calling loudly for Bake Seal. Their voices rang out again and again, echoing between the stone walls as they called the cat's name. After some time passed, Ryong suddenly called out to Yong Hurin, his voice tight with alarm. He pointed toward a patch of white fur lying on the ground, darkened and stiff from dried blood. Panic surged through him as he said it belonged to Bake Seal. Yong Hurin knelt down and studied the traces carefully, his gaze sharpening as he followed the faint marks left across the stone. They were close now. He began calling for the white cat again, this time keeping his voice gentle as he reassured Ryong that the signs proved Bake Seal had been here, and if they kept following them, they would find it. Then, just as he was scanning the area, something else suddenly caught his eye. A large, suspicious-looking boulder stood in front of them, partly hidden among the surrounding rocks, as if it did not quite belong there. Yong Hurin stared at the boulder for a moment, then turned to Ryong and said with certainty that this had to be the place. Yong Hurin stepped closer to the enormous stone and placed both palms firmly against its rough surface, bracing his body as he tested its weight. A faint breeze brushed against his skin from behind the boulder, so subtle that most people might have missed it. Yong Hurin turned to Ryong and told him there was an opening on the other side, then asked the boy to step back for safety. Yong Hurin gathered strength through his arms and pushed with all the force he could muster. But the massive rock remained completely still, refusing to shift even the slightest bit. His jaw tightened as he stared at the unmoving stone, forced to admit that it simply would not budge. Inside, frustration flared through him as he cursed his own limits. He realized he did not have enough chi to move something this heavy. And for a brief moment, he even wondered if he should call Instructor M.O. or the Ghost Blades to help. Just then, Heir Ryong noticed something near the base of the rock. He crouched down, peered closely, and said there was already a small hole there, trying to preserve a little dignity. Yong let out a light laugh and claimed that his effort must have opened the gap. But Heir Ryong immediately shook his head and insisted that the hole had already been there from the start. Yong went silent at that, his confident excuse dying before he could say another word. Heir Ryong then looked toward the narrow gap and added that Bake Seal must have slipped through that opening. Without hesitating, Yong lowered himself to the ground and began crawling into the tight passage. He told Heir Ryong to wait outside because it was dangerous, saying he would go in alone and check first. Heir Ryong nodded reluctantly, though worry still showed on his face. Yong squeezed through the cramped passage little by little until he finally emerged on the other side. The moment he stood up, Yong froze where he was, surprise flashing across his face. The cavern beyond the boulder was far larger than he had imagined. He stepped deeper inside, his eyes moving along the stone walls, finding it strange that such a vast hidden chamber had been concealed behind a single rock. Then, without warning, a sudden light spread across the cavern and washed over him. Yong looked up sharply and saw a figure standing within that glow, its presence quiet, yet overwhelming. His breath caught in his throat the moment he noticed the symbol carved behind the man. It was the yin and yang emblem. In that instant, the truth struck him all at once. The figure before him was none other than Sage Zong Sanfeng. Excitement surged through Yong as he realized he had finally found the hidden resting place of the Tide Depth Heaven Tome. Then his gaze shifted to the side, and he suddenly froze again when he saw a familiar white form lying nearby. Bake Seal was there, collapsed on the ground, her white fur stained with blood. Outside the cave, Heir Ryong waited in restless fear, pacing near the narrow opening and straining his ears for even the smallest sound from within. At last, movement echoed from inside the passage. Heir Ryong immediately called out in panic, anxiously asking if it was Bake Seal. A few moments later, Yong finally came out from the opening. Heir Ryong's eyes widened the instant he saw him, and then those eyes quickly filled with tears. Yong spoke to him softly, telling the boy that he had found her. Heir Ryong rushed forward at once, calling Bake Seal's name with a voice full of relief and fear. He dropped to the ground and gathered Bake Seal tightly into his arms, tears streaming down his face as he whispered that she was so weak. His quiet sobs trembled through the clearing. From a short distance away, Yong watched them in silence, his expression unreadable as the boy held the wounded cat. After a moment, he slowly turned his gaze aside. In Yong hand was the very tome he had been searching for all this time. Earlier, inside the cavern, Yong had approached Bake Seal carefully, making sure not to startle or hurt her. He crouched down beside her and gently scolded her, asking if she had any idea how worried Heir Ryong had been because of her. A wave of relief passed through him when he examined the injury and realized the wound was not deep. It looked painful, but it could still be treated. As he checked her condition, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Bake Seal was one of the mythical creatures once raised by Sage Zong Sanfeng himself. He lifted the wounded cat with great care and murmured that they needed to return quickly. Bake Seal needed treatment, and he still had unfinished business of his own. At that very moment, the mysterious figure nearby began to break apart, its form crumbling slowly into dust. Startled, Yong rushed forward, but by the time he reached the spot, the sage was gone, leaving only a tome behind where he had stood. Yong breath caught as he recognized what it was. It was the Tide Depth Heaven Tome. That was how he finally found it. Back outside, Yong quietly reflected on everything that had just happened. If he had not gone searching for Bake Seal, he never would have discovered the tome at all. The version of him from his previous life would never have chosen to help that child in the first place. He lifted his eyes toward the sky and silently admitted to himself that he really had changed. Even so, he understood better than anyone that he still had a long way to go. Deep in his heart, Yong vowed that the Tianzhong clan would rise to become the greatest clan in Henan and escape the tragic fate that had once awaited it. He swore that his family would live in happiness this time, and no matter what it took, he would be the one to make that future real. Later, back at the clinic, Bake Seal lay quietly beneath fresh bandages. Elder He Dukong examined her one final time and declared that he had done everything he could. The injury was not as serious as it had first appeared, and He Dukong was confident that the cat would recover quickly. Ryung gently stroked Bake Seal's fur while whispering her name, his eyes still red from crying. Yong Hwarin then stepped outside the clinic and found the rest of the group already waiting for him. Oh Bayang's expression was hard, her patience clearly worn thin, as she demanded whether he had any idea how long they had been standing there waiting. Oh Bayang scolded him with a hard look, saying that even if he had a reason, he should have at least told them before rushing off alone. Yong Hwarin cleared his throat, looking slightly awkward, and apologized, admitting that he had acted too hastily after hearing Bake Seal had been injured. Then he turned his gaze away and added that they had managed to find Bake Seal. More importantly, he had also obtained the very thing he had been searching for all along. Now it was time for them to leave. Moon replied that their preparations were already complete, but curiosity quickly rose in her eyes as she asked what he meant. Had he finally found the ginseng they had been looking for? Yong Hwarin shook his head, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he said that what he discovered was something far better than ginseng. Moon frowned in confusion, unable to understand his meaning, and asked what could possibly be more valuable than ginseng. Yong Hwarin looked back at her with a calm expression and answered in a steady voice that what he had found was a future. After saying that, he walked ahead without explaining further, leaving the others standing behind him in complete confusion. Before they departed, Yong Hwarin returned once more to Elder He Dukong and He Ryung. He gave the elder a respectful bow and sincerely thanked him for everything he had done. He Ryung looked up at him with a sorrowful expression, his small face filled with reluctance, and asked if Yong Hwarin was really leaving. Yong Hwarin reached into his pocket and took out a jade plaque, then carefully placed it into the boy's hands. He explained that if He Ryung ever found himself in danger or needed help, he should bring that plaque to the Tianzhong clan in Henan. Yong Hwarin told him that one day he would need it, so he must never lose it. He Ryung accepted it with both hands and promised eagerly that he would keep it safe. Yong Hwarin then turned to leave, telling them in a calm voice that they would meet again someday. But just as he was about to walk away, He Dukong suddenly called out to stop him. The elder's eyes had grown cold and serious as he demanded to know why Yong Hwarin was being so kind to them, reminding him that they were nothing more than simple country folk who gathered herbs and treated the sick. With bitterness lingering in his voice, He Dukong pressed him further, asking why someone like Yong Hwarin would go so far to help people he barely even knew. The question caught Yong Hwarin off guard, and for a brief moment he stood there without a proper answer. Deep down he knew that everything had begun because of the scripture hidden within the secret technique, but when he thought back on the time he had spent with them at the clinic, the answer that came out of his mouth was different. He said quietly that it was because He Ryung reminded him of himself. Those words struck He Dukong deeply, leaving the elder shaken and silent where he stood. He Ryung threw both hands into the air and shouted for Yong Hwarin to come back again. Yong Hwarin raised his own hand in response, a faint smile resting on his face as he walked away. As they prepared to leave, Mo Beiyang watched him closely and asked if he had truly given the boy the jade plaque of the Tianzhong clan. She reminded him that something that valuable was not meant to be handed out so casually. Yong Hwarin answered without the slightest hesitation, saying that he had learned a great deal from He Ryung, and that the boy was worth far more than a single plaque. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted away, pulling him back into an old memory. He remembered the day he first met Yan Hua, when he had been sitting alone in the afternoon drinking quietly, until a young woman full of bright energy approached him. She bowed to him politely and introduced herself as Yan Hua, cheerfully announcing that she would be serving him from that day forward. Her warm and lively greeting had startled him at first, but before long, he had found himself smiling and returning the greeting. The present returned in an instant as they mounted their horses and began riding away from the clinic. Oh Bayang noticed that Yong Hwarin seemed lighter than usual, and asked what had put that smile on his face. Yong Hwarin gave a soft laugh and wondered aloud if he really looked that way. Jung Wook then asked if their next destination was the Jaegol clan. Yong Hwarin shook his head and said they would return home instead. Oh Beiyang cried out in surprise, insisting that they were already practically at the Jaegol clan's doorstep and asking why they would turn back now. Yong Hwarin explained that it was still too early to visit them and far too early for him to face his fiancée. Jung Wook argued that showing the Jaegol clan he was healthy might be a wise move, but Yong Hwarin did not waver. He repeated firmly that they were going home. Suddenly, everyone stiffened at almost the same time. A sharp, metallic scent swept through the air, and their expressions hardened as they quietly recognized it as the smell of blood. Oh Bayang pointed sharply into the distance, her eyes narrowing as she said the stench was coming from that direction. They urged their horses forward and soon arrived at a scene that froze them in place. Bodies were scattered across the ground, lying motionless in the blood-soaked earth. Yong Huaren's face darkened as he cursed the martial artist responsible, anger burning in his chest as he wondered how anyone could take lives so easily, as if those people meant nothing at all. Young Wook looked toward him uneasily and asked what they should do. Yong Huaren narrowed his eyes, and his voice turned cold as he said there was no need to interfere in someone else's battle. He urged them to keep moving. He pressed his horse forward without another word, while the others hesitated behind him, unable to move quite as easily past the bodies. Bayang called out to him as young master, and Yong Huaren pulled his horse to a stop, his voice lowered as he admitted that, in truth, he could not simply ignore what they had seen. When Bayang asked what he meant, Yong Huaren's expression hardened further as he revealed that the bodies belonged to the guard martial artists of the Jago clan. They moved forward again, but before long, Bayang suddenly cried out that fighting was happening nearby. Yong Huaren immediately raised his hand and ordered everyone to get down from their horses. They dismounted at once and advanced on foot, slipping carefully into the deeper shadows as they approached the source of the clash. The ghost blades stretched their arms and rolled their shoulders, preparing themselves for combat. Young Wook clenched his fists and declared that this would be their second battle since the flying demonic lion, shouting that it was finally time to fight, while Nam Wook muttered that another battle was waiting for them. Yong Huaren lifted his sword to stop them, his gaze fixed ahead as he told them not to charge in blindly and to observe the situation first. Young Wook hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly swallowed his impatience and nodded. From the cover of the shadows, they watched the battle unfold. Yong Huaren's eyes sharpened when he recognized several familiar figures among the fighters. He realized that one of them was Jagal Yohi, and standing beside her was Jagal Book, the first son of the Jagal patriarch, which surprised Yong Huaren even more, since neither of them had appeared at Wudang Mountain. Far off in the distance, a masked man silently lifted one hand, his posture calm and cold, as if he had already decided their fate. The next instant, a violent wave of energy burst from him and tore through the air, rushing straight toward them like a crushing storm. An elderly man suddenly stepped in front of them, throwing his own body into the path of the attack. The force slammed into him head-on, and blood poured from his mouth, staining the front of his robes in dark red. Jagal Yohi screamed for her uncle, her face draining of color as panic seized her chest so tightly that she could barely draw a breath. Watching the chaos unfold, Yong Huaren turned slightly toward Bayang and lowered his voice, asking whether she knew anything about the men in white. Bayang stared at them for a moment, then shook her head, admitting she had never seen them before. Yong Huaren's mind began moving at once. If even their identities were being kept hidden, then these people were not acting openly yet. They were still moving from the darkness, keeping their true purpose buried. His gaze swept over their white robes, then stopped on the horned green snake masks covering their faces. In that moment, a buried memory clicked sharply into place. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. These men were members of the Green Blood Viper Squad. He remembered what the future records would eventually say. A man named He Dukong once obtained a pill of life from the legendary Green Blood Viper, and with that miraculous power, he rose all the way into the divine realm. After gaining that strength, AI Dukong used the creature's name to establish an assassination organization. In time, that order would become infamous, feared for its merciless cruelty, and for never failing once it accepted a mission. But Yong Huaren still could not understand why an organization like that would be hunting the Zhao clan. He cursed inwardly, frustrated by how little he knew. If he only had a few more pieces of information right now, he might be able to find a way through this. His eyes locked onto the battlefield, and the lines of his face slowly tightened as the danger in front of him became impossible to ignore. For a short moment he remained completely still, as if forcing himself to think one last time. Then, without another word, he rose to his feet. Yong Huaren began walking forward at a slow, steady pace. Each step was controlled, and as he moved, his hand slid toward his sword and drew the blade free. Deep inside, he scolded himself for what he was doing, calling himself a fool. He already had the Tapeth Heaven tome, and he had also obtained the demonic poison stone flower. He had promised himself that he would return home, refine his family's martial arts, and change the future waiting ahead of them. That promise should have been enough to make him walk away, and yet even knowing all of that, his body kept moving toward danger, and he silently asked himself why he still could not turn back. At that moment, one of the masked assassins suddenly lunged straight toward Jagal Book and Jagal Yohi. But before the attack could reach them, the assassin's head was sliced clean from his body and sent flying through the air. Yong Huaren appeared in front of them almost instantly, his sword already drawn. Fresh blood slid down the edge of the blade and dripped silently to the ground. Jagal Book and the leader of the Green Blood Viper Squad both froze where they stood, stunned by the sudden arrival. Jagal Yohi's eyes flew wide open, staring at his back in disbelief. She cried out, recognizing him and asking if it was really him standing there. Yong Huaren turned toward them and spoke his name without hesitation, declaring clearly that he was Yong Huaren of the Tianzhong clan. The Viper leader's expression twisted beneath his mask, and he snarled at his men, ordering them to kill Yong Huaren at once. One assassin immediately sprang forward, but before he could break through, Mo Baiyang, Zhang Wook, and Nam Wook rushed in together and blocked the strike. After the clash rang out, Jagal Buck stared at Yong Huaren with his eyes full of disbelief, as though he could not match the person before him with the man he remembered. He asked if it was truly Yong Huaren, admitting that he had believed Yong Huaren was too sick to even move properly. Then, still stunned, he added that it had been far too long since they last met. Yong Huaren cut him off immediately, his voice firm and sharp, telling him that this was not the time to waste words. Jagal Book fell silent, but the shock did not leave his face. In just 1 year, Yong Huaren had changed so much that it was almost impossible to believe. The leader of the Green Blood Viper Squad tilted his head slightly, studying Yong Huaren with cold curiosity before demanding to know who he really was. Yong Huaren answered by raising his sword toward them, his tone calm as he said they were nothing more than travelers who had happened to pass through. The masked leader let out a contemptuous scoff and declared that it made no difference. Whoever they were, every one of them would die in this place. Yong Huaren's thoughts raced beneath his calm expression. He knew that if they fought head-on, the result would be disastrous. The enemy did not have overwhelming numbers, but the Jagal warriors were already exhausted and wounded. Right now, his only real objective was not victory. What mattered most was making sure everyone here survived. He needed an escape route, a plan, any kind of opening he could use before choosing what to do next. At that tense moment, Mo Baiyang stepped forward, her expression determined, and announced that she would fight. The squad leader sneered at her, his voice dripping with mockery, as he asked whether she only had courage when she was hiding behind someone else. Those words snapped the last thread of Yong Huaren's restraint. He pushed Mo Baiyang behind him and roared at the masked man, demanding to know when he had ever hidden from anyone. Then he stepped forward himself and declared that he would be the one to fight. The squad leader burst into laughter, looking at them as if they were nothing more than reckless young fools throwing away their lives. Yong Huaren charged forward with a furious shout, ignoring Mo Baiyang's desperate cries behind him as she begged him to stop. Mo Baiyang reached out for him in panic, but Nam Wook caught her by the shoulder and shook his head, quietly telling her to wait and watch. Nam Wook, said the young master, they once knew was no longer the same person. Now they needed to see with their own eyes who Yong Huaren had become. Yong Huaren let out a furious roar, swearing that he would cut the enemy down with a single strike. Nam Wook watched him charge in and muttered under his breath that things would not be that simple. The Green Blood Viper leader licked his lips, his stance lowering slightly as he prepared to receive the attack. When Yong Huaren's blade came crashing in, the leader deflected it with effortless ease, turning the strike aside as if it carried no real threat. The leader mocked him again, asking if losing control of his emotions was really all it took to ruin his movements. Yong Huaren clenched his teeth and refused to back away. He drove forward, striking again and again with fierce, relentless swings. The leader narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what Yong Huaren was planning. But in the very next instant, his footing suddenly slipped. Yong Huaren did not let that chance pass. The moment the opening appeared, he seized it and slashed with all the force he had. His blade flashed across the leader's hand in one clean arc, cutting through flesh so sharply that one of the man's fingers was severed on the spot. The Green Blood Viper assassins immediately cried out in alarm, their voices breaking through the battlefield as they shouted for their leader. Even Yong Huaren's own allies stood frozen in shock at what had just happened. But Yong Huaren only clenched his jaw, his eyes staying fixed on the enemy. He admitted to himself that his strike had not gone as far as he wanted. He had been aiming to take the entire arm, but even with his vision disturbed, the enemy had twisted away at the last possible moment. Even so, a faint smile appeared on Yong Huaren's face. It was not perfect, but he had still accomplished what he came here to do. Mo Baiyang tried to stop him again, her voice trembling with urgency as she cried out that this was far too dangerous. This time, Zhang Wook stepped in before she could rush forward and told her to let Yong Huaren continue. Mo Baiyang hesitated, her face filled with worry, still weakly insisting that she could not just stand there and watch. Yong Huaren kept walking forward, his pace slow and controlled, as if the chaos around him had suddenly gone quiet in his mind. Deep in his heart, he repeated the same thought over and over. forcing himself to stay calm, to think clearly, and to find a path where everyone could make it out alive. Against an assassination force that would one day become one of the most feared names in history, simple strength would never be enough. What he needed now was something different. Not a clean victory, not overwhelming power, but one single opening he could turn to his advantage. From this point forward, every move he made would be a gamble, and one mistake could cost them everything. The squad leader stared straight at him, the cold gaze behind the mask locking onto Yong Huarian's eyes. For a moment, the two of them simply stood there in silence, with the entire battlefield seeming to hold its breath around them. Then Yong Huaran's voice suddenly rang inside the man's mind, telling him to carry a message to Heir. The masked leader's body stiffened at once, and his eyes widened as he realized those words had not been spoken out loud. Yong Huaran continued with a calm and steady tone, telling him that he too came from the hidden saint cult. Behind him, Zhang Wook narrowed his eyes and whispered that the young master's lips seemed to be moving, yet no sound was reaching their ears. He quickly guessed that Yong Huaran had to be using some kind of special technique to send his words directly. Mo Beiyang stared at Yong Huarian and confirmed in a low voice that it was the sound transmission technique. Inside, she was shaken because this was not something anyone could master easily, and she could not understand when Yong Huarian had learned it. Through that technique, Yong Huaran warned the Green Blood Viper leader to pass his message to Heir, promising that forgiveness would be granted if he obeyed. Then he ordered him to withdraw immediately. The masked leader clenched his teeth, his frustration boiling over as he spoke aloud and demanded to know how Yong Huaran knew his leader's name. His voice grew sharper as he pressed him again, asking who Yong Huaran truly was. Yong Huaran felt the tension surge through his body, tightening every nerve beneath his calm expression. Even after he had revealed Heir name, the man in front of him still had not fully believed him. After a short pause, Yong Huaran continued, saying that 5 years ago, when the hidden saint cult was destroyed by the 3 demonic heavens, he had been there. He then asked whether the Green Blood Viper Squad was not one of the forces still working to revive the fallen cult. With a voice that did not waver, Yong Huaran declared once more that he was also a man of the hidden saint cult. The masked leader moved without warning, his body blurring forward in an instant. With just one step, he closed the distance and pressed the cold edge of his blade directly against Yong Huaran's throat. From behind, alarmed voices erupted as the others cried out for their young master. The Green Blood Viper leader narrowed his eyes and mocked him coldly, saying Yong Huaran was nothing more than a half-grown child. And yet, this so-called child somehow knew his name, and even the hidden secrets of the hidden saint cult. The masked man admitted in a low voice that such a thing was difficult to believe. Still, he said he would accept Yong Huaran's claim if he could answer one question. Then he demanded to know which heaven of the hidden saint cult Yong Huaran belonged to. Yong Huaran's thoughts moved immediately. He understood at once that this was not a casual question, but a test. From what he knew about the future, the cult at this point in time was not yet united as one single force. It was only a fragile alliance held together by 3 separate factions. The Sun Cult was the faction that pursued power above everything else. The Moon Saint Cult devoted itself to faith, doctrine, and the beliefs that shaped its followers. The Hidden Saint faction stood between the 2 sides, acting as the mediator that kept the balance from completely collapsing. But the problem was clear. Yong Huaran had no way of knowing which side the Green Blood Viper Squad actually served. He weighed the possibilities carefully. It seemed unlikely that the Moon Saint Cult or the Hidden Saint faction would create an assassination force, though he could not say it was completely impossible. But when it came to the Sun Cult, everything fit far too well. Yong Huaran knew he was taking a dangerous gamble, but he had always survived by choosing the most likely path. This time, he decided to stake everything on that single answer. After one quiet breath, Yong Huaran let a faint smile rise to his lips and said he belonged to the Sun Cult. The 2 men stared at each other without moving, and the silence between them stretched until it felt almost unbearable. At last, the Green Blood Viper leader pulled his sword away from Yong Huaran's throat and gave the order to retreat. In the very next instant, the entire squad vanished into the surrounding darkness, slipping away as quickly as they had appeared. Only after they were gone did Yong Huaran's body finally betray the strain he had been hiding. Blood spilled from his nose and mouth, and he cursed under his breath as he realized the earlier attack had damaged him far more deeply than he had thought. His vision began to blur, the world around him fading at the edges, and as Mo Beiyang rushed toward him in panic, everything finally sank into darkness. Later that day, Yong Huaran slowly opened his eyes. His body still felt heavy, but he forced himself upright and looked around, seeing people moving busily nearby as they tended to their duties. Not far from him, Jagal Yohi was standing quietly, her figure still and tense amid the movement around them. The moment Yong Hwarin called her name, Jagal Yohi said nothing at all. Instead, she suddenly tossed something straight toward him. Caught off guard, Yong Hwarin reached out and caught it by reflex, then lowered his gaze to see what she had thrown into his hands. Jagal Yohi told him in a curt voice that it was healing medicine from her clan. Then she added that it would help treat the internal injuries he had suffered. Yong Hwarin frowned slightly and told her that he had not stepped in to help them because he wanted some kind of reward. Jagal Yohi turned on him at once, her eyes sharpening as she demanded whether he would only accept it if she lowered herself and begged him. She snapped at him to just take it, then turned around and walked away without waiting for his answer. But after putting a little distance between them, her voice softened, and she quietly muttered a small thank you under her breath. Hearing that quiet thanks, Yong Hwarin let a faint smile touch his face. Deep down, he admitted that he had never realized Jagal Yohi could show such a gentle side. Just then, Mo Beiyang appeared behind him without warning, her eyes already fixed on the medicine in his hand with clear interest. She explained that it was a rare remedy meant only for the direct bloodline of the Jagal clan, and even she had not expected Jagal Yohi to hand over something so precious to him. Yong Hwarin let out a small sigh and complained that next time she should at least make some noise before appearing, because she had genuinely startled him. Mo Beiyang brushed off his complaint completely. Instead, she scolded him, saying she had been terrified when he charged at the assassin, because for a moment she was convinced he had lost his mind. Yong Hwarin answered simply, his voice calm, saying that he had only been trying to protect everyone there. Mo Beiyang sat down beside him, then leaned lightly against his back. Her hand came to rest on his shoulder, and her voice gradually softened. She asked why he had changed so much. Just a few months ago, he had hated the world and hated himself, living every day as if simply being alive was a punishment. That was the Yong Hwarin she had always remembered, the broken young master who seemed trapped inside his own misery. But today he had thrown himself into danger and risked his life for every one of them. She told him that she was proud of him, but at the same time she truly wanted to understand what was pushing him forward. Yong Hwarin hesitated, his voice catching for a moment as memories from his past life rose in his mind one after another. After a long stretch of silence, he finally answered that he was only doing his best so he would not have to regret the future again. The next day, Yong Hwarin's group set out together with the Jagal clan, traveling side by side along the road. As they continued forward, Jagal Buk turned toward Yong Hwarin with sincere gratitude and thanked him for choosing to escort them back. He admitted that their family was short on capable fighters right now, and if those assassins had attacked again, they would have been left almost completely defenseless. Yong Hwarin answered in a calm tone that it was no trouble at all, since he had already been planning to visit the Jagal clan anyway. Jagal Buk nodded, then casually remarked that Yong Hwarin must be heading there to meet Jagal Chongyang. Before Yong Hwarin could give any answer, the carriage window slid open. Jagal Yohi leaned out from inside, her sharp eyes filled with curiosity, as she asked what exactly he liked so much about Jagal Chongyang. Was it because of her strength? Or was it simply because she was beautiful? Jagal Yohi kept her teasing gaze on him, clearly waiting to see how he would respond. Yong Hwarin gave her no satisfying answer at all. Instead, he smoothly shifted the topic and turned his question toward Jagal Buk, asking why those assassins had targeted the Jagal clan in the first place. The moment he asked, both Jagal Buk and Jagal Yohi went still, and the two of them exchanged uneasy glances. Yong Hwarin continued pressing the matter, pointing out that the Jagal clan was one of the strongest families in the region, ruling over this land almost as if it were their own courtyard. He questioned what reason an assassination force would possibly have to travel so far just to launch an attack here. Jagal Yohi hesitated for a moment, then weakly claimed that perhaps it had only been a coincidence. Jagal Buk immediately shook his head and said it was not. Yong Hwarin had risked his life for them, and because of that, Jagal Buk believed he deserved to hear the truth. He admitted that he did not know the full reason behind it, but from what he had seen, the assassins seemed to have been trying to kidnap Jagal Yohi. Yong Hwarin repeated those words in disbelief, stunned that the young lady of the Jagal clan herself had been the target. Jagal Buk continued, explaining that while the attackers had slaughtered their guards without hesitation, they had deliberately avoided injuring her. Jagal Buk was convinced that some hidden force was moving against their family. Yong Hwarin reasoned that if kidnapping had truly been the goal, then Jagal Yohi must have been meant to serve as leverage. Whoever had arranged this attack clearly wanted something from the Jagal clan in exchange. Jagal Buk's eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on the reins, his expression growing heavier with each thought. He admitted that for a long time he had suspected there was an enemy hiding somewhere in the shadows. But this attack was different. This time, That hidden enemy had crossed a line they could not ignore. He wondered whether the recent attacks by martial artists were connected to sensitive information being leaked from within. Not long after that, their group finally reached the borderlands of the Jaegal clan. As the clan gates rose into view ahead of them, Yong Hwarin felt something stir quietly in his chest. Deep inside, his thoughts turned toward the reunion waiting for him beyond those gates. It had been far too long, and now, at last, he was about to see Jaegal Shongyang again, his dear Jaegal Shongyang. Memories from his previous life began rising to the surface. Their marriage had been arranged before either of them was even born, yet as time passed, the two of them had slowly drifted apart. Back then, Yong Hwarin had been frail, weak, and constantly trapped inside illness, while Jaegal Shongyang had poured every part of herself into martial arts with a resolve that never wavered. Little by little, she had continued moving ahead, farther and farther beyond his reach, until in the end, the two of them were connected only by obligation, not by any real feeling between them. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Jaegal Buck called out, addressing him as the young clan heir and asking him to come forward to greet the clan head. Yong Hwarin gave a quiet nod, then turned back toward his companions and told them to rest for now while he went on ahead. Inside the grand estate of the Jaegal clan, Yong Hwarin lowered his head in a deep, respectful bow and began his formal greeting, introducing himself as Yong Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan. But before he could even finish speaking, the clan head suddenly rose from his seat, stepped forward, and grabbed Yong Hwarin firmly by both shoulders, bursting into loud, booming laughter. He exclaimed that it was almost unbelievable to see Yong Hwarin looking so healthy and full of strength, completely different from the sickly young man he remembered from their last meeting. This man was none other than the head of the Jaegal clan, the heaven-ruling sword himself, Jaegal Keok. Yong Hwarin greeted him with proper respect, calmly saying that it had truly been a long time since they last met. Jaegal Keok then asked about the leader of the Tianzhong clan, and Yong Hwarin replied that his father was doing well and had sent his sincere regards. As they exchanged words, Jaegal Keok's sharp eyes quietly studied Yong Hwarin from head to toe. With a pleased chuckle, he remarked that Yong Hwarin's stronger build clearly showed he had been training hard, and said Jaegal Chongyang would surely be happy to see him like this. Yong Hwarin cleared his throat lightly and answered with modest restraint, saying that he was not worthy of such praise. Jaegal Keok waved off the humility, saying he had already kept Yong Hwarin long enough, and that it would be wrong to delay him when someone was clearly waiting eagerly for him. Yong Hwarin lowered his head once more, offering another respectful bow before taking his leave. Before sending him away, Jaegal Keok added that another guest around Yong Hwarin's age had arrived earlier and suggested that the two of them might gain something from speaking together. Yong Hwarin accepted the suggestion without objection, giving a calm nod in agreement. Once Yong Hwarin left the room, the warm atmosphere inside the hall changed almost immediately. Left alone with Jaegal Buck, the laughter on Jaegal Keok's face disappeared as if it had never been there. His voice turned heavy and grave, and he ordered Jaegal Buck to tell him exactly what had happened. Outside the estate, Yong Hwarin walked down the steps, his mind already focused on the person waiting beyond this meeting. He had paid his respects to the clan head, and now, finally, it was time for him to meet her. But as he continued walking, a sudden commotion near the gates caught his attention and pulled his gaze in that direction. An attendant was arguing fiercely with a visitor, insisting that the clan head was not receiving guests, while the man snapped back that he only wanted his name announced. When Yong Hwarin turned to look, his eyes narrowed slightly as recognition struck him. He knew that man immediately. The stranger noticed Yong Hwarin at almost the same time, and a mocking scoff slipped from his mouth. With a crooked smile, he addressed Yong Hwarin directly, saying that the person before him must be the heir of the Tianzhong clan. He then introduced himself as Jiao Guang of the Song clan, and extended his hand as if offering a polite greeting. Yong Hwarin did not accept the handshake right away. Instead, he stared at the outstretched hand for a moment, clicking his tongue inwardly as he realized this must be the guest Jaegal Keok had mentioned. Only then did he acknowledge the name. Jiao Guang smirked and asked whether Yong Hwarin had come to see Lady Jaegal Shongyang, then added that since he had arrived first, the meeting should naturally belong to him. Yong Hwarin finally took his hand, but his grip was firm and unyielding, and the polite smile on his face carried no warmth at all. He said it was nice to meet him, then calmly remarked that he had heard quite a bit about the Song clan. Then, without relaxing his grip, Yong Hwarin spoke in a colder tone, saying he had come to meet the woman who had been promised to him as his fiancée before he was even born, and that he had not expected to find Jiao Guang here. Jiao Guang's expression twitched under the pressure of that handshake, but he quickly buried the reaction beneath another smug smile. He replied that he had heard many rumors over the years about Yong Hwarin's poor health. Just then, Jagal Book arrived and immediately sensed the sharp tension hanging between the two men. He asked if they were both here to see Jagal Chongyang, then told them she was probably in the courtyard. Both men repeated the word courtyard at the exact same time. In the next moment, they both rushed forward with equal determination, each one trying to get ahead of the other. But just as they neared the courtyard, a sword suddenly came flying through the air, passing so close that it nearly struck Jiao Guang. The two of them stopped at once, their steps halting sharply in front of the courtyard. Yong Huaren's eyes widened as he took in the sight waiting before him. In the courtyard, Jagal Chongyang stood tall and composed, her blade pressed right against the neck of her sparring partner, while the defeated man lifted both hands and admitted defeat in a trembling voice. Jagal Chongyang withdrew her sword with casual ease and slid it back into its sheath, muttering in a calm but disappointed tone that the fight had been boring. Seeing her again, Yong Huaren's thoughts drifted back to the very first time he had ever laid eyes on her. She had returned in victory that day, and the entire territory had been swallowed by thunderous cheers, with countless voices shouting her title again and again until the air itself seemed to tremble. They cried that the snow blossom blade of the 12 martial blossoms had returned, carrying the head of the demonic human with her. Someone shouted in disbelief, asking how the Jagal clan could have produced such a terrifyingly gifted martial artist, and another voice immediately answered that they had heard she lived for nothing but martial arts. Her name spread through the crowd like wildfire, passed from one stunned voice to the next, until everyone was saying it clearly.
Jagal Chongyang.
Among all those cheering spectators stood Yong Huaren from the past, frail and sickly, his body so weak that even standing there seemed difficult. From far away, he simply stared at her, unable to look away. And in that same moment, Jagal Chongyang suddenly turned her head. Their eyes met for one brief heartbeat, just long enough to leave a mark in his memory, before the image faded and pulled Yong Huaren back into the present. Silently, he thought about the woman she had become. Through endless training and relentless discipline, she had carved out her own path and earned the title of Snow Blossom Blade. By the time she reached 40, she would rise to become one of the 3 strongest female martial artists in the world, and when it came to the sword, she had already surpassed him long ago. A loud voice suddenly broke through his thoughts and snapped him back to the courtyard. Jiao Guang hurried toward Jagal Chongyang, calling her name with an overly familiar tone, and claiming that it had been such a long time since they last met. Jagal Chongyang looked at him with a flat, unimpressed stare, and asked why he kept coming to their clan. Jiao Guang laughed awkwardly and said he only wanted to see her. But before he could say anything more, she cut him off coldly, telling him to stop and making it clear that she already had a fiancé. Her gaze moved past Jiao Guang without hesitation and settled directly on Yong Huaren. She called out his name, and in her voice, surprise and uncertainty were tangled together. Jagal Chongyang stepped closer, studying him as she asked if it was truly him. Yong Huaren greeted her with calm restraint, saying that it had been a long time. She looked him over carefully, and her tone softened as she asked how he was standing in front of her like this, and whether he had truly regained his health. Yong Huaren said that he had recovered recently and was now traveling through the land. Then, without hiding it, he admitted that he had come here only to see her. Jagal Chongyang asked if he planned to stay for several days. Yong Huaren looked at her quietly for a long moment, then gave a faint smile and answered that he would not. He told her he would be leaving early the next morning, because the only reason he had come to the Jagal clan was to see her once. He began to say something more, but the words caught in his throat. After a brief hesitation, he turned away instead. Rather than continuing there, he suggested that they speak again the next day after her training was finished. There was something important he needed to tell her then. Jagal Chongyang watched him walk away, her eyes following his back for a long time, while her expression remained unreadable. Behind them, Jiao Guang's face twisted with jealousy, and his fist tightened as he fought to keep the storm inside him from spilling out. That night, inside his quarters, Yong Huaren sat quietly with a book in hand when another visitor arrived at his door. Without even lifting his eyes from the page, he asked if Jiao Guang had come because he had something he wanted to say. Jiao Guang entered the room and sat across from him, skipping every polite greeting as if he had no patience for formality. He declared outright that he was in love with Jagal Chongyang. Yong Huaren looked at him coolly and remarked that it was rather bold of him to confess something like that so directly. Jiao Guang did not back down. He pressed forward, asking whether Yong Huaren truly intended to marry her. Yong Huaren's reply sharpened at once, and he told Jiao Guang that he clearly lacked manners. Jiao Guang only scoffed, continuing on as his irritation grew more obvious with every word. He said Jagal Chongyang lived solely for martial arts, which meant the man beside her should be strong. Then he mocked Yong Huaren openly, claiming that compared to him, Yong Huorin was simply weaker. He boasted that over the past few years he had built a name for himself and earned the title Azure Cloud Dragonblade. Then he demanded to know what Yong Huorin had ever accomplished, pointing out that he had only just recovered from years of illness. Leaning closer with a sneer, Jiao Guang added that Yong Huorin did not even truly love Jaegol Chongyang. Yong Huorin's eyes turned cold. He pushed Jiao Guang's hand aside and told him that if he was finished speaking, he should leave, because Yong Huorin was busy. Jiao Guang's anger deepened beneath the surface, though he forced himself to keep it hidden behind a controlled expression. Where no one could see, his hand closed around a small vial hidden inside his sleeve, one that looked dangerously like poison. He stood up and warned Yong Huorin that he would regret this, then turned and left without saying another word. Yong Huorin clicked his tongue in irritation. From the look he had seen in Jiao Guang's eyes, he could tell that trouble was definitely coming. His gaze drifted down to the Taepth Heaven Tome in front of him, and he murmured that he might have to use it sooner than he had planned. Only moments later, yet another visitor arrived at his room. Yong Huorin turned, already prepared to complain about being disturbed again. But the words stopped the moment he saw who had come. It was Jaegol Yohi. She stood there quietly and asked in a soft voice whether she had interrupted him. Yong Huorin studied her in silence for a moment, noticing how different she seemed now. She looked refined and composed, nothing like the mischievous girl he had met back at Mount Wudang. When he asked why she had come so late, Jaegol Yohi said she had heard he would be leaving in the morning, then bowed to him politely. Yong Huorin replied that if he stayed any longer, he would only interfere with Jaegol Shongyang's training, and besides, he still had matters waiting for him back home. Jaegol Yohi listened quietly and gave a small nod. Then, without warning, she leaned forward with a teasing smile and asked whether he truly intended to marry her sister. Yong Huorin felt a flicker of irritation rise inside him, but he stayed silent as her sharp gaze remained fixed on him. He wondered why everyone seemed so obsessed with his marriage, and at that moment, he decided it was time to make things clear. The next morning, Yong Huorin and his companions finished their preparations and got ready to leave the Jaegol clan. Jaegol Book, Jaegol Shongyang, and Jaegol Yohi had all come to the front gate to send them off, standing together beneath the watching eyes of the clan. Jaegol Book looked at Yong Huorin and asked, with clear reluctance in his voice, whether he truly needed to leave in such a hurry. Yong Huorin answered calmly that he had already paid his respects to the clan head, and he had also properly met Jaegol Chongyang. Since those matters were finished, he said it was only right for him to take his leave now. Jaegol Book gave a teasing smile and said that Jaegol Shongyang would surely feel disappointed if he left so quickly. At those words, Jaegol Shongyang lowered her gaze and a quiet shadow of sadness settled over her face. Seeing that expression, Yong Huorin softened his voice and gently called out her name. Then, with a careful look in his eyes, he asked if the two of them could speak somewhere private for a moment. But before Jaegol Shongyang could even answer him, a loud voice suddenly cut across the courtyard, ringing out boldly as it called Yong Huorin, the heir of the Yong clan. Jiao Guang stepped forward through the crowd with a smug smile tugging at his lips. He moved with exaggerated confidence, then bent into an overly dramatic bow as if he were performing for everyone watching. Lifting his head, he announced himself in a proud voice as the Azure Cloud Dragonblade of the Song clan, making sure every person nearby could hear the title. Then, without hesitation, he formally challenged the heir of the Tianzhong clan to a duel. The moment those words landed, shocked gasps spread through the crowd and uneasy voices began rising all around them. Jaegol Shongyang's voice sliced through the growing noise, cold enough to make the air around them feel still and sharp. She fixed Jiao Guang with a disappointed stare and accused him of having no shame, her expression hardening as she faced him directly in front of everyone. She said he was trying to challenge someone who had only just recovered from serious injuries. If he truly wanted a fair fight, then he should set a proper date instead of forcing it now. Jiao Guang did not look embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, he burst into mocking laughter, as though her anger only amused him. Then he shouted back loudly that there was nothing shameful about issuing a challenge to the heir of a martial clan, especially in front of so many witnesses. He raised his voice even more, turning the challenge into a public declaration. He claimed that all he wanted was to witness the famous soaring dragon emperor's sword of the Tianzhong clan with his own eyes. Since Yuan was already preparing to leave, Jiao Guang said he had no choice but to act now, or he might never get such an opportunity again. With that same arrogant confidence, Jiao Guang bent into another showy bow and asked whether Yuan had the courage to accept the duel. The crowd immediately fell into restless murmuring, their eyes shifting toward the air as everyone waited to see what answer would come from him. Yong Huorin's eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell at once that Jiao Guang was not simply trying to compare swordsmanship. His real aim was to embarrass him in front of the entire gathering. His body had still not fully recovered, and the strain inside him had not completely faded. Even so, his gaze slowly moved toward Yong Wook, Nam Wook, and Mo Bayang, who were standing nearby. None of them looked nervous or afraid for him. If anything, their faces carried a strange excitement, as though they had already seen what Yong Hwarin was capable of, and were waiting for everyone else to witness it too. Jung Wook, especially, seemed to feel that this was finally the perfect moment to reveal the truth that Yong Hwarin's sword had already been restored. A faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of Yong Hwarin's lips, quiet but confident. He turned his head toward Mo Bayang and asked if his instructor had no intention of stopping him. At first, Mo Bayang answered lightly, saying he should refuse because his body had not yet fully recovered from the assassin's attack. Then she stepped a little closer, and the playful tone faded from her face. Her expression changed as she admitted that she already knew what choice he was going to make. She said that no matter what anyone advised, he would accept the challenge because he always moved for the sake of the Tianzhong clan. And, as someone who also belonged to that same clan, she told him she would follow the path he chose, no matter where that path led. With complete certainty in her eyes, she said she believed in him. She spoke his name clearly, Yong Hwarin, as if placing her trust directly in his hands. Then she urged him to accept the duel and make sure he won it. For a brief moment, her words left Yong Hwarin standing still. After all this time, had she truly changed that much? Then he smiled, and a warm feeling quietly rose in his chest, softening the tension around him for just an instant. Yong Hwarin stepped forward in front of the crowd and declared in a clear, steady voice that he, Yong Hwarin, heir of the Tianzhong clan, accepted the duel. Later, inside the open arena, Jiao Guang and Yong Hwarin stood across from one another, the wide space between them charged with silent pressure. Between the two fighters stood Jaegal Buk, Jaegal Yohee, and Jaegal Shongyang, acting as overseers for the match. Jaegal Yohee faced the arena and announced the rules with firm, unquestionable authority. Because this was only meant to be a friendly duel, the use of chi would be permitted. However, sword chi and any technique meant to kill were strictly forbidden. Victory and defeat would be decided clearly. If either fighter dropped their weapon or had it broken, they would lose. And if a blade shattered because it could not endure the flow of chi, that would also be counted as defeat. Jiao Guang smiled with easy confidence, keeping his true thoughts hidden behind that smug expression. He knew these rules worked in his favor. With Yong Hwarin still suffering from internal injuries, his ability to control chi should have been limited. So Jiao Guang quietly decided that he would stretch the fight out as long as possible and toy with Yong Hwarin in front of everyone. But before the duel could truly begin, Yong Hwarin suddenly added one more condition. He proposed a wager. Whoever lost would never be allowed to set foot in the Zhao clan again. Jiao Guang scoffed at the suggestion, but he accepted it without the slightest hesitation. With a mocking look, he reminded Yong Hwarin that if he lost, he would be the one banned from returning. Yong Hwarin simply answered in a calm voice that the wager would be honored, as if the outcome had already been settled in his mind. Jaegal Yohee blinked in surprise, and in that brief pause, she quickly began weighing what Yong Hwarin's condition really meant. If Yong Hwarin won, then Jiao Guang would be forced away from the Zhao clan forever, with no room left to approach again. And even if Yong Hwarin lost, the damage would hardly matter, because he would eventually end up living together with Jaegal Chongyang anyway. The fact that he had come up with such a clever plan so quickly left Jaegal Yohee quietly impressed, even if she did not say it out loud. Jaegal Buk then gave the order for both fighters to ready themselves, his voice carrying across the arena. The crowd erupted with excitement, their shouts swelling as tension poured into the open arena like a wave. Jaegal Yohee leaned slightly toward her brother and asked who he thought would win. She reminded him that Yong Hwarin had defeated assassins not long ago, so he could not be underestimated. But Jaegal Buk shook his head with a serious expression and said that the heir of the Yong clan would lose. Jaegal Yohee's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately demanded to know why he would say something like that. Jaegal Buk explained that while Yong Hwarin's future was undoubtedly bright, the injuries he had suffered were still weighing heavily on him, leaving him far weaker than he should have been. Even with all his arrogance and flaws, Jiao Guang was not some empty show-off. He had spent years in real battles, and every movement of his sword carried the weight of that experience. Known throughout the martial world as the Azure Cloud Dragonblade, his sword was said to howl like a dragon tearing through the sky, while his chi drifted and surged like blue clouds rolling across a stormy horizon. Jaegal Buk said that based on strength alone, Jiao Guang had already reached a level close to the elite rookies of the great sects. If the two of them clashed in Yong Hwarin's current condition, Jaegal Buk believed Yong Hwarin would be the one to fall. After saying that, he turned toward Jaegal Chongyang, waiting to hear what she thought. But Jaegul Shangyang did not answer. She simply stood there in silence, her eyes lifted toward the open sky as if her thoughts had drifted far beyond the arena. At the center of the arena, Jiao Guang curled his lips into a proud smirk and loudly announced his title once again, the Azure Cloud Dragon Sword of the Song clan. Yong Huarin faced him without the slightest panic and answered in the same calm tone, giving his own name as Yong Huarin of the Tianzhong clan. Jiao Guang's eyes narrowed with open contempt. He sneered at the so-called Dragon clan, mocking them as if they were nothing more than crawling worms. Yong Huarin's expression instantly hardened. His gaze sharpened, and he promised in a low, steady voice that he would show Jiao Guang exactly why his clan carried that name. In the next breath, both men drew their swords, their eyes locked across the arena, and then they lunged forward at the same time. A sharp, metallic crash rang out as their blades slammed together, sending the sound of steel echoing across the entire arena. Jiao Guang smirked even wider and unleashed his technique, calling it out as his attacks began to shift, twist, and flow with unpredictable force. Yong Huarin was clearly under pressure, but he still managed to move through the storm. He dodged where he could, deflected what he had to, and kept himself from being swallowed by the barrage. After being pushed back, Yong Huarin staggered a few steps, but he forced his feet beneath him and straightened his body again, refusing to collapse. Jiao Guang only laughed at the sight and pressed forward even harder. With another fierce roar, he leapt in again, shouting that they should finally start having some real fun. Pain tore through Yong Huarin's body, but he still twisted away at the last instant. He parried the strikes he could reach, and barely slipped out of range, winning himself just enough space to breathe. Jiao Guang's irritation grew sharper with every exchange, and the frustration in his eyes slowly turned bitter. He could not understand how Yong Huarin was still blocking his techniques after taking so much damage. With injuries that severe, Yong Huarin should not have been able to follow the sword's path at all, much less respond to it in time. And yet, Yong Huarin's eyes burned with a frightening focus, clear and intense despite the wounds dragging at his body. Every movement of Jiao Guang's blade was visible to him. It was as if the sword's path had been drawn through the air before it even arrived. This was insight, a strange state where the flow of qi seemed to sharpen one's vision and reveal the movement hidden inside each strike. The moment Yong Huarin realized what was happening, he clenched his teeth. By all rights, he should not have reached this stage yet. Was this also connected to the old man's teachings? That thought flashed through his mind as he tightened his grip around the sword. Jiao Guang roared again, calling him a rat and mocking him for doing nothing but scurrying away with quick movements. He lifted his sword high, his voice filled with cruel confidence, and declared that this time he would see whether Yong Huarin could still block him. Blue qi erupted from Jiao Guang's blade like a violent wave, and he slashed in from the side with a powerful technique meant to crush through Yong Huarin's defense. From the sidelines, Jigal Yohi cried out in shock, recognizing the move immediately as the Azure Cloud Sword. Yong Huarin watched the incoming strike closely, a flicker of tension flashing through his eyes. So this was the sword technique of the Song clan. Jiao Guang smirked fiercely and demanded that Yong Huarin come at him with everything he had, as if he wanted to break him head-on. Yong Huarin steadied his breathing, then allowed golden qi to coil around his own blade. In the same instant, both fighters shouted the names of their techniques and charged straight toward each other. Jiao Guang called upon the Azure Cloud Sword, while Yong Huarin invoked the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword of the Tianzhong clan. Their blades collided with explosive force, and the arena erupted with scattering sparks and surging waves of qi. Jiao Guang screamed in mockery, asking whether this was truly all the Tianzhong clan's sword was worth. Then his attacks poured down even faster, crashing forward in a relentless storm that gave Yong Huarin no room to breathe. Yong Huarin struggled to endure each blow, his body shaking under every impact. At last, one heavy strike sent him flying backward, and Jiao Guang threw his head back with a savage roar, declaring that this would be the end. He unleashed his secret move. The severing sphere and roaring blue qi flooded the entire arena like a violent tide. When the dust and scattered energy finally began to settle, Yong Huarin was still standing in the center of it all. His body was covered in wounds, and blood ran down from his arms, dripping steadily onto the ground beneath him. His companions and the Jaegul siblings stared at him in alarm, their faces tightening as they saw the state he was in. Even so, Yong Huarin's eyes remained calm. Blood slid from the corner of his lips, but his gaze did not waver. Jiao Guang's rage surged higher. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he clenched his teeth as if he could not accept what he was seeing. He cursed inwardly. That attack had been meant to take at least one of Yong Huarin's arms, And yet Yong Hwarin had somehow blocked even the clan's secret technique. Yong Hwarin tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it tightly around his injured arm for support. Then he lifted his sword again and said in a steady voice that the fight was not over yet. He pointed the blade straight at Jiao Guang and beckoned him to come forward. At that moment, Jiao Guang's rage finally boiled over, and he admitted aloud that he had never liked Yong Hwarin, his composed manner, his calm eyes, and that infuriating way of acting as if he understood everything. At first, Jiao Guang said this had only been about Jegal Shongyang, but now it had become personal. His voice rose into a furious scream as he declared that all he wanted was to crush Yong Hwarin completely. His aura burst outward, thick with murderous intent, sweeping across the arena like a violent storm, pressing down on everyone nearby. From the side, Jagal Yohi cried out, insisting that this was no longer a friendly duel. She turned desperately toward her brother and begged Jagelbuck to stop the match before it went too far, but Jagelbuck stood there in silence, saying nothing. With no answer from him, Jagal Yohi hurried to Jagal Chongyang instead, pleading for her to intervene. Yet Jagal Chongyang only stared at the battle before her, frozen in place as if she could not move. Yong Hwarin watched them from the center of the arena, then slowly lowered his sword, the blade dipping as the noise around him seemed to fade for a moment. His thoughts churned violently beneath his calm expression. Jiao Guang's words had pierced deeper than he wanted to admit, striking a place inside him he had been trying to ignore. Only then did Yong Hwarin realize that he had been lying to himself all this time. He had stood before death with a calm face, pretending he understood what lay ahead, acting as if the future was already clear to him. But the truth was, the future had always been uncertain, and he was no saint who could claim otherwise. He had taken away a child's future. That truth weighed heavily on him, yet as he stepped forward again, the hesitation in his heart began to harden into resolve. He would not turn away from this. He would walk straight into the storm waiting before him. He would no longer run from the weak and pathetic past he had tried to bury. Even if he was no saint, he would still use everything he had to protect the people he could still protect. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, and thick chi began surging around the blade, wrapping it in a powerful pressure that made the air around him tremble. Deep inside, Yong Hwarin declared to himself that this was the path he would follow from this moment onward. For a brief instant, Jiao Guang's eyes widened as he felt the presence radiating from Yong Hwarin, sharp and heavy enough to make him pause. But that hesitation lasted only a moment before rage swallowed it whole, twisting Jiao Guang's face once again. He screamed out in fury, demanding what kind of nonsense Yong Hwarin was spouting in the middle of their fight. Then his attacks came even faster than before, each strike filled with more fury and force. Yong Hwarin raised his weapon to meet them, his eyes steady with unwavering determination. His calm voice carried across the arena as he told Jiao Guang that he would show him exactly why the Yong clan was truly known as the Clan of Dragons. As the clash between Yong Hwarin and Jiao Guang grew even more intense, a sudden gust of wind tore through the arena, carrying a crushing pressure that made the watching crowd tremble where they stood. Jagal Yohi shouted again, her voice filled with urgency, insisting that this was no longer a friendly spar and that the duel had to be stopped immediately. Jegal Shongyang drew her sword at once, the blade flashing into her hand as she prepared to interfere the moment the fight crossed the final line. While blue chi continued flooding the field from Jiao Guang's side, a completely different energy began rising from the center of the duel. Jegal Shongyang fixed her eyes on that growing power, watching as it slowly gathered and began to take the shape of a dragon. The entire audience froze in place. Jagal Yohi stammered in disbelief, asking what they were seeing, before whispering that it looked just like a dragon. Yong Hwarin's companions watched from the side with quiet smiles on their faces, pride shining clearly in their eyes as the power rose around him. The collision of chi between the two fighters became so violent that Jiao Guang felt his composure begin to crack. Alarm spread across his face as the truth finally sank in, and for the first time his confidence started to shake. Yong Hwarin was absorbing his energy, using the clash itself to grow stronger right in front of him. Panic rushed through Jiao Guang's mind. If this continued, he realized he would be the one to lose. Just as the pressure between them reached its breaking point, a commanding voice thundered across the arena, ordering both of them to stop. In the next instant, a figure appeared between the two fighters, standing directly in the path of their raging power. With one effortless motion, the man drew both surging energies into his hands and scattered them completely, dispersing the violent chi in a single instant. The man standing between them revealed himself as Jagal Kaok. Standing tall at the center of the arena, Jagal Kaok smiled with calm authority and declared that the duel would end right there. The Jagal siblings immediately lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. addressing him as their lord. Jagal Kauk's expression then sharpened, and he warned them that if the fight had gone on any longer, someone truly would have died. Jiao Guang's face twisted with disbelief, as though he could not accept the sudden end of the duel. He clenched his teeth and shouted that he had already won, insisting that if Jagal Kauk had not interfered, he would have defeated Yong Huarin. Jagal Kauk looked at him with a cold, unmoving gaze and asked if he truly believed that. Then he reminded Jiao Guang of the rules they had all agreed to. If a sword was broken or dropped, the duel was lost. At those words, Jiao Guang's eyes suddenly widened. He looked down at his own hand and finally saw it. His blade had been snapped clean in half. The color drained from Jiao Guang's face, and his voice began to tremble as he muttered that it could not possibly be true. Desperate to protect his shattered pride, he tried to justify himself, accusing Yong Huarin of using some kind of sorcery. He claimed that he had clearly sensed Yong Huarin was gravely injured and incapable of drawing out that much power. Yet somehow his strength had suddenly grown in an unnatural way. Jiao Guang shouted that it had to be demonic arts, his voice cracking with anger and disbelief. Before he could continue ranting, Jagal Chongyang stepped forward with icy precision. She raised her sword and pressed the tip near Jiao Guang's neck, telling him to stop making a scene and leave at once. Her eyes remained cold as she reminded him of the wager he had personally accepted, then asked whether he had already forgotten his own promise. The arena fell into a heavy silence as Jiao Guang froze in place, his pride completely crushed in front of everyone. After several long moments, he finally turned his back, walked out of the arena, and left under the weight of humiliation. Jagal Kauk clicked his tongue in disappointment and muttered that the Song clan had truly fallen, questioning how someone like Jiao Guang could ever claim to be the Song clan's heir. But when his gaze shifted back to Yong Huarin, the sharpness in his expression softened into a broad smile. He laughed openly and praised the young master of the Yong clan, saying the duel had been splendid and that Yong Huarin's performance had genuinely shocked him. Placing a hand on Yong Huarin's shoulder, Jagal Kauk remarked that even while still recovering from his injuries, Yong Huarin had shown truly remarkable martial prowess. Yet his eyes narrowed slightly as he added that this strength was exactly why he had been forced to step in. A duel held within the Jagal clan could never be allowed to end with a corpse on the ground. Yong Huarin offered a faint smile and bowed respectfully, thanking him for the recognition. In response, Jagal Kauk burst into loud laughter, the sound carrying across the arena. As Yong Huarin wiped the corner of his mouth, his fingers came away stained red, and only then did he notice fresh blood slipping from his lips. Jagal Kauk clicked his tongue at the sight and scolded him bluntly, asking whether he seriously planned to leave while his body was still in that condition. He told Yong Huarin to remain in the main estate for the night and set out the next day instead. Then, with a knowing look, he added that Yong Huarin should use that time to have a proper conversation with Jagal Chongyang. Yong Huarin lowered his head once more and accepted the arrangement quietly, offering no argument against Jagal Kauk's decision. As Yong Huarin stepped down from the stage and returned toward his companions, Jagal Kauk kept watching him closely, his gaze filled with growing interest. A broad grin slowly spread across Jagal Kauk's face as a thought crossed his mind. The Tianzhong clan truly did have a dragon among them. With someone like Yong Huarin among their ranks, they really were worthy of being called a clan of dragons. But when Jagal Kauk glanced down at his own hand, his expression shifted. His palm had been wounded, and blood was slowly seeping from the cut. The moment he had suppressed Yong Huarin's chi flashed back through his mind, and his eyes narrowed as a deeper thought began to take shape. Could it really be what he suspected? That question lingered only for a heartbeat before it turned into a booming laugh, echoing loudly through the courtyard. After laughing for a moment, Jagal Kauk suddenly raised his voice and summoned his son, calling for Jagal Buk with clear authority. Then he declared that their plans would have to be pushed forward sooner than expected. Jagal Buk immediately bowed in response and answered without hesitation that it would be done. Later that night, Yong Huarin sat alone inside his quarters, quietly tending to the wounds left behind by the duel. He looked down at his battered body and muttered to himself that the fight had ended up leaving him with even more scars than before. Just then, a knock sounded from the door, breaking the stillness of the room. Yong Huarin quickly steadied himself, adjusted his clothes to hide what he could, and called for the person outside to come in. The door slowly opened, and Jagal Chongyang stepped inside with her usual calm and graceful bearing. Yong Huarin turned toward her and quietly said that she had come, while she crossed the room and seated herself across from him. For a brief moment, Jagal Chongyang said nothing. She only studied him in silence, her eyes moving over his injuries before softly asking how he felt. Yong Huarin lifted his injured hand and glanced at it, then gave a faint smile. He admitted that he had gone a little too far during the duel, but assured her that he was fine. An awkward silence settled between them, stretching longer than either expected, until they both opened their mouths at the same time and broke the quiet together. Jegal Shangyang spoke first, saying that Jiao Guang had not been an easy opponent. Yong Huaren looked at her in slight surprise, and she continued calmly, explaining that the Azure Cloud Sword of the Song clan was a terrifying martial art, designed to tear enemies apart with overwhelming qi. On top of that, she added, Jiao Guang's own martial prowess was by no means weak. And yet, even while carrying injuries that should have held him back, Yong Huaren had still managed to defeat him. Then Jegal Shangyang shifted to the final technique Yong Huaren had used during the duel. In her eyes, it had resembled the soaring dragon, Emperor's sword, but there had been something different about it, something that did not quite match what she knew. When she saw him slowly absorb his opponent's energy, she could not help wondering whether he had secretly learned some martial art from the Wudang sect. With honest curiosity in her voice, she asked how he had managed to train himself to such a level when so little time had passed since his recovery. Yong Huaren smiled faintly to himself, thinking that Jegal Shangyang's obsession with martial arts had not changed at all. Inwardly, he let out a small sigh, since he had expected questions like these from her. Jegal Shangyang suddenly seemed to realize she had been speaking too much, and she stopped herself before going any further. Then she reminded Yong Huaren that he had been the one who wanted to say something to her first. Yong Huaren nodded quietly, admitting that she was right. He straightened his posture, his expression turning more serious, and told her that what he was about to say was important. He explained that after recovering and returning to his training, he had finally come to understand his true goal. Or perhaps, he said, it had been the same goal he had carried deep inside him all along. Raising his right hand, Yong Huaren declared that his wish was to protect his clan and his family, no matter what price he had to pay. A small smile appeared on his face as he looked at Jegal Shangyang, and he added that she must have a dream of her own as well. He told her that he hoped she would live freely and walk the path she truly wanted. Jegal Shangyang tilted her head slightly, confusion showing in her eyes as she asked what he meant. Yong Huaren met her gaze with a serious expression and said he believed she would become an extraordinary martial artist, and because of that, he did not want to stand in her way. Jegal Shangyang fell silent, studying his face for a long moment as if trying to understand the meaning hidden behind his words. Then her expression suddenly hardened, and in a sharp voice she asked if there was another woman. Yong Huaren coughed in surprise and quickly denied it, saying it was nothing like that at all. The truth, he said, was much simpler than that. The two of them did not love each other in the same way. She loved martial arts, while he loved his clan and his family. That was why he wanted her to live the life she truly desired, free from duties or obligations that might bind her down and slow the path she wanted to follow. Their eyes met and remained locked, the silence between them heavier than before. After a long pause, Jegal Shangyang slowly closed her eyes and let out a quiet breath, as though she had finally made up her mind. Then she opened her eyes again and said there was something she wanted from him. Yong Huaren looked at Jegal Shangyang with clear surprise in his eyes, then quietly asked what exactly she wanted from him. That night, beneath the pale silver glow of the moon, the two of them stood together in the training court. It was Jegal Shangyang's request that had brought them out there under the quiet night sky. Yong Huaren rubbed the back of his head, still finding it hard to believe, and asked if her wish had truly been to cross swords with him. Jegal Shangyang's eyes shone with a fierce, unwavering light as she looked back at him and said he already knew the answer. There were some things, she said, that could never be understood through words alone and could only be felt when blades crossed. In the clash of swords, one person could sense the thoughts of the other, even the feelings and words they could not bring themselves to say aloud. This was her answer. As she spoke, Jegal Shangyang lowered her body into a ready stance, her sword poised with quiet intensity. A small smile touched Yong Huaren's lips as he lifted his own weapon and settled into position across from her. Without any more hesitation, he told her that he would grant her wish. In the very next instant, the two rushed toward each other, and their steel met beneath the moonlight with a clear, ringing clash. The sound of blades echoed through the quiet courtyard as they exchanged strike after strike. Yet behind every collision of steel there was no hatred, only faint smiles shared between them. They moved with surprising ease, their bodies flowing through the moonlit court as if the fight itself had become a silent conversation. Each blow seemed to carry a message that only the other could understand, passing feelings through the edge of their swords instead of through spoken words. Deep in his heart, Yong Huaren whispered a quiet farewell to her. Goodbye, Jegal Shangyang. When morning arrived, Yong Huaren and his companions stood at the edge of the Jegal clan grounds, ready to begin their journey once more. They bowed respectfully to the family who had come to see them off, then mounted their horses one after another. Just as they were preparing to leave, Yong Huaren turned his head one last time. In the distance, Jigal Chongyang stood quietly, watching him from where she remained. She gave him a gentle smile, and Yong Huaren returned it with one of his own. With that silent farewell passing between them, Yong Huaren and his companions finally rode away from the Jigal clan. Back in the training court, the sword from their duel still stood embedded in the earth, left behind like a quiet reminder of the night before. They stood there together for a moment, letting the golden morning sunlight wash over them in a peaceful warmth. After the long road behind them, the group eventually settled inside an inn, surrounded by the smell of liquor, the warmth of food, and the steady sounds of laughter and cups clinking together. Jung Wook leaned forward across the table, his eyes bright with excitement, and asked Yong Huaren when he had ever found the time to train that intensely. Nam Wook quickly followed up, unable to hide his curiosity, asking what those strange techniques had been during the duel. Jung Wook insisted that the final strike had clearly been the Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword, but somehow it had felt different from the version they knew. Yong Huaren laughed the questions off and reminded them that he had been traveling with them the entire time. How could he possibly have slipped away to train in secret? But inside, Yong Huaren knew the truth was not nearly that simple. The technique he had used really was the Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. However, when his chi began to run dry, the tide-depth heaven arts had interfered with the flow. That sword technique was originally meant to crush an enemy with the overwhelming force of a blue dragon. But once it fused with the tide-depth heaven arts, it transformed into something entirely different, a style that devoured an opponent's chi and used it to suppress them. The Jigal clan head had stepped in and stopped it before the technique could go too far. Even so, Yong Huaren understood that if his mastery had been greater, the technique might have consumed even the clan head's chi and grown completely beyond control. His mind kept turning over the possibilities, refusing to let the thought go. The Soaring Dragon Emperor sword, the azure bamboo sword, the chi of the Jigal clan head. What would happen if all of those powers could somehow be combined into one? His thoughts were interrupted when Young Wook lifted his cup high. With a satisfied grin, he declared that the duel had awakened something in Yong Huaren and that his understanding of martial arts had taken a huge leap forward. Oh Baiyang remained quiet, her gaze resting on Yong Huaren from across the table. Memories of their journey drifted through her mind, along with thoughts of the Tianzhong Yong clan, which had once stood as the greatest clan in Henan. A small, hopeful smile appeared on her face as she wondered whether that former glory could truly return one day. Then she raised her cup, drank deeply, and set it back down with a firm strike against the table. She said that all of them would have to work harder from now on, so they would not fall behind their young clan leader. Jung Wook slammed his hand down on the table and laughed loudly, shouting that no one could have imagined any of this only a few weeks ago. Back then, no one would have believed their young clan leader could defeat the flying demonic blood one and seize the special flower, much less overcome the azure cloud swordsman as well. His voice swelled with pride as he declared that Yong Huaren was growing stronger with every passing day. Around the table, laughter spread and the warm mood filled the inn. Above them, on the upper floor, a cloaked figure stood silently by the window, watching the lively scene unfold below. After watching for a moment, the figure turned away from the window and slipped into a darkened room. Inside that room, a man sat hunched over a table, while several other cloaked figures stood guard at his sides. The newcomer lowered his head in a bow and said he had something to report. The man remained seated in the dim silence, muttering under his breath as if the words were crawling out of him. His voice trembled with a dark obsession, repeating thoughts of witchcraft, sorcery, and something unnatural beyond reason. His bare fingers dragged hard across the tabletop, scraping over the wood until his skin split open. Fresh blood gathered at his fingertips as he carved new, jagged lines into the surface. Then his expression warped even further, his eyes shaking with madness as he cried out once more. To him, there was no other answer. This had to be sorcery. By the next day, Yong Huaren and his companions were already moving again, their horses carrying them down a narrow path cutting through the forest. Oh Baiyang's brows tightened as she watched Yong Huaren's horse charge ahead, pulling farther and farther away from the rest of the group. She quickly raised her voice after him, warning that if he kept pushing the horse at that pace, it would give out from exhaustion long before they ever reached the clan. Hearing her warning, Yong Huaren finally tugged the reins and brought his horse to a stop. He turned back toward them with an apologetic look, admitting that he had let his impatience get the better of him. Oh Baiyang told him to take the road more slowly, her tone firm but concerned. Charging forward without thinking, she reminded him could make him lose something far more precious than time. Yong Huaren softened his expression into a small smile and nodded in agreement, respectfully answering Mo Bayang as he accepted her advice. Then he lifted his hand and pointed toward a small spring not far from the trail, suggesting that they stop there for a while, rest their bodies, and let the horses drink. The group soon climbed down from their saddles and settled beside the clear spring, using the quiet spot as a brief camp before continuing their journey. While Yung Wook, Nam Wook, and Mo Bayang busied themselves gathering water from the spring, Yong Huaren sat apart from them and quietly entered meditation. Watching him sit there with complete focus, Young Wook remarked that their young clan leader seemed to have his entire mind buried in martial arts. Nam Wook answered that this was actually a good thing, as if seeing that kind of dedication only made him more reassured. Muang added that a period like this would not come around forever. If someone missed this chance while their momentum was at its strongest, breaking through later would become far more difficult. Yong Huaren remained seated in calm silence, his breathing steady and his posture unmoving, until his senses suddenly sharpened all at once. A chilling presence stirred somewhere among the surrounding trees, faint at first, but cold enough to cut through the quiet air around them. Yong Huaren's eyes snapped open. In the same instant, his hand flew straight to his sword, and he shouted into the forest, ordering whoever was hiding there to show themselves. His companions immediately rushed to his side, their faces tense as they looked around the woods and demanded to know what had happened. A heartbeat later, several cloaked figures stepped out from the dark gaps between the trees, emerging from the forest shadows as if they had been waiting there all along. The entire group went still, stunned by how suddenly those figures had appeared and how completely they had hidden their presence until that moment. Mo Bayang's face hardened as she studied them carefully, then slowly shook her head. These people, she said, were definitely not ordinary bandits. No common robber, she declared, could carry such heavy and overwhelming qi around them, not with that kind of pressure pressing into the air. The truth was obvious now. The men standing before them were assassins. Young Wook glanced toward the cloaked figures and asked if these were the same enemies they had already fought before. Yuan narrowed his eyes, measuring their masks, their posture, and the feeling around them before saying they were not the same. Their masks looked different, and the pressure they gave off was different as well. Still, a deep uneasiness began to stir inside him. The aura wrapped around these men did not feel like ordinary assassins at all. It was too rigid, too disciplined, and far too oppressive, almost like the presence of an orthodox sect. From deeper within the forest, a low voice echoed through the trees, thick with hatred. Again and again the words rang out, calling him a ruined demon and declaring that they had finally found him. Then, slowly, a man stepped forward from the shadows and into the light, allowing his face to be seen at last. The moment Yong Huaren saw him, his body stiffened, recognition striking him like a blow. His voice lowered as he spoke the name aloud. Ji Aiguan. The pressure hanging over the forest seemed to grow heavier, thickening around them with every passing second. Yong Huaren clenched his teeth as that hostile energy pressed down over him, sharp and suffocating enough to make the air itself feel dangerous. His gaze moved across the men gathered around Juk Wudong, and bitter recognition flashed through his mind as he understood who they were. Azure Cloud, the Song clan. So this time, they were not even bothering to hide their identities anymore. Yong Huaren raised his voice and demanded to know whether Juk Wudong had come here seeking revenge for what had happened to the Jagal clan. Juk Wudong's furious roar tore through the tense silence, cutting him off as he screamed for Yong Huaren to shut his mouth. His eyes blazed with rage as he pointed straight at Yong Huaren and accused him of practicing demonic arts. He claimed that others might fail to sense it, but he, the Azure Cloud Dragonblade, could see the truth clearly. With his voice trembling from twisted conviction, he declared that he had come to slay the demon. From behind, Mon watched the wild madness burning in Juk Wudong's eyes and quietly muttered that the man did not look sane at all. Yong Huaren agreed without hesitation, pointing out the veins bulging across Juk Wudong's body and the chaotic disorder raging through his inner qi. He said Juk Wudong had already fallen into qi deviation. Then, with a cold edge in his voice, he reminded him that he had lost once before and asked if he truly believed the result would be any different now. Juk Wudong started to laugh, the sound slow, empty, and deeply unsettling. His face twisted even further as he sneered that Yong Huaren still did not understand the situation he was in. With a crooked grin stretching across his face, he mocked them and asked how the poisoned spring water had tasted. The words hit everyone like lightning. One after another, they tried to circulate their qi, only to realize that nothing inside them would respond. Oh Bayang gasped in shock and shouted that her inner energy would not move at all. Nam Wook's face changed instantly as he echoed her panic, saying his qi had frozen too. Yong Huaren's thoughts collided violently as the truth became clear. Gentleman's poison, Juk Wudong, had contaminated the spring before they ever arrived. Rage surged through Yong Huarin as he shouted at Juk Wudong, demanding to know if this had been his plan from the beginning. As if threats were not enough, he had stooped to poison, and Yong Huarin asked how he could still dare call himself an orthodox martial artist. Juk Wudong's anger exploded in response. He screamed for Yong Huarin to be silent, declaring that if it meant killing a demon, he would gladly stain himself with even greater sins. None of them, he said, could ever understand what he had endured to reach this level. He had not spent his entire life devoting himself to martial arts just to be defeated by someone like Yong Huarin. His face twisted with hatred as he lifted his sword high and roared that the power of the azure cloud sword was invincible. From behind him, Young Wook's voice shook as he forced the words out, warning that their situation had become dangerously desperate. Every one of them had already drunk from the poisoned spring, and now armed warriors were closing in from all sides. With Juk Wudong completely consumed by chi deviation, it was obvious their enemies had come here to erase them all. Yong Huarin's mind raced, searching for a way out. Even with Juk Wudong's chi running wild, they had no chance without access to their own inner energy. He was about to give an order, but Nam Wook stepped up beside him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder, reminding him that they were his guards, and protecting him was exactly why they stood there. Oh Baeyang, Nam Wook, and Young Wook moved forward together, placing themselves between Yong Huarin and the enemy as they settled into their fighting stances. Oh Baeyang glanced back over her shoulder and told him that while they held the attackers off, he had to use that opening to escape. No matter what happened, there was absolutely no way they would allow him to die before any of them fell first. Yong Huarin went still for a moment, his face tightening as a darker, colder emotion settled over his expression. Then his voice dropped into a firm command, leaving no room for argument. No, he stepped past them with unwavering eyes, his resolve fixed in place. Not today. Today, he would not let a single one of them die. As Yong Huarin moved by her, M.O. Baeyang's eyes widened, horror flashing across her face as she realized what he was about to do. She shouted for him to stop, her voice sharp with fear, but Yong Huarin did not even slow down. At that moment, pure chi began to surge from deep within his body, rising with a force that made the air around him tremble. The energy condensed inside him, growing heavier and denser until it felt almost impossible to contain. And then it erupted outward in a violent burst. Its color began to darken as it raged around him, shifting from clean, pure energy into a deep crimson force that looked ready to break free of all control. Because he would make sure of it. That silent vow burned through Yong Huarin's mind as the transformation overtook him completely. Juk Wudong's body trembled where he stood, his rage mixing with a sudden flicker of fear he could not hide. He screamed that he had known it from the beginning, pointing at Yong Huarin and calling him a demon once again. Blood trickled from Yong Huarin's nose as he kept walking forward, his thoughts straining under the crushing burden of the power he had forced out. Never before had he dragged his own chi out this brutally. The energy storming through his body felt like 60 years of cultivation slamming into his veins all at once. If his concentration wavered for even a single breath, that power would devour him from the inside. Juk Wudong's face twisted with hatred as he roared for his men to attack, declaring that the Songchun clan would personally purge this monster from the world. The masked warriors behind him surged forward at once, rushing toward Yong Huarin in a dark wave of blades and killing intent. From behind him, M.O. Baeyang, Nam Wook, and Young Wook cried out in panic, their voices overlapping as they called desperately for their young lord. Yong Huarin steadied his breathing, forcing his mind to remain clear as he understood one thing above all else. He had to finish this quickly. In one clean motion, he drew his sword and unleashed a crushing slash, the red-tinged force tearing through the first line of attackers in an instant. Juk Wudong thrust his blade toward him and screamed again, using his fury to drive the remaining warriors forward. Another wave of masked fighters charged in, and the quiet clearing instantly collapsed into chaos, steel flashing from every direction. Yong Huarin moved like a storm breaking loose, cutting through the attackers with cold, merciless precision before they could even regain their footing. He leapt, twisted, and spun through the battlefield, his sword flashing crimson as one body after another dropped in his wake. Then he launched himself high into the air, vaulting straight over Juk Wudong's position in a single powerful motion. Blood dripped from the corner of the clan leader's mouth as he glared upward, his teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked while he shouted that Yong Huarin had to die. With that furious command, he ordered his men to attack together and crush him all at once. The masked warriors sprang upward, surrounding Yong Huarin in midair as their blades closed in from every side. But in the very next heartbeat, Yong Huarin vanished from above them and reappeared on the ground, landing right in the middle of their ranks. The warriors adjusted instantly, shifting into one unified stance as they shouted their technique in unison and formed a circular assault around him. Yong found himself trapped inside the formation, with strikes pouring toward him from every angle at once. He blocked as fast as he could, his blade whipping from side to side while sparks burst through the air each time steel slammed against steel. A sword suddenly swept in from behind him, aiming for his blind spot, and he twisted away at the last possible moment. In the same motion, he struck back and cut one of the men down. But the instant his blade landed, Juk Wudong lunged in like a beast, bringing his sword down in a heavy vertical strike. Yong barely managed to raise his own weapon in time to stop it. The collision thundered through the clearing. Juk Wudong sneered as he pressed down with brute strength, mocking Yong as the so-called hope of the young clan. Yong gritted his teeth, feeling his body grow heavier with every second that passed. The formation alone was already dangerous, but the real threat pressing against him was the qi behind it. The old man's power was eating away at him from the inside. If he could not shake it off immediately, everything would end right there. Just then, a desperate cry from the distance cut through his thoughts and pulled his attention away. Zheng Wuk's panicked voice rang out as he called for Master Emo, and Yong snapped his head around, only to see Mo Beiyang locked in a brutal fight. A masked warrior's blade struck across her shoulder, forcing her body to jolt as she staggered backward from the impact. Yong eyes widened the moment he saw her stumble. Without even thinking, he broke away from Juk Wudong and sprinted toward her, shouting for Master Emo as he rushed to reach her side. Juk Wudong roared after him, his voice ripping through the battlefield with pure fury. At his command, the masked warriors lunged all at once, rushing in to block Yong path and stop him from reaching Mo Beiyang. A deafening crash tore through the battlefield as the masked warriors rushed in at once, their blades closing around Yong from every direction. Oh Beiyang cried out with desperate fear in her voice, calling after the young lord as the danger swallowed him whole. Yong was completely trapped, boxed in on all sides with no clear path left to break through. From above, Juk Wudong came crashing down through the air, his sword lifted high over his head and aimed straight for the kill. His face twisted with hatred as he screamed that this was the end, cursing Yong with every ounce of rage in his voice. But in that very instant, a violent surge of demonic qi erupted from the center of the formation, blasting outward with terrifying force. Heavenly lightning ascension. Crimson demonic light roared upward around Yong as the unleashed power exploded toward the sky, shaking the entire battlefield beneath everyone's feet. A blinding pillar of energy pierced straight through the clouds, burning into the heavens before suddenly folding back in on itself. Then silence fell, heavy and suffocating as dust and smoke rolled across the shattered ground. Oh Beiyang knelt there, staring ahead in stunned awe. That attack had truly been the heavenly lightning ascension. Even someone like her could barely imitate such an advanced sword art, so how had Yong managed to unleash it in that moment? She quickly turned and shouted toward Nam Wook and Young Wook, who were still struggling to get back on their feet, groaning as they forced themselves upright. Their eyes fixed on the massive crater carved into the ground, and at the very center of it stood Yong with dark demonic qi still twisting around his body. The shockwave had stopped before reaching them. Mo Beiyang narrowed her eyes, then gave a faint nod as she realized he had controlled the blast at the very last moment. Yong stood completely still, his body frozen in place as if the battle around him had vanished. But deep inside his mind, he was desperately shouting her name again and again, clinging to it like a lifeline. His vision began to blur, and the world around him slowly dissolved until everything disappeared into emptiness. When his sight finally cleared, he found himself sitting in a vast open space, surrounded by endless shallow puddles stretching beneath a pure blue sky. Confused, he slowly turned his head and looked around, unable to understand where he had ended up. Then realization struck him, and his teeth clenched as the truth settled heavily in his chest. This was his own mind space, and no matter what, he had to return to the real world. Master Mo Beiyang and the twin rising ghost blades were still fighting outside. He could not abandon them there, and just as that thought hit him, the calm puddles beneath him suddenly began to writhe. Dark ripples spread across the surface as a demonic aura seeped upward, and in the next instant, the water turned a deep, unsettling red. Before Yong could even react, something pulled him down, dragging his body into the crimson depths below. Countless pale hands reached up from the darkness, clawing at him as he sank into the void. Outside his mind space, his qi erupted completely out of control, surging with violent force until the ground itself trembled. He Dukong watched in horror and demanded to know what was happening, while Mo Beiyang's face turned grim as she said they had to stop it immediately. The thing standing in front of them was no longer the young lord they knew. She did not know what it had become, but they could not allow it to move freely while wearing Yong Huaren's body. He Dukong shouted that they had no strength left, asking how they were supposed to stop a monster like that. Mo Bayang snapped back at him, asking if he intended to just stand there and watch the young lord be swallowed whole. Before they could act, Nam Wook cried out that Yong Huaren was moving. Everyone turned and saw him walking toward the blood-soaked Juk Wudong, who was slumped weakly against a tree. Yong Huaren's steps were chillingly calm, and his empty eyes showed no trace of emotion at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he lunged forward and drove his sword straight toward Juk Wudong's heart. Inside the mind space, Yong Huaren continued sinking deeper and deeper, with the cold darkness on the verge of swallowing him completely, until a soft light suddenly appeared. A gentle hand touched his back from behind, warm and steady, pushing him upward through the darkness. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar face of his attendant smiling faintly at him. "Yanhua," he whispered, and warmth surged through his chest. In the next instant, his consciousness snapped back into his body. He awoke to Mo Bayang's desperate voice calling his name, while the twin rising ghost blades and Mo Bayang struggled to hold him upright and keep his body steady. O Bayang shouted for him not to lose control, begging him not to let that terrifying power consume him from within. She reminded him of the vow he had made to protect his family and raise the Tenjiang clan into the greatest sect of all. Yong Huaren's breathing gradually slowed. In a weak, faint voice, he called to Mo Bayang and told her to strike his acupressure points. She understood instantly and hit several key points across his body with flawless precision. The violent qi raging around him slowly began to fade, thinning out like smoke being carried away by the wind. Yong Huaren's eyes fluttered shut as the last of his strength drained from his body. But just before his mind sank into darkness, an ancient and eerie voice whispered coldly from somewhere deep inside him. Next time, it would not end so easily. And after that chilling warning, silence took over. He Dukong finally released a long breath, relief spreading across his face as he said it was fortunate the young lord had managed to regain his senses. Kneeling beside Yong Huaren, Mo Bayang explained that if she had sealed his points while he was still lost in deviation, his qi would have gone completely berserk and destroyed him from the inside. He Dukong clicked his tongue and admitted that when Yong Huaren had tried to kill Juk Wudong, he had nearly lost control of himself as well. Juk Wudong might have gone mad, he said, but the Saichen clan was still part of the orthodox faction. If word of his death spread, the consequences would be far too serious to ignore. He turned toward the wounded man and froze. Mo Bayang was already standing over Juk Wudong, while Young Wook called out in uncertainty, and Nam Wook quietly muttered one word, "Antidote." The moment Nam Wook said it, Young Wook blinked as understanding finally struck him. O Bayang lowered her gaze to Juk Wudong, her eyes dark and unreadable. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword as she spoke in a hollow, ice-cold voice, saying that even now, their first instinct was still to search him for an antidote. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she swung her blade. A cold flash of steel cut through the air in a single clean motion. Juk Wudong's body went limp, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, never moving again. The twin rising ghost blades stood rooted in place, their faces frozen with shock as they stared at what had just happened. He Dukong immediately shouted at her, his voice filled with disbelief as he demanded to know what she thought she was doing. O Bayang calmly slid her sword back into its sheath and answered without a flicker of regret. Juk Wudong had tried to kill the young lord more than once, and worse than that, he had seen the strange qi inside Yong Huaren. If he had been allowed to live and speak of it, disaster would have fallen on all of them. She lifted Yong Huaren onto her shoulder, then turned away with a steady expression. There was no need for anyone else to stain their hands with this, she said. She would be the one to handle it. He Dukong watched her back as she walked away, and after a long silence, he murmured that just as the young lord had changed, Mo Bayang had changed as well. Then his voice dropped even lower, as if the thought had only just reached him. Maybe, in the end, all of them had changed. Clicking his tongue, He Dukong turned toward Nam Wook and snapped at him to stop wasting time and hurry up with finding the antidote. But Nam Wook was already raising a small vial to his lips and drinking from it. Young Wook shouted in alarm, asking how he could possibly know that the liquid was not another poison. Nam Wook smirked as if the answer was obvious, then explained that a real antidote gave off a strange feeling when smelled, causing dizziness and dryness as the poison inside the body reacted against it. Poison, on the other hand, carried a foul stench so disgusting it made a person want to vomit. Once someone understood that difference, Nam Wook said, picking out an antidote became surprisingly simple. Young Wook nodded with clear admiration on his face, while Nam Wook raised a small pouch in his hand, his grin turning a little sly. Along with the antidote, he added, he had also found something else on Juk Wudong that looked extremely valuable. Sometime later, Yong Huaren slowly drifted back into consciousness. When his eyes opened, he found himself lying in a bed inside an unfamiliar inn room. He pushed himself upright, still a little dazed, and quietly murmured that he had finally returned. Then he crossed his legs into a lotus position on the bed and began carefully circulating his inner chi through his body. A moment later, his eyes widened in surprise as he sensed the change within himself. His inner energy had not merely recovered from the poison, it had actually grown stronger than before. Memories of Juk Wudong's attack and the terrifying power that had erupted from within him flashed through his mind. Yong Huaren let out a heavy sigh, lay back down, and covered his eyes with one arm. That battle had been far too close, much closer than he wanted to admit. When his chi went berserk, he had come dangerously close to losing control of his own body completely. Sitting up again, he muttered to himself that if he could lose himself or even die before mastering the Tide Depth Heaven Tome, then everything he had fought for would become meaningless. The power inside him was clearly not ordinary chi. It might even be something like the soul of an old man, and if that was true, then the presence sleeping within him might know far more than he did. Elsewhere in the inn, M.O. Baiyang and the twin rising ghost blades were seated around a table when Yong Huaren entered the room. Jung Wook immediately looked up with relief and greeted him, quickly asking how his body felt after everything that had happened. Yong Huaren answered that he was fine, but then his gaze shifted to Nam Wook, who was holding a small golden token in his hand. He paused and asked what it was. Nam Wook glanced down at the token and replied casually that Juk Wudong had been carrying it. Since it looked valuable, he had simply taken it. As Yong Huaren studied the token more closely, recognition flickered across his face. He murmured that it was Zhou Weihe's golden token, a proof that allowed its holder to meet the most beautiful woman in Hainan. That only made him wonder even more how Juk Wudong had managed to get his hands on something like this. Then Yong Huaren let out a small, awkward chuckle and said he understood, and a strange silence immediately settled over the table. Feeling the mood shift around him, Yong Huaren cleared his throat and muttered that the atmosphere had somehow become oddly uncomfortable. Oh Baiyang then turned to him with a serious expression and addressed him as young lord. But before she could say anything more, Yong Huaren lowered his head and apologized to her and the twin rising ghost blades. He explained that the poison had left him unable to use his inner chi, that Juk Wudong had already lost his sanity, and that in that moment all he wanted was to protect them. He said that in such a desperate situation he truly had no other choice. M.O. Baiyang slowly rose from her seat, bowed deeply to him, and thanked him as if that one fact mattered more than anything else. She told him that without his intervention, none of them would have survived that battle. But as she lifted her head, her eyes hardened, and she added that they still could not pretend nothing had happened. She needed to know the truth about the strange chi flowing through Yong Huaren's body. Yong Huaren hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of her question pressing heavily against his chest, but in the end, he quietly agreed to explain. Before he began, however, he asked what had happened to Juk Wudong after he lost consciousness. Nam Wook tried to answer, but his words faltered before they fully came out. M.O. Baiyang cut in flatly and said that Juk Wudong had disappeared. Yong Huaren's voice immediately rose in alarm. If Juk Wudong reported what had happened to the Sichin clan, then all of them would be dragged into ruin. Oh Baiyang interrupted him again, calm but firm, assuring him that such a thing would never happen. She explained that while Yong Huaren had been possessed, he had forcibly drawn out Juk Wudong's inner chi. Because of that, Juk Wudong had completely lost control of himself. By now, he was probably no more than an empty shell, unable to even speak properly. She looked toward Nam Wook and Jung Wook for confirmation, and although both of them seemed reluctant, they eventually nodded. Only then did Yong Huaren's guard finally loosen. If M.O. Baiyang was the one saying it, then he would trust her judgment. He clenched his fist and prepared to speak, admitting that there was something he needed to explain. But before he could continue, a man suddenly appeared beside their table. Yong Huaren flinched at the unexpected presence, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. The stranger quickly introduced himself as the owner of the inn, then lowered his head in apology. With a troubled expression, he explained that he had no choice but to ask them to leave immediately. Jung Wook shot up from his seat at once, anger flashing across his face as he demanded to know why an innkeeper would suddenly chase out paying guests without warning. The innkeeper's eyes shifted nervously toward the entrance before he answered in a lowered voice, saying that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had rented out the entire building. The moment they turned to look, Yong Huaren froze at the name. He muttered it under his breath in disbelief as an old memory began to stir from deep within him. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Wasn't that the very place where, in his previous life, he had once entered as a son-in-law? The Sky Ocean Merchant Union was known as one of the strongest and wealthiest merchant organizations in all of Henan. Under its vast banner operated the Sky Ocean Escort Agency, the Sky Ocean Inn, and the Sky Ocean House. Those three great businesses brought the Union endless wealth, influence, and a reach that stretched far beyond ordinary merchants. But to Yong Huarin, that name carried a meaning far heavier than money, status, or commercial power. In his previous life, he had been the master of that very organization. He remembered far too clearly how that life had ended, and how she had tried to drag him down alongside that strange, twisted faction. The innkeeper's uneasy voice pulled him out of his thoughts again, this time more firmly asking them to leave the premises at once. Yong Huarin drew in a slow breath, calming the emotions rising in his chest as his expression returned to its usual composure. If the Sky Ocean Merchant Union was truly the one behind this order, then it made sense why the innkeeper was trembling so badly. With a calm expression, Yong Huarin rose from his seat, gave the man a respectful bow, and said that although he understood the situation, he could not simply bow his head to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's demands as a paying guest. Beside him, Jung Wook leaned in and whispered urgently that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union was not an opponent the Tianzhong clan could treat lightly. They were not only rich beyond imagination, but also backed by serious martial strength. Before Yong Huarin could give any answer, the doors of the inn suddenly swung open. A man strode inside with heavy, confident steps, his posture proud and his entire presence dripping with arrogance. Yong Huarin's expression darkened the instant he saw him. Of all people, he had not expected to meet that arrogant face here. The man swept his disdainful gaze across the room, then looked straight at Yong Huarin and asked if he even knew who he was before demanding to know where Yong Huarin came from. Yong Huarin answered in an even voice, introducing himself as young Yong Huarin of the Tianzhong clan of Anon. The man's eyes narrowed as he slowly looked Yong Huarin over from head to toe. After a short pause, he remarked that he had heard the young master of the Tianzhong clan was so weak and sickly that he could barely step outside his own home. Yong Huarin met his stare without flinching and calmly asked if he still looked sickly now. The man fell silent for a moment, and his arrogance wavered just slightly. But then he stepped closer, letting his shadow fall over Yong Huarin as he spoke in a firm, condescending tone. He said the men of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union were exhausted after a long journey and simply wanted to rest quietly. As fellow martial artists of Henan, surely Yong Huarin could understand that hardship. Yong Huarin's lips curved into a faint smile as he said that sounded much more like a threat to him. The man's composure shattered instantly, and he shouted in fury, demanding to know what Yong Huarin had just said. Yong Huarin smirked and lifted one finger toward the ceiling, saying that if an orthodox sect used its strength to force its will on others, then how was it any different from the demonic or unorthodox factions? The man's face flushed red with humiliation as he ground his teeth and screamed, calling Yong Huarin an insolent wretch. Yong Huarin suddenly burst into laughter, his voice ringing through the inn. He said the Sky Ocean Merchant Union truly must be as powerful as people claimed, if even a mere martial artist under a merchant union dared raise his voice at the young lord of a martial sect. At those words, Mo Baiyang and the twin rising ghost blades rose from their seats at the same time, their hands already moving toward their weapons. The man clenched his fists, and the killing intent around him began to rise like heat from a drawn blade. Yong Huarin's left hand slid to the hilt of his sword, gripping it steadily as his voice turned cold. He lightly tapped the sheath with his right hand and spoke again, saying that if they truly wanted to claim the entire inn, then they should settle the matter by the laws of the Jianghu. The man's eyes flared with rage. He seized his sword and shouted for Yong Huarin to come outside and face him. A short while later, the two stood facing each other in the courtyard. Behind Yong Huarin, Mo Baiyang called out anxiously, asking if he truly intended to fight this battle. Yong Huarin answered without hesitation, saying that if he backed down now, the world would see the Tianzhong clan as weak. If he allowed a mere martial artist from the Sky Ocean Merchant Union to threaten him and walk away unchallenged, rumors would spread that the Tianzhong clan stood beneath a merchant organization. The moment both sides had spoken their names, this clash had already become unavoidable. It was not something he could run from, and it was not something he should avoid. As the two of them took their stances, Yong Huarin spoke in a steady voice that carried clearly through the courtyard. The loser would remain silent, and the winner's words would become law. Without any warning, the man lunged forward, driving his sword straight toward Yong Huarin's chest. Yong Huarin shifted to the side with effortless grace, his body slipping past the attack as smoothly as flowing water. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Yong Huarin had dodged it. He immediately planted his feet and unleashed a rapid storm of thrusts, each strike snapping forward faster than the one before it. Yong Hurin watched him with calm eyes, gliding past every blade with precise, graceful movements, and as he moved, one thought sharpened in his mind. Why did this man's sword look so slow? Then, in the next instant, Yong Hurin kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air. While still suspended mid-flight, he drew his own sword from its sheath in one smooth motion. He descended like a streak of falling light, and before his opponent even had time to react, the match was already decided. Yong Hurin's blade stopped a single breath away from the man's neck, close enough to end him without leaving even a moment to resist. All around the courtyard, the members of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union stared with shaken faces, their whispers spreading through the crowd. One of them muttered under his breath that no matter how desperately their companion attacked, he had not even managed to brush the young lord's clothes. Another man swallowed hard and said those movements did not belong to someone sick and bedridden. The first man nodded in disbelief, finally realizing that the rumors about the Tianzhong heir being too weak to move had clearly been nothing but a lie. Just as Yong Hurin's blade stopped cold at the man's throat, a powerful woman's voice suddenly cut through the tension of the courtyard. Her command rang out sharp and clear. "Stop right there." The defeated man clenched his teeth so tightly his jaw trembled. Then, very slowly, he raised his head, his eyes locking onto the cold blade pressing dangerously close against his throat. In that same instant, every attendant nearby lowered their heads in deep respect, bowing as the door of a luxurious carriage was gently opened. A woman stepped down from the carriage with calm, effortless grace, and the moment she appeared, the entire courtyard seemed to fall under her presence. As she walked forward, her sharp eyes swept over everything at once, Yong Hurin standing upright with his sword in hand, and her subordinate kneeling helplessly beneath his blade. The moment Yong Hurin saw her face clearly, his eyes widened, and recognition hit him like a sudden blow. It was Hua Wuxiang, the daughter of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's master, and in his previous life, the woman who had once been his wife. His thoughts instantly spun into chaos. Why was Hua Wuxiang standing here of all places, and why had she appeared in front of him now? Hua Wuxiang lifted a delicate fan to her lips, her posture refined and unshaken. With elegant composure, she introduced herself by name, then said she had never expected to discover a hidden dragon inside the Tianzhong clan. Yong Hurin quietly turned his gaze aside, forcing himself to calm the storm inside his chest. Only after steadying his breath did he answer in an even voice, saying that his name was Yong Hurin. Hua Wuxiang watched him closely for a moment, her eyes lingering on him with a faint flicker of curiosity that she did not bother to hide. Then she stepped a little closer, still calm and composed, and said she wished to invite him to sit down and share a meal with her. For a brief second, Yong Hurin's breath caught in his throat. Memories rushed through his mind all at once, laughter, arguments, warmth, resentment, and the bitter bond that had once tied them together. A thin bead of sweat rolled down the side of his temple. He kept his tone polite, but the slight tremble in his voice betrayed him as he declined, saying he had matters to attend to and hoped she would understand. For one short moment, Hua Wuxiang's expression went completely still, as if the air between them had frozen. She slowly raised her fan and covered her face from view, allowing the silence to stretch just long enough for everyone nearby to feel the pressure. Then, with a crisp flick, she snapped the fan shut and answered in a cool, controlled voice that it had been a pleasure meeting him. Young Lord Yong Hurin. As she turned away, she added with quiet certainty that she had a feeling the two of them would be seeing each other quite often from now on. Her entourage soon moved away down the road, and only after their figures began to disappear did Yong Hurin quietly let out the breath he had been holding. Mo Baiyang stepped forward, her eyes shining with open admiration. She said Yong Hurin had amazed her once again, not only by defeating a skilled martial artist so effortlessly, but also by turning down the daughter of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's master, without hesitation. Nam Wook and Young Wook could barely hold back their amusement. Young Wook sighed with regret, and muttered that if a woman like that had offered wine, then the drink must have been unbelievably exquisite. Yong Hurin ignored their teasing completely and headed back inside without looking back. In a curt voice, he told them they should eat something simple and leave as soon as possible because getting entangled with Hua Wuxiang would only bring trouble. Later, inside the inn, Yong Hurin sat with the others at the table, eating quietly without saying much at all. But beneath the table, where the others could barely see, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Mo Baiyang noticed the strange movement almost immediately. Leaning toward him with concern, she softly asked whether he was feeling unwell, saying he had looked uneasy ever since meeting Lady Hua Wuxiang. Yong Hurin forced out a weak laugh, trying to make it sound casual, but his words came out uneven as he stammered that he was perfectly fine. Then he suddenly pushed himself up from the table and said he needed to clear his head with a little meditation and some sword training.
Mo Baiyang immediately stood as well, offering to accompany him. But Yong Huaren lifted a hand and waved her off, saying he wanted to be alone for a while.
He walked through the quiet streets beneath the fading dusk, the evening light stretching across the road as his thoughts slowly drifted back into the past. No matter how hard he tried to stop them, memories of his former life with Hua Wuxiang rose in his mind one after another. He remembered seeing her waiting for him at the corner of the street, her eyes brightening the instant she spotted him approaching. He remembered the sound of their laughter, the sharpness of their arguments, the warmth they had once shared, the bitterness that followed, and the way she had looked at him with both love and hatred in her eyes. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered to himself that it was all in the past now. It was over, and he had to remember that he was Yong Huaren in this life. Just as he tried to force those memories back down, a burst of raised voices suddenly reached his ears from somewhere up ahead. It sounded like a fight was breaking out, so Yong Huaren turned toward the noise and quietly moved closer. When he reached the edge of the gathered crowd and looked through the people, his eyes widened slightly. He recognized one of the men standing there. That man was here too. Jayak stood in the middle of the street, one hand gripping the chain of a vicious black dog that snarled and snapped beside him like a rabid beast. Across from him stood another man with his sword already drawn, his stance tense and ready to fight at any moment. Yong Huaren quietly slipped back to the corner of a nearby building and watched from the shadows. His eyes narrowed as he wondered how Jayak had managed to travel all the way here. Then his gaze shifted to the beast beside Jayak, and the longer he looked at it, the more he sensed a strange and ominous aura clinging to it. Jayak's voice thundered through the street as he shouted that he would say it one more time. If the man handed over that thing, they would leave quietly. If he kept denying it, then he would die right there. The man shouted back in furious disbelief, demanding how he was supposed to hand over something that did not even exist. Jayak crouched down and calmly stroked the black dog's head, as if the beast's snarling meant nothing to him. He said the dog could track its prey from 50 kilometers away, and that it was no ordinary dog, but a black wolf. Since it had led him straight to this man, that meant the man had to possess what he was looking for. From his hiding place, Yong Huaren's expression hardened as the pieces finally came together. The black wolf must have followed the scent of the demonic poison stone flower all the way here. That was the only explanation that fit. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the very same flower, staring down at it with a deep frown. But the flower was with him, so why were they chasing that young man instead? Across the street, Jayak's patience finally snapped. His jaw tightened as he glared at the man in front of him and growled, asking if he truly had to kill him just to find it. Then Jayak raised his voice even louder, making sure every martial artist in the street could hear him clearly. He declared himself Jayak, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect of Hubei. He continued, announcing that anyone who helped him capture that man would receive a generous reward from the Serpent Dragon sect. At once, the surrounding martial artists began to stir. Some shifted their feet, while others exchanged cautious glances, clearly tempted but wary of getting involved. Around the street, the other martial artists began to move as well, their eyes sharpening as their hands slowly tightened around their weapons. One by one, they started closing in, surrounding the man Jayak had marked as his target. But the young man did not back away even half a step. His gaze burned with stubborn defiance, and he shouted back with fearless pride that when they met the king of hell in the underworld, they should tell him they were killed by Zhong Suk. The instant Yong Huaren heard that name, his eyes widened just a little. Zhong Suk? For some reason, that name stirred something in his memory. At first glance, the man in front of him looked no different from a wandering vagabond, rough and unpolished. And yet the way he stood there, calm, upright, and proud, carried a dignity that hinted at a far more reputable background. Yong Huaren had barely finished forming that thought when Zhong Suk suddenly moved. His sword flashed through the air, cutting forward with deadly accuracy and a clean, ruthless edge. The next instant, steel collided with steel, and the entire street erupted into chaos. Zhong Suk swept through the attackers like a violent storm, cutting down one opponent after another with terrifying speed and raw power. Watching from behind the line of men, Jayak ground his teeth in irritation and spat out a curse, calling them useless fools. As Zhong Suk pushed forward again and struck toward another attacker near Jayak, the young sect leader's expression darkened, and he suddenly drew his own sword. Then, in one brutal and merciless motion, Jayak thrust the blade straight through his own subordinate from behind. The sword pierced clean through the man's body and continued forward, striking Jong Suk as well. Jong Suk staggered backward, his body jolting from the impact as blood poured heavily from the wound. When he spoke, his voice trembled with rage. He glared at Jayak and said he had actually stabbed his own man, adding that even the demonic cult would not sink to something this disgraceful. Jayak merely shrugged, his eyes cold and shameless, and replied that this was because they stood between the orthodox and the unorthodox. Jong Suk's face twisted with fury. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his teeth clenched so hard his jaw seemed ready to crack. Then a violent surge of chi burst from his body, rippling outward through the air like a wave of pressure. With rage shaking his voice, he roared that Jayak had crossed the line. From the corner of the building, Yong Hwarin's eyes widened in shock as that overwhelming force washed over him. That chi was unmistakable, and he cursed himself inwardly for not recognizing the name sooner. The memories came crashing back all at once. Jong Suk, the man who would one day be known as the hero among demons. He was the final disciple of the late hidden saint cult leader, a man whose sect had been wiped out by the three demonic heavens. Even though he walked the path of demonic arts, his heart had remained loyal to chivalry and honor. That title had not been earned through strength alone, but through the way he lived. In the future, Jong Suk would grow powerful enough to rival He Shiliang for the title of strongest under the heavens. Yong Hwarin's hand gripped the wooden wall beside him, his fingers digging hard into the surface. The plank shattered in his grasp as his knuckles tightened. A man like this was about to die in a foreign land, and all because of something Yong Hwarin had taken. At that moment, Jayak let out a fierce roar and charged forward, his sword gleaming under the dim streetlight as he shouted for Jong Suk to die. But before Jayak could reach him, a massive chunk of wood suddenly tore through the air and shot straight toward him. Jayak barely managed to bring up his sword in time. Sparks burst from the impact, and the force of the blow drove him backward across the ground. His eyes snapped toward the direction the attack had come from, and he barked out in a furious voice, demanding to know who was there. From the shadows near the building, Yong Hwarin stepped into view, one hand resting calmly on the hilt of his sword. His voice cut through the tense street as he told Jayak to stop right there. Jayak's stare hardened immediately. He warned Yong Hwarin that if he was only a passerby, then he should quietly move along and stay out of it. But in the next breath, Jayak's expression shifted, as if he had suddenly recognized him. He narrowed his eyes and said Yong Hwarin was the one who had defeated Da Zhang earlier that day. Then he ordered him to step aside, insisting that this matter had nothing to do with him. Yong Hwarin's voice stayed calm and unwavering as he answered that it did concern him. Then he turned his attention toward Jong Suk and said that Warrior Jong looked exhausted, so he would lend him a hand. Jayak clenched his jaw and raised his blade, sneering as he asked whether people of status truly needed to spill blood among themselves over this. The crowd around them immediately began to murmur, their whispers spreading through the street. Someone recognized him and whispered that he was the young master of the Tianzhong clan, the same one who had dueled Da Zhang earlier. Another person shook his head in disbelief and muttered that the young master was getting himself into another fight already. But someone else quickly argued back, saying they had been watching from the beginning. Jayak had been about to kill that vagabond, and not a single person had dared to step forward. That young master had chosen to interfere. Just then, Young Wook and Nam Wook pushed their way through the gathered crowd. Young Wook scratched the side of his head and asked if that really was the young lord fighting again. Nam Wook smirked and said the title of Sword Demon was starting to fit him, adding that it was better than standing around doing nothing. Jung Wook glanced at him in confusion and asked what he meant. Nam Wook crossed his arms and explained that most people had stayed silent because they feared the Serpent Dragon sect's background and influence. But Yong Hwarin had chosen a different path, and in the Jianghu, that kind of path was called righteousness. At the center of the 10th Street, Jong Suk turned his gaze toward Yong Hwarin and spoke with quiet, heavy resolve. He said he appreciated Yong Hwarin's concern, but he did not want him to suffer humiliation on his behalf. Yong Hwarin glanced at the bloody wound on Jong Suk's shoulder, then stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. His voice came out firm and steady as he said this was not for Jong Suk's sake. Not long ago, he had made a promise to himself that he would help the people he was capable of helping. He was simply walking the path he had already chosen, so Jong Suk did not need to trouble himself over it. Before Jong Suk could answer, Jayak exploded with fury and charged at them, roaring at the two of them like they were reckless brats. Their swords slammed together with a thunderous clang, the sound ringing across the square like metal splitting the air. Sparks burst violently between the blades as their chi collided, and the surrounding crowd gasped when the battlefield was thrown into chaos once again. Both sides fought with fierce intensity, but Yong Huaren remained completely calm, his eyes steady as he faced the storm head-on. Every movement Yong Huaren made was calm, steady, and exact, as if each step had already been chosen long before the battle even began. Jayak, on the other hand, was starting to fall apart. His rhythm broke little by little, his breathing turned rough, and his once sharp attacks became uneven and desperate. Through clenched teeth, Jayak muttered in disbelief, wondering how this bastard could possibly be so strong. In front of him, Yong Huaren's chi burned even brighter, wrapping around his body like a living flame as he continued pressing forward. Jayak's confidence finally cracked. He cursed loudly, watching in frustration as his own men scattered in fear around him. Grabbing the leash of his black wolf, Jayak turned to escape. As he fled, he shouted back that Yong Huaren would regret this, and if he really was carrying that thing, then they would meet again soon enough. From behind him, Jong Suk's cold voice cut through the noise of the street. He asked if Jayak was really running away like a coward. At the same time, Yong Huaren narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto Jayak's retreating back. He knew they had to kill that black wolf. If it ever caught the scent of the demonic poisoned stone flower again, it would guide Jayak straight back to them without fail. Yong Huaren's hand tightened around his sword, and his chi began to swirl around him as his focus narrowed completely onto the fleeing beast. In a single smooth motion, he released his blade. The sword shot forward through the air like a bolt of lightning, flying straight toward the black wolf. But at the very last instant, the black wolf sprang aside, its body twisting away just in time to barely avoid the strike. Behind him, Jong Suk muttered flatly that Yong Huaren had missed. Yong Huaren did not answer him. His eyes sharpened instead, and in a low voice he whispered the name of his technique. Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword. Flying Sword. The blade suddenly reversed in midair, screaming upward before turning again and plunging down with blinding speed. A sharp whistle split the air, and a moment later, a short, broken yelp rang out as the sword struck its target perfectly. For a breath, the entire square fell into stunned silence, as if everyone there had forgotten how to speak. Yong Huaren slowly exhaled and lowered his hand, quietly letting out a small sound under his breath. Woof! Then the square erupted, and cheers burst from the crowd all at once. Voices roared from every direction, while Yong Huaren stood still at the center of it all, staring down at his hands as they trembled faintly. It had actually worked. After hundreds of failed attempts, after failing again and again, his flying sword technique had finally succeeded. He clenched his fist, feeling a quiet thrill rush through his chest, though he forced himself to breathe slowly and stay composed. Not far from him, Jong Suk stood completely frozen, his eyes wide with open disbelief. There was no mistaking that technique. It was the Hidden Saint cult's flying sword. But how could the young master of the Tianzhong clan possibly know a martial art from a sect that had vanished from the world? Around them, whispers began spreading through the crowd like sparks catching dry grass. Someone murmured that the sword had moved like a soaring dragon, and that a blade technique like that deserved a proper name. Then someone laughed and shouted out a title for him. Flying Dragon Sword Hero. The name caught on almost instantly. Soon the entire crowd was chanting it together, their voices rising again and again. Flying Dragon Sword Hero. Flying Dragon Sword Hero. Yong Huaren looked around at the cheering faces, letting the sound wash over him as the square trembled with excitement. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He repeated the title softly to himself, Flying Dragon Sword Hero, then let out a quiet chuckle. So even he had a nickname now. But before he could enjoy the moment any longer, a sudden chill ran down his spine. A cold hand settled firmly on his shoulder from behind. Then a familiar voice spoke close behind him, calm on the surface, but heavy with pressure, asking whether he was pleased with his new title. Yong Huaren froze on the spot. Sweat slid down his temple as he slowly turned his head and found Mo Baiyang standing right there behind him. Mo Baiyang let out a tired sigh, saying she had only taken her eyes off him for a moment, and he had already managed to find another fight. Yong Huaren hurriedly tried to explain himself, but she simply ignored him. She reminded him that the Tianzhong clan belonged to the Orthodox faction, which meant they could not move however they pleased. The Serpent Dragon sect, however, had no such restraint and could strike whenever they wanted. Then she paused and studied him closely. After a moment, her gaze softened, and a faint smile appeared as she noted that he had defeated Jayak without suffering even a single injury, praising how much he had improved. As his master, she said with quiet sincerity that she was truly proud of him.
Before Yong Huaren could answer, a low groan broke through the moment. Jong Suk's body had finally reached its limit, and he collapsed heavily to the ground.
After pushing himself through the battle and the wounds, he could no longer endure another second. Later that night, Jong-suk slowly opened his eyes inside a dimly lit room. Startled awake, he pushed himself upright and quickly realized that his wounds had already been treated. Nearby, Yong-hwaren's quiet voice asked if he was awake. Jong-suk stared down at the bandages wrapped around his body, disbelief filling his eyes as he took in the sight. Then he bowed deeply toward Yong-hwaren and thanked him, saying that not only had Yong-hwaren saved his life, but he had even taken care of his injuries. With deep gratitude in his voice, Jong-suk called Yong-hwaren a true hero and admitted that he had no idea how he could ever repay such kindness. Yong-hwaren gave him a faint smile and said that if Jong-suk truly wished to repay him, then he should form a contract with him. For a while, Yong-hwaren told him Jong-suk would serve as his bodyguard. Of course, he added, the position would be properly paid. Then Yong-hwaren took out a small pouch, placed it on the bed beside him, and opened it for Jong-suk to see. The moment Jong-suk saw the heavy pile of silver inside, his eyes widened in shock, and he began to stammer, clearly overwhelmed by the amount in front of him. Yong-hwaren spoke in a calm voice, saying that someone with Jong-suk's level of skill would never wander the world without a reason behind it. Hearing those words, Jong-suk slowly lowered his head, his shoulders sinking as the weight he had been carrying finally showed on his face. After a moment of silence, he confessed that he had a younger sister suffering from a rare and deadly illness, and the medicine needed to save her was far beyond anything he could afford. Tears began to gather in Jong-suk's eyes as he realized what the money meant. With this, his sister could finally begin to recover, and his voice broke as he thanked Yong-hwaren again and again. Yong-hwaren placed the pouch directly into his hand and told him to bring his sister here to stay with them, since they would remain in town for a while anyway. The room fell into a deep silence, with only Jong-suk's quiet sobs breaking through the stillness. After some time passed, Jong-suk stood outside the inn and waved to them before leaving to bring his younger sister back. Once his figure disappeared down the road, Mo Bayang turned toward Yong-hwaren, her eyes filled with obvious doubt. She said that he had been far too generous for the sake of hiring a mere bodyguard, then asked whether there was some deeper reason behind it. Standing beside her, Young-wook cleared his throat and joked that with that much money, they could have bought several bottles of the finest wine instead. Yong-hwaren lifted his gaze toward the night sky, and a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. He said Jong-suk was a man destined to become great, and if he could win that kind of person's loyalty for only a few silver taels, then it was an incredible bargain. He added that what impressed him most was the way Jong-suk had stood tall and refused to break, even when surrounded by the Serpent Dragon sect. Mo Bayang still stared at him as if he had just said something completely absurd. Tilting her head slightly, she asked whether they were finally going to return to the Tianzhong clan with Jong-suk joining them. Yong-hwaren only laughed lightly and said no, not yet. Their next destination would be Yongzhou. The words had barely left his mouth before everyone's protests burst out at once. Mo Bayang raised her voice, demanding to know why they were suddenly heading to Yongzhou. Young-wook stared at him in disbelief, asking whether they truly were not going back home. While they argued behind him, Yong-hwaren kept walking as if their complaints had nothing to do with him, forcing them to hurry after him. Mo Bayang insisted that they had already finished everything they came to do. They had retrieved the elixir and visited the Jaegul clan, so there was no reason to keep wandering elsewhere. Yong-hwaren slowed down for a brief moment, but even then, he gave them no answer. Inside, his thoughts were far heavier than any complaint behind him. If his chi lost control again, it could devour his entire body from within. The only way to stop that from happening was to cultivate the Tai Depth Heaven Tome. And to do that, he needed someone who lived in Yongzhou. This detour was not some careless whim, it was a matter of survival. When they reached the doorway of the inn, Yong-hwaren finally stopped and cleared his throat before declaring that this was the young lord's command. Mo Bayang raised her voice again, insisting that the clan lord would surely be worried if they kept delaying their return. Yong-hwaren simply smiled faintly as he pushed the door open, telling her that he had already sent a messenger pigeon ahead. There was nothing for anyone to worry about. They would set out at dawn. Then he shut the door behind him, cutting off every complaint before anyone could continue. Outside the room, Young-wook pressed his palm against his forehead in pure frustration, while Nam-wook could only give a helpless shrug. Mo Bayang clenched her fists tightly and muttered under her breath that no one could ever understand what went on inside Yong-hwaren's head. The next morning, just as the group was preparing to leave, Jong-suk arrived while leading a horse beside him. He dismounted immediately, lowered his head in a respectful bow, and reported that everything was ready. Then he gestured toward the girl standing beside him and introduced her as his younger sister, Jung-mun. Jung-mun bowed with graceful politeness and thanked Yong-hwaren for helping her brother. Yong Huaren returned the courtesy and introduced himself as Yong Huaren of the Tianzhong clan. He then introduced his companions, explaining that the twin rising ghost blades served as both bodyguards and warriors of his clan. The moment Young Mun heard that, the twins straightened their backs at once, clearly trying to look impressive in front of her. Yong Huaren chuckled at the sight and teased them, saying they seemed much better at guarding wine than guarding people. Nam Wook immediately protested, saying Yong Huaren made them sound like a pair of villains. Mo Baiyang stood off to the side, watching their exchange with faint irritation written across her face. At last, Yong Huaren pointed toward a nearby carriage and explained that he had prepared it so their journey would be more comfortable. Jong Suk looked at the carriage in surprise and asked if it had been prepared for his younger sister. After Young Mun was helped inside and the carriage curtains were drawn, Yong Huaren turned toward Nam Wook and told him to take the reins. Nam Wook scoffed right away, complaining that he was not the only person in the group capable of driving a carriage. Yong Huaren only smirked, as if he had already expected that response. Then he pulled a small bottle from his pocket, the golden wine inside catching the light. With a gleam in his eyes, he announced that whoever served as the coachman for the day would earn 1 cup as a reward. The moment the twins saw the bottle, both of them froze in place, their eyes widening before they gasped in shock. Nam Wook shouted in disbelief, and Yung Wook immediately echoed him, calling it that precious drink. In the very next breath, both of them rushed toward the reins, shouting over each other. Jung Wook claimed he would drive, while Nam Wook insisted Yong Huaren had clearly chosen him first. Their shoulders slammed together as they struggled for position, their foreheads nearly colliding as the argument broke out in full force. Inside the carriage, Young Mun covered her mouth and laughed softly. Yong Huaren and Jong Suk also chuckled from the side as they watched the ridiculous chaos unfold. Mo Baiyang, however, simply crossed her arms, her brows knitting together while her lips curled with quiet disapproval at their childish behavior. As the group finally began their journey, Yong Huaren, Yong Suk, and Young Mun settled together inside the carriage, the space quiet but filled with a new, unfamiliar sense of companionship. Beneath them, the carriage wheels rolled steadily over the road, creaking softly as the path stretched farther and farther ahead. After some time had passed, Jong Suk turned toward Yong Huaren with a careful expression, choosing his words slowly before asking if he could voice a question that had been troubling him for quite a while. He wanted to know whether the martial art Yong Huaren had used during his duel with Jayak was one of the Tianzhong clan's secret techniques. Young Mun immediately scolded her brother, reminding him that it was rude to ask someone so directly about their martial arts. Realizing he had spoken too boldly, Jong Suk quickly lowered his head and apologized. Yong Huaren watched the siblings with a faint, knowing smile on his face. Since he had shown that technique on purpose, he had already expected Jong Suk to become curious. He also knew very well that Jong Suk was a direct disciple of the hidden saint cult. And because the Tianzhong clan's swordsmanship traced its roots back to that same cult, Yong Suk must have recognized something familiar the instant he saw the technique. After a short pause, Yong Huaren answered calmly and confirmed that it was indeed a secret technique of his clan. He explained that long ago, one of his ancestors had learned it from a great martial master. Jong Suk bowed with deep respect, his eyes filled with admiration. He said the technique had left a powerful impression on him, and confessed that he had always wanted to experience it himself, hoping Yong Huaren would not take his words as disrespect. With a faint grin, Yong Huaren suggested that the two of them have a friendly spar after dinner. He added that during Jong Suk's fight with Jayak, it had looked as though Jong Suk had not shown everything he was capable of. Because of that, Yong Huaren wanted to see just how strong Jong Suk truly was when he fought without holding back. Jong Suk burst into hearty laughter and agreed without hesitation, saying it would be an honor to cross blades with Yong Huaren. That evening, as the sun slowly dipped beneath the horizon, the group stopped in an open field where the fading light spread across the grass. Without wasting another word, both men drew their swords and rushed forward at the exact same moment. Steel rang sharply through the evening air as their blades struck again and again, the crisp echoes carrying across the quiet plain. When they finally stepped apart to catch their breath, Yong Huaren let out a slow exhale and suggested that they stop there and rest for the night. Jong Suk sheathed his sword, but his mind was still replaying every movement from the spar. As expected, Yong Huaren's swordsmanship was graceful, refined, and remarkably precise. Although its form differed slightly from the hidden saint cult's techniques, the foundation was unmistakably the same. There was no doubt now Yong Huaren's soaring dragon emperor sword was a modified version of their demonic dragon emperor sword. Still, one question continued to bother him. Why had such an overwhelming technique lost so much of its power when combined with another cultivation method? He walked back toward the carriage in silence, turning that thought over again and again in his mind. Behind him, Yong Huaren watched Jong Suk's retreating figure with a sly smirk, already calculating that if everything went according to plan, he might soon obtain one of Jong Suk's chi cultivation methods. Later that night, beneath the scattered stars, Jong Suk and his sister quietly stepped away from the camp to speak in private. Jung Mun asked how the spar had gone, and Jong Suk replied that he was now convinced the Tianzhong clan had some kind of connection to the hidden saint cult. Startled by his answer, Young Mun looked at him closely and asked if he truly believed that was the case. Jong Suk nodded and explained that when Yong Huaren's sword technique was combined with another form of cultivation, its power had dropped sharply. And as she already knew, the martial arts of their cult were naturally overwhelming and should never have weakened so easily. Jung Mun studied her brother with a knowing look, then guessed that he was already thinking about teaching Yong Huaren their chi cultivation method. Jong Suk did not deny it. He admitted that Yong Huaren had already done more than enough for both of them. Placing a hand gently on her shoulder, he reminded her that thanks to Yong Huaren, she was now able to walk freely again. Young Mun's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Then she made a bold decision, saying she would personally pass down the hidden saint cult's chi cultivation technique to Yong Huaren. Jong Suk stared at her in shock, unable to hide his surprise, and asked if she was truly serious.
Jung Mun met his gaze directly and nodded without hesitation. She warned him that he must never connect Yong Huaren to their fallen cult.
The hidden saint cult had already perished long ago, and trying to revive it through Yong Huaren would be no different from defying the will of the heavens. When their conversation ended, the siblings returned to camp in silence. The next day, their journey continued along the road. By afternoon, they arrived at a vast field of flowers spread beneath a cascading waterfall, the scenery opening before them like a hidden paradise. Cool mist drifted through the air from the falling water, while countless petals swayed gently in the breeze. Yong Huaren looked over the peaceful field and suggested that they stop there and rest for the night. Later, as Yong Huaren wandered alone among the flowers and breathed in the cold, clean wind, Young Mun quietly approached him. She greeted him softly and asked if he had come out for a walk, and he turned back with a gentle smile, asking what had brought her there. Lowering her eyes, Young Mun confessed that something had been weighing on her heart. She did not know how she could repay the kindness he had shown to her and her brother. Yong Huaren laughed lightly and told her it was nothing worth worrying over, saying he had only done what anyone should have done. But Young Mun shook her head and said that when someone receives a favor, that favor must be returned. Then she revealed that she intended to pass down her clan's chi cultivation technique to him. She explained that her brother believed Yong Huaren's martial arts could become even stronger with its guidance. Yong Huaren cleared his throat, keeping his voice calm, and said he could not accept something so profound in return for such a small favor. Suddenly, Young Mun stepped closer, her voice rising with urgency as she reached out and grabbed his hand. Her eyes trembled as she begged him to accept it, saying that if he refused, she and her brother would never be able to find peace. Yong Huaren froze on the spot, his face flushing as he struggled to meet her gaze. He stammered awkwardly and pointed out that she was still holding his hand. The moment Young Mun realized it, her cheeks burned bright red. She released him at once, turned away in embarrassment, and covered her face as if trying to hide completely. Yong Huaren remained motionless for a moment, staring down at the hand she had just been holding. After a long pause, Yong Huaren finally spoke, saying that if this was truly what she wished, then he would accept it. From farther away, Mo Bayong stood quietly on her own, watching everything unfold without saying a single word. When she saw the two of them standing so close together, a strange, tight feeling suddenly gathered in her chest, unfamiliar and hard to ignore. She slowly pressed one hand against her chest, her brows drawing together as she whispered in confusion, unable to make sense of the emotion quietly rising inside her. Even so, she did not look away. She simply kept watching in silence as Yong Huaren and MH walked shoulder to shoulder through the endless sea of blooming flowers. Not far from them, Young Wook, Nam Wook, and Jong Suk had gathered together, sitting comfortably as they laughed, drank, and carried on as if nothing in the world could weigh them down. Like that, time slipped by in a quiet, steady flow, and their journey continued without any great disturbance. Eventually, with Young Wook seated at the front and holding the reins, he raised his hand toward the road ahead and called out that Young Jo had finally come into view. Before long, the lively town surrounded them completely, its noise and movement swallowing the group as they stopped there and went in to settle down. After they arrived, Yong Huaren told the others to rest for the time being, saying that he needed to go out and look for someone. Oh Bayong, who had been standing close by and listening, immediately stepped forward and firmly insisted that she would go with him. Yong Huaren paused for a brief moment, as if weighing her words, and then gave a small nod, agreeing to let her follow. The two of them then made their way through the packed streets of Yongzhou, weaving past the crowds until they finally arrived in front of another inn. Outside the entrance, a young boy was sweeping the ground, moving his broom back and forth across the dusty street. Yong Huaren stepped up to him and asked whether he knew where they could find a man called the Omniscient One. The moment the boy heard that name, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly said that of course he had heard of him. But then his tone shifted, and he added that if Yong Huaren had come looking for that man, he had arrived too late. Yong Huaren's face darkened immediately, his gaze sharpening as he demanded to know exactly what the boy meant. The boy did not answer right away. Instead, he let out a short whistle, grinned with a sly, mischievous look, and casually stretched out his hand, clearly asking for payment first. Yong Huaren did not waste a second arguing. He tossed over a piece of silver, and the boy caught it eagerly before leaning in closer to speak. Lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, the boy explained that rumors had already spread all across the town. According to those rumors, the Omniscient One had been captured by the Sangwon clan, and they planned to execute him at dawn the next day. Yong Huaren's eyes widened as he cried out in disbelief, demanding to know what had happened. The boy went on to explain that the Omniscient One had once read the fortune of the Sangwon clan's young lady. But after she followed that fortune, she lost her mind completely and threw herself into the water, drowning in rage and overwhelming grief. Because of that, the Sangwon clan blamed him for her death, seized him by force, and began preparing to cut off his head as punishment. Yong Huaren's jaw clenched tightly, and the shadow over his expression grew heavier. This situation had turned out to be far more troublesome than he had first imagined. As they left the inn behind and walked away, Yong Huaren silently recalled everything he knew about the Omniscient One Nanong Guok. To most people he was known for fortune-telling and exorcism, but beneath that reputation, his real identity was far more dangerous. He was the final envoy of the destroyed Bei cult, a fallen group that had once specialized in sorcery connected to the soul. That cult had already vanished long before the age of the 3 demonic and 3 orthodox factions. If that man truly was Nanong Guok, then Yong Huaren realized there was a chance he could remove the ancient being sealed inside his body. That thought alone sent a cold shiver through him. But before he could think any further, the harsh truth struck him again. The man who might save him was going to be executed the very next morning. At last, Mo Bayang broke the silence. She asked whether the young lord had originally planned to have his fortune read, but Yong Huaren gave her no answer. His eyes drifted toward the distant streets, while his mind had already begun racing ahead to the next move. Seeing him lost in thought, Mo Bayang called to him once more, addressing him as young Master Yong. Just then, a familiar figure entered Yong Huaren's field of vision. He lifted his eyes, looked toward her, and called out in surprise, asking if she was Lady Zhao. As Zhao Yuhi drew closer, she leaned forward slightly and studied his face, a teasing smile spreading across her lips as she asked whether she was so unwelcome that he had to look that startled. Yong Huaren and Mo Bayang both bowed at once. Yong Huaren quickly replied that of course that was not the case, explaining that he simply had no idea she was in Jiangsu. Yagal Yohi gave a light chuckle and answered that she had not known he would be there either. Then she turned toward the woman standing beside her and introduced him, saying that he was young Yong Huaren of the Tianzhong clan. The lady responded in a gentle voice, politely giving her own name as Sangwon Yusul. The moment Yong Huaren heard that name, he quietly murmured the words Sangwon clan under his breath, and a faint grin began to curl at the corner of his mouth. Later, while they walked together through the streets of Jianggu, Yong Huaren glanced toward Jagal Yohi and asked whether she had come to Jianggu because of some business. She answered that she had hurried there after hearing that Sangwon Mi Jiang, who treated her like a close friend, had fallen ill. After explaining her reason for coming, she turned the question back on him and asked what had brought him there. Yong Huaren did not answer directly at first. Instead, he smiled and said that the Omniscient One had been entrusted with something important by his clan, and that he had come all this way to retrieve it. Behind him, Mo Bayang's brows immediately furrowed. She lowered her voice and whispered in confusion, wondering what he was trying to scheme this time. Jagal Yohi watched the two of them carefully, her eyes narrowing as if she had noticed that something about their exchange was not quite right. At that moment, Sangwon Yusul suddenly spoke up in a shy, hesitant voice and asked about the Omniscient One. After a brief pause, she revealed that he was currently being kept at her clan's estate. Yong Huaren kept his expression calm and relaxed, even letting out a small chuckle as he said that if that was the case, then the man should be arriving soon. But Sangwon Yusul shook her head and softly explained that he would not be coming. He had committed a serious crime against her clan, and they had already decided to behead him the following day. In an instant, Yong Hwarin's eyes narrowed, and the entire air around him seemed to shift. He placed one hand against his head as though the frustration was too much to bear, then shouted that because of that man, they had pushed through sleepless nights just to make it all the way to Jiangju. Then he turned toward Sangwon Yusul with a troubled expression and muttered that this was nothing short of a complete disaster. Without giving anyone time to react, he suddenly reached out and seized Sangwon Yusul's hand. His voice instantly softened, taking on a strangely romantic tone as he looked at her and asked whether there was truly no other way. Nearby, both Mo Baiyang and Zhao Yuhi went completely still, frozen in place as shock flashed across their faces. Sangwon Yusul's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red, her eyes widening in surprise as her heartbeat began pounding faster and faster. Completely flustered, she started to panic, her breathing turning uneven while she tried to understand what had just happened. She could not even bring herself to meet Yong Hwarin's eyes, and in a trembling voice she stammered that if things were truly that urgent, then he had to meet the Omniscient One today. She quickly said she would go straight to her father and that they needed to leave right away. Then, still blushing so hard she could barely keep her composure, she added that since Yong Hwarin had taken her hand, he would now have to marry her. For one brief moment, Yong Hwarin fell completely silent. Then he leaned closer with a bright, almost exaggerated smile, sweetly thanking her for her help, while calling her Lady Sang in the gentlest tone possible. After watching that dramatic little performance, Jaegal Yohi could not hold it in anymore. She burst into laughter, then began teasing and scolding Sangwon Yusul while lightly flicking her on the forehead. Yong Hwarin then turned toward Mo Baiyang and told her to head back to the inn first, inform the others that they would be stopping by the Sangwon clan before anything else, and make sure Master Mo waited there as well. Mo Baiyang shot him a sideways glance, clearly unimpressed. She replied that she understood, then turned away with a scoff and walked off on her own. Behind her, Jaegal Yohi watched the whole exchange with amused eyes, a quiet chuckle slipping from her lips. Not long afterward, Yong Hwarin, Jaegal Yohi, and Sangwon Yusul arrived together at the grand estate of the Sangwon clan. Yong Hwarin looked ahead and loudly declared that they had finally reached the Sangwon estate. At the entrance, Sangwon Yusul immediately ran forward, calling out that she would inform her father right away. Yong Hwarin slowly lifted his gaze, taking in the enormous estate rising before him. Just from the scale of the place, he could tell that these grounds were easily twice as large as the Tianzhong clan's estate. Even so, his resolve did not waver. Deep down, he told himself that one day his own clan would rise above a place like this. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Jaegal Yohi spoke up beside him, asking whether he was already planning some new scheme. When he turned around, he saw her standing there with her arms crossed, a knowing grin spread across her face. She said that he was not the kind of man who would act so affectionate toward a woman he had only just met, which meant there had to be another motive hidden behind that behavior. Yong Hwarin clicked his tongue softly, inwardly admitting that she really was sharp. Then, after clearing his throat, he stopped pretending and confirmed that her guess was right. Jaegal Yohi's grin only grew wider. She said his little act was probably connected to the Sangwon clan's Omniscient One, and then, with playful confidence, offered to make a prediction for him. She stated with certainty that the Sangwon clan would never allow him to meet the Omniscient One. Yong Hwarin's voice immediately rose as he demanded to know what she meant by that. Jaegal Yohi explained that as the vice pavilion master of the Zhao clan, she heard countless hidden matters and private secrets from across the martial world. And among those secrets, there was a certain history between the Sangwon clan and the Tianzhong clan. That history involved Yong Hwarin himself, whether it was resentment, an old grudge, or something deeper. Because of that, she was certain the Sangwon clan would reject his request without hesitation. Yong Hwarin remained calm and answered that she would not have brought this up for no reason. If she was telling him this much, then she must already know another way in. Jaegal Yohi's playful look faded slightly, and her expression turned serious as she suggested they make a deal. Yong Hwarin immediately saw through her and asked if she wanted something from him in return. Jaegal Yohi laughed and teased him, saying he was starting to sound like some old mercenary. But after that, she admitted that yes, she did have a favor to ask. She stepped a little closer and explained that before long, several disciples from the next generation would be visiting the Sangwon clan. And while those disciples were there, she wanted Yong Hwarin to pretend to be her lover. Yong Hwarin did not respond right away. His eyes stayed fixed on Jaegal Yohi as his thoughts moved quickly. The Sangwon clan, the next generation disciples, and Jaegal Yohi herself, piece by piece, Everything suddenly began to connect. The Sangwon clan's plan had already started, and worse than that, it was moving much faster than Yong Hwarin had expected. In the end, he reached out and took Jagal Yohi's hand, saying aloud that he would help her. Satisfied, Jagal Yohi smiled and replied that she would now tell him how to move the Sangwon patriarch. Later, inside the main hall of the Sangwon clan, Yong Hwarin stood before the patriarch and his wife, who sat above him in seats of authority. He bowed deeply with proper formality, introducing himself as Yong Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan and offering his respects to the Sangwon patriarch and his wife. Sangwon Byoken showed no visible reaction at all, his expression remaining cold and unmoved. His wife, Haiyan Yu, however, looked slightly surprised as her eyes settled on Yong Hwarin. The patriarch clicked his tongue and stared down at Yong Hwarin with undisguised contempt, saying that he looked exactly like his father. After saying that, he glanced toward his wife, whose face had already begun to show a hint of unease. The patriarch then continued, saying that he had heard Yong Hwarin wished to meet Nanong Guak. Still bowing, Yong Hwarin replied that he had learned the man was currently being held by the Sangwon clan. At the same time, he realized that everything was playing out exactly as Jagal Yohi had predicted, and if he wanted to move forward, he would have to face the buried history between the Sangwon clan and the Tianzhong clan. But instead of pleading directly with the patriarch, Yong Hwarin followed Jagal Yohi's plan and slowly shifted his gaze toward Haiyan Yu. Their eyes met across the hall. Then, without the slightest warning, Yong Hwarin dropped to his knees and shouted for her to hear him out. Haiyan Yu was so startled by the sudden action that she immediately rose from her seat. Yong Hwarin cried out that he was possessed by a ghost. Then his voice softened, and he pressed one hand against his chest, saying that the possession had once left him gravely ill. He said that, although he was barely suppressing it for now, it could break loose again at any moment. As if proving his words, his body suddenly trembled, and he began coughing violently, gasping for breath while crying out in pain. Haiyan Yu immediately turned sharply toward her husband and cried out that young Master Yong's condition looked serious, insisting that he had to be allowed to meet the Omniscient One. The patriarch stiffened and tried to hold his authority, saying that this matter fell under his jurisdiction and was not something she should interfere with. But Haiyan Yu stepped closer, her voice rising with anger as she demanded to know whether he would even refuse a request from her. The patriarch faltered, muttering about that man and his former wife. Her eyes instantly turned cold. She cut him off and asked whether he was taking the anger of his past out on an innocent son. Those words struck him like a blade, leaving him frozen in place. She reminded him that he was supposed to be the patriarch of a respected clan. Then, unable to hold back her fury any longer, she struck him again and again. At last, the patriarch gave in. Raising both hands in surrender, he shouted for her to stop and said he would permit it as long as she would finally calm her anger. Then he turned away and barked an order for Chief Yu to take young Master Yong to Nanong Guak immediately. But when he faced his wife again, unease was written all over his face, while she continued glaring at him without softening at all. From the side, Yong Hwarin quietly watched the whole exchange unfold, and deep inside, a faint grin began to spread through his heart. Not long afterward, Yong Hwarin was brought down to the prison dungeon hidden beneath the Sangwon estate. Chief Yu led him down the cold stone staircase, and with every step they took, the air around them grew heavier, darker, and more suffocating. As they continued descending, Yong Hwarin could not help wondering what kind of old history could have tied the Sangwon patriarch and his father together with such deep bitterness. Before long, they stopped in front of a shadowy cell. Chief Yu raised a hand toward the iron bars and quietly told him that this was the place. Then Chief Yu faced the cell and called out to the Omniscient One, telling him that a guest had come all the way here to see him. Inside the dark cell, Nanong Guak lay restrained on the floor, with heavy chains locking down both his hands and his feet. Slowly he raised his head, his voice low and weary as he said he was a man doomed to die tomorrow, so who in the world would still want to visit him now? But the instant his eyes met, Yong Hwarin's, Nanong Guak's entire body suddenly began to tremble. Terror washed over his face in an instant, and he stumbled backward in panic until his back struck hard against the cold wall. With a shaking hand, he pointed straight at Yong Hwarin and demanded to know who he really was. Yong Hwarin glanced toward Chief Yu, but Chief Yu merely shrugged, clearly just as confused by Nanong Guak's reaction. Then Nanong Guak suddenly screamed, asking what kind of being Yong Hwarin could possibly be to carry something so monstrous inside his body. His eyes swept over Yong Hwarin from head to toe, as if he were trying to see past the surface of his body. In Nanong Guak's sight, an overwhelming demonic presence filled the cell, with a terrifying evil spirit looming over Yong Hwarin while its dark aura wrapped around him completely. Still trembling, Nanong Guak cried out again, demanding to know why Yong Hwarin had come searching for him. Yong Huaren stood perfectly still before the cell bars, his eyes fixed steadily on Nanong Guok without the slightest sign of fear. Only after a long, heavy silence did he finally open his mouth to speak. He said that a ghost was bound to him, and that he needed to speak with that spirit directly. For that, he needed Nanong Guok's help. Nanong Guok scoffed immediately, dismissing the idea as complete nonsense. But before he could finish rejecting him, Yong Huaren cut him off by calling him by his true name and title. Then he stepped closer to the bars, lowered his voice, and revealed that he knew Nanong Guok was an emissary of the Bay cult. For someone like him, awakening a soul and communicating with it should be well within reach. Nanong Guok's eyes sharpened at once, and his voice turned cold as he said Yong Huaren was clearly no ordinary boy. Not only was Yong Huaren still alive while carrying something so terrifying inside his body, he even knew Nanong Guok's hidden identity. For a brief moment, the two of them simply stared at each other through the bars, the air between them sinking into silence. Then Nanong Guok asked whether Yong Huaren truly wanted to speak with that soul. He said he could help him do it, but only if Yong Huaren helped him in return. Yong Huaren answered that he understood exactly what Nanong Guok was asking for, but said it was impossible. The Songwon Patriarch had already decided his fate. Before Yong Huaren could finish mentioning tomorrow's execution, Nanong Guok cut in and said that if Yong Huaren helped him, he could still survive. If it was Yong Huaren, then Sangwon Mi-jiang could be awakened, and Nanong Guok's own life could be spared as well. Nanong Guok then began laying out the full truth. After listening carefully, Yong Huaren slowly repeated what he had come to understand. Sangwon Mi-jiang had collapsed because, while learning the split body sword art, her mind had divided into two, causing her personality to fracture. Because the Sangwon clan feared rumors spreading that their martial arts were dangerous, they had imprisoned Nanong Guok and placed the blame on him instead. Nanong Guok confirmed that this was exactly what had happened. He then added that by using the soul inside Yong Huaren, they could erase Sangwon Mi-jiang's other persona. If she woke up safely, he would be released. And in exchange for that, Nanong Guok would allow Yong Huaren to speak directly with the being sealed inside him. He made it clear that the entity inside Yong Huaren was not some ordinary spirit, and without its power, this plan could never succeed. Yong Huaren understood just how heavy the choice was. 3 lives, Sangwon Mi-jiang's, Nanong Guok's, and his own, were all hanging on this single gamble. Then, instead of backing away, Yong Huaren broke into a bright, fearless smile and agreed. Nanong Guok nodded with satisfaction and said that was good. But before they could do anything, he added, they still had to persuade the Sangwon Patriarch, which would be the most difficult step of all. Yong Huaren turned to leave. At the door, he glanced back with that same confident smile and said he already had a way to deal with the Patriarch. Nanong Guok could only stand there in the cell, staring in confusion as Yong Huaren calmly turned and walked away. Later, outside the Songwon courtyard, Yong Huaren calmly explained the entire situation to the Patriarch and his wife. Soon after, the chains were removed, the prison gates were opened, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, Nanong Guok was no longer a prisoner. He stepped outside in a daze, still struggling to understand how everything had changed so quickly. Leaning closer to Yong Huaren, Nanong Guok asked in disbelief how he had managed to convince such a stubborn old man. Yong Huaren, however, gave him no answer. Nanong Guok hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gripped Yong Huaren's hand, asking once more for his name. Only then did Yong Huaren finally answer, saying that he was Yong Huaren of the Tianzhong clan. At that moment, Patriarch Sangwon Byokin cleared his throat loudly, immediately pulling their attention back toward him. He stepped forward with cold eyes and made it clear that he had only agreed to their request because his wife had insisted on it. Then he warned that if anything went wrong, not only Yong Huaren, but the entire Tianzhong clan would have to bear the consequences. With that sharp warning hanging in the air, he turned around angrily and stormed away, his wife walking beside him. But Heir Yu paused for a moment before leaving completely. She looked back once, her gaze lingering silently on Yong Huaren. In that quiet instant, Yong Huaren made a vow in his heart that he did not speak aloud. Once the couple finally disappeared from sight, Yong Huaren and Nanong Guok turned toward the quarters behind them. Nanong Guok looked ahead and said that it was time. They pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the center of the room, Sangwon Mi-jiang lay completely motionless on a thin mattress, her still body covered by a blanket that barely shifted at all. The air inside the room suddenly felt heavy, almost unnaturally still, as if even breathing had become difficult. Without wasting a moment, Nanong Guok reached into his pocket, pulled out a knife, and sliced open his own palm. Fresh blood spilled from the cut, dripping steadily from his hand and splattering onto the floor below. Then, in the next instant, The blood began to move on its own. The crimson liquid crawled across the stone like something alive, twisting, spreading, and slowly drawing itself into a ritual circle at the very center of the room. Nanong Guok looked toward Yong Huaren and told him to step into the circle, then sit down cross-legged inside it. Once Yong Huaren obeyed and settled into place, Nanong Guok placed one hand firmly on top of his head. He explained that he was about to open Yong Huaren's upper chi core in order to awaken the soul hidden within him. After that, the awakened soul would be guided into Sangwon Mijiang's upper chi core, where it would erase the other persona that had taken root inside her. Yong Huaren looked up and asked what he needed to do once the ritual began. Nanong Guok gave him only a short warning. The spell would suppress the soul's power, but if that soul tried to speak to him, Yong Huaren must never listen to a single word. Then Nanong Guok steadied himself and declared that they would begin. The entire room trembled. The walls shook violently, and a crushing pressure began pressing inward from every side. The air itself seemed to cave in around them, squeezing the room as if the whole space was collapsing. Only moments later, Nanong Guok suddenly shouted in panic. Something had gone wrong. The soul's power was far beyond what he had expected, and he urgently warned young Master Yong that no matter what happened, he must not lose to it. A violent pain tore through Yong Huaren's body. He clenched his teeth hard, desperately fighting against the overwhelming force bearing down on his mind, and then everything before him went completely dark. When Yong Huaren opened his eyes again, the world around him had completely changed. Before him stretched a vast open palace drowned in demonic energy, its dark halls lit by the crimson glow of a burning red moon overhead. At the far end of that ominous palace, a lone figure sat silently upon a throne formed from shadow. The moment Yong Huaren saw him, his heart clenched. He knew this man. His brow tightened, and he tried to speak, beginning to say who he was. But before Yong Huaren could finish, the man on the throne spoke first, his voice cold enough to cut through the air as he asked whether young Yong Huaren truly dared to try using him. The armrest beneath the man's hand shattered as he rose from the throne. Yong Huaren recognized him at once. It was the old demon from his past life. He was the very same presence that had once seized control of Yong Huaren's body. The demonic master had appeared before him again. Yong Huaren's eyes narrowed as that name became clear in his mind, and only now did he finally understand what this being truly was. The demonic master merely raised a single finger. In the very next instant, Yong Huaren was forced down hard onto his knees. The stone beneath him cracked from the impact, while his own body refused to obey him. He tried to move, tried to push himself up, but not a single part of him responded. Slowly, the demonic master descended the steps. Thick demonic chi gathered beneath his feet, hardening with each step, making it look as though he was floating through the air rather than walking. He stopped directly in front of Yong Huaren and looked down at him, saying that he still remembered their first meeting very clearly. Then he stepped even closer, his shadow falling over Yong Huaren completely as he reminded him how weak, helpless, and pitiful he had been back then. He recalled how Yong Huaren had come crying and shouting, asking why they were fighting there, while his entire household lay slaughtered around him. The demon tilted his head as if casually searching his memory, then smirked and asked if the girl's name had been Yanhua. The moment that name reached Yong Huaren's ears, his expression turned dark. The demonic master continued mocking her without mercy, saying she had been frail, untrained, and ugly. His gaze lowered to Yong Huaren, who was still trembling with rage while forcing his body to move. With a strained breath, Yong Huaren finally pushed himself back onto his feet and stood directly in front of him. He told him to shut up. In that same instant, the demonic master's hand shot forward and clamped tightly around Yong Huaren's throat. His eyes burned with cold contempt as he demanded to know how Yong Huaren dared speak to him with such boldness. Yong Huaren grabbed the demon's wrist with both anger and defiance, forcing the words out through clenched teeth as he said he would kill him. The demonic master laughed. At first, the sound was low and quiet, but it quickly grew louder until his laughter thundered through the entire palace. Then, little by little, that laughter began to change. He leaned in close enough for his breath to brush Yong Huaren's face, then asked in a mocking tone whether Yong Huaren truly believed such a thing was possible. Finally releasing his grip, the demonic master said he would wait for that day, but not now because the time had not yet come. A dark grin spread across his face as he placed one hand on Yong Huaren's shoulder and told him he would be watching. Then the world around them began to crack apart, the air splintering like glass as fractures spread outward in every direction. In the next instant, everything shattered into countless fragments. As the collapsing realm disappeared into the void, the demonic master's voice echoed after him, saying he would be watching young Yong Huaren. With a sharp gasp, Yong Huaren snapped back to his senses, still seated inside the blood-drawn ritual circle. He dragged in one breath after another, his chest burning as if he had just clawed his way back from the edge of death. After a moment, he glanced over his shoulder and realized he had returned once again. Then his mind immediately turned to Nanong Guak, wondering what had happened to him during the ritual. Behind him, Nanong Guak was coughing violently, blood spilling from his mouth with every breath. Even then, he forced himself to speak through the pain, saying he had truly believed young Master Yong's soul had been completely devoured, and that coming back should have been impossible. Alarm flashed across Yong Huaren's face, and he rushed toward him at once, calling out and asking if he was all right. But before Yong Huaren could reach him, Nanong Guak shouted for him to stop, warning him not to step out of the circle. His eyes narrowed with urgency as he declared that the ordeal was not finished yet. In truth, the technique had only just begun. Now they had to enter Sangwon Mi Jiang's consciousness. Yong Huaren hesitated, his voice heavy with concern, as he asked what they were supposed to do when Nanong Guak's condition was getting worse by the second. Nanong Guak shouted again, forcing strength into his voice as he insisted that they had no other choice. His own life and Sangwon Mi Jiang's future both depended on what happened in this moment. After a brief pause, Yong Huaren turned toward Sangwon Mi Jiang's motionless body and asked how they should proceed. Nanong Guak told him to place his hand directly on her head. Yong Huaren followed the instruction and gently pressed his palm against her. The moment he made contact, Nanong Guak said it was good, then told him to guide his inner energy slowly into her upper chi core. Yong Huaren steadied himself and began circulating his chi. Only seconds later, a violent surge of dark energy erupted from Sangwon Mi Jiang's body. Yong Huaren groaned inwardly, realizing that the old demon's power was beginning to run wild again. From behind him, Nanong Guak called out urgently, telling young Master Yong to use that energy the same way he had before. But this time, he would not be entering her soul. He would be entering her mind. Around them, the dark chi grew even stronger. The entire chamber shook under the pressure as Nanong Guak continued shouting through his worsening condition. Yong Huaren had to find the real Sangwon Mi Jiang within her consciousness, identify the false one, and erase her. Then, all at once, silence swallowed everything. When Yong Huaren opened his eyes again, he was no longer standing inside the chamber, but somewhere completely different. He recognized the place almost immediately. This was the Sangwon clan. A young child ran past him with bright laughter, her small figure darting by like a memory brought to life. The moment Yong Huaren saw her face, his heart tightened. That child was Sangwon Mi Jiang. Farther away, he noticed an older version of Mi Jiang sitting alone on a stair, her expression distant and withdrawn. Then another Mi Jiang passed by, walking arm in arm with Yule, a soft smile resting on her face. And when Yong Huaren looked ahead, he saw yet another version of her. This Mi Jiang was wrapped in dark chi, her body seeming to split apart as though something inside her was tearing her in two. Only then did Yong Huaren understand what he was seeing. He was watching the course of her entire life, from the innocence of her childhood all the way to the exact moment her mind fractured into two separate selves. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, sweet and almost playful, saying that a guest had come to visit. Then a second voice followed right after it. That second voice was colder, sharper, and filled with suspicion, saying he was not a guest at all, but an intruder. Yong Huaren turned and froze. Two identical versions of Mi Jiang stood side by side, staring at him without blinking. They were truly impossible to tell apart, not just at a quick glance, but even when he looked closely. Every physical detail matched exactly, just as Nanong Guak had described. This was the divided self. The Mi Jiang on the left spoke first, her voice light, teasing, and almost amused. She asked whether he was staring because they were pretty, or because he was desperately trying to figure out which one was real. Yong Huaren stayed silent, still caught off guard by the sight in front of him. Then the two Mi Jiangs turned toward each other and moved close, their bodies touching as if they were meant to be one. The one on the left chuckled softly and said there was no point in trying, asking whether he really thought he could tell the difference. They had the same face and the same body, and the one on the right quietly agreed. Yong Huaren cleared his throat and looked away for a moment, dryly remarking that they seemed far too close for two halves of the same person. Then, in the next instant, the truth struck him. Even if their bodies were identical, their personalities were not. If one of them was false, then there had to be a flaw somewhere, some contradiction that would expose her. With that thought in mind, Yong Huaren stepped forward. The Sangwon Mi Jiang on the right tilted her head slightly and asked whether he had already figured it out. Yong Huaren answered calmly that he had at least a rough idea. The Sangwon Mi Jiang on the left slowly licked her finger, slipped one arm around the other's waist, and lifted her face with her free hand. Then she asked Yong Huaren which one of them was the real Sangwon Mi Jiang, while the one on the right whispered for her to let go. Yong Huaren paused for a moment. Then a smile crossed his face, and he told them that before coming to the Sangwon clan, he had spoken with Yule. She had once described her elder sister as someone mischievous and full of life, the kind of person whose energy could brighten a room. Yet there were also moments when that same sister became strangely distant, quiet, and almost unnervingly calm. It was as if two completely opposite temperaments had been forced to share the same body, both existing side by side without ever fully becoming one. And according to him, that was the very reason Sangwon Mi Jiang had become so deeply fixated on the split-body sword art, chasing it with an obsession that now finally made sense. There had never been a true version and a false version standing before him. What existed there were simply two halves, each incomplete alone, yet both belonging to the exact same whole. The Sangwon Mi Jiang on the left suddenly brightened, her eyes shining with a playful spark, as if she had been caught hiding a secret. "Ah," she said, almost lightly. "So you found me out." The very next instant, the entire world around them began to tremble, as though the space itself could no longer hold together. Yong Huaren immediately understood what was happening. This inner world, the fragile place built inside her consciousness, was beginning to collapse all around them. The two Sangwon Mi Jiangs turned toward one another, their movements perfectly mirrored. They clasped hands tightly, and when they spoke, their voices overlapped as one not directed at Yong Huaren, but toward themselves. "You're right," they said together, their expressions softening at last. "There was never a fake between us. Both of us are the real me." Then both pairs of eyes slowly shifted back onto him. "But I suppose the same could be said for you too, couldn't it, Yong Huaren, leader of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union?" At those words, Yong Huaren's entire body went still. One of them stepped closer, raising her hand and pressing her palm against his chest, then quietly told him that their energy cores had already been linked. Their minds had touched as well. Just as Yong Huaren had witnessed the path of her life, she had looked into his, the leader of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, the Flying Dragon Sword Hero. Two separate lives, two separate identities, yet both carried inside a single body. She leaned in until her voice fell low and intimate, close enough that every word felt impossible to avoid. "Young Yong Huaren," she murmured, "you and I are far more alike than I first thought." Yong Huaren staggered backward, his lips parting as if he wanted to answer, but before he could force a single word out, she stopped him and told him there was no need to worry. The Sangwon Mi Jiang, who would awaken in the real world, she assured him, would remember none of what had happened here. After saying that, she turned away from Yong Huaren and quietly returned to stand beside her other self. The two of them wrapped their arms around each other in a tight embrace, holding on as the mindscape cracked, shattered, and crumbled apart around their bodies. Then, through the breaking silence, came a damp, unsettling sound, like drops of blood striking the floor one after another. Yong Huaren's eyes snapped open, and the dim, collapsing inner world vanished, replaced by the cold weight of the real world around him. Behind him, Nanong Guok shouted in alarm, demanding to know what had happened. Had Yong Huaren destroyed the false one? Had he finally found the true Sangwon Mi Jiang? Yong Huaren did not answer right away. He slowly pushed himself up, his body heavy as he rose from where he had been. For the first time, a realization settled deep inside him. Someone else had truly seen through his regression and understood the impossible truth he carried. He thought of his two lives. One had been born from tragedy, loss, and suffocating despair. The other had been shaped by strength, determination, and a fragile but undeniable hope. And between those two lives, which one was truly him? Or perhaps, just like Sangwon Mi Jiang, he was not meant to choose one side over the other at all. Perhaps both lives, both selves, were equally real. With that thought still weighing on him, Yong Huaren slowly turned his eyes toward her. Sangwon Mi Jiang was still lying motionless on the mattress, her body quiet beneath the watching eyes around her. Then, ever so faintly, her eyelids began to tremble, fluttering, as if she were fighting her way back from a deep sleep. A moment later, her eyes finally opened. But as soon as she pushed herself upright, blood spilled from between her lips, staining the moment with sudden panic. Yong Huaren and Nanong Guok both lunged forward at once, their faces tightening in alarm as they called out her formal title almost in the same breath. Yong Huaren turned sharply toward Nanong Guok, his voice tense as he asked whether everything would truly be all right. Nanong Guok was clearly shaken by the sight of the blood, but she forced herself to stay steady and answered with calm control. She explained that the bleeding was actually proof the ritual had succeeded. The stagnant blood trapped inside had to be expelled, and if Sangwon Mi-jiang had not coughed it out, the outcome would have been far more dangerous. Only after the violent coughing finally subsided did Sangwon Mi-jiang slowly lift her head. Her unfocused gaze wandered for a moment before settling on Yong Hwarin. Her memories were still hazy, but she quietly admitted that his face seemed faintly familiar, even though she could not recall what had happened. Yong Hwarin stepped forward with proper restraint, then introduced himself formally. "I am Yong Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan," he said, lowering himself in a respectful bow as he asked how she was feeling. Sangwon Mi-jiang looked down at her own body as though checking whether it truly belonged to her. She tested her breathing, felt the condition within herself, and then said she felt fine, better, even than before she had collapsed. But the softness in her eyes did not last. Her gaze sharpened as she questioned him directly. Why would someone from a clan with no connection to hers go this far to save her? What exactly did he want in return? Yong Hwarin held her gaze without flinching, but for a brief moment he said nothing at all. Then, after that silence passed, he turned his attention toward the door and told her they could speak about that matter later. For now, he said, her family needed to be told first that she had awakened safely. Outside the room, Patriarch Sanbacon and Lady Hai Yangyo had been waiting anxiously, unable to step away while her fate remained uncertain. The instant Sangwon Mi-jiang saw them standing there, the emotions she had been holding back burst free, and tears spilled down her face. She forced her weakened body to stand, struggling onto her feet as she called out to them with a trembling voice. "Father, mother." Keeping herself steady with effort, she began walking toward them, each step slow and unsteady, until she reached the threshold and paused there. Without turning back to face Yong Hwarin, she said that they would speak in greater detail the next time they met. Then she tilted her head slightly in Yong Hwarin's direction and added, with quiet sincerity, "And thank you again, young Master Yong, Omniscient One." In the next breath, she rushed forward as much as her recovering body allowed and threw herself into her parents' arms. By the doorway, Nanonggwak finally released a long breath, the tension leaving her shoulders as she told Yong Hwarin that he had done exceptionally well. To interfere directly with another person's soul and still come back alive was already extraordinary. To save Sangwon Mi-jiang without leaving lasting harm behind was an achievement that could not be treated lightly. Nanonggwak extended his hand toward Yong Hwarin, his expression carrying rare approval, and said it was truly a remarkable accomplishment. Yong Hwarin hesitated for only a brief moment before raising his own fist and meeting it firmly. He replied that Nanonggwak had worked hard as well, then calmly added that it was time for him to fulfill his request. Nanonggwak gave a firm nod, but he quickly added that they could not begin immediately. Before anything else, a barrier had to be raised, one strong enough to hold down the soul's unstable and violent power. He explained that the necessary preparations would take at least a day or two, then asked Yong Hwarin to wait patiently until everything was properly arranged. Yong Hwarin accepted the explanation without argument, then turned toward the exit and said he would wait until they sent for him. But just as Yong Hwarin reached the doorway, Mo Bayanghua suddenly called out from behind him, "Oh, and young Master Yong." He cleared his throat awkwardly, his face flushing red as though the words were burning him from the inside, and for a moment he could barely speak properly. When two souls brushed against each other, even briefly, he explained, it could create a strange closeness that was difficult to describe. And when it happened between a man and a woman, that intimacy could become even more complicated, so Yong Hwarin needed to keep that in mind. Then, completely unable to bear his own embarrassment, he suddenly spun around and shouted that he did not want to talk about the matter any further. Yong Hwarin could only stand there blinking, utterly confused, as he watched Mo Bayanghua hurry away into the darkness of the night. Later, after returning to the guest quarters prepared for him inside the Seinan estate, Yong Hwarin sat down quietly and sank into meditation. But his calm did not last for long. The image of the demonic master suddenly slammed into his mind like a sharpened blade cutting straight through his thoughts. Yong Hwarin gasped awake, one hand clutching hard at his chest while his heart pounded violently, and everything that had happened replayed again and again inside his head. That terrifying clash with the monster still lingered in him, sharp and heavy, as if the pressure of it had not fully left his body. Then came the memory of the split-body sword art, that brutal force capable of tearing the mind apart and dividing consciousness itself. In that instant, realization flashed through him like lightning. Sangwon Mi-jiang, her divided consciousness. The answer had been right in front of him. He sprang up at once, seized a brush and paper, and began writing furiously, his hand moving with a speed that almost seemed frantic. The San clan was the first name he wrote down, the words striking the paper with sudden urgency. Then came more names, one after another. Brilliant manner. Soul Origin Sect, Ocean Lunar Temple, Immortal Paradise House. His hand trembled slightly as the hidden pattern began to reveal itself, piece by piece, as though the fog in his mind was finally clearing. Every one of these places had been visited by Holy Yong during his previous life. And more importantly, every one of them practiced martial arts that all seemed to trace back to the same root lineage. The Sangwon clan possessed the split-body sword art, a technique that divided the self in a terrifyingly direct way. Li Wangjiang had the phantom mind and soul, another art tied deeply to the separation of consciousness. The Soul Origin Sect carried the harmony fusion art, a method that approached the same problem from a different angle. The Ocean Lunar Temple practiced the split energy mind art, dividing energy and thought as though they were threads being pulled apart. The Immortal Paradise House held the left-right split mind art, another piece of the same hidden puzzle. All of them had chosen to divide the mind because the two opposing energies of the tie-depth heaven tome could never exist peacefully together inside one body. Holy Yong had shattered his own psyche on purpose, all to avoid the catastrophic danger of energy deviation. Yong Huaren straightened as excitement surged through him, his eyes brightening before laughter burst from his chest. Incredible, he breathed, truly incredible. Stepping outside beneath the cold moonlight, Yong Huaren made up his mind. First, he would ask for Sangwon Mijiang's help to stabilize the demonic master's soul. After that, he would travel to the Immortal Paradise House and use the golden plaque Cho Wei-He had left in his possession to obtain the left-right split-mind art. Not far away, Jagal, Yohi, and Joel noticed him pacing alone beneath the moon, his figure moving restlessly through the silver light. Jagal Yohi watched him for a moment, then muttered that she wondered what could possibly keep him so unsettled at such a late hour. Then she turned toward Sangwon Yusol with a sly grin and teased that maybe he felt uncomfortable staying with the Sanon clan.
Sangwon Yusol's cheeks immediately flushed. In a soft, dreamy murmur, she said that even when Yong Huaren was lost in thought, he still carried such dignity. Surely he must be planning something important, perhaps even deciding when he should marry her.
She added with a dazed, blissful look that honestly, any timing would be perfectly fine with her. Yoel grimaced and smacked her arm, reminding her that young Master Pan would arrive the next day, which meant they might not be able to see young Master Yong for quite some time. Jagal Yohi shuddered at the thought and quickly turned away. "I'll go ahead," she said. "Just thinking about that Pangguai's stare is enough to give me goosebumps." Only then did Sangwon Yusol suddenly notice that Yong Huaren was standing not far away, close enough that he might have heard everything. She flinched in panic, then hurried after Jagal Yohi while calling out for her to wait. Once he was alone again, Yong Huaren slowly drew his sword, the blade sliding free with a quiet metallic whisper. Under the pale silver glow of the moon, he began moving through a swift sequence, his body cutting cleanly through the night air. He leapt high, slashed through the empty space before him, descended in a smooth arc, and finally guided the blade back into its sheath with practiced precision. A long, controlled breath left his lips as he steadied his posture and forced his body to settle again. Ever since his encounter with the demonic master, he had become able to consciously draw out a fragment of that terrifying power, roughly equal to 30 years of cultivation. But every time he used it, the force tore through his body from within. He clenched a hand over his chest and whispered that real control would only be possible with Nanonguok's help. Then he pulled off his shirt, the cool night air brushing against his skin, and let out a tired sigh. "My head is a mess." From somewhere within the shadows, a soft voice suddenly drifted out. "So beautiful." Without thinking, Yong Huaren answered as if he were simply agreeing with his own thoughts. "I agree. Beautiful." The moment those words left his mouth, his whole body froze. He spun around in alarm, fumbling to cover himself as he stammered, "Who's there?"
Sangwon Mi-jiang stepped out from the shadows, a quiet laugh resting on her lips while her gaze lingered openly on him.
She calmly praised his magnificent physique, and Yong Huaren instantly became flustered, stumbling over his words as he called her both Lady San and Lady Sangwon. Sangwon Mi-jiang took another slow step toward him, closing the distance with a teasing calmness. Then she reached out her fingertips, brushing lightly against him as she said she wanted to see a little more of the man who had saved her life. Yong Huaren immediately stepped back, trying to gather his thoughts and explain the situation properly. But before he could get the words out, Sangwon Mi-jiang cut him off first. She told him that after today it would probably become difficult for them to meet like this again, because starting tomorrow she would be caught up in matters of her own. The moment she said that, realization flashed through Yong Huaren's mind. Tomorrow was the day they were supposed to come to the Senengwen clan. He looked at her more carefully and asked whether that was the information she had decided to give him as repayment for saving her. Sangwon Mi-jiang merely chuckled at his question, as if he had misunderstood her completely. She insisted that was not the case, because the life of Sangwon Mijang was not something so cheap that it could be repaid with just a few words. Then she lowered herself into a graceful bow, promising that someday she would repay the debt many times over in a way worthy of the life he had returned to her. Yong Hwarin grew quiet for a moment, taking in the sincerity behind her words, before he bowed back to her with the same respect and told her to take care of herself. Seeing how late the night had already become, Sangwon Mijang finally turned away, preparing to leave the courtyard behind. But after walking only a few steps, she stopped, her figure pausing beneath the moonlight before she looked back over her shoulder. She told him, in a softer voice than before, that he should learn to take more pride in himself. After all, risking one's own life for the sake of another person was never something easy or ordinary. Even if Yong Hwarin had his own reasons for doing it, that did not erase the truth of what he had done. In the end, no matter how he tried to explain it away, he had saved her. And to her, that made him worthy of the name Flying Dragon Sword Hero. The next instant, Sangwon Mijang leapt lightly into the air, her figure rising into the night before disappearing beneath the dark sky. After she vanished, silence slowly spread across the courtyard, leaving only the quiet breath of the night behind. Yong Hwarin pressed one hand against his chest, feeling the weight of her words linger there, and softly whispered the word hero as a faint breeze rustled the leaves beneath the moonlight. The next day, Yong Hwarin stood with Nanong Guok on a quiet bridge, the air between them calm but heavy with serious conversation. Nanong Guok shook his head in disbelief, remarking that Yong Hwarin had somehow run into an old man and lost his memory because of it. Yong Hwarin, without showing any hesitation, confirmed that it was true. Nanong Guok then admitted that from the very first moment he laid eyes on Yong Hwarin, he had already suspected that something about him was not normal. The overwhelming invasion of qi inside him, the traces of lingering corruption, and the strange intent wrapped around his presence all pointed toward one disturbing answer. It was the Maoan sect's spear possession technique. When Yong Hwarin asked what that technique actually was, Nanong Guok explained that it was a method used to transfer one soul into another person's body. And among all forms of possession, the Maoan sect's version was especially cruel and vicious. It did not merely invade the body, it destroyed the original soul inside and forcibly seized control, making it a technique designed purely for domination. Yong Hwarin stepped forward at once, his expression tightening as he insisted that he was completely fine and had not been taken over. Nanong Guok staggered back slightly, then looked at him with grim seriousness and told him the truth he could not avoid. Yong Hwarin had not lost himself yet, but the corruption had not disappeared either. It was still inside him, slowly devouring him little by little. Yong Hwarin lowered his head, his voice quieter than before, and asked whether there was any way to stop it. Nanong Guok said there was indeed a method, but it was the most dangerous technique he knew, and also the one with the lowest chance of success. When Yong Hwarin asked what would happen if it failed, Nanong Guok placed a hand on his shoulder and said that compared to risking one's life for a complete stranger, this danger was nothing. Yong Hwarin's eyes widened slightly as memories of their first meeting rose back into his mind, making the meaning behind Nanong Guok's words hit even harder. Nanong Guok gave him a faint smirk and said he had already prepared a trick for this exact situation. Yong Hwarin lowered his head again, trying to bring up Sangwon Mijang and someone else, but before he could finish, a loud voice suddenly called out his title from behind. Before Yong Hwarin even had time to turn around, Jegal Yohi appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around him without warning. Startled by the sudden contact, Yong Hwarin stiffened and asked her what she was doing. With her face burning bright red, Jegal Yohi clung to him and reminded him of the promise he had made to her. Only then did Yong Hwarin remember her request. He was supposed to pretend to be her lover until the visitors finally left. Realizing this, he quietly acknowledged it. Jegal Yohi grabbed him by the shoulder and began dragging him away, insisting that he come with her immediately. Nanong Guok simply waved from behind and told Yong Hwarin that he would contact him once the preparations were ready. Later that day, Yong Hwarin and Jegal Yohi arrived at an extravagant inn. Inside, elegant partitions divided the spacious hall, giving each table a sense of privacy while also making the place feel full of hidden conversations. The two sat side by side at a long table as servants brought out dish after dish in a steady stream. Yong Hwarin quietly looked around the hall, taking in the polished decor and excessive luxury, and thought to himself that the entire place reeked of vanity. Even the quarters he had used in the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had not been decorated with this much extravagance. Then a deep rumbling sound rolled in from the street outside, growing louder as a long convoy of carriages approached the inn. An attendant noticed the movement outside immediately and snapped an order toward one of the servants, sending the staff into motion. As Yong Hwarin watched the scene unfold, He glanced around and quietly reflected that only a single servant had been assigned to attend him.
That made him wonder just how many servants the others must have brought with them if this was how they were received.
The Tianzhong clan could not truly compare with powerful families like the Xiaoman clan or the Pang clan, but even knowing that, the difference still felt strikingly clear. His thoughts drifted naturally to Pang Jie and Sun Yuan. He realized that he remembered very little about Sun Yuan, but Pang Jie was different. Known by the title Blade Tiger Dragon, Pang Jie was famous for wielding the legendary five-tiger severing blade. It was said to be the greatest blade art in all of Zhenghu, a terrifying technique that had carved its fame into the martial world. With only a single blade in his hand, Pang Jie had already begun building a name for himself, and one day that name would resound across the land. If that was the future waiting for him, then even now, before reaching his peak, Pang Jie's current strength was already something that could not be underestimated. Just then, Jagal Yohi lightly tapped Yong Huaren on the shoulder and leaned closer, whispering that the guests had finally arrived. A moment later, the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the hall, growing clearer as the group stepped inside one after another. Yong Huaren turned his head toward the entrance, and the instant he saw their faces, he recognized them all. There stood Seoman Seo Seol, Pang Shilan, Seo Young Pang Jie, and Sang Huan Ho Young. Their eyes immediately settled on Yong Huaren and Jagal Yohi, studying the two of them closely. Then Sang Huan Ho Young stepped forward and introduced Yong Huaren as the young man who had saved his sister, Sangwon Mi Jiang, as well as the heir of the Tianzhong clan. The moment those words were spoken, Seoman Seo Seol lifted a hand to cover her mouth, but she could not stop the laughter from spilling out. Beside her, Seoman Seo Young wore a knowing little grin, watching with amusement while her sister continued to chuckle without restraint. Then Seoman Seo Seol looked straight at Yong Huaren, and the ridicule in her eyes was so clear she did not even bother hiding it. "The Tianzhong clan?" she sneered, claiming she had never heard of such a place, and then mocked them as if they were nothing more than some backwater country sect. After saying his piece, Sangwon Ho Young announced that he would leave them to speak among themselves, then calmly turned and departed from the room. The moment he was gone, Jagal Yohi's expression sharpened, and she immediately snapped back that if anyone here looked like country bumpkins, it was them. Yong Huaren, however, only smiled faintly. He gave a polite bow and greeted her with calm courtesy as Miss Seoman. He explained that the Tianzhong clan did not involve itself much in outside affairs, so it was only natural that their name was not widely known. Then, with a perfectly composed expression, he assured her that her unfamiliarity with them was not necessarily due to ignorance or a lack of worldly experience, so there was no need for her to feel troubled by it. Pang Shilan let out a quiet chuckle at Yong Huaren's remark, clearly entertained. But beside her, Seoman Seo Seol immediately snapped, jabbing a finger straight at him with a furious glare.
"What did you say? Ignorance?" she shouted, her teeth clenched tightly and her voice sharp enough to cut through the room.
Before the tension could truly erupt, her brother Seoman Seo Young calmly raised one hand and stepped in between the rising tempers. He said that since so many geniuses of the new generation had gathered in the same place, they might as well sit down and have a proper conversation like civilized people. Gradually, everyone took their seats around the table, though the atmosphere remained heavy, with hostility still hanging between them like a drawn blade. Pang Shilan was the first to break the silence. She introduced herself to Yong Huaren, then remarked with interest that his tongue was dangerously sharp. Strangely enough, she admitted that she actually liked people who could speak like that. In her view, those with quick, cutting words often carried blades that were even sharper. Yong Huaren listened to her and studied her carefully. So, this was Pang Jie's sister, the woman who would one day stand beside her brother and help lead the Pang clan into its golden age. Inwardly, Yong Huaren acknowledged that the true heavyweights of the younger generation had finally gathered in this room. Then Seoman Seo Seol turned her attention toward the heir of the Yong clan, her gaze narrowing with open curiosity. Her eyes briefly flicked toward Jagal Yohi before she spoke, bluntly asking whether the two of them were in some kind of relationship. At that question, Pang Jie's eyes immediately narrowed, and the air around him seemed to tighten. Jagal Yohi only gave a soft chuckle, keeping her tone light as she explained that the Yong clan heir had been connected to their clan for a long time. But recently, the two of them had become closer than before. Seoman Seo Young slowly nodded as if he understood. Then he recalled that Miss Jagal Chongyang had originally been meant to marry the Yong clan heir, and wondered aloud whether this new closeness had anything to do with that matter. The table suddenly rattled as Pang Jie slammed his palm down and shot up from his seat. His voice thundered through the room as he demanded to know how Seoman Seo Yong could say something like that, accusing him of insulting Miss Jaegul Yohee's morality. Their eyes locked across the table, and for a moment it felt as if sparks were flying between them. Seoman Seo Yong answered with a courteous smile, though that smile never reached his eyes. He politely apologized if his words had been misunderstood, then explained that he had only spoken out of concern. He added that even though both women belonged to the Jaegul clan, they were still two completely different people and should not be treated as the same. Pang Jae fell silent, but his clenched jaw and burning eyes made it clear that his fury was still simmering just beneath the surface. From the side, Yong Hwarin quietly took a slow sip of his drink and observed everything without interrupting. By now it was obvious that Pang Jae seemed to have feelings for Jaegul Yohee, and Yong Hwarin briefly wondered if that was the real reason she had asked him to pretend to be her lover. But he dismissed that thought almost immediately. A girl like Jaegul Yohee would never act for only one simple reason. There was always another scheme hidden behind her smile. As if proving his suspicion, Jaegul Yohee smiled sweetly and announced that Jaegul Chongyang and Yong Hwarin had recently broken off their engagement. Because of that, there was nothing improper about her current relationship with him. The words struck the table like a thunderbolt, and Yong Hwarin instantly sprayed his drink across the room. Pang Jae stared in complete shock, his expression frozen as he stammered and struggled to form a proper sentence. Before Pang Jae could recover, Seoman Seo Yong simply smiled again and said, with unsettling calm, that he understood. He then added that considering how badly the Tianzhong clan had been struggling lately, perhaps the broken engagement was actually for the best. A heavy silence instantly settled over the table, pressing down on everyone like a sudden weight.
Yong Hwarin slowly narrowed his eyes, the easy atmosphere around him fading in an instant.
He understood those words for exactly what they were, an open, shameless provocation aimed directly at him. To Yong Hwarin, Seoman Seo Yong had always been nothing more than an ordinary young martial artist, the sort of person who would never leave a real mark on the future. Even so, one memory still surfaced in his mind, the single scandal that had once made Seoman Seo Yong's name briefly known. A faint smile touched Yong Hwarin's lips, and when he spoke his voice remained calm and even without the slightest trace of anger. He asked Seoman Seo Yong whether he himself had not once been engaged to Miss Hangbo. Yong Hwarin remembered the truth clearly, that engagement had fallen apart because Seoman Seo Yong had cheated on her with another woman, so he added almost gently that Seoman Seo Yong must have made that choice because he already understood his own inferiority. The change in Seoman Seo Yong's face was immediate. His polite mask shattered, and rage twisted across his features. From the side, Yong Hwarin heard Pang Shilan casually speak to her brother, her tone almost lazy, saying that she had thought they had only come here to eat and pass the time. Seoman Seo Yong turned his gaze back toward Yong Hwarin, and the look in his eyes had grown dark and unsettling. In a low voice he said that what Yong Hwarin had just said sounded like an insult aimed at the Seoman clan. Yong Hwarin simply smiled back at him, completely unshaken, and asked in return whether Seoman Seo Yong's earlier words had not also been an insult toward the Tianzhong clan. For a brief moment, Seoman Seo Yong fell silent, his expression stiffening as the words pressed back against him. Then, with one sharp movement, he shoved the dishes away from the table, sending the meal scattering aside as the atmosphere instantly hardened. His voice rang clearly through the room as he said he had heard Yong Hwarin was carrying the title of the Flying Dragon Sword Hero. Gripping his sword, Seoman Seo Yong shouted that he wanted to see Yong Hwarin's abilities with his own eyes and test whether that title truly meant anything. The entire room went still at once, the earlier noise fading away as everyone sensed the challenge hanging in the air. Not long after, the group left the inn and gathered at the dueling grounds, where the open space waited beneath the eyes of every spectator. Off to the side, Jaegul Yohee watched the scene unfold with narrowed eyes, her expression calm but calculating. Originally, she had intended to provoke Pang Jae using an incident that would happen in the future, aiming her trap in a very different direction. Yet somehow, this worthless Seoman Seo Yong had been the one to swallow the bait instead, stepping into the conflict on his own. Jaegul Yohee quietly concluded that he was a fool, losing control of his temper right after he had tried to mock the heir of the Yong clan. Still, even if the situation had shifted, it served its purpose well enough. This would become the perfect chance for her to see with her own eyes just how strong the Yong clan heir truly was. Nearby, Pang Shilan was still holding a piece of meat, as if the whole matter were entertainment, and she casually asked her brother who he thought would win. Pang Jae paused for a moment before answering, his eyes fixed on the two men preparing to face each other. He said that the light vestige blade, Seo Man Seo Yong, had been born into a powerful clan and had consumed countless elixirs since youth, so his foundation could not be taken lightly. But at the same time, Pang Jie believed the Yong clan heir was no ordinary opponent either, especially since Yong Huaren had recently defeated Jack Wang in a duel. In the end, after weighing both sides, Pang Jie judged that their strength should be about evenly matched. At the center of the dueling grounds, Seo Man Seo Yong faced Yong Huaren directly and said that he had heard about Yong Huaren's recent victories. Then he drew his sword with a sharp motion and shouted that Yong Huaren could never compare to the legion-conquering blade art of the Seo Man clan. Seo Man Seo Yong declared with complete confidence that his martial arts were built on speed beyond ordinary speed. Because of that, he claimed the battle would be over in only a few moves before Yong Huaren even had a chance to properly respond. Yong Huaren slowly drew his own sword, his posture calm and steady from beginning to end. Then he gave only one quiet reply, telling Seo Man Seo Yong to attack whenever he wished. A heavy silence pressed down over the dueling grounds as the two men stared at each other, neither moving for that brief, tense moment. Then, in the very next instant, Seo Man Seo Yong exploded forward, his body shooting across the ground with sudden speed. As he closed the distance, he saw Yong Huaren's eyes gently shut, as if Yong Huaren had chosen that exact moment to abandon his sight. A cruel grin spread across Seo Man Seo Yong's face, satisfaction flashing through his expression. He thought Yong Huaren was nothing but a fool, too slow, too arrogant, and too careless. So he decided he would pierce straight through him and teach him his proper place. Seo Man Seo Yong's sword shot forward like a streak of light, and just as the blade was about to reach its target, Yong Huaren's eyes snapped open. In that same heartbeat, Yong Huaren raised his sword and stopped Seo Man Seo Yong's attack cold, halting the strike as if it had never been a threat. Seo Man Seo Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not understand how his super-speed strike had been blocked so cleanly. Before Seo Man Seo Yong could pull back or recover his stance, Yong Huaren's left fist clenched tightly. Qi roared to life around that fist, gathering in a fierce rush as the air around him seemed to tighten. With one sharp step forward, Yong Huaren drove his fighting dragon fist straight into Seo Man Seo Yong's abdomen. The impact blasted Seo Man Seo Yong backward, sending his body flying across the grounds before he slammed hard into the wall and crumpled down to the floor. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, leaving everyone frozen where they stood. Every pair of eyes turned toward Yong Huaren, staring at him as if they were seeing him properly for the first time. Seo Man Seo Seol screamed and rushed to her brother's side, only to find that Seo Man Seo Yong had already lost consciousness. Nearby, Pang Shilan stared in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the aftermath. The duel had ended in a single exchange. She turned toward her brother and asked whether he had been able to follow Seo Man Seo Yong's blade, but no answer came. When she looked again, she realized Pang Jie was no longer standing beside her. Startled, she cried out his name, then spotted him walking straight toward Yong Huaren. Pang Shilan shouted for him to stop and demanded that he come back at once, while Yong Huaren also noticed Pang Jie approaching him. Pang Jie stopped in front of him and bowed deeply, a wide grin spreading across his face. He introduced himself as Pang Jie of the Pang clan, then formally requested a duel with the heir of the Tianzhong clan. For a moment, Yong Huaren said nothing. Pang Jie broke the silence with a smirk, explaining that he had been born into the Pang clan and had held a sword in his hand from the time he first learned to walk. Even so, he admitted that he had only barely been able to track the Seo Man sword style with his eyes. And yet Yong Huaren had not merely followed it. He had seen straight through the attack completely. He openly admitted that asking for a duel right after Yong Huaren had finished another fight was discourteous, almost shameless. Even so, his gaze did not waver as he sincerely requested just one chance to cross blades with him. The moment Yong Huaren looked into Pang Jie's eyes, he could feel it with unusual clarity, as if the man's intent was laid bare before him. Pang Jie was not like the others. There was something different about him, something cleaner and more honest burning deep inside his heart. His hunger for martial arts was not born from vanity or shallow pride. It was real, and Yong Huaren knew that a man with such a pure drive could someday carve his name into the world. A faint smile slowly touched Yong Huaren's lips, softening his expression just a little, and only then did he finally give his answer. He accepted Pang Jie's request, saying that he also wished to see for himself what kind of blade the Hebei Pang clan had forged. Before long, word of another duel spread across the training grounds and more spectators hurried over in clusters. One of them shouted in disbelief, unable to believe that Pang Jie was about to face the Flying Dragon Sword hero immediately after his battle with the Light Vestige blade. The entire crowd swelled with excitement, their voices crashing together like thunder as cheers erupted from every direction.
After letting the noise settle for a brief moment, Pang Jie quietly moved his hand toward the sword at his side.
He drew the blade from its sheath at a slow, deliberate pace, then declared that the Pang clan's sword walked the path of domination. In this duel, he would reveal a technique his clan had spent years researching, the 5-tiger severing blade. Yong Huaren answered with the same seriousness, drawing his own weapon as he introduced it as the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword of the Tianzhong Yong clan. Pang Jie gave a small approving nod at the name, saying it suited the blade well, and then announced that he would make the first move. He wrapped both hands tightly around the sword hilt and raised the weapon high above his head, his posture heavy and imposing. As qi surged into the blade, the air around it seemed to tremble, and Pang Jie brought the sword crashing downward with terrifying force. A violent wave of energy burst out around him, spreading through the arena like a sudden storm.
Yong Huaren's eyes narrowed sharply. From that crushing pressure alone, he understood what kind of technique he was facing.
It was blade resonance. The sound and force of it felt less like steel and more like a lion roaring directly in front of him. Yong Huaren settled into his stance, his feet steady beneath him, and a quiet resolve formed in his chest. This duel, too, was one he intended to win. With his stance locked in place, Yong Huaren suddenly pushed off the ground and charged straight toward Pang Jie. The two of them collided head-on, neither one showing even the slightest intention of backing away. The instant their swords slammed together, a fierce blast of qi rippled outward, shaking the space around the training grounds. As their blades ground against each other, Yong Huaren felt just how overwhelming Pang Jie's raw power truly was. If not for the heart method he had received from the Zhang siblings, that very first clash might have decided the entire match. Clenching his teeth, Yong Huaren forced strength into his arms and drove Pang Jie's sword upward. For the first time, a flash of surprise passed through Pang Jie's eyes. But that surprise quickly turned into a smirk, and he shouted out with obvious delight, saying that this was good. Then Pang Jie swung again, his blade smashing into Yong Huaren's sword with a force heavy enough to numb the hands. From the sidelines, Pengchen watched the duel with wide eyes, completely caught up in the sight before her. She said it truly looked like a tiger and a dragon locked in battle, and just watching the two of them clash made her own blood burn with excitement. Then she turned toward the Simun siblings behind her and, with fearless confidence, challenged Sun Yuan to fight her next. Sun Yuan immediately shook his head in horror, wanting no part of it. Back in the arena, Pang Jie launched himself high into the air, descending toward Yong Huaren, while Yong Huaren slashed upward to meet him. Pang Jie blocked the strike solidly, and steel rang out once more as their weapons collided. For a brief instant, both of them remained frozen there, locked blade against blade. With a deeply satisfied smile, Pang Jie spoke first. He said that if they kept going like this, the dangerous part of him that wanted to see everything through to the very end might wake up. Then he calmly returned his sword to its sheath, bowed, and said it had been an excellent duel. Yong Huaren bowed in return, giving a faint scoff as he admitted he had to say the same. Pang Jie stepped forward and placed a hand on Yong Huaren's shoulder. His face flushed with excitement, and a huge eager grin spread across his face as he almost bounced in place. He immediately began firing off questions one after another. How was his blade art? Was it sharp enough? How fast did it feel? Could Yong Huaren sense the dominance behind it? Yong Huaren could only answer with an awkward smile, uncertain whether giving a completely honest response would be the right choice, because he had already noticed something. The 5-tiger severing blade carried traces of the Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword that he knew from the future. That technique had been created by blending the Pang clan's overwhelming power severing blade with a demonic sword art. But at this point in time, Pang Jie had not yet perfectly fused those two paths together. After a moment of thought, Yong Huaren finally spoke. He said that he had sensed the same flaw that existed within his own clan's martial arts, a problem they themselves had been pondering for a long time. He then suggested that they continue the discussion somewhere quieter, away from the noise of the training grounds. Pang Jie's eyes instantly brightened. He exclaimed that Yong Huaren had truly noticed the flaw, and he was deeply impressed by such insight. With excitement written all over his face, he said he wanted to exchange more thoughts about martial arts and invited Yong Huaren to visit him any time. As Yong Huaren left the dueling grounds, Jegal Yohi called out to him from nearby, saying that the young clan heir had improved tremendously. She leaned in a little closer and added that he had definitely not been at this level when he fought G.I. Guan before. Yong Huaren answered with an awkward expression, simply saying that he was a quick learner. Jegal Yohi gave a low, suspicious hum, watching him closely before remarking that at this rate, She might really have to bring him into the Union. Her words struck Yong Huaren like a sudden jolt. The Union, he thought. So that was what the Zhao clan had been planning from the very beginning. Jagal Yohi then turned away as if to end the conversation, lightly correcting herself by saying that she had some business to take care of. She walked a few steps, then glanced back over her shoulder, gave him a small wave, and told him to rest well before disappearing around the corner. Only after she was gone did Yong Huaren finally release a slow breath, the tension quietly leaving his body. With every matter finally resolved, Yong Huaren had only one destination left before him. It was time to seek out the Omniscient One and face whatever truth waited there. That same afternoon, Yong Huaren stood quietly before Nanong Guok, right at the heart of a ritual circle carved with almost obsessive precision into the floor around them. Nanong Guok looked over the formation one final time, then gave a firm nod, confirming that every preparation had been completed without a single missing step. When Yong Huaren remarked on how unbelievably complicated the array looked, the old man did not hide the truth. He admitted this was his first time performing such a ritual and warned that once it began, the outcome might never be undone. Yong Huaren simply curved his lips into a calm smile, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Then, with his resolve already set, he told him to begin. Nanong Guok smiled back, his eyes carrying a quiet flicker of admiration as he watched Yong Huaren stand there with such unwavering determination. After that, the old man reached forward and placed a bowl into Yong Huaren's hands, its contents already giving off an ominous weight. The bowl resting in Yong Huaren's palms was filled with a dark crimson liquid, so thick it moved like blood. It looked heavy, almost alive, and carried a strange scent he could not recognize. Nan Mayangwak spoke in a steady voice, telling him that this was the final key. If Yong Huaren truly wanted to reach the place he was seeking, then he had to drink it without letting doubt enter his heart. Yong Huaren did not pause for even a breath. He lifted the bowl to his mouth and emptied it in one clean motion, feeling the bitter heat slide down his throat like burning liquid fire. Once the final drop was gone, Yong Huaren lowered the empty bowl, folded his legs beneath him, and settled into a lotus position. His breathing became slow and even his gaze sharpened, and he quietly declared that he was ready. Mayangwak stepped closer and placed his palm directly on top of Yong Huaren's head. His voice dropped into a low, precise tone as he explained that this time he would not guide him from outside. He would enter Yong Huaren's consciousness himself. If fate allowed them to reach that place, then they would finally stand before the lingering soul hidden within. And if that moment came, Yong Huaren had to move by his own will, without fear and without hesitation, as the air around them began to tremble. A violent current suddenly surged between the two of them as the spell came alive. Power twisted and coiled through the ritual circle like a storm breaking free, and for one brief instant, the entire world vanished into blinding white. Then everything fell silent. When Yong Huaren slowly opened his eyes again, the chamber was gone, and he realized he was standing somewhere completely different. An ancient forest stretched endlessly in front of him, swallowed by pale, drifting mist. Towering trees stood still as statues, their twisted branches curling like frozen claws, while the air hung so heavy and dead that not even the faintest insect sound could be heard. And there, half buried among tangled roots, dead leaves and broken branches, a shattered carriage lay abandoned in the eerie quiet. The instant Yong Huaren's eyes landed on it, recognition stabbed through him. The emblem carved into the splintered wood was impossible to mistake. It belonged to the Sky-Ocean Merchant Union, his own union. He took a careful step closer. His eyes narrowing as fragments of memory began flickering at the edge of his mind. Then, from somewhere inside the fog, a voice suddenly echoed out, saying that he had finally arrived, slicing cleanly through the forest's dead silence. From the deep shadows between the trees, a figure slowly stepped forward, moving as if he had been standing there all along, patiently waiting for this exact moment. Everything about his presence felt wrong. It pressed down on the forest like a suffocating weight. He lazily stretched his neck, let out a faint chuckle, and complained that he had been bored nearly to death.
Then he finally stepped into full view. It was the demonic master, wearing a crooked smile that looked both mocking and deliberate, while every small movement of his body carried a sharp, calculated intent.
His eyes fixed on Yong Huaren with cold interest, as though he were studying prey he had been expecting for a very long time. The demonic master glanced lazily across the wrecked carriage and the mist-drowned forest, then asked if Yong Huaren liked the setting he had chosen. Amusement dripped from his voice as he addressed him clearly and without mistake, naming him as the heir of the Sky-Ocean Merchant Union, Yong Huaren. The scene shifted into a dim, mist-filled emptiness, where the world itself felt unreal, as if normal space had been stripped away. In that strange void, Yong Huaren stood face to face with an elderly man. The silence held for only a moment before the old man curled his lips into a sneer and called him the pig of the Chiana Merchant Guild. He remarked that Yong Huaren had changed greatly since the day they first met, because the softness he once carried had completely vanished. Although those words almost sounded like praise on the surface, the tone beneath them was soaked in ridicule. The old man mocked the idea of a plump merchant pretending to be a martial artist, saying that ever since Yong Huaren returned to the past and consumed the sword rice of a warrior, he had become unbearably arrogant just because he gained a flashy nickname. The old man soon revealed himself as Suk Jae Myung. Yet Yong Huaren did not flinch at the insults. Instead, he answered with a cold, razor-sharp remark, calmly saying that the old man talked far too much and questioning whether this frail-looking figure was truly the same person whose name had once shaken the entire martial world. Yong Huaren did not stop there. His gaze remained steady as he pushed deeper, bringing up the memory of their very first meeting. He reminded Suk Jae Myung how the so-called Great Masa had once been desperately fleeing for his life while countless pursuers hunted him down. Then, without a trace of mercy in his voice, Yong Huaren declared that the old man before him was now nothing more than a parasite surviving by clinging to his body. Those words struck directly at Suk Jae Myung's pride, twisting his expression with rage. He snapped back at once, demanding to know whether Yong Huaren had ever seriously questioned how his martial strength had risen so quickly and so unnaturally. Suk Jae Myung scoffed at the idea that such explosive growth could have come from talent alone. In his eyes, the world of Gengo was not so generous that natural talent could explain everything. His anger rose into a shout as he claimed complete credit for Yong Huaren's progress. He insisted that Yong Huaren had only learned martial arts with such impossible ease, climbed the ranks at such astonishing speed, and survived so many life-threatening situations because Suk Jae Myung's internal energy had been supporting him from within. At last, Suk Jae Myung exposed the true desire hidden beneath every word. He announced that he would utterly destroy Yong Huaren's soul, seize control of his body, and take all of his cultivation for himself. As those chilling words left his mouth, dark crimson chains of energy began forming behind him. They twisted together into the symbols of a binding curse, while Suk Jae Myung spoke of equivalent exchange, insisting that whenever someone gained something, something else had to be taken away. But Yong Huaren refused to bow his head, and not even the pressure of those cursed chains could make his will bend. He calmly drew his sword, letting the blade gleam coldly within the empty void, and rejected the parasite's claim without hesitation. Then he declared that he was the young master of the Tianzhong Yong, the heavenly central dragon gate. With a grim smile spreading across his face, Yong Huaren invited the lingering ghost of the past to join him in one final sword dance. As their energies burst outward and slammed against each other, Yong Huaren suddenly understood the true nature of the battlefield. This was not the physical world at all, but the realm of consciousness, the inner domain hidden inside a human mind. The moment Suk Jae Myung sensed that Yong Huaren had grasped the truth, he responded with arrogant confidence. Before the killing began, he declared that he would give Yong Huaren a handicap and even offer something useful for fighting inside this mental battlefield. But before their clash could spiral any further, something stirred inside Yong Huaren's mind and interrupted the rising tension. A vivid memory surfaced from deep within Yong Huaren's thoughts, steadying his heart like a hand placed on his shoulder. It was the image of his friend, Sangwon Mijiang. The vision took shape clearly within the void, showing Sangwon Mijiang dressed in official robes, carrying with him an important piece of advice from the past. Yong Huaren heard Sangwon Mijiang's voice guiding him once again, reminding him to picture a certain image tied to ascension. He had to imagine it clearly, a carp fighting through violent currents, smashing again and again against the raging flow, enduring the relentless force of the water until the moment of Talt finally arrived. It was the instant of transformation, when the carp broke past the waterfall and became a dragon. And with that image burning in his mind, the battle between them erupted with raw emotion. Suk Jae Myung, wrapped in sinister dark energy, launched forward to attack, while Yong Huaren met him with a radiant, untainted aura. Their exchange grew faster and fiercer with every collision, until the very structure of the mental realm began to tear beneath the strain of their power. At one moment, Suk Jae Myung brought his weapon crashing down in a crushing overhead strike, but Yong Huaren caught the blow, redirected it cleanly, and left the old man visibly stunned because the technique he used was a hidden secret art. It was an art Suk Jae Myung had never expected Yong Huaren to possess. Determined to end the fight at once, Suk Jae Myung gathered a raging storm of crimson energy and unleashed a devastating barrage, flooding the entire space with enough crushing pressure to threaten the complete destruction of Yong Huaren's consciousness. And yet, in the middle of that overwhelming torrent of hostile power, Yong Huaren found a brief, shining instant of perfect clarity. Yong Huaren turned his focus deep within himself, and the philosophy that had shaped his growth rose clearly in his mind. He pictured a carp throwing itself against merciless currents, crashing over and over into the rushing water, yet refusing to surrender no matter how violently the river struck back. Within that stillness, he reflected on the moment of Telt, the instant of transformation when the carp finally breaks past the waterfall and ascends as a dragon. Yong Huaren poured that entire image into his sword, filling the blade with both the vision and the meaning behind it, then stepped forward to the very edge of his limits, fully aware that this path could just as easily lead to his death. Even knowing that, Yong Huaren did not hesitate for a single step. He advanced through a trail of radiant golden light, and that brilliance sliced cleanly through the darkness wrapped around Suk Jae-myung. At that decisive instant, Yong Huaren's entire body became engulfed in a blazing golden aura, and he launched his counterattack with the force of everything he had built up inside him. It was the moment Yong Huaren stepped beyond the life of an ordinary merchant and began his ascent as a true dragon rising into the martial world. The aftermath opened in chaos, with a massive explosion staining the entire space in deep red. Broken debris spun through the air like scattered fragments of a battlefield, while Suk Jae-myung stood alone at the center, breathing heavily as exhaustion started pressing down on his body. He slowly looked over the destruction surrounding him and convinced himself that no one could possibly survive a blast that violent without being completely annihilated. But as the dust continued to float uneasily through the air, Suk Jae-myung could not fully settle his mind, and a quiet trace of doubt began creeping into his thoughts. When he lowered his gaze, Suk Jae-myung noticed his own hand trembling. Only then did he realize how much power he had already burned through, and he grimly calculated that if his inner chi ran dry here, he would be left completely defenseless. From that point on, he decided he had to move with the utmost caution, carefully measuring every step until the situation suddenly changed without warning. The drifting dust was ripped apart in an instant by a brilliant surge of golden light. Yong Huaren burst out from within the haze, his blade releasing an enormous golden dragon forged entirely from pure chi, its majestic body twisting through the air with a presence so overwhelming it felt almost terrifying. As that radiant dragon descended toward its target, the sheer intensity of the moment dragged Suk Jae-myung's mind backward, pulling him into a memory from long ago. In that vision, a much younger Suk Jae-myung appeared covered in wounds, his body battered and bleeding, with his clothes torn apart by battle. Even so, his sword remained raised, and he refused to let himself fall. The memory continued beneath the pale glow of a full moon, where he stood on the ridge of a traditional rooftop. All around him, a legion of assassins closed in from every direction, surrounding him with no path left open. Then everything snapped back to the present, where the immense pressure radiating from Yong Huaren's golden dragon loomed right before Suk Jae-myung like a terrifying vision of death itself. Shaken out of that creeping fear, Suk Jae-myung exploded in furious rage. He shouted at Yong Huaren, demanding how he dared push him this far, and declared that Yong Huaren was not the only person who had ever stood against impossible odds. With fierce pride, he recalled the bloody past that forged his name, proclaiming that anyone who blocked his path, hunted him down, or tried to capture him had been cut down without hesitation. He had killed again and again through countless desperate struggles until the martial world itself came to fear him as the demonic master. Refusing to accept defeat, he snarled that a legend like him could never fall to someone who had once been nothing more than a merchant. With that furious roar, Suk Jae-myung charged straight forward. Dark red chi wrapped around his blade as it smashed directly into Yong Huaren's descending golden dragon, and the instant their powers collided, the impact erupted into a blinding explosion of light. Even with all of Suk Jae-myung's ferocious experience, Yong Huaren's power tore straight through the red energy. He came crashing down with a heavy downward slash, forcing Suk Jae-myung to buckle beneath the crushing weight of the strike. A painful groan slipped from Suk Jae-myung's throat as the force surged through him. In that instant, alarm spread across his face as he realized Yong Huaren was overpowering him through raw physical strength alone. As Yong Huaren twisted his sword, a complex glowing symbol suddenly ignited across his forehead. The moment Suk Jae-myung saw it, he understood the danger and prepared to unleash one final decisive technique. Gathering what remained of his power, Suk Jae-myung released the momentum strike, a martial art that transformed motion itself into an amplified destructive impact. He shouted that the long, tangled fate between them would end right there. But the instant the attack came out, a massive monochrome yin-yang symbol, Tai, appeared behind Yong Huaren. The sight struck terror into Suk Jae-myung at once. He recognized the technique with a single glance and understood that Yong Huaren was wielding the Tai-Depth Heaven Tome. In a sudden flash of realization, Suk Jae-myung began studying Yong Huaren's strength with new eyes. He concluded that the realm of consciousness within the upper dantian represented the total sum of a human being's limitless potential. And from there, he deduced that Yong Huaren's connection to such boundless power was the true reason he could learn martial arts at such a terrifying speed. The fight dragged on, turning into a brutal exchange of relentless blows, and Suk Jae-myung began to feel his strength draining away faster and faster, slipping from him against his will. Little by little, he understood what the battle had truly become. This was no longer just a contest of techniques or pride. It had become a harsh war of endurance, a merciless struggle that would only end when one side had completely exhausted every last trace of power. At last, utterly drained, Suk Jae-myung dropped to his knees. In bitter reflection, he thought that no matter how powerful a warrior's determination might be, they were still only human. And when a human was faced with merciless violence that tore flesh and shattered bone, no mind should be able to remain whole for long. Yet, despite that belief, Yong Huaren slowly pushed himself back up and rose to his feet once again. Completely unable to understand what he was seeing, Suk Jae-myung stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know why he kept standing up. As he struggled to make sense of it, Suk Jae-myung began projecting his own past onto Yong Huaren, seeing the image of his younger, battered self standing in the same place. He wondered aloud whether rage was what drove Yong Huaren to keep fighting and kill, then questioned whether some lingering attachment to the past was what forced him to rise every time he fell. Yong Huaren looked down at the kneeling old man, his expression calm and unmoved, and answered that both guesses were wrong. He explained that the force pushing him forward was neither rage nor the heavy weight of his past. As those words left his mouth, a vision began to form behind Yong Huaren, revealing the people he held closest to his heart. His father, his mother, his younger sibling Yan Hua, and the martial artists who continued to stand beside him all appeared there like precious figures carved into his soul. Yong Huaren then declared that the reason he kept rising, no matter how many times he was knocked down, was the future itself. He did not stand again because of hatred, and he did not move because of regret. In that hazy spiritual landscape, he lowered his solemn gaze toward his own hands and stated with unwavering certainty that the only reason he ever rose back to his feet was so he could keep moving forward. The mental realm then opened into its full expanse. Sunlight broke through drifting clouds and poured over rolling green hills, while their reflections stretched across the dark, mirror-like water beneath Yong Huaren's feet. Dressed in white robes, he stood facing the spectral old man, who knelt on the water with his back turned. Waves of power pulsed outward from the spirit, cracking and splintering the watery surface beneath him. As the focus tightened on his face, his sharp eyes burned with a menacing red glow, while he questioned the very idea of the future. Yong Huaren gave no answer and simply watched in silence, the wind brushing through his hair. Then the old man suddenly bent forward and began coughing harshly, only for that cough to twist into rhythmic, unhinged laughter that shook his shoulders and made his white hair bristle. He declared the entire situation absurd, insisting it might be the most amusing thing he had ever heard. As his eye gradually shifted from burning red to a sharp, entertained blue, he commented that choosing to change only what could truly be changed was rational and practical. Then, lowering himself as if settling onto invisible ground, the spirit spoke with open contempt, saying Yong Huaren was a merchant to the core and cursing him as a bastard. Across from him, Yong Huaren remained standing tall, addressed the spirit as Young, and casually spat to the side in plain dismissal. The old man ignored the insult, tightened his fist, and announced that he had a proposal. When Yong Huaren told him to get to the point, the spirit quickly concluded that Yong Huaren must want his inner energy. He suggested a temporary pact, offering to remain inside Yong Huaren's body and assist him from within. Then he suddenly shouted one more condition. Yong Huaren would one day have to find him a suitable body to transfer into. As the old man extended an open palm, he promised that when he finally left, he would leave 1/3 of his inner energy behind. Yong Huaren's expression did not change in the slightest. He merely turned his head aside and rejected the offer without even pretending to consider it. The old man sprang up in stunned fury, veins bulging as he yelled that he had already made the first concession. Around him, his robe snapped wildly as his anger surged out of control. But Yong Huaren only answered with a faint, cunning smile. He extended his own palm and calmly suggested that perhaps half of the energy would make the deal worth considering for someone known as the demonic master. The old man clenched his fist, so tightly his fury nearly boiled over, grinding his teeth as he struggled to restrain himself. Then he snarled that Yong Huaren was a truly vicious bastard. Yet, after shouting out his frustration, the old man finally gave in. With visible anger still burning across his face, he agreed to stake half of his inner energy. Forcing himself to calm down, Suk Jae-myung restated the condition more clearly. Yong Ho-rin had to find him a young body with strong bones, and beyond that, the host had to be a lunatic with a shattered mind, someone easy to take over. As he spoke, warped silhouettes twisted strangely in the air, giving shape to the kind of broken vessel he wanted. From above, Yong Hwarin accepted the arrangement without the slightest hesitation. His voice remained, even as he remarked that if he ever encountered someone who fit that description, he would awaken a master. Then Yong Hwarin added coldly that he would simply choose some worthless piece of trash, someone whose disappearance would not matter to anyone. As Yong Hwarin turned away, his hair flowing behind him, Suk Jae-myung clicked his tongue in irritation. He mocked the dramatic tone of their negotiation, waved him off like he was chasing away a nuisance, told him to get lost, and then shut his eyes with open dismissal. The spiritual realm began to tremble around them. A column of golden light descended from above and wrapped around Yong Hwarin, swallowing his figure until he dissolved from that place completely. Left alone, Suk Jae-myung bitterly calculated that the energy he had just surrendered amounted to 180 years, muttering that it was an outrageous waste. Yet, beneath his mustache, a sly smile slowly crept across Suk Jae-myung's face. His true thoughts surfaced in the silence. The more Yong Hwarin circulated that energy, the stronger Suk Jae-myung himself would become. Then Suk Jae-myung lifted his gaze toward the empty space above him, his smile sharpening as he remarked that he was already looking forward to their next meeting. Reality snapped back with a sharp sound, and the scene settled into a silent courtyard washed in cold blue moonlight. There Yong Hwarin sat cross-legged in meditation, his body still locked in the aftermath of that spiritual encounter. His hands trembled violently where they rested on his knees, and a strained groan escaped through his clenched teeth as sweat poured down his face. A crushing sensation of loss swept through his body, and the sharp narrowing of his pupils suggested that the collision between the two realms might have triggered this backlash. Even so, Yong Hwarin quietly fixed his resolve, telling himself that he would return to that place again. The silence shattered when Sangwon Mi-jiang rushed into the courtyard, alarm written clearly across her face as she demanded to know what had happened. Yong Hwarin slowly lifted his head, exhaustion heavy in his expression, and explained that he had no choice but to make a deal with the powerful soul because he could not erase it. Hearing that, Sangwon Mi-jiang's face tightened with concern, and she told him that he was fortunate just to have survived. At that moment, Suk Jae-myung's voice echoed inside Yong Hwarin's mind. He calmly explained that a soul like his could be weakened if it were split apart, the same way as Sangwon Mi-jiang and an image of a spirit dividing into fragments appeared before Yong Hwarin's thoughts. Another method was to seal it inside a separate dantian, shown in his mind as a swirling blue sphere. Yong Hwarin frowned, confused by the explanation, and asked what Suk Jae-myung meant. But the spirit quickly warned him that using his current dantian would cause energy deviation, then added that the only stable solution would be to create an entirely separate one. At first, Yong Hwarin rejected the idea without hesitation, insisting that forming a second dantian was impossible. But his words suddenly came to a stop, as a memory surfaced sharply in his mind. It was knowledge from the future. Koryang cultivating the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome by using two dantians at the same time. Standing beside Sangwon Mi-jiang, Yong Hwarin suddenly understood the meaning of that discovery. If this path was real, then he might have just found the key that could lead him toward becoming a truly unrivaled martial master. Before Yong Hwarin could dwell on that thought any longer, hurried footsteps rushed toward the courtyard, and a battered group suddenly burst inside. A large Jaegal martial artist skidded to a stop while carrying the unconscious Jaegal Yohee in his arms. Jaegal Yohee weakly lifted her head, terror filling her eyes as she warned that Baek and Yong Hwarin's companions were in serious danger. Startled by the warning, Yong Hwarin immediately demanded an explanation. The injured martial artist reported that they had stopped at the same inn as Yong Hwarin's group when the demonic sect suddenly attacked, triggering a brutal clash that turned into a massacre of civilians, with scenes of bloodshed and chaos flashing through the memory. Pressing one hand over the wound in his chest, the man explained that he had barely managed to escape with his life. Yong Hwarin's companions, however, had been trapped in the chaos while trying to protect others, and the report made Yong Hwarin grit his teeth as restrained fury surged inside him. Without wasting even a moment, Yong Hwarin turned his back and declared that he was going to his group immediately. He ignored the Jaegal martial artist's desperate warning that the entire place was most likely a trap. Determination burned fiercely in Yong Hwarin's eyes as he faced the armed subordinates gathered behind him. Among them stood Pang Jae, a man with sharp, spiky blonde hair and a steady gaze. Pang Jae stepped forward, ready to accompany him. When Yong Huarin insisted that this was his own matter to settle, Pang Jie refused to step aside. He explained that he knew the Zhao clan well, and as a rising figure within the orthodox sects, confronting the demonic sect was also part of his responsibility. Inside Yong Huarin's mind, Suk Jae Myung's voice echoed with mocking amusement, remarking that Yong Huarin seemed to need help after all. In response, Yong Huarin offered the unseen spirit a faint bow in silent acknowledgement, then turned back and stood alongside the others. Yong Huarin pulled out a small golden bottle, removed the cork, and thought to himself that it should prove useful. He drank the elixir as he moved forward, silently blaming himself for wasting too much time at the Sanguine clan. As Yong Huarin led the charge with Pang Jie and the others close behind, his eyes ignited with a fierce golden-red glow. Deep in his heart, he urged his companions to endure just a little longer. The group raced across the barren land like dark silhouettes cutting through the night. At last, they landed with a heavy thud before the remains of a crumbling ruin, where 2 wounded men were waiting anxiously. Yong Huarin lifted his gaze beneath the oppressive glow of a blood-red moon, and his eyes turned cold with fury at the horrific sight before him. A deep ravine overflowed with corpses stacked into a towering mound, and at the very top stood a bald man covered in strange symbols, gazing down at them with a sinister smile. Yong Huarin's thoughts slowly drifted into the hollow corridors of memory, pulling him back toward the timeline of his previous life. In that reflection, he recognized a clear divide between the relationships he once had and the bonds he now carried. The memory carried him to a snow-covered courtyard dojo from long ago. There, a younger Mo Baiyang stood at the center, her red hair vivid against the pale winter air, her posture flawless and her sword resting calmly at her side, while a line of disciples knelt before her in disciplined silence. From inside a warm room, Yong Huarin watched through the opening of a lattice window. Quietly, he acknowledged to himself that in that former life there had never been any genuine closeness between him and Mo Baiyang. His thoughts lingered on the limits of who he had once been. He remembered how his frail constitution had always placed an invisible wall between him and the martial world. No matter how much time passed, that weakness had prevented him from training alongside the others. In that very memory, Mo Baiyang suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp and chilling as it landed directly on the observer behind the window. The moment forced Yong Huarin to face the truth he had once avoided. The bitterness inside him had pushed him to deliberately keep his distance from the martial artists of his own clan. But before any real change could take shape, catastrophe descended upon the Tianzhong clan. The once peaceful compound erupted into chaos as flames swallowed the buildings. The main halls collapsed beneath a raging inferno, while burning embers scattered violently into the dark sky. Within that turmoil, Yong Huarin remembered the massacre that consumed his clan members as death spread across the blazing grounds. The memory then fractured into a grim aftermath. One body lay motionless in the shadows with arrows buried in its back, while elsewhere, refugees and surviving members trudged away from the ruins, their faces hollow with despair. Yong Huarin remembered how the martial artists who survived the first slaughter either died later or scattered across the world, vanishing without a trace. At last, the memory settled against a bleak landscape thick with smoke, emphasizing the hollow emptiness left behind after the clan's destruction. Yet within the shattered remains stood one unmoving figure, tall against drifting ash and debris. Mo Baiyang, seen from behind as her long red hair fell over dark martial robes, the sole exception to the clan's complete collapse. A closer look at Mo Baiyang's face, half swallowed by shadow, revealed the fierce resolve carved into her expression as she led the charge and slaughtered the enemies of the demonic sect. The entire battlefield burned under an orange glow, whether from a dying sun or the fires raging around them, while broken warriors lay scattered across the ground and abandoned blades littered the earth. That ruthless trail of vengeance followed every foe she cut down. As the focus moved closer to the crown of her head, her striking red hair stood out against the dim surroundings, and Yong Huarin remembered how her endless bloodshed eventually earned her the title Dragon Bloodflower. Her struggle to rebuild the Tianzhong clan forced her down a path so painful that her suffering could only be described as shedding tears of blood. The image shifted into a jagged, portrait-like frame, revealing Mo Baiyang's battered face, streaked with blood and marked by deep cuts. One eye was swollen nearly shut, while the other remained sharp and unyielding, and her torn martial robes exposed just how brutal the battles she survived had been. The perspective dropped toward her midsection, where dark stains spread across the cloth from severe wounds. Then the scene changed again, revealing a grave made entirely of swords, an entire field of blades driven upright into the earth. Among them, Mo Baiyang sat slumped beneath a faint white glow spreading across the sky, and Yong Huarin stated plainly that, in the end, she died. The view gradually pulled farther away until Mo Bayang's body lay completely still upon the barren ground, surrounded on all sides by the swords of the fallen, forming a lonely and desolate image of a warrior's final resting place. Yong Huaren also remembered that in that same timeline, the two rising ghost blades eventually met the same tragic end. Then the memory shattered abruptly, replaced by the cold blue tones of the present night as rain slashed diagonally through the darkness and bodies tumbled through the air, some limp and others broken, creating a chilling scene that mirrored the tragedy he had just recalled. Yong Huaren sliced through the storm like an arrow fired from a bow, with Pang Jie and another ally flying alongside him as the three descended rapidly toward the swaying canopy. Pang Jie's spiky blonde hair whipped wildly behind him, his red-trimmed robes snapping in the wind as he shouted confidently to Yong Huaren that their group would remain safe. As Pang Jie angled his descent with practiced control, his face remained stern but composed. He reminded Yong Huaren that the fighters battling below were not only Yong Huaren's people, but also his own subordinates. Drawing his fist tightly to his chest, Pang Jie urged Yong Huaren to trust the strength of the warriors who followed him. Still driving forward through the rain-filled sky, Yong Huaren kept his body straight and streamlined like a flying arrow while he absorbed Pang Jie's words. The panic that had clouded his expression slowly sharpened into focused resolve. From high above, the group of powerful martial artists, including Yong Huaren and Pang Jie, could be seen descending rapidly toward the bamboo forest where the fight still raged beneath the canopy. And in that instant, Yong Huaren realized there was one crucial piece of information he had to reveal. As they tore through the trees in a blur of motion, Yong Huaren quickly explained that the attackers who struck the inn were most likely members of the three demonic heavens. The moment Pang Jie heard that name, his expression stiffened with shock. Even while maintaining their speed, Yong Huaren continued, if the three demonic heavens were truly involved, then the enemy force had to be a combined alliance formed from Blood Demon Castle, the Holy Heaven Cult, and Darkness Valley. From a high angle, Yong Huaren looked downward, part of his face swallowed by shadow as he connected the chain of events from Jegal Yohi all the way to the attack on Jegal Biak. In a sharp close-up, his golden eyes narrowed with sudden clarity as he realized the truth: the demonic martial artists were deliberately targeting the Zhao clan. That realization came alive across the battlefield itself, where members of the Zhao clan were trapped deep within the forest and struck from every side by relentless coordinated attacks. One martial artist was hurled violently backward through a doorway, blood bursting from the wounds carved across his chest before his body crashed hard onto the ground. Inside the Zhao residence courtyard, the defenders were already trapped under a relentless siege. Mo Bayang stood at the very front of the battered line, her sword gripped firmly in one hand. Beside her were a large, muscular warrior and several exhausted fighters, their tense stances and worn faces making it painfully clear that they were being forced closer and closer into a corner. Rain continued pouring over the battlefield, soaking the earth where fallen bodies from both sides lay scattered. One defender muttered that the only reason their defenses had not completely collapsed was because of the protective enchantments set up by the Jegal clan. At the head of the shaken line, Mo Bayang stood with her red hair darkened by the rain, staring forward with a grim, unyielding expression, while the surviving Zhao warriors gathered behind her and prepared for the next attack. But a closer look revealed the strain she was hiding. One hand pressed tightly against her wounded side, yet even injured, she refused to lower her weapon and kept her sword raised. Nearby, a badly wounded man leaning on another warrior suddenly coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to say that he hoped the martial artist who escaped earlier would return with reinforcements. Mo Bayang appeared from the side, rain and sweat running down her face in thin streams. Her eyes carried a heavy concern because she understood more clearly than anyone just how desperate their situation had become. Staring into the darkness beyond the courtyard, Mo Bayang quietly admitted to herself that with so many wounded fighters around her, their ability to keep holding the line was slipping away faster with every passing moment. The view stretched outward into the forest around the residence, where thick bamboo and shadow-covered trees formed a suffocating wall on all sides. Somewhere beyond that darkness, unseen enemies continued closing in from every direction. Mo Bayang stood with her back to the viewer, facing the scattered corpses and creeping darkness ahead. As she sensed the clan's protective enchantment beginning to collapse at last, the view from above centered on her and the last remaining defenders. Mo Bayang and the surviving fighters held their positions in the rain-soaked courtyard just as the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps began echoing toward them through the storm. Several Zhao warriors suddenly bowed deeply toward Mo Bayang and the other guests, as if already acknowledging what they believed would be their final moments. Soon after, enemy figures stepped into the courtyard, their heavy footsteps carrying an ominous weight. The Zhao warriors spoke with sincere gratitude, admitting that without the guests' help, they would never have survived this long. Then 3 clan warriors stepped ahead of the others, raising their fists and palms in salute with resolute expressions as they vowed to repay the kindness shown to them. Their leaders spoke with grim determination, asking that if they fell here tonight, the guests must make sure young Master Jagal Biak survived. A close view settled on the hardened face of one warrior, a man who had already accepted that death might be waiting for him. Mo Bayang and the large warrior beside her listened closely to the request. As those words sank in, her expression tightened with firm resolve, and she suddenly raised her voice, ordering everyone to take their places within the sword formation. The defenders responded instantly, moving into position with weapons drawn as they assembled a tight defensive formation that locked down the entire courtyard. Without warning, brilliant green streaks of energy tore through the dark bamboo forest, slicing across towering stalks and blasting splinters into the air. The night flashed beneath the force of the bamboo forest flying dragon strike, and Mo Bayang, along with the exhausted defenders, instinctively lifted their heads toward the disturbance, immediately recognizing the unmistakable presence carried within that surge of power. Mo Bayang's eyes widened with sudden realization, and she murmured under her breath, wondering if the young clan heir had finally arrived. A violent shockwave ripped open a corridor through the forest, scattering shadows beneath a burst of green light. Yong burst into view, skimming low over the ground at overwhelming speed while shouting for them to endure just a little longer. His body moved like a streak cutting through the storm, his sword already drawn. As he rushed forward, his mind rapidly counted the familiar figures before him. Mo Bayang, the Ghost Blades, Suk, and Mai, Yong slammed straight into the enemy ranks, and the impact of his landing flowed instantly into a spinning slash meant to carve open a path. But several dark figures leapt upward at once, throwing themselves in front of him to block his advance. Steel collided with a sharp burst of sparks as Yong met one attacker head-on, their blades grinding violently together while frustration tightened his jaw. Before he could break through, more enemies swarmed in from every side, trying to stop his charge. His advance slowed for a brief moment as he deflected another strike with clear irritation, letting out a sharp sound of annoyance while one opponent shouted that he would not be going anywhere. At that exact moment, Pang Jie burst into the fight, shouting for young Master Yong to keep moving while declaring that the Pang clan would clear the way. Yong glanced back in brief surprise just as Pang Jie gathered a tremendous surge of crackling purple lightning around his blade. With a thunderous roar, Pang Jie swung his weapon in a devastating arc, shouting that he would repay the debt he owed Yong no matter what it cost. The strike released a massive wave of violent purple energy, blasting forward and sweeping away the enemies blocking the route. Yong seized the opening without delay and launched himself high into the air, shouting his thanks to Pang Jie. Mid-flight, he twisted his body, his focus locking completely onto reaching Mo Bayang. He activated his movement technique once more, and vivid green energy coiled around his legs and body. The bamboo forest flying dragon stride ignited again, and his speed surged forward in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Yong became a streak of green light weaving between bamboo stalks with impossible agility, pushing himself to the absolute limit as he desperately tried to close the remaining distance. He tore through the forest without slowing, slicing apart bamboo and wreckage that blocked his way. The scenery rushed past in a blurred first-person stream, until a sudden flare of light revealed the ground near the compound ahead. Yong burst straight through another group of enemies, crashing into their formation with his sword blazing in bright green energy. He shouted for them to stay out of his path as he struck, then pivoted sharply and released a spiraling vortex of power that exploded outward, throwing the attackers away. When he lifted his eyes toward the distance, he finally caught sight of the compound. But realizing he still was not moving fast enough, he forced even more strength into the technique, causing the emerald aura around his body to flare brighter and burn with greater intensity. He carved through the opposing forces like a sweeping scythe, green energy tearing open a brutal corridor ahead of him. From a wider view, the winding spiral of devastation trailed behind his path as he raced toward the glowing structure where the defenders were waiting. At last, he broke through the final wall of trees with the compound directly before him, crashing down into the courtyard and skidding across the ground as shattered debris scattered around his landing point. Yong remained crouched low, his blade already prepared for another strike. But the defenders who had been bracing themselves for disaster suddenly shouted in relief the moment they recognized him, their voices filled with renewed hope as they called out to the young clan heir. Far from the fighting, the view shifted to a distant cliff overlooking the battlefield below. There, 2 figures stood outlined against the dark sky, an elderly man and a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The old man watched the chaos beneath them with mild curiosity. As the view drew closer, his long white beard and ring-covered fingers became clear, and he slowly stroked his beard while remarking that those newcomers had not been part of their original plan. Standing beside him, the woman kept her face partly hidden beneath bandages and shadow. In a calm voice, she explained that the intruders were rising talents from the Pang, Sanguine, and Soman clans. Her eyes narrowed toward the exact spot where Yong Huaren had landed, and she concluded that the final arrival must belong to the same group that had helped the Zhao clan at the inn. The old man brushed off the concern with a faint smile. If that was the case, he said, then they could simply ignore them. His expression slowly twisted into something darker as he added that a spider's web does not only capture the prey it was meant for. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he declared that this was good. Then, with anticipation spreading across his face, he suggested that they begin. The view pulled back and revealed what had been hidden behind them, an immense host of demonic practitioners standing in absolute silence within the darkness. With steady authority, the old man gave a single command: release the blood dragon core. At once, the stillness shattered. The demonic forces surged forward, flooding across the land like a black tide of malice unleashed, while the old man remained in place, watching the battle below with unmistakable anticipation. The final image revealed him in full, his thin frame, his cruel smile, and the suffocating aura radiating from his body as his hand slowly tightened into a fist. He remarked that the spectacle about to unfold would surely be interesting, and the man watching it all was finally named the Blood Demon. As Yong Huaren rushed fully into the battlefield and touched down in the courtyard, the defenders cried out his name in disbelief. But the moment his eyes swept across the courtyard, the relief on his face disappeared. Shock replaced it as he saw nearly all of his allies lying badly wounded around him. Mo Baiyang hurried straight toward him, urgency written across her face as she asked why he had come and warned him that the situation here was extremely dangerous. Before she could say anything more, Yong Huaren suddenly stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. He let out a long breath of relief, holding her close as he said he was grateful that she was safe. For one brief moment, Mo Baiyang grew shy in his arms, her composure wavering. But she quickly gathered herself again and quietly admitted that she had missed him. Soon after, Nam Wook came running over as well, his expression brightening with obvious relief. He greeted Yong Huaren with visible emotion, then quickly explained that the situation had already become extremely dire. Hearing that, Yong Huaren simply laughed, his confidence returning as he replied that he had not come here alone. At that very moment, hundreds of clan members appeared behind him, pouring into the compound as reinforcements. Pang Jie led them forward, accompanied by warriors from the Soman clan. Just as Yong Huaren was about to reassure everyone, a violent wave of killing intent suddenly spread through the area. Yong Huaren immediately followed that overwhelming presence with his senses, tracing it to somewhere high in the mountains. His expression hardened at once, darker and colder than before, as he realized something far more terrifying was waiting there. In that single freezing instant, the whole truth finally snapped into place before their eyes. They had not merely wandered into danger. They had already stepped deep inside a trap, one that had been laid with patience, precision, and a terrifying amount of preparation. The Zhao clan, the Sanguine clan, and the Pang clan had all been guided to this same place, and at last Yong Huaren understood what the enemy had truly been aiming for from the beginning. This entire situation was nothing less than a deliberate drive hunt. The Zhao clan had been placed here on purpose, used like bait to pull the other clans into one gathered location, so the demonic forces could crush them all at once and prevent their alliance from ever being born. By now, this place was no longer just a battlefield. It had already been turned into a massive grave waiting to be filled. Yong Huaren slowly turned his body, keeping his face calm, and sent a quiet sound transmission to everyone around him, warning them not to let even the slightest change show on their expressions, because they had already walked straight into the enemy's snare. While his voice reached them in secret, he told them not to raise their heads, but to carefully extend their senses instead and feel the presence seated high above them at the top of the hill. Peng Jie and the others immediately circulated their qi, pushing their awareness toward the mountain peak, and the instant their senses touched the figure waiting above, a crushing wave of killing intent slammed into them so fiercely that a deep, icy chill ran through their very cores. High above the field, the woman standing on the mountain noticed at once that the people below had somehow managed to detect their presence. One of the figures beside her spoke in a level voice, addressing her as Guardian Zhou, and calmly said that if she wished it, they could erase every single person down there right away. She answered with a strange, almost playful laugh, as if the idea amused her, then said that ending everything so quickly would be far too boring. What she wanted was to watch what those people would try while they stood unknowingly on top of their own graves. The man beside her fell silent for a short moment before replying that if the group below made even one suspicious move, they should simply slaughter them all in a single strike. At that, she laughed openly and mocked him, calling him the leader of the Blood Dragon Corps while remarking that after coming to Jianghu for the first time in so long, they should at least take the chance to enjoy themselves. She kept teasing him, saying that the grand title of Dragon Corps leader did not suit him at all if he was going to tremble over nothing more than a small group of children. The man immediately cursed under his breath, grumbling quietly from behind her, though she paid his irritation no mind at all. She stated calmly that the Blood Demon had personally entrusted this mission to them, and she would complete it without fail. But she would do it her own way, because the more desperately those people struggled, the sweeter and more entertaining it would be for her to watch. Meanwhile, down below, Yong Huarin wasted no time and swiftly ordered everyone to begin preparing a formation. The Zhao clan members immediately told him not to concern himself with them. But Yong Huarin explained that although Zhao formations were known to be among the finest, their enemies had most likely already studied and prepared for them. The Zhao members understood that danger as well. They knew their opponents might have enough skill and knowledge to see straight through any formation they tried to create.
Even so, Yong Huarin realized that the enemy had probably left them alive for one main reason, to keep using them as bait until even more people gathered in the same place.
With that in mind, Yong Huarin immediately began giving clear, precise orders. He told them to establish a formation along the outer walls, while the others were to drive bamboo stakes into the ground exactly where he pointed, without missing a single position. Hearing those instructions, the Jiggle Master muttered in surprise that it sounded like a double-layered formation. Still, he reminded Yong Huarin that their opponent was demonic heaven itself, which meant stopping them would be nearly impossible, then asked what kind of formation he was trying to build.
Yong Huarin answered without wavering that he intended to create a poison formation.
More precisely, he planned to construct the Bamboo Garden Shattering Formation, a modified technique derived from a formation that had been handed down through his family for generations. When facing enemies whose strength far exceeded their own, this formation was considered one of the most dependable ways to endure and keep themselves alive. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that this very technique had once pulled the Sky Ocean Escort Agency back from the edge of ruin. Of course, it could not completely stop every enemy that came at them, but if their only goal was to hold out and buy time, then there was still a real chance it could work. Peng then voiced the most obvious problem, asking where Yong Huarin expected to obtain the poison needed to activate a formation like that. Without even a moment of hesitation, Yong Huarin pointed straight toward the Sima clan and calmly said that the poison would come from them. A member of the Sima clan instantly flared up in anger, shouting that they were the Sima clan. Yong Huarin coldly reminded everyone that they were not the Tang clan, so under normal circumstances, they should not be carrying poison at all. Then his tone hardened further as he declared that if they refused to hand it over right now, every last one of them would die here. In truth, Yong Huarin had no real intention of killing them, but in a situation this desperate, he was ready to use any method necessary if it meant giving everyone even the smallest chance to survive. Under the heavy pressure of every gaze around him, the man finally had no choice but to surrender the poison, hurriedly insisting that it had only been prepared for research purposes. Yong Huarin accepted it immediately, and told them that everyone would remember their contribution. Then, without wasting another breath, he ordered them to take their positions and begin forming up at once. But the moment they started moving into place, the woman watching from above sensed that something below had changed. Realizing that the situation was no longer proceeding as expected, she instantly gave the command to attack. At once, the third leader passed the order down to his subordinates, making it brutally clear that they were to strike immediately and leave not a single enemy alive. At the Sanguine clan, rows of old, tradition-bound buildings rested beneath the cold silver glow of the moon, while the empty corridors stretched out in silence around Jaegol Yohi. Jaegol Yohi moved alone through the dim passageways with her head lowered, her shoulders carrying a heaviness she could not hide. Her brow slowly drew tight, her teeth pressed into her lip, and frustration boiled inside her as she kept blaming herself for her lack of martial strength, thinking again and again that if only she had more power, she could actually help instead of standing helplessly on the side and watching everything unfold. The pressure inside her chest kept building until she suddenly stopped in the middle of the corridor, squeezed her eyes shut, and sharply shook her head as if scolding herself for sinking into those thoughts. She forced herself to calm down, opened her eyes again, and resolved to focus only on the tasks she was still capable of handling. That fragile silence was suddenly broken by the rapid echo of hurried footsteps. Jaegol Yohi immediately turned toward the sound, just as a messenger rushed into view with his face drained, pale, and fear written clearly across his expression, urgently calling out to her as vice leader. The man almost skidded to a stop in front of her, his body trembling as he thrust a scroll forward and insisted that it was an emergency message from the main clan, one that had to be read without even a moment's delay. Confusion flashed across Jaegal Yohi's face. She accepted the scroll and asked where it had come from. But the instant she unrolled it and her eyes began scanning the elegant lines of calligraphy written across the page, every trace of color drained from her face as pure horror spread through her expression. Her hands trembled so violently that the paper shook between her fingers, and when she tried to speak, no words came out. For a moment, she could only stand there, struggling to grasp the sheer scale of the disaster written before her. Her shock quickly erupted into rage. She crushed the letter tightly in her fist and demanded to know why information this important had arrived so late, shouting furiously at the messenger before letting out a raw cry of frustration. Then she grabbed him roughly and reminded him that the first report had clearly said the attackers were merely followers of the demonic path. She demanded to know the enemy's true identity, and the terrified messenger stammered that as far as he knew, the invading force belonged to Blood Demon Castle and was being commanded by one of the dreaded 3 demons. Those words struck Jaegal Yohi like a direct blow. She snapped at him for his stupidity and for failing to reveal something so critical sooner. As he hurriedly apologized, she turned away and clutched her head in agitation, cursing her own lack of foresight, while the contents of the letter echoed relentlessly through her mind, especially the report that the Blood Dragon Corps had already begun to mobilize. In that very instant, the truth struck Jaegal Yohi like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. Baek's location had never been reliable information at all. It had been bait, carefully planted to draw them in, and the fury she felt toward herself for failing to see through it sooner surged so violently that she lifted her hand and struck her own head in harsh self-reproach. Forcing her shaken mind back under control, she suddenly broke into a run, sprinting through the night as her robes whipped wildly behind her, the scenery around her blurred past, her teeth clenched tight, and tears of desperation gathered in her eyes as she silently begged fate to let her arrive before everything was already lost. The scene then shifted to a clearing deep within the forest, where the Alliance forces waited beneath a tense and strangely unnatural calm. Long rows of armed martial artists stood ready with their weapons drawn, every gaze fixed ahead, while Yong held his place at the very front. His eyes remained locked on the dark forest before he raised his voice and ordered everyone to move into their assigned positions. The warriors reacted instantly, moving with such clean and disciplined precision that it was almost mesmerizing to watch. From the side, Moyen stared at the formation settling into place with quiet astonishment, inwardly marveling that seasoned martial artists who had survived countless battles were willing to entrust their lives to someone so young. Then, when a young warrior suddenly stepped forward to volunteer for a task, Yong answered without a trace of hesitation, calmly assigning him and Brother Zhang to preservation duty and explaining that once the clash began, their job would be to support any fighters who looked close to collapse. A sudden gust of wind swept across the clearing, rattling branches and tugging at everyone's clothing, and Yong eyes narrowed the moment he sensed the enemy drawing near. In one smooth motion, he drew his weapon and shouted for everyone to prepare themselves. Almost immediately, heavy movement rolled through the trees and hundreds of blades slid from their sheaths in response. The enemy vanguard burst out of the forest with frightening speed, charging straight toward them, and over the thunder of those advancing footsteps, Yong raised his voice again, shouting to his soldiers and asking whether they remembered the instructions he had given them earlier. They held their ground exactly as ordered, and the battlefield began to unfold just as Yong had planned. The terrain of the forest forced the enemy through one narrow entrance, while the Pang and Sanguine clans remained hidden along both flanks. At the center, the Tangjin and Sima clans stood firm as the main line, and the Zhao clan waited in position at the rear. As the invading force pushed deeper toward the center, Yong swept his calm, calculating gaze across the whole battlefield. A quiet wave of relief and gratitude rose inside him as he remembered the military strategy he had studied in his previous life, though he never could have imagined that such knowledge would one day become useful in a desperate situation like this. Once the enemy had advanced far enough into the prepared trap, Yong raised his hand and shouted for the Zhao clan to activate it. One of their commanders answered with confidence, and in the next instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from the rear, spreading violently across the battlefield and throwing the enemy formation into disorder. In moments, the battlefield collapsed into a storm of controlled chaos that clearly favored the alliance. The enemy vanguard was ripped apart as the clans hidden on both sides surged out and tore into their ranks, shattering their once organized formation under relentless pressure. All of this unfolded beneath the gaze of Zhou, who stood calmly on a high ridge beside the third commander. The commander's body trembled with fury as he watched his soldiers fall one after another. Unable to endure it any longer, he snapped at his companions for their laziness, declared that he would handle the situation himself, and then launched himself from the ridge with explosive force, diving straight toward the battlefield below. Jo merely clicked her tongue in clear irritation, mocking his blind reliance on brute strength, as she coldly remarked that he was nothing more than a fool chosen to serve as a sacrifice. The commander crashed into the battle like a rampaging beast, cutting down Alliance soldiers one after another as he charged forward in a violent frenzy. But his reckless assault was quickly contained. The Alliance formation shifted with perfect coordination, spears and blades closing in from every direction until all paths of escape were blocked, and he found himself trapped inside a tightening circle. Panic slowly crept across his face as he realized he could no longer push forward, and retreat had become impossible as well. Then, without the slightest warning, a streak of motion burst into the battlefield from the edge of the conflict. An overwhelming presence cut between hunter and prey in a single instant, stopping the moment of death before it could fall. A deafening clash exploded in the next breath as Yong Huaren's sword, already descending and only a hair's breadth from ending the commander's life, was suddenly stopped mid-strike by an opposing force he had not even seen coming. The violent impact unleashed a shockwave of air and dust that burst outward, sending the commander's hair and robes whipping wildly behind him. Standing directly in front of the shaken commander was Jo. Her posture looked loose, almost casual, despite the fact that she had just blocked a full-powered attack. Through the narrow gaps between the bandages wrapped across her face, her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Yong Huaren. There was no obvious hostility in her eyes, only a suffocating silence, and then she abruptly released a burst of strength that knocked his blade away. Yong Huaren slid backward from the collision, letting the force carry him a safe distance before landing lightly and turning his sword into a guarded stance. His expression sharpened as he immediately began assessing this new opponent, while the woman across from him remained perfectly still, her arms slowly lowering back to her sides. The commander, still pale and trembling, stared upward while struggling to catch his breath. The realization that he was still alive washed over him little by little, and he muttered weakly, his voice barely audible through the ringing in his ears as he tried to understand what had just happened. Jo did not even spare a glance for the man whose life she had saved. Her attention stayed fixed entirely on Yong Huaren, and the air around them tightened as her suffocating presence seemed to drown out the distant noise of battle. She stood there like an immovable wall, silently declaring that the hunt had changed. Jo's sudden intervention had cut the duel short, and as Yong Huaren steadied his footing after being forced back, a troubling realization surfaced in his mind. He had not sensed her approach in the slightest, which meant the woman standing in front of him could only be a true master. Before anyone had time to react any further, she moved again, releasing an immense surge of energy that tore violently across the battlefield and shattered the entire formation in a single instant, leaving every fighter stunned by the force of it. Yong Huaren understood at once that the situation had completely turned against them, and he did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He raised his voice and ordered everyone to withdraw, telling them to disperse the outer formation immediately and regroup later at the inn. As the Alliance warriors quickly pulled back and rushed toward the inn, the focus returned to the commander, who was still pale and unsteady as he fought to regain his breath before shakily thanking Jo for saving his life. Jo answered with icy indifference, telling him not to misunderstand what had happened. She had not stepped in out of kindness. She had only preserved his life because he still had a use in her plans. For a brief moment, a heavy silence settled between them. But that silence shattered when Jo suddenly released a wave of killing intent and ordered him to gather whatever soldiers he had left and move inside. Inside the inn, Yong Huaren and Pang Jie tried to piece together what had just happened, quietly wondering who the terrifying people waiting outside truly were. At the same time, the third member of the Sima clan burned with anger and frustration. Bitterly telling himself that he was about to die a dog's death, he stepped forward, blaming everything on his own choices, and shouting that this entire disaster had happened only because he had tried to save a group of fools. Before his outburst could go any further, Mo Baiyang abruptly stopped him. Mo Baiyang fixed him with a sharp, unwavering stare, cutting off his rage before it could spill over completely. Mo Baiyang's expression hardened. He demanded to know how the man could even think about raising his hand against Yong Huaren. As the confrontation began to escalate, Yong Huaren himself finally lost patience and snapped at both of them, asking whether they truly intended to die in this place. His sharp words forced them to freeze, and he continued in a firm voice, making it clear that he had absolutely no intention of dying here. There were still far too many things he needed to accomplish, and because of that, he could not allow his life to end in a place like this. For that reason, he told everyone to gather their resolve immediately, because the enemy would not take long before launching their next attack. Just as Yong Huaren predicted, The enemy forces soon charged toward them once again, and he instantly gave the command to activate the bamboo garden's soul-shattering formation. According to the plan they had prepared earlier, the poison would be released at that exact moment. Pang Jie nodded firmly as he prepared to throw the poison, declaring in his heart that he absolutely could not die before completing his blade arts. The instant Pang Jie released the poison, the others moved without the slightest hesitation. Following his lead, they acted in perfect succession, and within mere seconds, thick drifting clouds of poison began spreading across the battlefield, slowly filling the entire area. As the fumes rolled outward over the fighting ground, Yong Huaren immediately ordered everyone to stomp the earth with their qi. The moment they obeyed, the force of their strikes pushed the poisonous mist farther out, scattering it across the surrounding field. Meanwhile, the commander continued pressing forward, but as he advanced through the spreading mist, an uneasy feeling crept over him, and he muttered under his breath that something about his body had started to feel strange. He kept forcing his way forward, pushing through the haze with every bit of strength he had left. Yet no matter how violently he advanced, the distance between him and Yong Huaren refused to close. And as he stared ahead through the spreading poison mist, a bitter realization slowly crawled into his mind. Yong Huaren had tricked him yet again. Only then did he finally notice what was happening around him. His soldiers were choking violently one after another, clutching at their throats as their bodies buckled, then collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. As more and more of his subordinates dropped around him, the truth became impossible to deny. They had already been poisoned. Panic surged through him at once, and he shouted for the remaining men to hold their breath and retreat immediately before the poison claimed them too. But even as that order left his mouth, he felt his own breathing turn heavy, slow, and strangely difficult. His vision began to blur, the poison sinking rapidly through his body. And before he could take another proper step, all strength drained from his limbs as he crumpled where he stood and died on the spot. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell into stunned silence, with the survivors staring around in disbelief. Then that stillness shattered into relieved cries as the Alliance fighters finally realized they had truly won. Pang Jie stood frozen in shock, barely able to believe that they had actually defeated the blood corpses with their own hands. He declared loudly that such a victory had only been possible because of the strategy created by the Yong clan heir, then quickly added that everyone should maintain their positions and wait for reinforcements to arrive. At that exact moment, a star-like strike tore violently across the battlefield, unleashing a massive surge of power that split the ground open and carved a deep line through the earth, leaving every person there frozen in shock before its overwhelming destructive force. That terrifying attack had come from Zhou. She stepped forward with eerie calm and asked who had come up with the plan. Then, as if she had watched through every layer of it, she laid out exactly what had happened. How Yong Huaren used the formation, then spread poison across the battlefield with qi to annihilate the enemy forces. With cool honesty, she admitted that the result had impressed her, saying she had never expected him to completely destroy the Blood Dragon core. But her tone turned cold again as she declared that everything ended here, because he had already used up every trick he had. With those words, she gathered another overwhelming strike and brought her blade crashing down with crushing force. Facing the devastating attack head-on, Yong Huaren drew upon the old man's qi and used that borrowed power to meet Zhou's sword energy directly. A faint voice echoed somewhere in the darkness, calling Yong Huaren's name, and that distant sound finally pulled him back from the edge of unconsciousness. His body was already on the verge of collapse, and the wounds covering him were severe enough to make even breathing feel heavy. The instant he had intercepted that sword qi earlier, every ounce of strength vanished from him, and darkness swallowed his mind completely. But now, a deep crimson aura slowly spread from his body, and within that ominous glow, the old man materialized once again. The old man urgently warned him that if Yong Huaren died here, then he would disappear forever as well. Around them, the battlefield had already descended into a living nightmare. Bodies were falling one after another, and the slaughter continued to spread without pause in every direction. The moment Yong Huaren saw the carnage unfolding all around him, he forced his battered body upright and demanded more qi from the old man. The old man instantly erupted in anger, calling him insane and warning that if he poured any more power into that damaged body, Yong Huaren would burst apart from the inside. But Yong Huaren refused to back down from that choice. He firmly declared that he would not stand still just because he feared his own body might explode, not when people right in front of him still needed saving. As an overwhelming surge of aura burst outward from him, he insisted that doing nothing would be far more foolish. The fighting continued to rage around them, and the old man desperately ordered him to stop, warning again that if he kept going like this, the only result waiting for him would be death. Yet Yong Huaren answered without the slightest hesitation, telling the old man to simply make sure he did not die. Then, as Yong Huarin recklessly charged forward, the old man suddenly shouted for him to jump. Yong Huarin reacted at the very last possible instant, barely avoiding a fatal strike that would have killed him on the spot. That split-second opening became everything, because Mo Yongbyung immediately seized the chance and commanded the two ghost blades to capture the master and hold him in place. They obeyed instantly, moving in perfect coordination as they locked down the enemy's movements and gave him no room to escape. With that single chance secured, Yong Huarin unleashed Waterfall Reverse Dragon Ascent, pouring every ounce of strength he had left into the attack and cutting down the master with one decisive strike. Watching from a distance, Zhou witnessed the entire exchange and frowned, confusion tightening her expression. She could not understand how Yong Huarin had managed to defeat a guardian when his strength should clearly never have reached that level. After a brief moment of thought, however, she arrived at a simple conclusion. No matter what strange power he had used, Yong Huarin would die today. Having already dealt with the remaining minions who had been fighting her, Zhou immediately turned and rushed straight toward Yong Huarin. As the battle shifted toward Pang Jie, Yong Huarin quickly told him there was no time to waste and that he would speak plainly. He explained that although Pang Jie's 5-tiger severing blade was almost complete, one essential piece was still missing, and the secret to perfecting it lay in combining water with oil. The instant those words reached him, Pang Jie understood the true problem. What he had been missing was precise control over the speed of his qi. That realization triggered an immediate breakthrough, and the unstable energy swirling inside him began to transform. The wavering flow accelerated until it surged forward like a powerful rushing current, while Pang Jie remained completely immersed in that sudden state of enlightenment. Zhou coldly remarked that taking one's eyes off an opponent in the middle of battle was no different from wishing for death. With those words, she lunged forward in an instant, launching a lethal strike straight toward him. But Yong Huarin intervened at the last moment, stepping in to block the blow before ordering Pang Jie to fall back and focus entirely on completing his newfound understanding while he dealt with Zhou himself. Zhou's expression twisted with irritation when she heard that, and she mocked him without restraint, questioning how he could speak with such confidence about stopping her. In the very next moment, she slipped cleanly through his defense and drove a brutal kick into his cheek, sending him flying backward before casually saying it was absurd for him to believe he could block her attacks. Yong Huarin quickly shouted for everyone to charge her together, but Zhou dismantled their assault almost immediately. She overwhelmed each attacker with ease, cutting through them one after another until, in the end, Yong Huarin was the only one still standing. When he looked around, the battlefield was filled with hundreds of injured fighters scattered across the ground, while Zhou calmly walked forward and stopped directly in front of him. She then asked what connection he had to the Tianzhong clan, and the moment that name left her mouth, Yong Huarin clenched his teeth in shock, realizing that she knew about the clan. Without hesitation, he answered that he was Yong Huarin, the young heir of the Tianzhong clan. Zhou gave a faint nod and said she had been wondering how he could use techniques such as Reverse Dragon Ascent and Heavenly Lightning Ascent. From that alone, she concluded that the martial arts of the hidden saint cult must still survive somewhere. Then, with quiet certainty, she declared that the lineage would end here today. Yong Huarin fought desperately just to block her relentless attacks, each strike forcing him closer to the edge. But in the middle of that fierce clash, a voice suddenly rang out, announcing that he was late. An instant later, a ferocious strike like a charging tiger crashed into the battlefield and intercepted Zhou's assault. The one who stepped forward was Pang Jie. He declared that he had finally completed his blade technique, and because of that, he carried no regrets, even if this day became the day he died. Zhou managed to block Pang Jie's attack in time, but even her defense could not fully erase the force behind it. The impact still tore into her body, injuring her and ripping the mask away from her face. The moment she realized what had happened, rage exploded across her expression, and she unleashed a furious stream of curses at both Pang Jie and Yong Huarin. Pang Jie stepped forward without hesitation and came to stand right beside Yong Huarin. With his blade ready and his voice strangely calm, he told Yong Huarin that if death truly came for them today, then he would face that ending together with his friend. Yong Huarin rejected that thought at once, his tone firm as he told him that it was still far too early for either of them to die here. At that very moment, the reinforcements they had been waiting for finally arrived, cutting through the despair like light breaking over the battlefield. Mo Baiyang and the others rushed onto the battlefield, and the exhausted fighters felt a wave of relief sweep through them as hope finally returned to their eyes. Realizing that the situation had suddenly turned against her while she was briefly restrained, Zhou shot Yong Huarin a sharp, venomous glare and spat out a curse, promising that they would meet again before swiftly withdrawing from the battlefield. Once Zhou vanished from sight, the old man immediately ordered everyone to stop standing around and focus on treating the wounded. As Yong Huaren watched the injured finally being carried away and tended to, the price of forcing that overwhelming power through his body began to show all at once. The instant the tension drained from him, his remaining strength disappeared completely and his body collapsed as he lost consciousness. The events of that night left many orthodox martial artists dead, while countless others survived only with grievous wounds carved into their bodies. Even so, the battle ended with the complete destruction of the Blood Dragon core, and in later years that brutal clash would be remembered as the Eclipsed Bamboo Bloodbath. And from the chaos of that blood-soaked night, two names would rise as heroes: Yong Huaren and Pang Jie. In the quiet aftermath of that savage conflict, the world slowly began to gather itself again amid broken ground, lingering silence, and the heavy absence of those who would never return. Far beyond the battlefield, a wide view opened over a sprawling city nestled deep within a valley, surrounded by lush green mountains beneath a clear blue sky, while the rising morning sun cast long shadows across rows of traditional tiled rooftops. The view drifted across the layered buildings of the Sanguine clan's territory before descending into a stone-paved courtyard, where the air felt calm on the surface yet still weighed down by the memory of recent bloodshed, eventually settling near a line of quiet wooden structures. Inside one of those buildings, a man stood with his arms folded tightly across his chest, a blue-gray scarf wrapped around his neck, as he waited in silence beside shelves filled with medicinal herbs. The room was an infirmary, where several injured warriors lay resting on raised mats beneath white sheets. Not far away, Mo Beiyang sat at the edge of one mat, her long red hair spilling over her shoulders as she held a small white bowl and carefully tended to the wounded with steady focus. A closer look at his sharp features and golden brown eyes revealed Yong Huaren deep in thought, quietly checking the condition of his own body before he finally stood and moved away. Later, he was seen from behind, sitting along the edge of a raised porch and gazing out over the central courtyard, his hair neatly tied back while his pale robe was fastened in place with a dark belt. Down in the courtyard below, two men in plain gray tunics worked through the morning, one steadily digging into the soil with a shovel, while the other stopped for a moment to wipe sweat from his brow. Not far from them, a broad-shouldered man with a thick mustache stood listening intently as a shorter woman in white robes gestured with one hand and delivered her report. Yong Huaren lifted a small ceramic bottle to his lips and slowly drank from it. He focused on each swallow, then let out a quiet breath of relief as some of the tension eased from his face, though the guarded watchfulness in his eyes still did not fade. Resting the bottle against his knee, he reflected with quiet gratitude that the medicine given to him by the Omniscient One had prevented any serious internal damage, even though the strain left behind by the battle was still clear in the way his dark robe hung loosely over his body. As his gaze drifted toward the bright horizon, a heavy thought settled in his mind. They had won, but the victory had demanded a terrible price, and far too many lives had been sacrificed to secure it. He remained seated in silence for a long moment until the quiet was broken by approaching footsteps, and Pang Jie suddenly dropped down beside him. Pang Jie greeted him in an easy, casual tone, almost like an old friend, and asked what he was drinking. Yong Huaren repeated the question back with mild disbelief, but Pang Jie only kept grinning and said that anything good should always be shared. When Yong Huaren asked where this sudden friendliness had come from, Pang Jie merely shrugged and explained that after fighting through a battle where they could have died at any moment, there was no real reason left for them not to consider each other friends. Accepting that answer without arguing, Yong Huaren explained that the drink was only medicine for treating his internal injuries, then asked how the Pang clan was holding up. At that question, a faint sorrow passed through Pang Jie's expression, and both men turned their gazes toward the distant mountains. He admitted that many members of his clan had lost their lives in the battle, but he added that he felt proud of them because they had died honorably as martial artists. Yong Huaren quietly said that the Pang fighters had fought as though death itself did not frighten them, and that kind of courage was something he deeply admired. Pang Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, and he corrected him, saying that everyone fears death. The real difference, he explained, was that they believed there was something more valuable than their own lives, and that belief was what allowed them to step forward and charge into battle. Then he added that Yong Huaren was no different from them. Surprised by those words, Yong Huaren turned toward him and asked what he meant. Pang Jie placed a firm hand on his shoulder and told him that his formations, his martial skill, and his determination to protect everyone were the very reasons they had managed to survive that battle at all. Pang Jie let out a small chuckle and added that even Moyen would surely say the same thing. Yong Huaren lowered his eyes for a moment, letting those words settle, before quietly admitting that at least when it came to that final point, he could not really argue. Suddenly, Pang Jie burst into loud laughter, and the heavy atmosphere between them lifted as he cheerfully promised to send Yong Huaren several carrier pigeons from his clan. With a sly grin, he also warned him that a frightening woman might come looking for him soon, then suggested that the next time their paths crossed, they should share a proper drink together. Peng Jie rose to his feet, cast one last glance back, and then strode across the courtyard before passing through the large wooden gate and disappearing from sight. Left alone again, Yong Huaren raised his gaze toward the sky as the wind brushed through his hair, thinking about how uncertain the future still was and how another crisis could erupt at any moment. In the end, he came to a firm conclusion: completing the Tide Depths Heaven Tome had to become his top priority. As he considered what would be needed to accomplish that, he brought out a glowing golden object attached to an ornate tassel, its soft light reflecting gently across his hand. The scene then shifted indoors, where Yong Huaren sat together with several of his subordinates, all of them still wrapped in bandages from the recent battle. One of them respectfully addressed him as the clan Heir and asked why they had been summoned. Yong Huaren first asked about the Zhangs and teacher Im, and he learned that the Zhangs had gone out to purchase medicine for a young lady who had fallen ill. After hearing that report, Yong Huaren announced with a firm expression that he intended to take his leave and travel to Qiyang today. His subordinates reacted immediately in shock, protesting that they had only just survived a major battle and that everyone was still badly injured. At that moment, the sliding door opened, and Mo Baiyang stepped inside, asking what all the commotion was about, only to be told of the young sect leader's sudden plan. After a short pause, she released a sigh and admitted that Yong Huaren must have his own reasons, but she could not hide her concern, since in their current condition they could not properly protect him. Then her expression turned suspicious as she pointed out that Qing was the location of the Immortal Paradise House. That prompted one of the subordinates to bluntly ask whether Yong Huaren planned to visit the famous beauty Cho Wehi. Standing under Mo Baiyang's intimidatingly close stare, Yong Huaren began to sweat slightly as he remembered that he had recently obtained Cho Wehi's plaque. He silently noted that Mo Baiyang noticed things far too quickly, even though he also knew that her martial arts were essential for completing his tome. Realizing there was no real way to avoid the situation any longer, Yong Huaren turned to face instructor Mo. Then he looked toward guard Yong as well, preparing himself to address both of them directly. Yong Huaren spoke in a calm and steady voice, explaining that after surviving such a merciless battle, one that had taken the lives of so many people, everyone needed time to breathe again. Those who had managed to live through that night deserved at least a short return home so they could gather their thoughts, reflect on everything that had happened, and personally deliver the news to their families. After laying out his reasoning, Yong Huaren lowered himself into a respectful bow, presenting his request with clear sincerity rather than simple stubbornness. The subordinates, standing nearby, still looked hesitant, their faces showing lingering reluctance, but in the end they could not deny the truth in his words and gradually stopped arguing against his decision. Mo Baiyang, however, was not willing to let the matter pass that easily. She refused to allow Yong Huaren to leave entirely on his own, and firmly insisted that guard Nam accompany him, pointing out that Nam Wook's injuries were not especially severe and that he should be able to travel without too much difficulty. But before finally granting him permission to go, she fixed Yong Huaren with a stern, unwavering stare and delivered one last sharp warning, specifically reminding him to stay far away from any pleasure houses while he was away. Hearing that warning, Yong Huaren immediately raised a fist into the air with an awkward yet cheerful smile, quickly swearing that he would absolutely keep his distance from places like that. Soon after, Yong Huaren, Nam Wook, and Sangwon Mijiang stood before a pair of towering wooden doors reinforced with rows of heavy metal studs. Nam Wook suddenly stiffened where he stood, disbelief spreading across his face as his brow tightened and a bead of sweat slid down his temple. With visible hesitation in his voice, he asked whether this place was truly the Immortal Paradise House. Then he whirled toward Yong Huaren and demanded to know why he had been brought here, gesturing sharply with one hand as his confusion turned into open suspicion. While Sangwon Mijiang silently watched the exchange from beneath the brim of his tall black cap, Nam Wook's frustration finally burst out. He clenched his fist and shouted that Yong Huaren had made a promise to a woman. Yong Huaren remained calm and unreadable, which only made Nam Wook more irritated. Squeezing his eyes shut in disbelief, Nam Wook asked whether Yong Huaren had come all this way simply to meet Cho Wehi, then bluntly remarked that he was no different from any other young man. Yong Huaren answered immediately and firmly, standing upright before the massive doors as he said no. He explained that while it was true, he had come here to see Cho Wehi, his purpose had nothing to do with her beauty and everything to do with her martial arts. Turning back toward Nam Wook, Yong Huaren challenged him to look directly into his eyes and judge for himself whether even the faintest trace of vulgar desire could be found there. Nam Wook's expression slowly loosened into awkward embarrassment as he admitted that he could clearly see Yong Huaren's gaze. Yong Huorin then stated plainly that if there was any desire in his eyes at all, it was aimed solely at martial arts. Sensing the tension between them growing sharper, Sangwon Mi-jiang stepped in between the two and lifted both hands in a calming gesture. He explained that the plaque they carried was only the most basic requirement. Folding his arms across his chest, Sangwon Mi-jiang continued, saying that anyone who wished to meet Cho Wei had to first overcome either the 5 knowledge trials or the 5 martial trials. Nam Wook quietly repeated the phrase under his breath, turning the words over in his mind as he tried to understand exactly what those trials meant. The trials were famous throughout the region. Anyone who wanted even a brief audience with Cho Wei, the mysterious woman said to sit behind a red veil inside a golden pavilion, had to clear 5 separate tests first. The martial trials measured pure fighting ability, while the knowledge trials tested a challenger's intellect, judgment, and wisdom. Sangwon Mi-jiang went on to explain that countless challengers had attempted these extremely difficult trials over the years, yet he had never once heard of anyone actually managing to pass them. Nam Wook looked at him in surprise and asked whether that meant no one had ever succeeded at all. As that question lingered in the air, Yong Huorin fell into quiet thought, memories from his previous life rising to the surface. Back then, he had failed at the 4th knowledge trial, and determined not to repeat that same outcome, he made his decision this time he would challenge the martial trials instead. With his choice already made, Yong Huorin told the others to follow him, and immediately began walking toward the ornate inner doors. Inside the immortal paradise house, polished wooden floors gleamed beneath rows of hanging red lanterns, and the spacious hall carried a soft hum of conversation as patrons sat at their tables enjoying their drinks. Yong Huorin calmly told his companions to relax, have something to drink, and wait for him there. After that, he approached another set of inner doors where a stern-looking man wearing armored pauldrons stood guard. Standing directly before the guard, Yong Huorin clearly stated that he wished to challenge the 5 martial trials. The man examined him with open skepticism at first, until Yong Huorin produced the glowing golden medallion. The guard's expression instantly shifted into formal respect. He gestured for Yong Huorin to follow, then guided him along a long covered walkway that eventually opened into a refined outdoor pavilion where gentle music drifted through the air. As Yong Huorin stepped forward, he quickly recognized the woman seated on the raised platform ahead as Cho Wei, sitting gracefully behind a zither with her entire face hidden beneath a thick red veil. The guard bowed deeply and addressed her respectfully as the housemaster, announcing that a challenger bearing a plaque had arrived. Cho Wei responded by remarking that this was the first challenger they had seen in 10 days.
She raised one delicate hand, and the medallion suddenly lifted into the air before gliding toward her as if pulled by an invisible force, a high-level chi technique that immediately confirmed the rumors about her strength.
With effortless grace, Cho Wei caught the medallion and asked Yong Huorin whether he truly intended to challenge the martial trials. When he confirmed without hesitation, she calmly announced that the first test would be a duel against guard Biom. At her command, Biom quietly tightened his grip on the polearm in his hands, while Cho Wei began plucking the strings of her zither, casually noting that Yong Huorin looked quite young and admitting that she was curious to see whether he could actually win. The duel erupted into motion instantly. Biom lunged forward with a powerful thrust, forcing Yong Huorin to spring aside before drawing his sword in one smooth motion and bringing it down in a sharp slash. Their weapons crashed together with sparks and surging chi, and within moments the two were exchanging a rapid barrage of blows, steel ringing against steel, while the steady rhythm of the zither echoed through the pavilion. Yong Huorin swiftly prepared his next move, while Biom, though secretly impressed by the boy's reactions, still dismissed him inwardly as nothing more than an inexperienced brat as their clash grew more intense. As their weapons locked in a contest of raw strength, Yong Huorin suddenly released his sword and dropped low without warning, diving forward and sliding beneath Biom's guard. Cho Wei's fingers hovered for a brief moment above the zither strings in silent surprise, while Yong Huorin pulled his arm back, his fist beginning to glow with yellow radiance before he drove it forward with a reflecting dragon fist. A tremendous burst of golden chi exploded from the strike, blasting Biom backward across the ground. As the dust slowly settled, Yong Huorin rose to his feet and calmly snatched his falling sword from the air. Biom lay collapsed on the ground, stunned by the level of combat instinct required to risk such a bold maneuver, while Cho Wei quietly asked whether they intended to continue. Even as Biom struggled to push himself back up, she firmly declared that the duel had already come to an end. She remarked that Yong Huorin had managed to push Biom further than anyone had in quite some time, and even suggested that he might be hiding far greater strength than what he had just displayed. After declaring that Yong Huorin had passed the first trial, she asked whether he wished to continue on to the second. For a brief moment, Yong Huaren thought back to his previous life when he had struggled desperately through the knowledge trials. But now his martial skill had been sharpened through countless battles where his life had constantly hung by a thread. Determined to obtain Cho Weehee's martial arts in this life, Yong Huaren steadied his resolve and prepared himself for the next trial. And perhaps, if he pushed far enough, he might finally glimpse the face concealed behind that mysterious veil. Yong Huaren slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm but filled with unwavering resolve, and answered that he would continue on to the next trial. Just then, Yong Huaren's eyes caught something flying directly toward him. For one sharp instant, his body tensed, and he assumed it was some hidden projectile launched from the shadows. But the moment he saw it clearly, surprise flickered across his face, because the object cutting through the air was not a weapon at all. It was only an egg. Cho Weehai remained perfectly calm as she explained that this strange situation was the trial itself. Yong Huaren had to catch every egg thrown at him, using nothing but his sword, and he could not allow even one shell to crack. This was the second martial trial, a challenge built to test how finely a martial artist could control their own strength. The examiners believed that if someone could receive an object as fragile as an egg on the blade of a sword, something that might break from the lightest touch, instead of simply catching it by hand, then their command over internal power would be undeniable. Cho Weehee then looked at Yong Huaren and told him to reveal the level of strength he had used when defeating Garbok, and beyond that, to show her a technique that surpassed it. Yong Huaren reacted without the slightest delay. His sword moved with razor-sharp control, meeting the falling egg with the flat of the blade, then twisting at the final instant to soften the impact so gently that the egg settled in place without a single crack. Once the egg rested safely on his sword, he looked ahead with quiet confidence and asked if that display was enough. The observers could not deny that what he had just done was extraordinary, but Cho Weehee's tone stayed firm. She reminded him of the trial's rule without bending it at all. He had to catch every single egg. When Yong Huaren later thought back on that moment, the second martial trial did not feel especially difficult to him. In fact, compared to what he had already endured, it had been rather simple. As his memories moved through the earlier examinations, he recalled that the third martial trial required the participants to trap gas within their hands, ignite it, and raise it upward. Then came the fourth, where they had to create a martial formation strong enough to destroy a group of terracotta warriors. Yong Huaren privately admitted that during that stage, he had not handled it in the intended way at all. He had simply crushed the warriors with overwhelming force. For the person he had become now, none of those trials had truly posed a serious threat. With only the fifth martial trial still waiting ahead of him, Yong Huaren received the order to step inside and continue. He walked toward the interior of the immortal paradise house, and from within, Cho Weehee's voice drifted out with a playful edge. She remarked that the inside was probably not as luxurious as he had imagined, then invited him to come in and take a seat. Yong Huaren replied politely that being granted a private meeting like this was a great honor. Then he moved forward and sat down across from Cho Weehee. Cho Weehee studied him closely from behind her veil, taking in his posture and his calm expression. She remarked that many challengers had reached the fifth martial trial before, but none of them had ever been as young as he was. Only then did she realize that she did not even know his honorable name, so she asked him to introduce himself. He gave a short and simple answer, saying only that his surname was Yang.
Cho Weehee seemed intrigued by that response. She pointed out that most people would hurry to announce their full names with pride, which made young Master Yang's restrained answer feel rather unusual.
She also noticed that he showed no sign of nervousness or fear while sitting directly across from her. Instead, he carried a dignified martial presence that felt strangely mature, almost out of place for someone his age. From that, Cho Weehee concluded that he was probably far more calculating than his youthful appearance suggested. Her curiosity only grew stronger, and she asked him how they should proceed. Inside his own mind, Yong Huaren reflected on just how meaningless his behavior had been in his previous life. Back then, he had foolishly believed that the affection and comfort he never received from his treacherous wife could somehow be taken from this veiled woman, even though he had never once seen her face. At the time, it had been nothing more than a warped kind of retaliation against his wife, a hollow reward he clung to in order to soothe the loneliness left behind by abandonment. But in the end, he had reached a bitter truth. Anyone who refuses to accept the reality standing right in front of them will only keep chasing illusions that have no real substance. That painful understanding was exactly why he could now sit before Cho Weehee with complete calm, his expression unmoved as he broke the heavy silence between them. Yong Huaren spoke plainly, saying they should skip any unnecessary conversation and asking her to explain the fifth martial trial. Cho Weehee admitted that his blunt attitude only made him more interesting. Then she revealed that the final trial would be a sword debate, and it would be conducted directly against her. She acknowledged that she had heard about his impressive martial ability, but her warning came without hesitation. She had never lost a single match, and she asked whether he still intended to continue.
Yong Huaren agreed immediately, without even a moment of doubt, but before they began, he wanted to confirm one rumor, asking whether it was true that anyone who passed all 5 martial trials would be granted one wish.
Shou Weihe confirmed it at once, declaring with absolute certainty that she would grant anything he asked for. Hearing that answer, and knowing she had never once been defeated, Yong Huaren calmly picked up an ink brush and announced that he would make the first move.
The contest began, and the clash between them unfolded as a fierce yet perfectly balanced confrontation. There were no raised voices, no ringing steel, and no outward violence, only a silent duel taking shape across the table.
What filled the room was the pressure of two minds colliding, their martial wills crossing against each other in absolute silence. Yong Huaren sat completely still, his focus sharpened to the limit as the battle of martial theory unfolded between them. Across the table, the scroll began to fill with fierce strokes of dark ink, each slash cutting across the paper like a collision of intent as he steadily pushed the attack forward. Within the battlefield born from those ink strokes, the veiled Shou Weihe moved with effortless grace. Her pale blue robes fluttered as she sprang through the air, smoothly deflecting an unseen strike as if she were dancing through danger. Across from her, Yong Huaren's gaze grew sharper and more intense. His eyes narrowed as his hand guided the brush with deadly precision, moving as if that simple tool had become a drawn blade in his grip. The invisible battle rose to another level when Yong Huaren's imagined form surged forward and unleashed a powerful swing. On the scroll, the ink lines grew thicker and more jagged, capturing the weight and force behind the blow, while Shou Weihe answered by spinning into a defensive turn. Her crimson veil snapped sharply through the air as her body turned with graceful precision. Even under pressure, Shou Weihe maintained perfect composure. Her mastery revealed itself through swift, flowing movement as she reversed her grip, the golden ornaments in her hair letting out a faint chime while she slipped through the exchange. Back in the quiet chamber, Yong Huaren's steady hand dragged the brush across the wooden surface, leaving a bold streak of ink behind, and in that same instant his imagined form lunged forward with total commitment. Catching a brief opening, Yong Huaren's expression hardened with cold determination. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, he slammed the brush down onto the scroll with enough force that the air around them seemed to tremble. Inside the mental battlefield, he descended like a predator dropping onto its prey, his sword driving straight toward Shou Weihe. She looked up at him and raised both hands, desperately trying to block the incoming strike. A faint smirk touched Yong Huaren's face as he looked over the scroll, already declaring victory within his mind. At that same moment, the imagined blades collided in a violent flash, sending a tremendous shockwave bursting outward. Within that mental battlefield, Shou Weihe staggered under the impact, stunned that her sword had been stopped and her stance had been broken. In the silent room, Yong Huaren held his brush upright while sweat gathered along his temple, his eyes fixed on Shou Weihe's trembling hand as it pressed against her own brush. Then, without any warning, Shou Weihe reached for another brush and straightened her posture completely. Now holding one brush in each hand, the atmosphere around her changed, and from beneath the veil, her voice came out cold and mocking as she reminded Yong Huaren that she had warned him before, implying that he had underestimated her. Inside the imagined landscape, two identical figures of Shou Weihe suddenly appeared side by side. With calm confidence, she declared that she had never known defeat and revealed the secret technique called the left, right, split-mind art. A method that divided her consciousness into two separate movements and allowed her to fight as if two minds were acting at once. The pressure multiplied in an instant. Yong Huaren felt himself being forced backward beneath the twin assault, and inwardly he admitted that he was steadily losing ground. The clash turned into a storm of swirling ink, with Yong Huaren's figure appearing small and isolated at the center, while two shadow-like versions of Shou Weihe advanced toward him from both sides. Forced completely onto the defensive, Yong Huaren finally understands just how frightening Shou Weihe's technique really is. She is not merely switching between two arts, she is controlling two different Shou Weihe arts at the same time with such perfect harmony that they seem to move as one body. Yong Huaren can feel the flow of the duel turning against him. If things continue at this pace, defeat is only a matter of time. Yet even with that realization pressing down on him, he refuses to lower his head, gripping onto one last stubborn spark of resistance as he prepares to reveal something he has kept hidden until now. With his resolve hardening in an instant, Yong Huaren brings the brush down across the scroll and carves a single, firm vertical stroke into the surface. That unwavering line is his answer to her overwhelming duality, a declaration that he, too, is not standing alone in this battle. At that very moment, the scroll erupts with a violent wave of red-tinted energy. The force bursts outward like a sudden storm, and with it, the presence of an old man enters the battlefield, instantly breaking the rhythm that had controlled the duel until now. Inside the mental landscape, the old man appears with overwhelming force and intercepts both of Cho Wee-hee's projections at the same time. The sudden intervention catches her completely off guard, freezing the flow of her attack before she can even adjust. Back in the real chamber, the shock tears through their connection like a backlash. Cho Wee-hee's hand jolts, her brush slips loose from her fingers, and it drops to the floor with a sharp clatter as the mental duel collapses all at once. For a while, Cho Wee-hee remains seated in complete silence, too stunned to speak. Her hands tremble slightly on the table, and the calm composure she had maintained for so long finally begins to crack. Her breathing grows uneven, and after a long pause, she slowly raises both hands to cover her face. Only after the silence stretches on does she lower her hands back onto the table. Her voice comes out quiet but steady as she concedes the match, accepting that the contest has reached its end and formally declaring Yong Hwarin the victor. Cho Wee-hee then thinks back on the long history behind the 5 trials. Many years have passed since she last opened them, and until this very moment, not a single challenger had ever succeeded in clearing every trial. Through the thin red veil, her eyes can finally be seen a little more clearly. This time, they carry genuine respect as she explains that the trials are not simple tests, but the ambitions and dreams left behind by those bold enough to challenge them. Speaking to him properly as the heir of the Yong clan, Cho Wee-hee confirms that Yong Hwarin has now reached the final step. She introduces herself as Cho Wee-hee of the Immortal Paradise House, and with no trace of denial, openly acknowledges her defeat. The view then pulls back to the Immortal Paradise House beneath the night sky. Soft lantern light glows against the darkness, giving the entire place a quiet, dreamlike stillness as Cho Wee-hee offers Yong Hwarin her sincere congratulations. Then, in an unexpected gesture, Cho Wee-hee lifts the veil from her face. Beneath it is a strikingly beautiful woman with long brown hair, her features framed by a delicate white floral ornament resting above her head, and she looks at him with a calm, composed smile. Yong Hwarin is momentarily caught off guard by the sight before him, but his surprise grows even stronger when Cho Wee-hee casually calls him the Flying Dragon Sword Hero, as though she had known his identity all along. For a brief moment, Yong Hwarin is clearly captivated by her beauty, but he quickly snaps back and asks how she could possibly know who he is. Cho Wee-hee lets out a soft chuckle, teasing him as if she can already guess what was running through his mind, and accepts his silent admiration as naturally as if he had spoken the compliment aloud. Cho Wee-hee then answers as if the reason should have been obvious from the beginning. The technique Yong Hwarin used earlier, the Soaring Dragon Emperor's Sword, was far too distinctive to mistake for anything else. And with his recent reputation as a member of the Tianzhong Yong clan already spreading, figuring out his identity had not been difficult at all. Realizing that she had recognized him so easily, Yong Hwarin suddenly becomes awkward. His words stumble out unevenly as he tries to compliment her intelligence, though the embarrassment is written all over his face. Leaning back slightly with an elegant air, Cho Wee-hee decides it is time to speak about the true purpose of the trials. She invites Yong Hwarin to claim the reward he has earned, telling him that he may ask for absolutely anything. Yong Hwarin's jaw tightens as the weight of his request settles heavily on him. Seeing his hesitation, Cho Wee-hee calmly repeats that whatever wish he chooses to make, she will grant it. Then she leans forward and gently lifts his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze directly. In a low, reassuring voice, she tells him there is no need to feel embarrassed, and whispers that whatever happens tonight will never leave this room. With that same quiet suggestion in her voice, she adds that the night is still far from over. Cho Wee-hee lets the charged silence linger between them, allowing the atmosphere to grow heavier. But Yong Hwarin destroys it in a single instant by blurting out loud and clear that what he wants is her martial arts. Cho Wee-hee freezes on the spot, genuinely shocked by his answer. The romantic tension that had filled the room collapses immediately, crushed under the bluntness of his request. Not long after, a hand presents Yong Hwarin with a bound manual containing a secret mind art. By then he is standing with the book tucked under his arm, his face pale and completely drained, while a tiny ghost-like image beside him makes it painfully clear just how exhausted he has become. Without lingering any longer, Yong Hwarin immediately turns toward the exit. But just as he reaches the door, Cho Wee-hee calls after him, asking whether he truly plans to leave just like that. When Yong Hwarin glances back with tired, hollow eyes, Cho Wee-hee reclines gracefully into a deliberately provocative pose. A sly smile curves across her lips as she teases him, suggesting that if he still wants it, she could grant him one more wish. The next day, bright sunlight pours down over the entrance of the immortal paradise house. Outside, Yong Hwarin's companions have been waiting for so long that their patience is clearly beginning to wear thin. Nam Wook, with thick bandages still wrapped around his neck, grumbles that an entire day has already passed. Sangwon Mi-jiang immediately snaps at him for letting his imagination drift in such inappropriate directions, but even so, the group cannot stop wondering whether Yong Hwarin might have failed the trials. Sangwon Mi-jiang rejects that possibility right away, speaking with firm confidence. She insists that Yong Hwarin's abilities are far too exceptional for him to fail so easily, and in the end, the two of them agree that once he returns, they will scold him properly for making them wait this long. At last, Yong Hwarin steps out through the entrance. Nam Wook immediately rushes forward, ready to unleash all the complaints he has been holding back. But the moment he sees Yong Hwarin's face, he stops cold. Yong Hwarin looks almost lifeless. His face is pale, his cheeks seem hollow, and his entire body carries the heavy air of someone who has been utterly drained from the inside out. He gives no answer to their questions and shows no reaction to their worried voices. Instead, Yong Hwarin simply walks past them with an empty, faraway look in his eyes. In a quiet voice, he tells them that it is time to go home. Watching him stagger away in that miserable state, Nam Wook lets out a pitying sigh. From the look of things, he can only conclude that their young sect leader must have failed the trials after all. Nam Wook quickly hurries after him, calling out that he will gladly help with training so Yong Hwarin can recover from the crushing disappointment. After everything that happened at the Immortal Paradise House, the three of them finally resume their journey and continue traveling together along the road. Throughout the entire trip, Yong Hwarin spends every spare moment buried in the martial manual he obtained, day or night, whenever there is even a little time. He studies its pages carefully, examining each section without rest as he struggles to grasp the secrets hidden inside. Eventually, their path leads them back to the Sangwon clan. The moment the large estate comes into view, its imposing presence makes it clear that they have finally reached their destination. Standing before the gates, Yong Hwarin looks up at the estate and realizes that they have returned much sooner than he originally expected. As he moves toward the entrance, he quietly wonders what everyone else has been doing during the time he was away. Then, with a loud creaking groan, the heavy doors swing open under his push, and Yong Hwarin steps into the estate. Almost immediately, the sharp metallic sounds of practice weapons clashing against each other draw his attention. Following the noise, he heads toward the training grounds, where he finds Mo Baiyang in the middle of an intense sparring match. Rather than interrupting, Yong Hwarin stops near the edge of the training field and watches quietly for a moment. As he observes Mo Baiyang's movements, he notices the smooth control behind each strike and the precision in every step. It is obvious that her martial skill has improved by a noticeable amount while he was gone. Before long, the sparring match comes to an end as the fighters sense his presence nearby. For one brief moment, the training field falls silent, and the fighters shift their stances in acknowledgement of Yong Hwarin's return. From where he stands, Yong Hwarin turns his attention toward Mo Baiyang. Mo Baiyang and her guard are speaking quietly together, their voices low and serious. Their focused expressions make Yong Hwarin wonder what matter has captured their attention so completely, until the soft sound of his approaching footsteps causes both of them to turn toward him. The moment Yong Hwarin fully steps into the training area, Mo Baiyang faces him directly. Mo Baiyang greets him respectfully as the young sect leader, then asks whether he successfully handled the matter he left to resolve. Yong Hwarin answers calmly, telling her that everything has already been taken care of. However, the atmosphere shifts in an instant when Mo Baiyang's expression suddenly stiffens. Mo Baiyang slightly lifts her nose, as if she has caught something faint but unusual in the air around him. Her eyes narrow with suspicion, and she questions the strange scent still clinging to Yong Hwarin. In the very next moment, Mo Baiyang moves forward in a sudden blur, closing the distance so quickly that Yong Hwarin barely has time to react. Startled, he jerks back on instinct and blurts out a nervous question, asking what exactly she thinks she is doing. After leaning in for only a brief moment, Mo Baiyang identifies the fragrance as scented oils. Her voice immediately turns sharper, and with clear suspicion, she bluntly asks whether he went to a pleasure house, reminding him that he once promised he would never step into such a place. Yong Hwarin panics the instant he hears her accusation. He hurriedly raises both hands in front of him, as if trying to block the misunderstanding itself, stammering that she has it all wrong, while desperately begging her to listen before jumping to conclusions. Just then, Nam Wook steps forward as if he is about to clear everything up. Trying to interfere on Yong Hwarin's behalf, he explains that their young sect leader did not actually enter a pleasure house. Then, with a perfectly calm face, Nam Wook adds that Yong Hwarin merely lost during the 5 trials. Yong Hwarin lets out an awkward cough, instantly realizing that Nam Wook's so-called defense has somehow made the whole situation sound even worse. But Nam Wook keeps speaking as if he has said nothing strange at all, calmly insisting that this kind of experience can be valuable for a martial artist. Turning toward Mo Bayang and addressing her formally as the Dragonflower Sword, Nam Wook assures her that there is no need to trouble herself over such a small matter. Mo Bayang is left standing there in confused silence, clearly unsure how his explanation is supposed to help. Meanwhile, Yong Hwarin leans closer to Nam Wook with irritation written across his face. Keeping his voice low, he whispers through gritted teeth that there was absolutely no reason to mention the fact that he lost. As the two of them continue muttering complaints back and forth in a strangely comedic exchange, Yong Hwarin finally straightens himself and faces Mo Bayang again. Forcing a slightly stiff smile, he explains that she misunderstood the situation, while still thanking her for worrying about him. Off to the side, Manhwa quietly thinks that if Nam Wook considers this kind of experience important, then it must be something a man would never forget. Trying to pull the conversation away from the embarrassing misunderstanding, Yong Hwarin quickly changes the subject. He compliments Mo Bayang's martial skill, noting with genuine interest that she has improved a great deal recently. Mo Bayang answers that much of her progress came after the battle they fought in the bamboo forest. However, her tone grows more subdued as she adds that his guard has seemed distracted lately because Manhwa's illness keeps returning. The moment Yong Hwarin hears that Manhwa's condition has worsened again, his expression turns serious. Without hesitation, he decides they should visit their companion right away and offer whatever help they possibly can. But before Yong Hwarin can even take a step, the moment is interrupted. A messenger arrives at the estate, carrying a formal letter that has been sent directly by his father.
Yong Hwarin accepts the scroll with a heavy feeling in his chest. When he sees the familiar seal, surprise flickers across his face, and after letting out a slow breath, he carefully opens the letter.
Inside, his father's words carry warmth from home, speaking of how much Yong Hwarin has missed during his time away, and sharing small pieces of news about how his siblings have been growing. The letter also acknowledges the reputation Yong Hwarin has earned as the Tanjang sword hero. Yet hidden beneath those proud words is a father's quiet worry about the dangerous, unforgiving world of Jingu that his son now walks through. When the message ends with a gentle reminder that the seasons are changing and a request for him to return home before winter arrives, Yong Hwarin can no longer hide how moved he is. His eyes grow moist, and he releases a soft sniff as the letter's warmth sinks in. Later, beneath a clear sky stretching wide above the grounds of the Sangwon estate, Yong Hwarin gathers his companions together. With their departure finally decided, everyone prepares to leave the place that had sheltered them for a time. Yeon admits that she feels sad they cannot stay at the Sangwon estate any longer. Yong Hwarin gently reminds everyone of the great hospitality they received there, while also pointing out that the cold season is already drawing closer. With their departure settled, the group exchanges formal martial salutes, each gesture carrying both respect and farewell. When the clan head gruffly tells them to hurry toward the carriage waiting outside, Yong Hwarin bows respectfully in gratitude. Then his expression brightens into a wide smile as he announces that it is finally time for them to return home. A gentle breeze stirs through the estate, lifting Yong Hwarin's hair as he stands there smiling. For that brief moment, relief is clear on his face, and the air around him feels peaceful as he looks toward the road ahead. But the calm scene suddenly gives way to a dark forest under the cover of night. Faint blue mist drifts between the trees, and from the shadows, a creature's snout pushes forward, sniffing the air as a cat prowls quietly through the darkness. The cat keeps its nose close to the ground, following a hidden trail through the forest floor. After a moment, a man bends down and lifts the animal into his arms, calmly announcing that the tracks have already been found. As he strokes the cat with casual familiarity, the man remarks that the blood demon personally asked him to handle this favor. Since the request came from someone like that, refusing was never truly an option. He then continues forward through the forest, walking past bodies scattered across the path ahead of him. With a quiet, chilling calm, he declares that he intends to steal the treasure. As the carriage moves steadily through the silent countryside, Yong Hwarin releases a tired sigh. He admits that he can barely remember the last time they returned to the Tianzhong clan, because after everything they endured, the journey feels far longer than it truly was, almost as if several exhausting months had passed in the blink of an eye. While the fields drift past outside the carriage window, Yong Hwarin quietly says that their long journey is finally coming to an end. He sincerely thanks everyone for staying by his side all this way without a single complaint, while Mo Baiyang sits beside him in silence, listening as the tense air inside the carriage slowly begins to ease. Beyond the window, golden fields stretch endlessly beneath the towering mountains, and for the first time in a long while, the peaceful scenery makes the exhausting journey truly feel like it is over. Nanong Guok leans back with a satisfied grin and casually remarks that it is a perfect day. That calm mood inside the carriage breaks almost immediately when Mo Baiyang turns her gaze toward Nanong Guok. Without softening her tone at all, she directly asks why he is even here. Nanong Guok answers without the slightest hesitation. In a calm and shameless voice, he says he has already decided that from now on he will follow young Master Yong. Mo Baiyang is completely stunned by the sudden declaration, as if she cannot believe he said it so casually. Yong Huaran, however, simply looks away, his expression making it seem as though he had already expected something this ridiculous to happen. Mo Baiyang shuts the idea down at once. She firmly points out that following young Master Yong is not something Nanong Guok can decide all by himself. But Nanong Guok refuses to back down. With shameless stubbornness, he argues that since young Master Yong saved his life, Yong Huaran must now take responsibility for him, whether he likes it or not. After that shameless declaration, an awkward silence settles over the carriage. The man seated in the center merely crosses his arms and watches the uncomfortable situation unfold, offering no comment at all. Eventually, Yong Huaran breaks the silence by quietly mentioning that he heard Manhwai's condition had worsened again. His voice turns careful as he asks whether she is all right now. Brother Zhang hesitates for a brief moment, as though weighing how much he should say. Then his expression turns serious, and he finally begins to reveal the truth behind Manhwai's condition. Brother Zhang explains that Manhwai's condition is not actually an ordinary illness at all. Instead, it is a side effect caused by the purple lightning qi lingering inside her body. The moment Mo Baiyang and Yong Huaran hear the words, purple lightning qi, both of them visibly stiffen in shock, their expressions changing at the same time. Manhwa then explains that purple lightning qi is the lingering internal energy left behind in the body of anyone struck by the purple lightning demonic arts. She continues in a weak but steady voice, explaining that purple lightning qi is both persistent and destructive. Once it remains inside a victim, it keeps eating away at the body from within. Yong Huaran's expression hardens immediately. His voice lowers as he slowly asks whether they are truly talking about the infamous purple lightning demonic arts. Before Yong Huaran can say anything more, Manhwa suddenly coughs up blood. The sudden sight alarms everyone inside the carriage, instantly shattering the fragile calm between them. Brother Zhang rushes to her side in panic, calling out to Manhwa as he tries to support her. The others sit frozen in shock, watching helplessly as her condition visibly worsens before their eyes. Holding her up in a hurry, Brother Zhang urgently demands the medicine. His voice rises with desperation as panic spreads through the carriage. He quickly opens the medicine pouch, searching for the pills that should have been inside. But the moment he looks, his face drains with horror. The pouch is completely empty. Brother Zhang is stunned when he realizes that Manhwa has already taken every single pill. Anger and fear mix in his voice as he demands to know why she did not tell anyone sooner. Weakly, Manhwa admits that her seizures have been happening more often lately. She had truly believed the medicine would be enough to keep her stable for at least one more day. Yong Huaran immediately tries to steady the group before their panic gets worse. He tells everyone to calm down, saying they will soon reach a nearby village where they can find medicine for Manhwa. Realizing Manhwa's condition was worsening with every passing second, Yong Huaran instantly raised his voice and shouted for Nam Wook and Jung Wook to push the carriage harder, ordering them to drive straight toward the nearest village as fast as possible. With a sharp crack of the whip, the carriage suddenly jolted forward, its wheels rattling violently over the open road. Everyone inside braced themselves as it raced through the countryside at full speed, desperately trying to reach the village before Manhwa's condition slipped beyond saving. After that frantic rush across the countryside, the scene finally shifted to the nearby village, where the group arrived in a hurry, carrying the pressure of Manhwa's worsening state with them. After urgently questioning the villagers, Yong Huaran learned from the innkeeper that there was an apothecary near the base of a nearby mountain. That single piece of information gave the group a small but precious glimmer of hope for Manhwa's rapidly worsening condition. Yong Huaran quickly made it clear that money was not a problem. With urgency in his voice, he insisted there was no time left to waste and told everyone they had to head to the apothecary immediately. As Yong Huaran turned back to move, Mo Baiyang quietly spoke up beside him. In a calm but serious tone, she told him that they might also be able to find a solution from their side. Without losing another moment, The group rushed toward the mountain apothecary, their footsteps quick and tense as the urgency surrounding Manhwa grew heavier with every second. While hurrying along the path toward the apothecary, Yong Huorin finally turned to Brother Zhang and asked the question weighing on his mind: how had Manhwa ended up being struck by the purple lightning demonic arts in the first place?
Brother Zhang hesitated for a short moment, his expression tightening as if the truth behind what happened was not something he could easily put into words.
But before Brother Zhang could continue, a strange voice suddenly echoed through the forest. An unknown red-haired figure appeared directly in their path, standing there as if he had been waiting for them all along. A massive man emerged in the middle of the forest path, and the overwhelming pressure rolling off him forced the entire group to stop where they stood. The moment Yong Huorin recognized the man blocking their way as the purple lightning blood demon, his expression froze in shock, and he demanded to know how someone like him could possibly be here. The purple lightning blood demon slowly grinned at the stunned group, clearly enjoying the fear and confusion spreading across their faces. Jae-gung-hyuk complained that they had already kept him waiting far too long. With a faint smirk tugging at his mouth, Jae-gung-hyuk pointed out that the young cult leader was still suffering from the lingering demonic chi inside her body. The instant Yong Huorin heard the words young cult leader, his eyes narrowed in confusion. He was clearly shaken, unable to ignore what Jae-gung-hyuk was implying. Brother Zhang immediately urged Yong Huorin to escape, his voice sharp with desperation. He warned him that Jae-gung-hyuk was targeting them, not Yong Huorin, and that staying there would only drag him into danger. Before anyone could properly react, Jae-gung-hyuk suddenly released a violent burst of purple lightning energy straight toward Yong Huorin, throwing the entire group into panic in an instant. With a smug grin on his face, Jae-gung-hyuk casually shut down any thought of escape, saying there was no way he could allow that. As the pressure in the forest continued to rise, Jae-gung-hyuk calmly revealed that he had only come because he had received a rather troublesome request. He then explained that some woman had desperately begged him to kill Yong Huorin, making the terrifying situation feel even more suspicious and dangerous. Licking his lips with a twisted grin, Jae-gung-hyuk admitted that he had accepted an enormous payment for the job, and now that his target was standing right in front of him, he saw no reason to leave without finishing it. The moment Yong Huorin got a proper look at him, memories rushed back all at once. He realized that the monster standing before him truly was the infamous purple lightning blood demon. Yong Huorin remembered that even among the demonic sects, the purple lightning blood demon was notorious. He was a ruthless monster who slaughtered ordinary people whenever something displeased him, someone so vicious that even other villains avoided him out of fear. He also recalled that in his past life, the purple lightning blood demon had wandered across the martial world, committing countless atrocities. And now it seemed that same monster had finally come searching for these two siblings. Yong Huorin immediately understood that every enemy he had faced until now was nothing compared to the terrifying monster standing in front of him. Brother Zhang gritted his teeth in frustration, fully aware that no matter what happened, he still had to get Manhwa the medicine before it became too late. As Yong Huorin desperately searched for a way out of this hopeless situation, a sinister voice suddenly reacted to his presence, claiming it could sense a familiar energy and recognizing him almost instantly. The sinister voice recognized Yong Huorin's demonic master the moment it sensed traces of the purple lightning demonic arts around him. Then, with clear mockery, it remarked that even after dying and returning, his abilities were still pathetically weak. The demonic master then seemed to grasp the truth all at once, stating coldly that Yong Huorin had already died once before, somehow returning to life. He warned Yong Huorin to run immediately if he did not want to die like a dog. After all, if Yong Huorin died again, the demonic master himself would disappear along with him. Yong Huorin fell silent for a brief moment, his expression turning heavy as that warning forced him to face just how terrifying and hopeless the situation truly was. At that moment, Yong Huorin suddenly remembered how Brother Zhang had always protected Manhwa in his previous life, standing in front of her no matter how dangerous the situation became. Back in reality, Yong Huorin tightened his grip around his weapon, his fingers clenching hard as he made his decision. No matter what stood before him, he could not run away. Stepping forward with unwavering resolve, Yong Huorin declared that no matter how terrifying the enemy in front of him might be, he refused to flee. The demonic master slowly looked toward Yong Huorin, then grinned as if amused by his stubborn courage. If Yong Huorin insisted on fighting, he told him, then he should at least try not to die in a single hit. In an instant, the quiet forest path turned into a battlefield, with Yong Huorin stepping forward and raising his blade, preparing himself for the clash that was about to begin. Behind him, Brother Zhang stayed close to Manhwa, positioning himself to protect her weakened body from Jae-gung-hyuk's terrifying presence. Just as Yong Huorin steeled himself for the coming fight, Brother Zhang suddenly stepped forward and called out to him with a serious expression. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Brother Zhang as he charged ahead, entrusting Manhwa to Yong Huarin while preparing to confront Jae Gung-hyuk himself. Activating his poison arts, Brother Zhang rushed straight toward Jae Gung-hyuk without the slightest hesitation. Bursting forward at full speed, Brother Zhang swung his blade directly at Jae Gung-hyuk, launching the very first attack of the battle with all the force he could gather. The instant Brother Zhang closed the distance, Jae Gung-hyuk countered immediately. His fist, wrapped in brutal purple lightning chi, smashed downward with overwhelming power and crushed Brother Zhang's attack head-on. The impact of Jae Gung-hyuk's punch violently sent Brother Zhang flying backward, making it painfully clear just how monstrous his strength truly was.
Yong Huarin shouted Brother Zhang's name at once, his voice filled with shock and anger as he watched him get blown away.
Jae Gung-hyuk clenched his fist, looking down with cold arrogance. Jae Gung-hyuk mocked Brother Zhang for being so weak despite using the Black Death Divine Poison Arts. After crushing the attack so effortlessly, he calmly lowered his fist and remained standing in place, looking completely untouched and not the least bit threatened. Realizing just how hopeless the situation was becoming, Yong Huarin urgently called out to the demonic master, desperately asking him for a strategy that could help them survive. But before Yong Huarin could receive any answer, Jae Gung-hyuk moved again. Jae Gung-hyuk suddenly leaped forward, violent purple lightning chi wrapping around his fist as he launched a devastating attack straight toward Yong Huarin. Yong Huarin barely managed to raise his sword and block the strike, but the overwhelming force behind the purple lightning chi tore straight through his defense. Unable to withstand the sheer power, his sword shattered apart in his hands. Jae Gung-hyuk's punch broke through completely and slammed into Yong Huarin's chest with devastating force. The instant the blow connected, the purple lightning chi exploded violently, blasting Yong Huarin backward. Yong Huarin crashed hard into the ground, and the moment his body struck the earth, the purple lightning chi erupted violently around him. Without giving Yong Huarin another glance, Jae Gung-hyuk turned his attention away from him completely. His heavy steps shifted toward Manhwa instead, and he began walking toward her with slow, deliberate menace. As Jae Gung-hyuk drew closer, he openly revealed that he already knew who she was. With deadly intent in every step, he confirmed that Manhwa was the young cult leader of the Hidden Saint cult and continued closing the distance between them. When he finally reached her, Jae Gung-hyuk looked down with clear satisfaction and declared that she had finally fallen into his hands. Far behind him, Yong Huarin could only watch the scene unfold, powerless to stop him in that moment. At that instant, Yong Huarin's rage erupted like a flame catching oil. A terrifying killing intent flared from his eyes and mouth, and his power began surging wildly, as if his own body could no longer keep it under control. Just as Jae Gung-hyuk reached out to grab Manhwa, Yong Huarin suddenly flashed forward in the blink of an eye. Before the demon's hand could touch her, Yong Huarin seized his arm and stopped him dead in place. Jae Gung-hyuk froze in shock the moment Yong Huarin appeared beside him and caught his arm. For the first time, confusion crossed his face as if he could not understand how Yong Huarin had moved that fast after being struck down. With a faint grin spreading across his face, Yong Huarin declared that he had finally taken hold of this body. His fingers clamped tightly around Jae Gung-hyuk's arm, locking the demon's movement completely as the old man possessed him from within. Yong Huarin pinned the demon down with almost effortless strength while crimson energy poured endlessly from his body. The muscular demon stared in stunned disbelief, unable to understand how Yong Huarin could still be standing after taking a direct hit from the purple lightning demonic art, especially when the aura around him now felt like it belonged to someone else entirely. Yong Huarin calmly called the demon by name, his voice carrying a strange confidence that had not been there before. He remarked that he happened to be in an exceptionally good mood, then smirked and casually said that if Jae Gung-hyuk disappeared right now, he might be generous enough to spare his life. Those words immediately made Jae Gung-hyuk's face tighten with discomfort. He instinctively backed away to create distance, then unleashed purple thunder once again, coldly asking who Yong Huarin thought he was to speak of mercy. Charging straight at him, he declared that mercy was something only the strong could give to the weak. As the thunder-wrapped punch came rushing in, Yong Huarin's expression suddenly darkened with fury. In the next instant, he caught the demon's arm head-on, and a massive eruption of crimson aura exploded violently around him. The moment the attack was stopped, the old man clicked his tongue in clear annoyance. Bitterly, he muttered that if he still had his original body, this demon would have been torn apart within 3 moves, resenting the fact that he was currently trapped inside Yong Huarin's body instead. Even with that limitation, the old man did not stop for even a breath. He drove one crushing blow after another into Jae Gung-hyuk, hammering him so brutally that the demon nearly lost consciousness where he stood. Forced into desperation, Jae Gong-hyuk suddenly released a strange streak of purple thunder. For one brief moment, that attack actually managed to halt Yong Hwaren's movements. The instant he realized the lightning was becoming troublesome, Yong Hwaren retaliated without hesitation. He slammed a brutal kick into Jae Gong-hyuk's stomach, blasting him backward, then coldly turned away and dismissed him as weak. But just then, Yong Hwaren's eyes lowered toward his own chest. A massive wound had suddenly appeared there, with violent purple lightning crackling from the injury. Only then did it become clear that the earlier punch had secretly planted purple lightning chi deep inside his body. Jae Gong-hyuk instantly burst into laughter, smugly declaring that once someone was struck by purple lightning, defeating him became impossible. He continued mocking Yong Hwaren, confidently claiming that the lightning would soon tear his dantian apart completely, before he could even keep rambling. But in the next instant, Yong Hwaren appeared directly behind him, moving so suddenly that Jae Gong-hyuk was left utterly shocked. The old man coldly said it was humiliating that someone like Jae Gong-hyuk had ever been counted among the 4 great demons alongside him. Then, without giving him time to respond, he followed those words with a devastating kick that smashed the demon straight into the ground. Before Jae Gong-hyuk could even recover, Yong Hwaren stomped down on him and immediately fell into a frenzy of arrogant self-praise. He loudly proclaimed the name Jam Yong, boasting that he stood at the absolute pinnacle of all demons. Meanwhile, Manhwa barely managed to regain consciousness. Through her blurred vision, she saw Yong Hwaren slowly walking toward her, his eyes completely lifeless and empty. In a weak, trembling voice, Manhwa asked how her brother was doing. But the moment Yong Hwaren prepared to kick her down, a massive surge of lightning energy suddenly erupted from his body. Everything spiraled out of control in an instant. The purple lightning chi began raging violently inside him, rapidly pushing toward his dantian and threatening to awaken Yong Hwaren completely. Furious, the old man tore at Yong Hwaren's own clothes and raved that he refused to let go. In his madness, he insisted that this body belonged to him now, but in the very next instant, realization crashed down on him. He understood that he had already failed, and that Yong Hwaren had awakened. Yong Hwaren instantly condemned the old man for trying to steal his body. Furious, he called him a thief and ordered him to return to where he belonged. Gathering his chi with force, Yong Hwaren dragged the old man into a swirling vortex and sent him flying away. The moment he forced him out, Yong Hwaren's own body gave out, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. When Yong Hwaren finally regained full consciousness, he immediately realized that his body could barely move. The martial arts the old man had used had pushed him far past his limits. Even in that battered state, Yong Hwaren still forced himself to focus on Manhwa. He insisted that they had to take her to the infirmary immediately. The dense night remained completely still, until the heavy silence was finally broken by the sound of footsteps echoing through the darkness. Far below, a vast valley covered in thick mist stretched endlessly outward, and within those shadows the massive structures of a grand estate lay quietly beneath the night. Yong Hwaren stood motionless, his entire figure still and silent. His unwavering gaze stayed fixed on the distant horizon, as if he were staring straight through the darkness ahead. The view suddenly shifted to the top of another person's head as the old man, his face still hidden from sight, bitterly asked whether Yong Hwaren had truly come all this way just to mock him. Deep inside a shadowy, ethereal forest, Yong Hwaren sat calmly atop a wide, flat stone, his posture flawless, his hands resting peacefully on his lap, and his expression completely undisturbed. In the foreground, the back of the old man's white-haired head faced him. Yong Hwaren then calmly began explaining the real reason he had come, pointing out the harsh truth without hesitation. Even after the agreement they made earlier, the old man had still tried to seize control of Yong Hwaren's body by force, and in the end, he had failed. Venom and wounded pride immediately seeped into the old man's voice. He demanded to know whether Yong Hwaren had dragged this pitiful, trapped manifestation of him into his mental world solely to gloat over his failure. The confrontation sharpened as the focus tightened on Yong Hwaren's face. His golden green eyes narrowed into a cold, piercing glare, and there was not a trace of sympathy in his expression. Opposite him, the old man's rugged face was finally revealed. Every deep line carved with fury, his teeth were bared and his fierce blue eye burned upward with pure rage. The tension between them grew even heavier, with the old man looming aggressively in the foreground, his body tight as if ready to lash out at any second. Yet Yong Huaren remained seated calmly on the stone, showing not even the slightest hint of fear, and quietly explained that the look in his eyes was not mockery at all, it was genuine pity. For a brief moment, the sheer audacity of those words left the old man completely speechless. A heavy silence settled between them. Then the focus returned to Yong Huaren's face as he addressed the old man with complete seriousness, every trace of ridicule gone. He recalled the terrifying battle from earlier, mentioning the monstrous enemy Jaegung Hyuk, a foe so powerful that a single devastating strike had knocked Yong Huaren unconscious. Yet despite that overwhelming danger, the old man had crushed him effortlessly, handling that deadly enemy as casually as if he were disciplining a powerless child. After a long, thoughtful pause, Yong Huaren finally voiced the contradiction that had troubled him from the very beginning. What kind of existence could possibly inspire fear in someone who possessed such absurd, almost godlike strength? The old man was shown from behind once more, his posture stiffening as a dark blood-red aura slowly seeped from his body. With a low growl, he dismissed Yong Huaren's words and bitterly asked what a naive young man could possibly understand about the burdens he carried. A sharp profile view captured Yong Huaren's hardened expression as he continued pressing the question. He wondered aloud what kind of terrifying force could break a man as powerful as the old man, then drove the point even deeper by asking how someone so mighty could become a person unable to keep even his own word. The old man's face twisted with overwhelming fury. His enraged expression filled the entire frame, his breathing heavy and ragged as his teeth ground together violently. Resting one hand lightly but firmly near the hilt of his weapon, Yong Huaren began speaking again. He admitted that what he was about to say felt deeply unsettling, because whenever he looked at the old man, there were moments when he could not help feeling that the two of them were fundamentally alike. The background abruptly shifted into a violent crimson landscape. There, the old man appeared much younger, still marked by his signature white hair, walking forward with a cold expression while shadowed warriors slaughtered one another in a brutal battle behind him. Yong Huaren quietly concluded that the old man must have lived his entire life trapped in a merciless world where killing was never a choice but the absolute condition for survival. A sudden close-up captured the old man's widened eye trembling faintly. Yong Huaren's words had struck something deep inside him, touching a nerve he had buried for far too long. Yong Huaren then compared that life to his own. He explained that he, too, had been born into a proud martial family, yet he lacked the natural talent needed to inherit their martial arts. The scene shifted into a calm, hazy morning, where young Yong Huaren sat alone along the grassy edge of a mountain cliff, isolated from the world around him. In that quiet memory, he explained that his repeated failures eventually forced him to abandon the prestigious path of his lineage and live instead as an ordinary merchant. From that point on, Yong Huaren reaches the one conclusion neither of them can avoid. Their lives, different as they may seem, have both been dragged beneath the shadow of the same tragedy. With unwavering certainty, he states that neither of them had ever truly been free from it, because the roads waiting ahead had already been carved out by fate, long before they tried to resist. The old man's body begins to shake, his fury barely held back as he snaps at Yong Huaren and orders him to shut his mouth. But Yong Huaren does not flinch, does not lower his gaze, and does not let the warning stop him. He continues calmly, pointing out that even after the old man reached the absolute peak of the demonic path and claimed the legendary title of Heavenly Demon, nothing had truly changed. His expression remains cold and steady as he delivers the final, merciless truth. Even then, the old man still could not escape the blood-soaked road he had spent his entire life walking. The old man erupts instantly, rage bursting out of him like a flame that can no longer be contained. He violently rejects the idea that someone of his stature could ever be compared to Yong Huaren, roaring that the very thought is absurd. His voice shakes with anger as he furiously demands that Yong Huaren stop speaking, as though he could possibly understand the suffering, torment, and endless agony that came with the path he endured. His face twists with raw, unfiltered wrath, every line of his expression warping into hatred. With his fangs fully bared, he spits out another insult, reducing Yong Huaren to nothing more than a worthless, insignificant merchant in his eyes. Yong Huaren, however, stays completely composed, as if the old man's rage cannot touch him at all. He simply looks back and asks whether, after everything that has happened, the old man still truly sees him as nothing but a merchant. Then, with quiet confidence, he reveals just how far he has come, declaring that he has finally mastered the martial arts that had always remained beyond his reach in his previous life. Then Yong Huaren extends one hand outward, the gesture calm and natural, yet carrying the unmistakable weight of command. Behind him, three powerful figures stand in silence, their presence alone making the scene feel heavier. They are not strangers, nor mere spectators, but loyal comrades standing at his back, proof that Yong Huaren now has people willing to move under his lead. The image makes one truth impossible to ignore. Yong Huarin has already thrown his life into battles against enemies far beyond his own level. The focus briefly drops toward his waist, where his hands rest with calm ease near the sword belt hanging against the flowing blue fabric of his robe, showing the quiet confidence of someone who has survived far more than words can explain. Standing tall within that moment, Yong Huarin makes his current position clear without hesitation. He announces himself as the vice-sect leader of the Yong sect, his voice steady and proud. Then he draws the line between who he was and who he has become, boldly declaring that he is no longer just a merchant, but a true martial artist named Yong Huarin. He then turns his words into a warning, stern and heavy with meaning. Yong Huarin tells the old man not to return to the same path, the one already stained beyond repair by countless mistakes and regrets. After that, his words reach even deeper, suggesting that perhaps the reason both of them were sent back through time was not to repeat their past lives, but to correct the failures they left behind. The old man is left completely frozen. The rage that had consumed his entire face disappears in an instant, replaced by wide eyes and a slack-jawed look of genuine shock. Yong Huarin's realization lands on him with crushing weight, and for the first time, he seems unable to answer. Around them, the mental world begins to fall apart. The figures of Yong Huarin and the old man slowly dissolve into a vast white fog, their outlines fading as the strange landscape breaks down piece by piece. The entire ethereal space crumbles into nothingness, until the confrontation within the mind finally comes to an end. A desperate voice suddenly cuts through the fading haze, calling urgently for the vice-sect leader. As Yong Huarin's blurred vision slowly returns, the shapes in front of him sharpen into familiar faces. Muscular Nam Wook and the woman in red, Woon Young, are leaning close with clear worry in their eyes, carefully checking his condition as if afraid he might slip away again. Still dazed and struggling to gather himself, Yong Huarin weakly opens his mouth and asks where he is. The view widens, revealing a spacious traditional room filled with warm light, where Yong Huarin is now sitting upright on a bed. The moment his mind clears enough to understand his surroundings, his expression turns serious. He lowers his gaze, urgency returning to his voice as he asks what happened to the monstrous Jae-gung Hyuk. One of his companions quickly explains that by the time they arrived together with Mo Baeyang, the terrifying enemy was already dead. Behind Hwang Woon-young and Nam Wook stand quietly, their posture respectful and composed as they continue reporting what they found at the scene. They also reassure Yong Huarin that the other two injured allies were discovered safely there as well. Thankfully, despite everything that had happened, neither of them had suffered any severe wounds. After hearing that, Yong Huarin lowers his voice and quietly mutters to himself. Relief mixes with guilt in his expression as he thinks about how often he seems to end up owing another debt to the Jaegul Chongyang sect. While Yong Huarin remains seated cross-legged on the bed, someone suddenly asks in disbelief whether he was truly the one who killed the fearsome Jae-gung Hyuk. The question lands so unexpectedly that it immediately catches him off guard. His eyes widen just a little, and a nervous bead of sweat forms along his cheek. He quickly turns his gaze away, scrambling to make the situation sound less direct. In a hurried but controlled voice, he explains that the enemy was a supreme master, someone far beyond the level of ordinary martial artists. Without missing a beat, Yong Huarin smoothly begins constructing a lie. He claims that his memories of the fight are incomplete because he had already lost consciousness during the battle. Then, as if recalling something faint and uncertain, he casually adds that right before blacking out, he vaguely remembers seeing an elderly man with a beard and a ponytail tied behind his head. The others react at once, their faces filling with surprise. They wonder aloud whether Yong Huarin had somehow been rescued by one of those legendary hidden masters who wander the martial world in secret. But Woon Young remains standing with her arms tightly crossed, her guarded posture making her skepticism obvious. Nam Wook stays silent beside her, saying nothing. A closer look at Woon Young's sharp purple eyes shows them narrowing with suspicion, making it painfully clear that Yong Huarin's perfectly timed story about a mysterious savior is not something she finds easy to believe. Even so, Woon Young admits that strange hidden masters really do exist throughout the martial world. But she does not let that possibility soften her judgment for long. She immediately warns that their current situation is still far too dangerous and firmly insists that they should return to the safety of the Yong sect as soon as possible. With her arms still crossed tightly over her chest, Woon Young openly voices her concern that staying in such a vulnerable place any longer could invite another disaster. Yong Huarin quietly considers her words, then makes the decision himself. He announces that they will rest for one final day and leave tomorrow. After that, he politely excuses himself from the conversation, saying that he needs to step outside for a moment to use the outhouse. Outside, the quiet courtyard of the traditional estate stretches beneath the night sky. Rows of wooden buildings sit in stillness, softly lit by hanging lanterns that glow against the darkness, making the sleeping village feel even more silent and distant. Not long after, Yong can be seen stumbling weakly through the courtyard. He barely manages to catch himself against a wooden pillar, but in the next instant, his expression twists violently with pain. Clutching tightly at his chest, he struggles to draw breath, his body trembling under the force of an overwhelming heartbeat pounding through him. The terrifying damage left behind by the recent battle finally reveals itself, showing just how badly his body has been pushed beyond its limits. The moment shifts away from that vulnerable struggle into a calm atmospheric view from behind Yong. He now sits perfectly still in deep meditation, eyes squeezed shut in complete concentration. Then the darkness around him suddenly erupts as crackling purple and brilliant blue chi burst violently from his body in a massive wave. The immense spiritual energy surges upward like a blazing inferno, wrapping the air around him in fierce light. The strain carved across Yong face makes it clear that he is forcing his shattered internal pathways back into order, suppressing the devastating wounds left by that legendary battle through sheer willpower alone. By morning, sunlight spreads over the crowded town square, where Yong and Woon Young stand beside their carriage, quietly watching the townspeople prepare to leave. Before long, their attention shifts toward a disturbance in the center of the courtyard, where a furious young martial artist is arguing loudly with two officials, while several companions desperately try to hold her back before the confrontation turns into a full fight. Yong notices the tense situation right away, but he has no desire to get dragged into unnecessary trouble. So he deliberately turns his attention elsewhere, acting as though the commotion has nothing to do with him. Beside him, Woon Young continues watching the scene with clear disapproval written across her face. Then, without any warning, the mood around them suddenly changes. Woon Young's eyes widen slightly in surprise, breaking through her usual stoic composure. She turns toward Yong and draws his attention to someone approaching from the edge of the courtyard. When Yong turns back to look, he falls silent the instant he recognizes the newcomer standing before them. A sharp sense of unease spreads through him at once. He tries to cover it with an awkward, strained smile, but Woon Young answers him with a completely unimpressed stare. Realizing the act is useless, Yong drops the facade entirely. His posture stiffens as he cautiously asks why this person has come to him. Stepping fully into the light, a graceful and exceptionally refined woman calmly greets the group. She holds a closed folding fan near her waist, and every part of her presence carries a quiet elegance, as if serenity itself follows her movements. However, as Yong stares at her in stunned disbelief, that seemingly harmless demeanor shifts ever so slightly for just a brief instant. From behind the edge of her now open fan, she sends a sharp, calculating gaze straight toward him. A faint, knowing smirk curves across her face, making it instantly clear that trouble is about to follow whether Yong wants it or not. Beneath an enormous glowing full moon that dominates the dark night sky, a grand, multi-tiered oriental palace rises in brilliant light. Countless warm lanterns illuminate its halls and rooftops, while the sharp lines of its architecture cut through the drifting haze, giving the massive walled compound a presence that feels both serene and overwhelming. Inside the palace, clear liquor pours steadily from a dark ceramic jar into a small white cup. It splashes softly against the porcelain as a slender hand holds the vessel firmly in place. Within an extravagantly decorated room, the Yong of his previous life sits at a low table covered with dish after dish of food. He stuffs his mouth aggressively, eating so quickly that a large piece still hangs from his lips. Across from him, his wife sits with her hair tied into an elegant bun, watching him with a deeply unimpressed expression before flatly telling him that it is already late and he should stop eating. Yong freezes mid-chew, his cheeks puffed out and full. Then, without the slightest shame, he immediately defends himself, insisting that he is simply maintaining the proper physique expected of a merchant union owner. Completely ignoring her criticism, he tilts his head back and drains his drink in one bold swallow. Leaning closer, his wife suddenly presses her hand against his face. With a teasing edge in her voice, she reminds him that she originally married him because of his handsome looks, yet now he has grown fat. She sharply pinches his cheek and pulls it to the side, making him react in alarm. Sweat breaks across his face as he hurriedly protests, insisting that what she is grabbing is not fat at all, but pure gold. For a short while, the air between them settles into the quiet warmth of an ordinary private moment. But then his wife's gaze gradually grows serious. She addresses him by name, Yong and brings up the past, remembering how he was once cast out from the Tianzhong clan with absolutely nothing to his name. Conflicted emotion lingers in her eyes as her hand remains pressed against his face. She speaks of how he rose from nothing and eventually became the owner of the merchant union, then quietly asks whether he truly understands the reality of what that success meant. Her voice softens, but there is still a sharp bitterness buried beneath every word. She admits that, although she loves him deeply, she also hates him because he swallowed the merchant union that had originally been meant to become her inheritance. Now, she is no longer sitting across from him with quiet restraint. She stands over Yong Huaren instead, her presence pressing down on him as the weight of everything she has been holding back finally begins to surface. She admits it openly, without softening a single word. She despises her beloved husband for taking away what should have belonged to her, and that resentment has been growing inside her for far too long. Now her hatred has become so strong that she can no longer remain still, forcing her to step forward and take action with her own hands. The memory cuts off in an instant, and the scene snaps back to the present. In a completely different place, that very same woman now stands before Yong Huaren, greeting him as the heir of the Yong clan while he faces her in the middle of an open courtyard. Miss Wei approaches with graceful measured steps, her blue and white robes flowing softly around her as three women dressed in green follow close behind. Yong Huaren stiffly offers her a martial greeting, his movements a little awkward, then politely says that it has truly been a long time since they last crossed paths. Half hidden behind her folding fan, Miss Wei calmly asks what business brought him to this place. At the same time, she reveals that she has been searching for two dangerous figures, the Purple Lightning Blood Demon and the Black Killer Blade. Yong Huaren answers her directly, telling her that the demon is already dead. The moment those words leave his mouth, Miss Wei's eyes widen in shock, and the women standing behind her recoil with clear disbelief, as if the news is almost too sudden to accept. Miss Wei immediately presses him, asking whether he was the one who killed the demon. Yong Huaren quickly turns his gaze aside, avoiding her eyes, and smoothly slips into a lie, claiming that he knows absolutely nothing about what happened. Just then, one of the women steps forward and addresses him respectfully as Hero Yong. She lifts a dark insignia connected to the Black Killer Blade, presenting it clearly in front of him. Yong Huaren denies ever seeing anything like it before, but his eyes betray him almost immediately. His gaze locks onto the ornament because its shape and feeling are strikingly similar to the one resting right on top of his own head. In that instant, realization strikes Yong Huaren like a bolt of lightning. The final missing pieces begin snapping together inside his mind, and the truth he had been circling around suddenly becomes impossible to ignore. As the sun slowly sinks beyond the horizon, a lone horse carriage rolls steadily along the road, moving toward the fading golden light that stretches across the distant sky. Inside the carriage, Yong Huaren sits with his arms crossed, his face dark and troubled as his thoughts churn in silence. Across from him, the red-haired Woon Young watches him carefully before quietly asking whether his mood has something to do with that insignia. Yong Huaren's mind drifts toward memories he has never managed to erase, even after returning to the past. Those memories pull him back to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, and to one painful incident in particular that still cuts deep inside him. His expression slowly hardens, and a cold killing intent gathers in his eyes. He realizes that the insignia is exactly the same as the one worn by the assassin who murdered his father. In a low, quiet voice, Yong Huaren begins questioning the truth behind that murder. Was the Black Killer Blade truly the one responsible for his father's death, or had the assassin simply belonged to the same organization? Sensing his emotions beginning to surge, Woon Young warns him to calm himself, reminding him that there are far too many people around them. Yong Huaren quickly gathers his composure and apologizes, admitting that he lost control for a brief moment. Miss Wei and Woon Young then bow to him formally, their posture respectful and serious as they ask him to inform them immediately. They explain that if he ever encounters the Black Killer Blade again, he must let them know without delay, because they share a long and complicated history with that person. Once he is seated inside the carriage again, Yong Huaren quietly mutters that it is nothing. But his expression remains tense as he comes to one clear conclusion. They must return to the Tianzhong clan as quickly as possible. At that same moment, he remembers the warning that the wife of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon was supposedly somewhere nearby. Just as they begin thinking they may have avoided any real danger, a thunderous crash suddenly erupts from outside, tearing violently through the carriage. The horse rears up in panic as shattered debris scatters in every direction. Through the wreckage, an urgent voice rings out, ordering the young leader to come out immediately. Yong Huaren quickly pushes open the carriage door, only to find a scene of complete devastation waiting outside. Bodies lie scattered motionless across the ground, while several Shaolin monks stand amid the destruction beside a woman named Deng Wan. One of the monks furiously accuses Deng Wan, the wife of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon, of massacring innocent people. Deng Wan glares back at them with burning anger in her eyes, demanding to know how they dare accuse her of such a thing. She shouts that if they want to kill her, they are free to try. But with bitter defiance in her voice, she asks whether the teachings of Buddha somehow forbid her from killing them in return. The Shaolin monks rush toward her at once, condemning her as a demonic creature. Their golden staves flare with light as they leap forward, raising their weapons overhead to strike. Yet Dengwan refuses to retreat even a single step. She holds her ground firmly while Yong watches the clash unfold in front of him, the tension on the battlefield tightening with every passing second. Suddenly, a massive eruption of crimson energy rips across the battlefield. A figure wrapped in black and blood-red aura moves with terrifying speed, then crashes down into the center of the chaos as dark flames twist violently around the newcomer's body. The masked attacker casually knocks aside the incoming staves, shielding Dengwan and Yong from the assault. Then he releases an overwhelming surge of crimson fire, and everything standing in its path is instantly swallowed and burned away.
Yong can only stare in stunned silence. He recognizes the martial art being used, and even more horrifying than that, he recognizes the quality of the chi surrounding the mysterious figure.
The moment Yong identifies the glowing masked figure as the demonic master, terror grips him. A violent crimson aura swirls endlessly around that dark silhouette, and the crushing pressure pouring from his ominous presence leaves no room for doubt. The one standing before them is truly the legendary demonic master. Beneath the brilliant orange glow of sunset, Yong stands with his long black hair trailing behind him, staring across the dust-covered battlefield. In the distance, figures continue clashing fiercely against shadowed enemies, their movements cutting through the haze. The impossible sight leaves Yong questioning how something like this could even be happening. A close-profile view reveals the demonic master's face, a rugged man with spiked brown hair, the lower half of his face hidden beneath a thick black mask. Yong watches with growing suspicion because despite the mask, the man fighting the monks is clearly far younger than the infamous demonic master he once knew. And yet, directly behind that younger body, the enormous blood-red silhouette of his older self seems to loom in perfect overlap. The two forms align so completely that Yong begins to suspect the impossible. Since the demonic master regressed in spirit form, perhaps his spirit truly can exist in the same timeline as the physical demonic master from the past. Confusion ripples through the Shaolin ranks. But one monk quickly regains his focus. He furiously warns the others that their opponent is a true martial master, and orders everyone to form a defensive formation at once. A broad-shouldered bald monk fixes a fierce glare ahead, and presses his palms together in a rigid martial prayer seal. Then he unleashes a thunderous battle cry, grips his long wooden staff, and bursts into a full-speed charge across the barren battlefield, his terrifying acceleration marked by thick, jagged black lines tearing through the air behind him. A massive shockwave of golden energy mixed with spiraling dust suddenly explodes outward in a perfect circular blast. At the center of that violent eruption, Dengwan in purple robes and the younger demonic master dressed in black crouch defensively, bracing themselves against the crushing force. Through the dense orange haze blanketing the battlefield, two Shaolin monks suddenly burst forward, streaking horizontally across the scene at blinding speed with their staffs ready to strike. At the same time, a menacing close-up reveals the younger demonic master's eyes glowing with terrifying crimson light above his black mask, his brow tightening with deadly focus. The assault grows even more intense as three Shaolin monks launch a synchronized attack from the air. Two of them dive straight toward him, their bodies wrapped in blazing, wing-shaped masses of golden energy that amplify the force behind their descending strike. Facing the incoming attack head-on, the younger demonic master violently unleashes his internal power. A massive crimson aura erupts from his entire body as he braces himself to meet the strike directly. Instant he intercepts the diving monks, a gigantic collision of yellow and red energy detonates between the two sides. The crushing impact blasts the two Shaolin attackers backward through the air, sending them flying completely out of control. At the center of the crater, however, the younger demonic master remains standing firmly in place, unmoved by the force that threw his enemies away. Surrounded by a roaring dome of crimson energy, he stands protectively in front, while Dengwan cowers slightly behind him. From above, two more Shaolin monks descend with their staffs raised, shouting accusations as they condemn him as an evil criminal. Without the slightest hesitation, the younger demonic master spins into a devastating high kick. His leg carves a deadly crimson arc through the air before striking both monks in the chest at the exact same moment. The brutal blow sends the two monks flying away in a burst of light, their cries of pain echoing across the battlefield. Dengwan is thrown helplessly backward toward the dusty ground, distress twisting across her face. Behind her, the younger demonic master clicks his tongue in visible frustration as the battle continues spiraling out of control. A tense close-up centers on his chest and hand, where his fingers twitch for just a moment before a sharp sound signals a swift, decisive move. In the next instant, he erupts forward with explosive speed, seizes Dangwon, and launches straight into the sky. Long, sweeping trails of white kinetic energy stream behind them as they retreat rapidly from the monks below. The remaining Shaolin monks are left standing on the ground, furiously pointing upward. One of them urgently shouts for the others not to lose sight of the escaping targets and immediately orders them to give chase. Nearby, Yong Huaren stands firmly with his back toward the viewer, silently watching the escape beneath towering vertical streaks of white energy. Only after taking in the scene does he finally turn his attention toward a nearby palanquin. Woon Young, dressed in red, slides open the palanquin door and leans out with urgency in her voice as she calls for the young leader. Yong Huaren stands nearby in spotless purple robes, the intricate round silver medallion on his dark belt catching the eye while Woon Young remains just behind his shoulder. Sweat runs down his tense face as he stares at the scene ahead, genuinely confused, and asks why the Shaolin monks have appeared here. Then, bit by bit, the scattered pieces begin coming together in Yong Huaren's mind. He realizes that Shaolin must be chasing Dangwon, the wife of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon, and that their pursuit is also connected to the demonic master. Yong Huaren and Woon Young stand together on the wooden porch as the focus tightens sharply on Yong Huaren's amber eye. In the middle of his thoughts, he catches himself and decides it would be safer to refer to the demonic master as an evil criminal rather than speak his true title out loud. His tone turns firm as he warns that staying here could easily drag them into this violent conflict, and he insists that they need to leave immediately. Woon Young can only repeat Dangwon's name in confusion, her face showing that she still has not fully grasped what is happening. But before she can ask anything else, Yong Huaren forcefully pushes her back into the wooden palanquin and urgently orders her to get inside at once. After that, Yong Huaren lets out a faint breath, the tension in his body easing just slightly now that he is no longer standing completely exposed outside. Still, the unease has not left his face as he moves toward the carriage. From a distance, Yong Huaren appears to step calmly into the wooden palanquin, but the air around him suddenly shifts as dark aura-like lines gather around his head. That strange pressure signals a sudden change in the atmosphere, as though an unseen presence has slipped into the space around him. Then, a mysterious voice breaks the silence and addresses him simply as child. The unseen speaker continues, saying that it has a request to make of him. At the same time, the view shifts to the forest floor near the parked palanquin, where several people are wrapped tightly in sleeping bags and blankets, lying unconscious on the dirt as they sink into a deep sleep. A wide view reveals the quiet isolation of their makeshift camp, hidden deep within the vast, dark forest. Everyone remains asleep except Yong Huaren, who sits upright on his sleeping mat, fully awake and staring silently into the darkness around him. With a black mask now covering the lower half of his face, he suddenly turns his head to the side the moment a faint but rapid movement reaches his senses. Using his martial arts, Yong Huaren launches himself high into the night sky. Rising far above the dense forest canopy, a sharp, straight trail of kinetic energy slices through the darkness behind him, marking the speed of his sudden departure. As he descends again, the tree trunks blur heavily around him, rushing past in distorted streaks of motion. His eyes scan the forest below with sharp, predatory focus, searching for any trace of movement hidden beneath the shadows. A close profile view shows his masked face half covered in darkness. As he continues moving, his thoughts shift back to the image of two motionless feet, while inside the mindscape, a distinct ring of red energy begins swirling overhead. Yong Huaren now stands directly before the imposing spectral form of the original demonic master. The older man appears with wild white hair, a thick beard, and a body overflowing with powerful crimson aura. Facing that immense presence, Yong Huaren remains calm and acknowledges him with a simple response. The demonic master questions whether Yong Huaren is truly asking him to chase after his own past self. Yong Huaren stays composed and explains that doing so is impossible, because there is no way to predict how that past version would react. He also cannot guarantee that the former demonic master would not betray him the moment an opportunity appeared, and with that reasoning laid out clearly, Yong Huaren firmly states that this decision is the only necessary path. Then the demonic master reveals something shocking. In his original past, he never saved Dangwon at all, and that one revelation completely changes the meaning of the timeline unfolding before them. Yong Huaren's eyes widen in disbelief, his calm expression finally cracking. Unable to hide his shock, he openly reacts to the impossible truth he has just heard. The demonic master leans closer, stern intensity carved deep into his face as he orders Yong Huaren to listen carefully. He explains that just as Yong Huaren has already changed the future through his own actions, the demonic master's future is also being altered continuously because of everything Yong Huaren has done. He adds that discovering exactly what has changed will be useful as well. The view tightens on his glowing eyes and deeply furrowed brow, making the weight behind his words feel almost crushing. Then he asks Yong Huaren a pointed question, pressing whether he is not curious about his own future too. A close-up captures Yong Huaren's unwavering eyes as he settles the arrangement. His voice remains steady as he states that once this incident is over, the demonic master will owe him a considerable favor. Yong Huaren closes his eyes and releases a faint breath, reluctantly accepting the task placed before him. Behind him, the demonic master stands firm and instructs him to leave alone during the night, explaining that he can sense the direction their targets are heading. He also offers to teach Yong Huaren a highly useful martial art that will help him during the mission. The demonic master's stern expression softens slightly, and for once, his words carry genuine sincerity as he thanks Yong Huaren for agreeing to help him. After a brief transition, Yong Huaren is shown crouched within the dark forest. The night breeze lightly stirs his dark hair as he remains low among the shadows, reflecting on the conversation he just had. Eventually, Yong Huaren admits to himself that the demonic master's logic is flawless. If the actions of the demonic master's past self have truly changed, then witnessing that altered state with his own eyes could become extremely valuable for his own plans. With that thought fixed in mind, Yong Huaren launches himself through the night sky in one swift bound, heading toward his destination. A sprawling, multi-story traditional estate fills the scene as Yong Huaren descends without a sound onto the stone walls surrounding the property. His landing is precise and silent, showing perfect stealth. Remaining crouched low against the surface, he carefully surveys the brightly lit courtyard below, his amber eyes sharp and alert as he studies every detail without making a sound. Inwardly, Yong Huaren recites the martial arts passage taught to him by the demonic master. He recognizes it as the ultimate concealment technique the man relied on until the very end, and he understands that as long as he follows the method correctly, no one will be able to detect his presence. The view tightens on his masked face as he closes his eyes and precisely regulates both his breathing and internal energy according to the technique. Then, without making even the slightest noise, he drops into the courtyard below. He lands unnoticed behind two figures standing in the shadows beside the brightly lit sliding doors of the main building. As the light spills across them, their identities become clear. The demonic master and the wife of the purple lightning blood demon. Concealed beside the wall within the darkness, Yong Huaren listens silently as the wife of the purple lightning blood demon questions the demonic master in fury. She demands to know how he could have allowed the Shaolin monks to trace him all the way here. Her angry stare remains fixed on him as she presses harder, asking whether he truly expects her to believe that she could have predicted they would run into those monks in this place. The demonic master responds by saying it was not as if he deliberately intended to get caught, but before he can defend himself properly, she cuts him off and declares that the real problem is simple. His movements have been far too easy to follow. The demonic master lets out a long, irritated sigh. Under the weight of her constant accusations, his expression hardens and visible frustration settles across his face. Clearly annoyed, he brushes the argument aside and suddenly shifts the subject. His eyes turn sharper as he asks whether she successfully obtained the divine artifact that belonged to the purple lightning blood demon. With a confident smirk, she answers that she did. Then she reaches into the folds of her purple dress and pulls out a small leather pouch. As she opens it, several dark purple metallic spheres give off a faint glow inside, and she identifies them as the explosive iron orbs. From his hidden position, Yong Huaren watches closely and immediately recognizes them. Those are the very same steel balls once used by the purple lightning blood demon. At that exact moment, the sound of footsteps crossing the courtyard cuts through the tense air. A third figure casually steps forward and enters the light. Both the demonic master and the wife of the purple lightning blood demon instantly turn toward the newcomer. The man is revealed to be the Black Killer Blade, a strikingly handsome figure with wavy silver hair, dressed in elegant pale yellow robes layered over black clothing. He stops beside them with complete ease, then smiles lightly and offers a casual, almost sing-song apology for arriving late. The wife of the purple lightning blood demon immediately turns all her anger on him, thrusting an accusing finger in his direction as she shouts that they nearly lost their lives because of him. She demands to know how he can still show up acting so shamelessly confident after everything that happened. Completely unbothered, the Black Killer Blade simply asks why any of the blame should fall on him. But before the Black Killer Blade can continue, the demonic master cuts him off sharply and orders him to be silent. Then he demands to know whether the Black Killer Blade obtained the divine artifact that had been entrusted to him. With a smug expression and arrogance flashing in his eyes, the Black Killer Blade confirms that he succeeded. He proudly announces that he personally secured the White Tiger anti-demon sword. The instant those words leave his mouth, the demonic master bursts into loud celebration. A broad grin spreads across his face as he begins mentally counting the treasures they have now gathered into their possession. Among them are Shaolin's White Tiger Anti-Demon Sword and the explosive iron orbs once wielded by the Purple Lightning Blood Demon. The view cuts into an extreme close-up as his sinister smile stretches even wider, and his crazed eyes open fully with feverish excitement. He declares that only one item remains before their collection is complete, the Phoenix Blood Chalice of the Tianzhong clan. Hidden in the darkness, Yong Huarin's eye widens the instant he hears the Tianzhong clan mentioned, the name striking him hard enough to shake his composure. With the lower half of his face concealed behind a dark blue mask, he narrows his golden eye and draws in a sharp breath, listening even more intently. His brow tightens in disbelief as he silently questions why the Tianzhong clan has suddenly become involved in this situation. Remaining completely motionless against the dark backdrop, Yong Huarin silently processes the mention of yet another divine relic. The problem is, unlike the others, this particular artifact is something he knows absolutely nothing about. At that moment, an unseen voice arrogantly declares that their mission has already succeeded. The speaker boasts that since Shaolin's divine relic has been smuggled out successfully, the Tianzhong clan no longer poses any real danger. The perspective then shifts to an older man with a stern face, a gray mustache, and a thick beard as he warns his subordinate not to underestimate their enemies. The older man explains that a faction from the Tianzhong clan is currently traveling along the very route where the Purple Lightning Blood Demon met his end. He then reveals that this group is being led by the clan's newly emerging young master, the Tianzhong sword hero. From his concealed vantage point, Yong Huarin continues observing the gathering below. The old man speaks before the group, which includes both the wife of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon and the Black Killer Blade. Although the old man suspects that the young master possesses extraordinary strength, the Black Killer Blade casually dismisses him as nothing more than an inexperienced youth. He smiles confidently with his eyes shut, idly tapping a folded fan against his palm as a heavy silence settles beneath the ceiling beams. But the atmosphere changes in an instant when the old man suddenly erupts with a jagged blaze of blue aura towering above him. His glowing red eyes lock onto the Black Killer Blade as he threatens severe consequences if he is ever forced to release his full power. Veins bulge across the old man's furious face, while crackling blue energy surges around his body. With overwhelming pressure behind every word, he warns that arrogance leading to failure will bring only one result: death. Facing that suffocating threat head-on, the Black Killer Blade's smug confidence vanishes in an instant. He lowers himself deeply with both hands clasped, showing complete submission before the old man's pressure. Beside him, the wife of the Purple Lightning Blood Demon stands with her arms crossed, watching the exchange with a cold, stern glare fixed directly on the Black Killer Blade. The raging blue aura slowly dies down, fading until the old man returns to a calm and composed stance. With his arms folded and his eyes closed, he speaks in a measured voice, explaining that since the other relics are already in their hands, there is no reason for them to rush recklessly or make a careless move now. Hidden nearby, Yong Huarin listens without missing a single word. A nervous bead of sweat slides down his cheek as the old man advises them to prepare a careful, thorough plan before taking any further action. As their conversation continues, Yong Huarin begins fitting the pieces together inside his mind. Images flash through his thoughts, the blazing Shaolin monks above, the warriors below, and the recent movements that had seemed so chaotic before. Now he realizes all of it was tied to the search for the relic. He also understands that the three killer heroes must have been chasing the Black Killer Blade for that exact same reason. And from there, one final conclusion lands heavily in his mind. The missing relic is currently in the possession of the Tianzhong clan. The night settles into a deep, silent stillness as Yong Huarin stands before the dark forest. Pale moonlight traces the sharp lines of his face, and in that quiet moment, he decides he can no longer afford to waste even a single second. In the very next instant, Yong Huarin launches himself into the canopy. His body tears through the darkness, like a streak of white light, racing across the night at blinding speed as he heads straight for the Tianzhong clan. The scene shifts into daylight, where a wooden carriage drawn by two horses rolls steadily along a dirt road. Beside it, a golden field stretches under the sun, while distant green mountains rise far across the horizon. Inside the carriage, Yong Huarin rests against the wooden wall, his body finally giving in to sleep. Beside him, a red-haired woman sits quietly, watching the scenery pass by through the window. Deep within his subconscious, fragments drift through his dreams: the Black Killer Blade, Yong, the demonic master, and the Tianzhong clan's relic. Each image overlaps with the next, revealing just how exhausted his mind has become. The red-haired woman softly asks whether the young sect leader has been unable to sleep properly. Her voice remains gentle as she tells him he should rest while he still can, since they are already close to their destination. Yong Hwarin slowly opens his golden eyes and weakly shakes his head, fighting against the exhaustion pressing down on him. As he stares out the window with a hardened expression, he explains that he is carrying an urgent message meant for the clan head, so he cannot allow himself to fall asleep now. Leaning out into the warm sunlight, Yong Hwarin calls to the drivers, Young Wook and Nam Wook. He offers to take over the reins himself so he can stay awake, and the two immediately accept his offer. Sitting on the front bench beside the resting Young Wook, Nam Wook turns back with a grin while holding the reins. Behind him, Yong Hwarin releases another tired breath, his fatigue still impossible to hide. Before long, Yong Hwarin sits alone on the driver's bench, guiding the horses skillfully down the bright road. Yet despite his steady hands, his half-closed eyes remain lowered, making it obvious that his overwhelming exhaustion is still weighing heavily on him. Then, without warning, his golden eyes suddenly snap open as a realization strikes him all at once. The carriage keeps moving beneath the warm glow of the setting sun. Then the scene cuts abruptly into darkness, leaving only the steady rattle of the carriage wheels echoing through the black. That darkness slowly fades away, revealing a massive traditional estate glowing beneath countless golden lanterns that float like warm stars across the night. A sudden thought rises in Yong Hwarin's mind, questioning whether he accidentally fell asleep. Then the view shifts through his own eyes as a large, unfamiliar hand reaches up to touch a thick neck, and horror spreads through him as he wonders whether he had always been this fat. The perspective finally pulls back, revealing Yong Hwarin trapped inside the body of an older, heavier man with graying hair and a mustache. He clutches his own face in complete shock, staring blankly ahead as he realizes something enormous must have happened, even though his memories are still broken and incomplete. Yong Hwarin lets out a long, heavy sigh, trying to steady himself and calm the panic rising in his chest. As the view glides across rows of tiled rooftops, a young woman in a yellow dress suddenly comes sprinting frantically through the courtyard toward the carriage, shouting for the young master. Still frozen in place, the older Yong Hwarin furrows his brow in confusion as the woman stops in front of him. After a brief moment of hesitation, recognition finally reaches him, and he realizes that she is Yan Hua. Yan Hua throws her arms down in frustration and immediately scolds him for arriving late on such an important day. But instead of responding to her complaint, Yong Hwarin remains motionless, staring at her with stunned disbelief before quietly asking how she has been doing. His strange question leaves Yan Hua completely confused. But before she can make sense of it, Yong Hwarin suddenly grabs his forehead as a sharp wave of pain surges through his head. After a tense silence passes, Yan Hua presses her palm against his forehead and notes that he does not seem to have a fever, despite the painful groans slipping from him. Then, without wasting another moment, she grabs his hand and forcefully drags him away, insisting that the guests have already started arriving. Yong Hwarin stumbles awkwardly behind her, panic written all over his face. The sight is almost ridiculous, with the small woman pulling his heavier body across the enormous glowing courtyard of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, while the shadow of a massive pavilion looms above them. His attention is suddenly drawn to a tall, red-haired woman standing proudly with a wooden sword in hand, while two exhausted men remain defeated in front of her. One of the muscular men continues grinning even after losing, while the other bows with respect and praises the red-haired woman for how much stronger she has become. As Yong Hwarin watches the scene unfold, he is left inwardly stunned when he realizes that the two defeated men are none other than the renowned two rising ghost blades. The victorious red-haired woman then turns toward him, and the moment she casually addresses him as young leader, Yong Hwarin recognizes who she is. Sweat immediately breaks across his face as he nervously stammers out her name, M.O. Bayang. With her wooden sword resting loosely at her side, M.O. Bayang turns fully toward him and offers a light apology for addressing him so casually. She explains that calling him that simply felt natural, since she had personally taught him martial arts. But that gentle explanation lasts only a moment. Her gaze quickly sharpens as she criticizes how poorly conditioned his body has become, bluntly pointing out that his exhaustion makes it obvious he has been neglecting his training. Then she leans closer, her voice firm and authoritative as she demands an explanation. Startled by the pressure, Yong Hwarin quickly waves both hands in defense and awkwardly stammers that he has only been overwhelmed with work lately. At once, Yan Hua steps forward in front of him and proudly defends him, insisting that his workload really has been unbearable. Yan Hua then shoves Yong Hwarin toward the pavilion so he can change his clothes. M.O. Bayang watches the entire exchange from nearby, clear amusement spreading across her face as she observes the chaos. Beneath a twilight sky glowing with hanging lanterns, Yong Hurin stands inside a cluttered room and looks around in complete confusion. He recognizes the union surrounding him, yet somehow he still feels utterly out of place inside it. While Yanhua searches through piles of clothing, she urges him to wear a rust-colored robe because the young master and young lady will soon arrive. Yong Hurin quietly fastens the golden sash around his waist, softly thanks her, and then suddenly asks in confusion who exactly is coming. That question sends his thoughts spiraling into panic. Before he can calm himself, the door suddenly flies open, and a smiling young man and woman rush into the room while loudly calling out for their brother. Frozen where he stands, Yong Hurin whispers the names Yong Shaolin and Yong Kijong in stunned disbelief. Yet the panic inside him quickly melts away, replaced by an overwhelming wave of longing he cannot suppress. Yong Xiaolin immediately throws herself into his arms and wraps him in a tight embrace, tearfully saying that she has missed him. Yong Hurin gently places a hand against her back, holding her in return as the emotion of the moment settles over him. Watching from the side, Yong Kijong laughs and teasingly mocks Yong Xiaolin for clinging to him so tightly. Then he clears his throat and warmly greets Yong Hurin, while Yong Xiaolin continues burying her face against his chest. Off to the side, Yanhua proudly announces that the siblings are known as the feared Tianzhong Deadly Duo. Yong Hurin quietly repeats the title to himself, softly patting the hair of his innocent-looking younger sister as he tries to reconcile that name with the girl in his arms. Yong Xiaolin then cheerfully reveals that their parents will also be arriving soon for the Moon Playing Festival. Yong Kijong lightly chops the top of her head and scolds her for not using the proper formal titles. Rubbing her head, Yong Xiaolin glares back at him and loudly argues that family members do not need formal titles. But before the sibling quarrel can continue, a dark-haired woman dressed in white and purple suddenly bursts into the room, seizes both of them at once, and drags them back outside so they can continue playing. Yong Hurin silently watches the chaotic scene unfold in front of him. Then the woman suddenly calls back over her shoulder in a rush, reminding him not to forget to bring Chongyong as well. That leaves Yong Hurin completely bewildered. He slowly questions aloud whether she is referring to the legendary Jagal Choyongyong, and Yanhua confirms it immediately without the slightest hesitation. Stepping out onto the lantern-lit deck outside, Yong Hurin wonders to himself why a shaman would be present in a place like this. Before long, however, his attention drifts downward toward a lone figure standing in the glowing courtyard below, where a sword cuts through the darkness and leaves behind a brilliant arc of blue energy. Beneath the moonlight, the swordswoman moves with effortless grace, spinning through the air before landing softly on the ground. From the shadows, Yong Hurin quietly whispers the word shaman as he recognizes the cold, focused expression of Jagal Chongyang. Yong Hurin then steps out from the darkness and into the light. Keeping his approach cautious, he offers Jagal Chongyang a polite greeting and asks what has brought her to the Union. Without the slightest shift in her expression, Jagal Chongyang looked straight at Yong Hurin as calmly as if she had said something completely ordinary. Then, with no hesitation at all, she answered him with a single word, husband. Yong Hurin's eyes flew wide open in an instant. His jaw dropped so completely that his entire face froze in stunned disbelief, as though his mind had simply stopped working. Jagal Chongyang, dressed in a purple martial arts uniform with her dark hair tied neatly back in a ponytail, stood before the man she loved and openly called him her husband. Yong Hurin remained locked in place, unable to move or speak, while sweat slowly gathered beneath his topknot. The longer the words sank in, the harder his mustache twitched and fresh beads of sweat rolled down his face. No matter how hard he tried, he could not understand how he and Jagal Chongyang had somehow become married. In every memory Yong Hurin possessed, she had always been a shaman completely devoted to martial arts. She was someone who showed no interest whatsoever in romance, marriage, or anything outside the path of the sword, so this revelation was far too impossible for him to accept. Still unable to process what he had just heard, Yong Hurin finally questioned her directly, asking what in the world was going on. Jagal Chongyang let out a quiet breath and slowly lifted her eyes toward the night sky. In a calm voice, she explained that although a great deal of time had passed since their wedding, some things had never changed. Nearby, Yong Hurin frowned more deeply, confusion tightening across his face. He wondered whether he had somehow forgotten the life they had shared together, or whether this entire situation was some elaborate joke being played on him. As the sleeve of her purple robe shifted gently in the evening breeze, Jagal Chongyang raised one hand and admitted that she still loved martial arts with all her heart, but over time she had discovered something even more precious to her than the path she had once devoted herself to. Beneath the night sky, a faint blush spread across Jagal Chongyang's face, and a gentle smile softened her usually cold expression. With her eyes closed and one hand lifted, she quietly enjoyed the cool air around them, looking almost peaceful in a way Yong Huaren had never imagined. Under the glow of the full moon and countless floating lanterns, Jegal Xiaongyong stood beside Yong Huaren as distant drumbeats echoed across the festival grounds, softly announcing that the celebration was finally beginning. Her flowing purple skirt swayed as she turned toward him and extended her hand. With a bright smile, she called his name and asked if he was ready to go. Behind her, the festival lights shimmered like scattered stars, while Yong Huaren simply stared at her in silence. Awe and sorrow mixed in his eyes as if the woman before him was a dream too beautiful and too impossible to accept as real. Slowly their hands moved toward each other through the lantern-lit air. After a brief hesitation, Yong Huaren quietly accepted her outstretched hand. The festival grounds were overflowing with life. Couples wandered beneath glowing lanterns, sparklers flickered along the traditional streets, and hundreds of lanterns drifted upward into the night sky. Below them, children played and families gathered throughout the wide stone courtyard, filling the entire place with warmth and celebration. Yang Xiaolin, the freckled young girl, stared up at the lights with wide, sparkling eyes before loudly exclaiming how beautiful they were. Then she grabbed Yong Huaren by the arm and excitedly urged her brother to hurry, racing ahead as her long, dark hair streamed behind her. Yang Xiaolin laughed brightly and announced that the fireworks were about to begin. Yong Huaren watched her run ahead with a painful smile, quietly wondering when this reality had first started, before the entire scene slowly began fading into white. As Yang Xiaolin pulled him forward through that endless white void, Yong Huaren gradually began to understand. This fragment of a world, no matter how warm and vivid it felt, might truly have been nothing more than a dream. He thought about all the signs he should have noticed from the very beginning. Seeing himself alive again in that peaceful life, noticing his own Tianzhong robes and fuller face, and finding Yong Qijong and Yong Xiaolin still together should have made the illusion obvious long ago. But in the end, Yong Huaren realized there was one piece of proof that outweighed everything else. The scene shifted, revealing Jagal Cheongyang standing alone in a deserted festival ground buried beneath falling snow. When she turned back toward him, her expression was cold and distant, and in that moment, Yong Huaren finally understood the truth completely. The real Jagal Cheongyang could never have loved anyone like this because she had remained unmarried and wholly devoted to martial arts until the very end. Standing alone with his back facing the endless snowy void, Yong Huaren quietly asked himself whether any of that happiness had ever been real at all. One by one, he began naming the impossible things that had appeared before him. Yan Hua was still alive. The Sky-Ocean Merchant Union was flourishing without collapse, and his companions, Yong Qijong and Yong Xiaolin, remained together within the Tianzhong clan. Filled with sorrow, Yong Huaren asked the empty void whether a future where everyone could be happy truly did not exist. Then bitterness tightened in his chest as he regretted that if he had cherished those things sooner, maybe he really could have lived such a peaceful life. Tears streamed down Yong Huaren's face as he broke down completely, his body trembling while he desperately tried to hold on to the fading vision. In a shattered whisper, he pleaded for the dream not to end, saying he did not want to leave and calling out for his brother. Suddenly, Yong Xiaolin's voice cut through his grief, excitedly telling him to open his eyes because the main event was beginning. A deafening explosion rang out, and brilliant white fireworks burst across the sky above the dark towers while lanterns drifted slowly through the glowing night. Seen from behind, Yong Huaren silently watched the lights, and beside him, Yong Qijong clasped his hands together with a warm smile as he gazed up at the fireworks overhead. Yong Huaren slowly turned his head and saw Jagal Xiaongyang standing behind him with a calm, gentle smile. Even with the thunder of fireworks filling the sky around them, the two of them shared a quiet, unspoken moment in silence. From far in the distance, the group looked like tiny figures gathered beside the festival path. Nearby, an old man with a long white beard and an older woman with neatly pinned hair stood watching the younger generation with warm smiles on their faces. Yong Huaren's voice trembled as he asked the old man whether he truly was his father. The man turned toward him with a kind yet puzzled expression, and Yong Huaren slowly shifted his gaze to the older woman before softly asking whether she was his mother. Desperate to reach them, Yong Huaren suddenly broke into a run across the vast empty plaza. Behind him, Jagal Cheongyang called out his name, her voice echoing again and again through the emptiness. Then his eyes snapped open without warning. A sharp golden eye stared forward, fully awake, as Yong Huaren jolted upright with a gasp. He was no longer standing in the middle of a glowing festival. Instead, he was sitting inside a horse carriage, quietly traveling through mountain roads beneath the bright daytime sky. His long dark hair fell loosely around his face, while Woon Young sat at the front of the carriage, her red hair flowing behind her as she guided the horses and turned back to look at him. Woon Young called him young leader, and asked whether he was finally awake. But Yong Huaren could only press one hand against his head while tears continued running down his face, crushed by the weight of both the dream he had just lost and the life he had truly lived. Seeing the state he was in, Woon Young looked at him with clear concern. Her voice softened as she asked whether he had suffered a nightmare. Yong Huaren slowly shook his head, his hair slipping forward to hide his eyes. Then he lowered his gaze toward the floor and quietly whispered that it had only been a very happy dream. Woon Young stared at him in confusion, unable to understand how a happy dream could leave him in such visible pain, or why it would bring tears streaming down his face. But Yong Huaren gave no further explanation. He simply continued staring blankly downward as the carriage rolled steadily onward, heading toward the enormous fortress rising through the mountains ahead, the home of his clan. Speaking in a flat, exhausted voice to Woon Young, Yong Huaren finally revealed the source of his pain. He admitted that the joyful future he had seen inside the dream felt impossible, something that could never truly exist. Woon Young called out to him again in concern. But Yong Huaren's golden eye suddenly narrowed. A sharp, focused determination replaced the sadness still lingering on his face. Inside the fortress courtyard, Yan Hua, the freckled young girl with a small topknot, froze in shock and relief the instant she saw the arriving carriage. The broom slipped from Yan Hua's hands and clattered loudly against the stone ground. In the next moment, she broke into a sprint toward him, loudly calling for her young master with all the emotion she had been holding back. The moment Yong Huaren stepped down from the carriage, Yan Hua threw herself against him and clung to him tightly. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably, refusing to let go. The girl broke down completely, crying that she had waited so long for him to come back. Yong Huaren lowered his gaze toward her, his expression softer than it had been in a long time, and slowly raised a trembling hand to comfort her. In that moment, Yong Huaren finally realized that the conclusion he had reached earlier was wrong. The dream was never impossible, because now he had the power to make it real. He knelt down and pulled the crying girl into his arms, silently vowing to build that peaceful, radiant future for everyone. Then, as his eyes lifted toward the massive clan fortress towering above them, Yong Huaren finally understood the true reason he had been sent back into the past. He rose to his feet once more, fully accepting the unbearable weight placed upon his shoulders and the second life he had been granted. More members of the clan began rushing toward him with joyful smiles, including a young man and woman hurrying forward to welcome him home. As Yong Huaren watched them approach, he understood with complete clarity just how much work still remained ahead of him. Standing beside Yan Hua, as he looked across the clan buildings, Yong Huaren began arranging his next moves in his mind. The demonic master, the divine relic, and the deadly power struggles surrounding the Tianzhong clan all waited for him, each one more dangerous than the last. Yet, even with all those threats lying ahead, a faint, confident smirk slowly appeared on Yong Huaren's lips. He already knew exactly what his first step had to be. Then he turned his eyes toward the gathered faces of his family and allies, gave them a warm and genuine smile, and declared in a calm, unwavering voice that he had finally returned home.